Chapter 1. The Night of the Whirlpool Forest. Nestled between the land of water and the land of fire lies an island. On this island resides a formidable clan known as the Uzumaki, a lineage blessed with powerful bloodline limits. Xiao Yi, wake up, are you all right? A gentle voice softly called out beside Lin Ye's ear. Sister Chime, I'm fine. Lin Ye slowly opened her eyes and spoke in a calm tone to the girl before her. Oh, I'm glad you're okay, you truly scared me. Uzumaki Chime gazed at Lin Ye's bewildered expression, yet noted that her speech and demeanor appeared entirely normal, prompting her to exhale a sigh of relief. All right then, sister will take you home. Uzumaki Chime effortlessly lifted Lin Ye into her arms and cheerfully began walking in the direction of their home. Lin Ye rested her head on Kaimai's shoulder, beginning to sift through the memories that emerged in her mind. She never anticipated that as an ordinary worker in her past life, she would have the opportunity to traverse into the world of Naruto. However, the very fact that she had crossed over into this realm suggested that she must possess some sort of extraordinary ability. Curious, Lin Ye promptly closed her eyes and attempted to call out from within her heart. System Open Sesame Activate. Lin Ye repeated this mantra 4 or 5 times, yet she could not discern the correct method to unlock her hidden potential. Even a storage space would be splendid. After calling out fruitlessly, Lin Ye felt a wave of despondency wash over her, murmuring to herself, a storage space? Xiao Yi desires a storage scroll, doesn't she? Upon hearing Lin Ye's musings, Uzumaki Chime gently patted Lin Ye's backside and smiled. Yet, Lin Ye was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a system interface before her. Before her materialized a blue panel, adorned with 36 empty slots, 3 of which contained items. Oh, it's nothing, Sister Chime. Lin Ye casually dismissed Kaimai's concern, focusing entirely on the luminous screen before her. I heard that little one say something. What is happening with her? Uzumaki Chime cast a curious glance at Lin Ye before continuing her journey home. On the blue panel, the 3 items emitted different glows. The first 2 radiated a crimson light, while the last shone with a golden hue. Lin Ye held her breath, her gaze fixated on the first item glowing red. As Lin Ye concentrated, a line of text appeared beneath the red glow. Dragon Slayer Magic Learning Book. As an avid anime enthusiast, although Lin Ye was not obsessed, she held a particular fondness for the anime fairy tale. Despite the narrative's premise that anyone could defeat foes with the sound of music, she was particularly enamored with the concept of Dragon Slayer magic. To her astonishment, her hidden potential contained a method to learn Dragon Slayer magic, filling her with immense joy. With Dragon Slayer magic at her disposal, Lin Ye felt a semblance of safety in the perilous world of Naruto. Having confirmed the name of the first item, Lin Ye shifted her gaze to the second item. With her focus sharpened, the name of the second item emerged. Transformation Technique Incomplete. Lin Ye stared wide-eyed at the name of the second item. She could hardly believe that such a powerful cultivation technique was incomplete, yet its grade could rival that of Dragon Slayer magic, suggesting that the world from which this transformation technique originated must be exceptionally formidable. However, as she was currently on Kaimai's back, it was inconvenient to retrieve the item for a closer inspection. Thus, Lin Ye directed her attention to the final golden item. As her gaze fell upon the third item, its name instantly sprang forth. Method for opening a celestial realm. Lin Ye was taken aback by the name of the golden item. Although this method for opening a celestial realm might not be a cultivation technique, the very notion of a celestial realm indicated that this technique was likely exceedingly powerful. Closed storage space. After absorbing the information regarding the 3 items, Lin Ye silently recited in her mind, causing the blue interface to vanish. Once Lin Ye mentally chanted to open the storage space again, the blue storage panel reappeared before her. It seems my hidden potential consists of this storage space and the 3 items. After several attempts yielded no additional abilities, Lin Ye accepted that her current hidden potential was indeed the storage space, along with the Dragon Slayer Magic Learning Book, the incomplete transformation technique, and the formidable method for opening a celestial realm. All right, Lin Ye, We have arrived home. You should rest. Sister will prepare dinner. Uzumaki Chime gently set Lin Ye down and affectionately ruffled her hair, noticing the large bump on the back of Lin Ye's head. She smiled reassuringly. Okay, Sister Chime, I understand. The 6-year-old Lin Ye smiled at her sister Uzumaki Chime and made her way toward her bedroom. Upon entering her room, Lin Ye began to recall and organize the plot regarding the Uzumaki clan in Naruto. The Uzumaki clan was eradicated by a coalition of other ninja villages led by the Land of Water when Uzumaki Kushina was around 5 or 6 years old. Uzuki Kushina, along with Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Mikoto, and Senju Rokutree, were all of similar age. From what Lin Ye knew, Senju Rokutree was born 20 years prior in Konoha. The Uzumaki clan was destroyed approximately 25 years into Konoha's history. Currently, it was 12 years into Konoha's timeline, meaning there were roughly 13 years remaining before the complete annihilation of the Uzumaki clan. Armed with the method for learning Dragon Slayer magic, an incomplete transformation technique, and a powerful method for opening a celestial realm, Lin Ye mused that if she couldn't preserve the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world with these hidden potentials, she would be a disgrace to her identity as a transmigrator. With the knowledge that she had 13 years to grow stronger, Lin Ye felt her previously tense demeanor relax. As long as she proceeded diligently, she was certain to become a formidable force in the ninja world. Yet, she remained curious about the developments of the First Ninja World War, particularly concerning the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. If he were still alive, she could leverage the good relations between the Senju and Uzumaki clans to learn the Flying Thunder God technique from Senju Tobirama, as well as the Shadow Clone technique, which would be employed by Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist of Naruto. Indeed, the Shadow Clone technique would be perfectly suited for a ninja from the Uzumaki clan or Senju clan, both known for their vast chakra reserves. Chapter 2. The Death of the Second Hokage. As Lin Ye lay on her bed, contemplating the narrative of the Naruto world, her sister Uzumaki Chime had already prepared dinner. Xiaoyi, come eat. Grandpa might be late returning today. Uzumaki Chime pushed open Lin Ye's bedroom door, smiling as she addressed her lying form. Understood, sister, I'm coming. Lin Ye rose from her bed, slipped on her shoes, and followed Uzumaki Chime out of her room. Hey, Chime, why did you prepare dinner so early today? To their surprise, as Lin Ye and Uzumaki Chime took their seats at the dining table, an elderly man entered from outside. This was none other than their grandfather, Uzumaki Chinglu. Grandpa, why are you back so early? Is there nothing happening in the village? Uzumaki Chime, noticing her grandfather's early return, eagerly stood to help him serve his meal while curiously glancing at him. There's nothing major in the village, but Konoha is facing a significant crisis. Uzumaki Chinglu sat down leisurely, accepting the food from Uzumaki Chime, his expression grave as he addressed both her and Lin Ye. A major incident has occurred in Konoha. What happened, Grandpa? Upon hearing Uzumaki Kingla's words, Lin Ye immediately perked up, eager to inquire further. That brat from the Senju clan was killed by a traitor from the Cloud Village during a peace treaty signing. Uzumaki Chinglu took a mouthful of rice, savoring it before slowly revealing the news to Lin Ye. What? Senju Tobirama is dead? Lin Ye was taken aback by Uzumaki Kingla's revelation, standing in shock as she addressed her grandfather. Yes, it's true, this happened several days ago. We just hadn't received the report until now. Uzumaki Chinglu chuckled lightly as he patted Lin Ye's shoulder, recognizing her astonished expression. Yet Lin Ye found herself with little time to dwell on her grandfather's words. Although Lin Ye was aware that Senju Tobirama would perish during the First Shinobi World War, he never imagined that merely 12 years after the founding of Konoha, Senju Tobirama would already face such dire tribulations. Next, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, and Midogate, would unite their efforts to subdue the various factions within Konoha, ultimately ascending to the position of third Hokage with the support of the Uzumaki clan. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed the mantle of Hokage, the relationship between the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools and Konoha would significantly deteriorate. It would become exceedingly difficult to garner any benefits from Konoha thereafter. Lin Ye lamented the enigma of his memories being trapped within the womb at the time of his rebirth, wishing he had awakened them sooner. Had he done so, he could have acquired the shadow clone technique from the Senju clan during the formation of Konoha. Grandfather, starting tomorrow, I wish to learn the art of ninjutsu and become a formidable ninja, Lin Ye declared earnestly after finishing his meal, placing his utensils aside with determination as he spoke to his grandfather, Uzumaki Aoi. Haha, certainly, certainly. As it happens, Kimi-ai has no missions to undertake during this period. You can study under your sister Kimi-ai and begin with the basics of chakra extraction and drink ninjutsu. Uzumaki Aoi chuckled heartily, amused by Lin Ye's serious demeanor. Don't worry, Xiao, even if you do not pursue the knowledge of a ninja, your sister will always protect you. Kimi-ai reassured Lin Ye, noticing the resolute expression on his face as she gently patted his head. In Kimi-ai's eyes, her brother's desire to learn stemmed from the death of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and a sense of urgency after he had accidentally fallen and struck the back of his head during play. Rest assured, grandfather, I will strive to learn diligently, Lin Ye said, his gaze shimmering with emotion as he looked at his grandfather, Uzumaki Aoi, and sister Kimi-ai. Well then, if you wish to study the ways of ninja, you must first cultivate a robust physique. Kimi-ai advised you just had a fall today, so it will be best to get some rest tomorrow. I will wake you early, so you need not worry about me not teaching you. Kimi-ai collected Lin Ye's dishes, smiling as she spoke. Haha, Xiaoya, did you fall today? No wonder I noticed a large bump on the back of your head when I returned earlier, Uzumaki Aoi remarked, leaning back slightly as he burst into laughter upon seeing the bump on Lin Ye's head. Irritated by his grandfather's boisterous laughter, Lin Ye shot him an annoyed glance before retreating to his room. Once in his room, fatigue washed over him, and he succumbed to slumber. The next morning, Lin Ye awoke to the sound of his sister Kimi-ai calling him. Xiaoya, you're awake. Quickly freshen up, and after breakfast, I will teach you how to train, Kimi-ai said, playfully patting Lin Ye's cheek with a smile. All right, sister, I'm coming right away, Lin Ye replied, disregarding her playful gesture, and promptly got out of bed, hurrying to the dining table. Grandfather Uzumaki Aoi had already finished the breakfast prepared by Kimi-ai and had gone off to manage family affairs. After Lin Ye completed his breakfast, Kimi-ai led him to the study. Xiaoya, this is the chakra extraction technique. Pay close attention. If anything is unclear, feel free to ask your sister, Kimi-ai said, carefully retrieving a scroll from the bookshelf and placing it before Lin Ye. Understood, sister, Lin Ye nodded, swiftly unrolling the scroll and studying it intently. The Uzumaki clan, renowned for its long-standing lineage of bloodline limits, provided a comprehensive guide within the chakra extraction scroll, detailing how to sense one's mental energy and subsequently connect it to physical strength. Each step was meticulously explained, facilitating the comprehension of both mental and physical energies. With the advantage of his past lives' memories, Lin Ye effortlessly absorbed the contents of the scroll. Sister, I've finished reading. Can we begin practicing? Lin Ye inquired after reviewing the scroll multiple times. You finished? Do you truly understand it all? Kimi-ai asked, scrutinizing Lin Ye with a serious expression. Yes, I comprehend it. I can give a try now, Lin Ye affirmed, gazing earnestly at Kimi-ai. Very well, since you grasp it, let's put it to the test, Kimi-ai said, resigned to Lin Ye's determined expression. Having received the affirmation from the vortex beauty, Lin Ye settled into a meditative position, commencing the process of perceiving the spiritual and physical energies within himself. As instructed by the scroll. Chapter 3. The Urgency of Lin Ye as an Adult. Lin Ye possessed a significant advantage over the younger inhabitants of this world in terms of spiritual power when it came to cultivating chakra. Following the techniques described in the scroll for chakra extraction, Lin Ye effortlessly manipulated his inner spiritual energy within merely half an hour, embarking on an exploration of the latent energy within his physical form. With the aid of his formidable spiritual strength, he identified the inherent power of his body in just 10 minutes, beginning a gradual fusion of his physical and spiritual energies. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, endowed with the body of a sage, Lin Ye successfully extracted chakra within the span of an hour. However, he refrained from allowing the chakra to flow freely within him at the outset. Being a descendant of the Yin and Huang, Lin Ye understood that there were 3 vital energy centers, or dantians, within the human body. Lin Ye cautiously controlled the chakra within his body, locating the lower dantian, situated 3 inches below his navel. He began to channel his chakra into this energy center. As he extracted the chakra, he distinctly sensed a wave of fatigue enveloping his physical form, prompting him to cease further extraction. "How is it, Xiaoyi? Have you perceived your spiritual and physical strength?" His sister, Uzumaki Chime, inquired curiously upon noticing Lin Ye had opened his eyes. "Sister, I have successfully extracted the chakra," he replied. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Chime, and with a smile, he inquired, "What? You have extracted chakra? That seems improbable. Why do I not sense any flow of chakra within your body?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Chime was taken aback. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, endowed with the awakened powers of the Kagura heart, she possessed exceptional abilities and perception, particularly in detecting the presence of chakra. Despite her brother's claim of having extracted chakra, Uzumaki Chime found no indications of chakra remaining within him. This led her to question whether her brother had encountered some deviation in his perception of spiritual or physical energies. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Chime, with an expression of disbelief and could only shake his head in resignation. Lin Ye extended his right hand, gradually channeling the chakra from his dantian, allowing it to manifest upon his palm. "Sister, behold this chakra I have extracted," he proclaimed as he opened his hand, revealing the shimmering energy. It was only then that Uzumaki Kimii noticed the chakra materializing in her brother's grasp. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the manifestation. "Lin Ye, how did you achieve this? You managed to conceal your chakra entirely," she exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at him in wonder. "Surely, sister, you are familiar with the concept of the spiritual realm?" Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Chime, who held his hand, intently observing the chakra within his grasp. Employing his Kagai's Byakugan, he perceived the chakra, smiling as he addressed his sister. "Do you notice any difference?" Uzumaki Chime, upon witnessing Lin Ye retract his chakra only to find once more that there was no reaction within his body, inquired with curiosity. "I have discovered a peculiar space located 3 inches beneath my navel, which can be utilized to store chakra without detection by others." Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimii, and smiled as he spoke to her. 3 inches below the navel? Let me give it a try." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Kimii immediately settled into a cross-legged position, mimicking Lin Ye's stance, closed her eyes, and began to seek the location of the lower dantian within her body. After a short while, she successfully located the dantian that Lin Ye had mentioned. She carefully controlled the chakra within her, gently directing it into the lower dantian. How marvelous! This place truly holds the capacity to store chakra. Uzumaki Kimii, having infused all the chakra she possessed into the lower dantian, opened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed to Lin Ye, "Xiaoyi, you stay at home for now. I will go out and test whether storing chakra in this space will affect the use of ninjutsu or sealing techniques." Standing up, Uzumaki Kimii patted Lin Ye's head and smiled at him. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Chime, as she rushed outside with fervor, shaking his head in resignation. This was merely the beginning of her journey into the lower dantian. He had yet to inform her that there existed another dantian at the heart's position within the human body. As for his sister, Lin Ye chose to refrain from intervening. Instead, he activated the chakra extraction technique and began to peruse the records of several relatively simple ninjutsu techniques of lower rank that followed it. Unlike the ninjas of Konoha, the Uzumaki clan possessed a unique array of low-level jutsu, including the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, body replacement technique, and the body flicker technique. Aside from the first 3, the body flicker technique was also considered a relatively straightforward D-rank ninjutsu. Its execution was remarkably simple. By harnessing chakra beneath one's feet, a ninja could unleash a burst of chakra to propel themselves rapidly in a chosen direction. However, this technique came with a significant drawback. Its abrupt usage could result in severe stiffness, causing immense strain on the user's legs. Consequently, many practitioners found themselves needing to stand still for several moments to regain their composure after its application. On the battlefield, such stiffness rendered them vulnerable to enemy attacks, as opponents could easily exploit the practitioner's momentary immobility following the execution of the body flicker technique. After thoroughly examining the 4 rudimentary ninjutsu at home, Lin Ye gently set aside the scroll containing the techniques and cautiously began to practice these 4 D-rank ninjutsu. Thanks to the powerful chakra bestowed by the Uzumaki clan's lineage and the stability of his chakra reservoir, Lin Ye effortlessly performed the transformation technique, the substitution technique, and the clone technique, precisely as documented in the scroll. However, he encountered difficulties when attempting the body flicker technique. Lin Ye could effortlessly execute the body flicker technique. However, each attempt at utilizing the instantaneous movement resulted in a precarious instability, causing Sennin to invariably stumble and fall to the ground upon reaching his destination. Yet, when he attempted to reduce the chakra expended in his steps, the body flicker technique failed to provide sufficient speed. After trying 5 or 6 times, he managed to succeed only once. It is no wonder that Konoha village later decided to remove the body flicker technique from the ranks of basic ninjutsu. After successfully performing the technique, Lin Ye sighed with deep reflection. Once he had mastered all 4 D-rank ninjutsu, he summoned his storage space panel and turned his attention to the first tome of the Dragon Slayer magic within the system's space panel. Chapter 4, Dragon Slayer Sage Mode. Lin Ye activated the storage space panel and focused his consciousness on the first box containing the Dragon Slayer Magic Learning Book. A chime echoed, inquiring, "Would you like to learn?" As Lin Ye's attention remained riveted on the storage space panel, a line of text materialized. "Yes, yes, yes." Sennin, noticing the words that appeared on the panel, hastily directed his consciousness toward yes. With Lin Ye's confirmation, a radiant beam of light erupted from the storage space panel, soaring toward Lin Ye and merging into his mind. In an instant, a plethora of information flooded Lin Ye's consciousness, all pertaining to the cultivation of Dragon Slayer magic. In the world of fairy tale, the practice of Dragon Slayer magic necessitates the implantation of a dragon seed within an individual, allowing them to cultivate this extraordinary magic. Alternatively, one might implant a dragon crystal within the body to acquire the magic. However, within this tome, the process of learning Dragon Slayer magic is rendered far less cumbersome. Practitioners can harness a trace of dragon chi within themselves to forge their own dragon seed. Additionally, they may enlist the assistance of others to plant the dragon seed for them. The self-generated dragon seed, being inherently attuned to the practitioner, transcends the limitations of a singular attribute, evolving into a multi-attribute Dragon Slayer magic as the practitioner advances. The book notably emphasizes the optimal location for cultivating the dragon seed, the heart of the practitioner. It is posited that if the dragon seed is sown within the heart, its growth will ultimately yield dragon blood. This fusion of bloodlines significantly accelerates the practitioner's cultivation speed, circumventing the fate of Erin Belsarian, the originator of Dragon Slayer magic, who tragically lost her sense of smell and taste, plunging her into suffering. After thoroughly comprehending the entirety of the knowledge pertaining to the dragon-slaying magic, Lin Ye began to cultivate this formidable art, harnessing the faint traces of draconic energy gleaned from the recently perused tome. The dragon-slaying magic manual not only bestowed upon Lin Ye a wealth of knowledge regarding the arcane craft, but also infused him with a sliver of dragon power, which now resided within his being. Lin Ye, having located the fragment of dragon power within himself, meticulously sculpted a dragon seed according to the techniques of dragon-slaying magic. He skillfully guided this dragon seed into his heart. The moment the dragon seed nestled within his heart, Lin Ye felt an instantaneous surge as it began to resonate with the rhythmic pulsations of his heartbeat, drawing forth the latent energies within his being. The chakra residing in his lower dantian and the natural forces present in the environment coursed through his meridians and into his heart. These two potent forces were absorbed by the dragon seed, gradually nurturing the burgeoning dragon essence within Lin Ye's heart. Dragon Slaying Mode. Sensing the emergence of newfound dragon power within his heart, Lin Ye eagerly endeavored to activate the Dragon Slaying Mode. Instantly, the dragon power surged forth, and he was engulfed by an overwhelming force that erupted within him. In that fleeting moment, both his perceptual abilities and physical strength were dramatically amplified. This sensation, was it not akin to the Sage Mode? Lin Ye sensed the transformation within himself and discovered that it bore an uncanny resemblance to the Sage Mode of the Naruto world. He murmured to himself, haha. It seems this so-called Dragon Slayer mode is quite similar to Sage Mode. After several moments of contemplation and scrutiny, Lin Ye confirmed that his Dragon Slayer mode indeed shared striking similarities with Sage Mode, particularly the modified version he had acquired. Upon this realization, Lin Ye resolved that when explaining his abilities to both family and outsiders, he would no longer refer to it as Dragon Slayer mode, but rather as Dragon Slayer Sage Mode. The Dragon Slayer magic, capable of devouring abilities of the same attribute, would also be classified as a unique sage technique of the Dragon Slayer Sage Mode. Before Lin Ye could further explore any exceptional aspects of his Dragon Slayer mode, The draconic energy stored within the seed of the dragon was swiftly depleted due to his activation of the Dragon Slayer mode. So soon? It's all consumed, he thought. It seems I must exercise caution in the future. I cannot exhaust all my draconic energy at once. Lin Ye sensed the waning of his dragon seed. He furrowed his brow and softly spoke. Xiao Yi, you have uncovered a great secret. Just as Lin Ye was preparing to cultivate the dragon annihilation magic to accumulate dragon energy, his sister, Xuanhua Qimei, burst into the room, exclaiming loudly to Lin Ye, Sister. What is it? Lin Ye reluctantly paused his cultivation, casting a helpless glance at his sister, Uzumaki Qimei. The chakra stored just below the navel not only facilitated the execution of ninjutsu, but also made chakra manipulation remarkably more convenient. This discovery is truly remarkable, Uzumaki Qimei exclaimed, lifting Lin Ye in her excitement. Most importantly, the chakra retained in that region would not dissipate due to its flow within the body, allowing for a continuous accumulation of energy. Supporting Lin Ye's shoulders, Uzumaki Qimei eagerly continued, All right, dear sister. I shall refer to the area 3 inches below the navel as the dantian, or lower dantian. It is imperative that you do not casually disclose this information. Let it remain a secret art passed down in our family, never to be revealed to anyone else. Lin Ye helplessly gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Qimei, and spoke solemnly to her. Ah, why is that? If this ability were entrusted to our clan, our Uzumaki village would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Qimei was immediately taken aback, looking at him in confusion and inquiring, Brother, I am only 6 years old this year. If this information were to be disclosed, it would attract the attention of many shinobi towards me. In the current shinobi world, the Cloud Village, Mist Village, Sand Village, Stone Village, and even Konoha are not adversaries that our Uzumaki clan can contend with. Lin Ye gazed out the window, his tone laced with concern as he spoke to Uzumaki Qimei. But aren't we in an alliance with Konohagakure? Why must we remain wary of them? Upon hearing the mention of Konohagakure, Uzumaki Qimei immediately questioned Lin Ye. Sister, you are mistaken. Our true allies are the Senju clan, for we are distant relatives sharing the same bloodline. However, the next Hokage will not be a member of the Senju clan. To seize control of Konohagakure, he must diminish the Senju clan's influence within the village. Moreover, every other village possesses tailed beasts, and their ambition to create the perfect Jinchuriki will inevitably lead them to target our village. Lin Ye looked at his sister, Uzumaki Qimei, with a sense of helplessness and spoke to her. Chapter 5. The Great Awakening of the Immortal Body. What? How can this be possible? Uzumaki Qimei exclaimed in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Ye. Sister, you underestimate the 5 great ninja villages. It is quite possible that they desire not only the unique sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, but also wish to obtain the bloodline limits possessed by our lineage. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Qimei, with a tranquil expression and assured her, Rest assured, I will keep your secret. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Qimei nodded earnestly, promising him her utmost sincerity. With her assurance, Lin Ye felt confident to commence his training in the dragon annihilation magic. It remains uncertain whether it was due to being an otherworldly traveler or the innate strength of his soul, or perhaps Lin Ye's exceptional talent. In pursuit of mastering the dragon annihilation magic, he decided to assess his attributes. To his astonishment, he discovered that he possessed not only the 5 elemental chakras of earth, water, wind, fire, and lightning, but also the 2 yin-yang attributes. Despite having a complete array of 7 attributes, Lin Ye refrained from hastily selecting one to practice the dragon annihilation magic. Instead, after careful contemplation, he deliberately chose the lightning attribute to hone his offensive techniques in lightning-based dragon annihilation magic. In the future, the Mist Ninja Village would stand as the greatest adversary of the Uzumaki clan. Thus, the lightning attribute would not only aid Lin Ye in refining his physical prowess, but also counteract the water-based techniques employed by the ninjas of the Mist Village. Moreover, the entire land of waves is an island nation surrounded by water. He envisioned a strategy akin to that of Uchiha Sasuke when he battled Uchiha Itachi, utilizing powerful fire techniques to evaporate the surrounding moisture, thus forming cumulonimbus clouds to summon natural lightning, thereby enhancing his offensive capabilities during combat. Sister, prepare yourself. Lightning Dragon's Destructive Fist. In the training ground, Lin Ye's right fist crackled with violet lightning as he swiftly launched an attack at his sister, Uzumaki Qimei. Observing the swirling electricity enveloping Lin Ye's fist, Uzumaki Chime refrained from recklessly engaging and instead executed a body flicker technique, evading Lin Ye's iron fist strike. Fire release, magnificent explosive flame. After dodging Lin Ye's attack, Uzumaki Chime immediately retaliated with a fire technique aimed squarely at him. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Chime, as she unleashed 5 fireballs directed towards him. A faint smile graced his lips before he inhaled deeply. The roar of the thunder dragon echoed through the air. Although the formidable dragon's roar was not aimed directly at his sister, but rather at the fire-style ninjutsu she had cast, its impact still generated a powerful shockwave, sending Uzumaki Chime flying. Xiaoyi, the lightning-based ninjutsu you've developed is truly impressive. When will you teach it to your sister? Uzumaki Chime grumbled, dusting herself off as she rose from the ground. Do not worry, sister. After I practice for a while longer, I will impart it to you. After all, I am still uncertain of its flaws. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, shaking his head in resignation, and spoke calmly to her, Vortex Chime. Despite having diligently practiced the dragon annihilation magic for an entire month, the power of the dragon within him remained exceedingly scarce. Once he activated the dragon annihilation mode, he found himself unable to utilize the enhanced dragon annihilation magic. Currently, the dragon annihilation magic he employed was merely an attack derived from the lightning attribute chakra within him, transformed through the dragon annihilation technique. In order to crystallize a dragon seed and implant it within his sister Vortex Chime's heart, Lin Ye knew he had to persevere in his training. By the way, sister, I have been feeling a warmth in my heart lately. What could this phenomenon signify? After Lin Ye and his sister Uzumaki Chime had gathered all the ninja tools, a thought suddenly struck Lin Ye. Curiously, he turned to his sister Uzumaki Chime and inquired, "What is it? Has your heart begun to warm?" Uzumaki Chime, upon hearing Lin Ye's question, looked at him with delight and replied, "Ah, little Ye, this is indeed a wonderful thing. What good news do you speak of?" Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimiko, whose expression radiated delight. He blinked in curiosity and inquired, "Are you aware of the unique abilities possessed by our Uzumaki clans?" Observing Lin Ye's look of bewilderment, Uzumaki Kimiko smiled and asked, "What do you know about them?" "I am aware that they possess the capability to seal chakra, known as the Vajra lock, the ability to sense chakra over vast distances, referred to as the Kagura mind's eye, and the power of healing, which is the ability to restore physical vitality. These should be the 3 primary abilities." Lin Ye, upon hearing Uzumaki Chime's inquiry, contemplated for a moment before responding. Indeed, these are the 3 abilities. When members of the Uzumaki clan awaken these powers, it typically occurs during a moment of heightened heart activity. Subsequently, through relentless training and the advancement of chakra mastery, one may eventually awaken the other 2 abilities. However, this latter awakening is quite arduous. Generally, this innate awakening possesses a degree of hereditary specificity, yet some individuals may manifest distinct abilities. For instance, my sister awakened the Kagura mind's eye, while my grandfather exhibited the diamond lock. Among our family, the capacity for physical healing is the least frequently awakened. Nevertheless, prior to any awakening, all clan members experience a sensation of warmth in their hearts. Given that your heart is currently aflame, it is quite probable that you are on the verge of awakening the unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan sage body. Uzumaki Chime gazed at Yi and cheerfully elucidated, "Is that so? That is truly wonderful." Upon hearing her sister Uzumaki Kimiai's words, Lin Ye's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. While he remained indifferent towards the aspect of physical healing, it was the unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan, the Kagura mind's eye and the diamond lock, that truly captured his attention. With these 2 powers, Lin Ye would possess the means to counter the tailed beasts of the various ninja villages on the battlefield. However, it was customary for members of the clan to awaken their innate abilities at the age of 12, with very few exceptions occurring prior to that age. This situation was unprecedented. Kimiai, perplexed, turned her gaze towards Lin Ye, finding it utterly astonishing that he began to awaken his innate powers at just over 6 years of age. Upon hearing her sister's doubts, Lin Ye pondered quietly within herself. The reason for her early awakening of the abilities was likely intricately linked to her practice of the dragon-slaying magic. After all, the dragon-slaying magic transforms the human body into that of a dragon. It is conceivable that the of the Vortex clan, influenced by the natural energy absorbed through the dragon-slaying magic, could awaken prematurely. However, a more significant possibility lies within the hereditary constitution of the Tsutsuki clan. Under the influence of the dragon-slaying magic, this constitution may begin to resist its effects, thereby facilitating an early awakening. In her pursuit to awaken the unique capabilities of the Vortex clan, Lin Ye began to experiment by reserving a portion of the natural energy she absorbed to nourish her body, hastening her awakening of the distinctive powers inherent to her lineage. To her astonishment, this approach indeed led to an early manifestation of her abilities. Chapter 6: Persuasion of Grandfather. Lin Ye's celestial body possesses remarkable capabilities. Having awakened not just once, but simultaneously manifested 3 distinct powers. Whether it be the formidable Vajra seal that restrains chakra, the extensive chakra sensing ability known as the Kagura Hard Eye, or even the rare healing abilities characteristic of the Uzumaki clan, Lin Ye has achieved them all in one extraordinary awakening. Despite having unlocked these 3 formidable powers, he refrains from disclosing them to the outside world, fully aware of the implications. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, has passed away, and the First Shinobi World War continues to loom ahead. Although references to this war are scarce within the narratives of the Hokage, insights gleaned from the Fourth Shinobi World War, particularly through the reincarnation of individuals, suggest that the Second Hokage met his demise around the time of the First Shinobi World War. Notably, the reincarnated Second Tsuchikage and Second Mizukage, such as Kageyama and the ghostly figure of Zuki Mangetsu, indicate that they too will ultimately meet a fate akin to their original conclusions in a relatively short span of time. However, the Land of Whirlpool, positioned between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water and maintaining a long-standing alliance with Konohagakure, is likely to assist Konoha in defending against the potential aggression of Kirigakure towards the Land of Fire and its village. This elucidates why, following the First Shinobi World War, Kirigakure would disregard the existence of Konoha and proceed to annihilate the Uzumaki clan. Kaya, I heard from your sister that your heart is ablaze. How are you? Have your special abilities awakened? On this particular day, as they were dining, Grandfather Uzumaki Aoi suddenly inquired of Lin Ye. Yes, they have already awakened. As Lin Ye dined, he casually spoke to his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu. Has the awakening truly occurred, and so soon? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Grandfather Vortex Qinglu turned to him in astonishment and replied, Indeed, the awakening has already taken place. Lin Ye had no intention of concealing the innate abilities of his grandfather's awakened celestial physique. He replied nonchalantly, What abilities have you awakened? Vortex Qinglu set down his chopsticks and looked at Lin Ye with a serious expression, inquiring further. As for the abilities I have awakened, they are the Vajra Lock and the Kagura Hard Eye. Lin Ye gazed into the fervent eyes of his grandfather and spoke in a calm tone. Regarding the ability of physical healing, Lin Ye was reluctant to disclose it to his grandfather. He understood that if his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, were to learn of it, he would undoubtedly thrust Lin Ye into the fray at a critical moment, compelling him to heal the wounds of their kin. Lin Ye had no desire to resemble Vortex Xiangling, covered in bite marks all over her body. Even the thought of a single one made her feel nauseated. Haha. 2 abilities. Little Ye, your talent is truly remarkable. In the future, you will undoubtedly empower our Vortex Ninja Village and assist Konoha in fending off the Mist Ninja Village. Her grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, exclaimed with excitement to Lin Ye. Upon hearing the words of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, Lin Ye's expression darkened immediately. He was taken aback that even his grandfather, an elder of the Vortex clan, would exhibit such affinity towards Konoha, especially in the context of their relationship. Grandfather, regarding Konoha, I must advise you not to hold them in such high regard. Lin Ye set down his chopsticks, his expression grave as he turned to his grandfather, Senju Aoi, and spoke. Is there anything wrong with that? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Senju Aoi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lin Ye in confusion. Grandfather, it is the Senju clan with whom we share a close relationship, not the entire Konoha village. Lin Ye gazed solemnly at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and earnestly remarked, Isn't the Hidden Leaf village established by the Senju clan's Hashirama Senju? Our great-aunt, Vortex Mido, was even the wife of Hashirama. Our ties with the Hidden Leaf village are quite strong, so you need not worry. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Vortex Qinglu smiled and offered him reassurance. Grandfather, the next Hokage is not a member of the Senju clan. Once he ascends to the position, the Senju clan's prestige in the Hidden Leaf village will be exceedingly high. If he does not diminish the influence of the Senju, his authority as Hokage will be rendered meaningless in the village. What do you think? Lin Ye gazed solemnly at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and earnestly inquired, As far as I know, the next Hokage seems to be a disciple of Senju Tobarama. Surely, Once he assumes the role of Hokage, he would not act detrimentally towards the Senju clan, would he? Upon hearing Lin Ye's question, Vortex Qinglu responded uncertainly, "My dear grandson, consider this for yourself. A person who is not of the Senju clan, merely bound by a master-disciple relationship, has ascended to the position of Hokage. Will he prioritize the welfare of his own family? Or will he incessantly leverage the authority of the Hokage to propel the Senju clan into perilous endeavors for the advancement of Konohagakure? In such circumstances, as distant relatives of the Senju clan and allies of the village's outsiders, do you believe that the Hokage of Konohagakure would regard us with any concern?" Lin Ye gazed intently at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and coldly addressed him. Upon hearing his grandson's retort, Vortex Qinglu felt a chill run down his spine. However, Lin Ye did not afford his grandfather the opportunity to respond and continued, "We aided the Hidden Leaf Village in fending off the Hidden Mist Village. Thus, once the war concludes, should the Hidden Mist Village turn its aggression towards our Vortex country and its ninjas, it is highly probable that we could be eradicated by them if the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village merely delays in sending reinforcements to our aid." Lin Ye's calm demeanor belied a profound chill as he delivered the final blow to his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, rendering him utterly slumped in his chair. "Is that so? So, our Vortex nation is in peril, then? This is quite concerning," the elder mumbled to himself, seated and despondent. "Xiaoyi, you've spoken at length. Do you have any solutions? Hurry, tell me, look how agitated you've made your grandfather." Beside them, Vortex Chime, initially swayed by her younger brother's reasonings, was startled to see their grandfather so frightened by Lin Ye's words. She promptly rose and slapped Lin Ye, exclaiming, "Indeed, Xiaoyu, since you've contemplated these matters, have you considered how we might address such a situation?" Upon hearing his granddaughter's words, Vortex Qinglu quickly regained his composure. If his grandson could ponder such issues, it was inconceivable that he would remain uninformed about potential resolutions. Even if Lin Ye's suggestions were not exhaustive, they could serve as valuable points of reference. "Grandfather, you fear Kirigakure too greatly. In truth, there is no need to worry about the entirety of the village mobilizing against us." Lin Ye gazed at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and confidently addressed him. Chapter 7, Visitors from Konoha. Lin Ye gazed at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, aware that his words had startled the old man. After all, no matter how one viewed the Mist Ninja Village, a settlement forged by numerous formidable clans, it undoubtedly surpassed the Vortex Ninja Village, which was solely established by the Vortex clan. "Grandfather," he said, "even if the Mist Ninja Village wished to confront the Vortex Ninja Village, it could never mobilize all its ninjas for a life-and-death struggle against us. There are, after all, for other powerful ninja villages in the shinobi world. Engaging in such a desperate conflict with the Vortex Ninja Village could very well lead to our downfall, only to be annihilated by IWA, Suna, and Kumo, the ninja villages driven by enmity." As Lin Ye smiled at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, he said, "Oh, indeed, it is so." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, a faint smile emerged on the previously despondent face of grandfather Vortex Qinglu. "You rascal, you only know how to scare your grandfather." Vortex Qinglu, recalling his earlier despair, felt a flush of embarrassment. It was astonishing that he was nearly brought to the brink of collapse by a few words from his little grandson. Irritated, he shot Lin Yu a sidelong glance. "Enough, grandfather. Do not blame Xiaoyi. You had already given up on yourself before he could finish speaking. Who can be blamed for that?" His sister, Vortex Chime, thought grandfather's stern words were aimed at Lin Ye and gently chastised him. "You should just protect him." Observing his granddaughter defending Lin Ye, Vortex Qinglu snorted softly and promptly picked up his bowl, resuming his meal with haste. Exchanging a brief glance and a smile with Lin Ye, Vortex Chime then focused on her food, silencing further conversation. "Elder Qinglu, someone from Konoha has arrived. The clan leader requests your presence to receive the guests." After finishing his meal, Lin Ye returned to his room to commence his training, while the already busy Vortex Qinglu leisurely sat on the sofa, sipping tea. In a flurry, a member of the Vortex clan rushed in, exclaiming loudly to Vortex Qinglu, "The people from Konoha are here." "Very well, I understand. I shall go at once," Vortex Qinglu replied, springing to his feet upon hearing the report. "Grandfather, have the people from Konoha arrived?" Lin Ye, who was practicing the dragon destruction technique inside the room, hurried out to inquire. "Yes, indeed. The clan leader's notification should not be problematic," Vortex Qinglu responded with a smile while putting on his shoes. "Grandfather, regardless of what the Konoha representatives say, do not agree to deal with the Mist Ninjas alone. Also, request the techniques of Shadow Clone and flying thunder god from Konoha. Upon hearing his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu's response, Lin Ye immediately suggested to his grandfather with a serious demeanor, "Oh, what abilities do the Shadow Clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique possess?" Intrigued by Lin Ye's inquiry, Vortex Qinglu promptly asked him for clarification. The Shadow Clone technique allows one to create numerous tangible copies of oneself. The more chakra one possesses, the greater the number of clones that can be generated. Conversely, the Flying Thunder God technique is a space-time ninjutsu that enables instantaneous movement while leaving behind spatial coordinates. Upon hearing his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu's inquiry, Lin Ye promptly responded, "These two ninjutsu techniques possess a high level of mastery, do they not? The people of Konohagakure would not so readily entrust them to us." In response to Lin Ye's words, Vortex Qinglu's expression turned grave as he addressed Lin Ye, grandson. Should the representatives from Konohagakure be unwilling to surrender these two ninjutsu, then you must issue them a straightforward warning. Without these techniques, we shall not assist them in fending off the assault from the Mist Village. Upon hearing the words of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, Lin Ye responded with an air of indifference, "Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest." Vortex Qinglu observed his grandson, Lin Ye, whose countenance had abruptly turned cold at his remarks. He hastily waved his hand in a gesture of resignation and addressed Lin Ye, acknowledging the stubbornness and fiery temper of his young grandson. Regardless, this proposal would undoubtedly benefit the hidden Whirlpool Village, even if the formidable space-time ninjutsu could not be summoned. Vortex Qinglu believed that the ability to manifest multiple shadow clones through chakra division was still within reach. "I shall take my leave now. Await my news," he declared. After changing his shoes and donning his attire, Vortex Qinglu strode out with great purpose. Lin Ye watched his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, stride confidently out the door. With a soft smile, he retreated to his room to continue cultivating the power of the dragon. The Dragon Slayer technique is exceedingly formidable. For his own safety and that of his loved ones, he must hasten his growth. Only with enhanced dragon power can he hope to impart the Dragon Slayer technique to his sister, Vortex Qime, and his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, thereby augmenting their strength as well. Vortex Qinglu arrived at the Vortex Shadow Hall in the village of Vortex Ninja, where the clan leader, Vortex Looming, awaited him. "My apologies for the delay, clan leader," Vortex Qinglu said apologetically upon entering the hall. No worries, Qinglu. This is Elder Senju Jujian from the Senju clan, who has come with a request." Vortex Looming interjected, smiling as he gestured to the Leaf Village ninja seated beside him. "Oh, Elder Jujian, greetings. May I inquire what matter brings you here?" Vortex Qinglu asked, smiling as he took the first seat on the left, addressing Elder Senju Jujian across from him. "Elder Qinglu, you are too kind. However, with the recent passing of clan leader Tobarama, the Leaf Village is in disarray and may be unable to provide assistance. We thought it best to consult with you regarding your village's stance on facing the Mist Village alone," Elder Jujian stated candidly. "What? You expect our Vortex clan to fend off the combined forces of the Mist Village?" "Absolutely not," Vortex Qinglu exclaimed, his eyes widening in indignation at Elder Jujian's suggestion. "Are you intent on exterminating the Vortex clan?" he demanded, slamming his hand on the table in a cold rebuke. Elder Jujian was momentarily taken aback by Vortex Qinglu's intense reaction, unsure of how to respond. "But this is the request of Lord Mizuho. Surely, you must consider his opinion," he stammered after a prolonged silence. "Haha, truly, the wife of Senju Hashirama forgets so quickly. She too is of the Vortex clan," Vortex Qinglu retorted with a cold laugh. "What? Has she, upon marrying the god of ninja, decided to sacrifice the entire Vortex clan to fill the void left by her husband?" The more he pondered, the angrier he became, directing his fury at Elder Jujian. "Enough, Qinglu. There is no need for such harsh words," Vortex Luhue, aware of the familial ties, shot a disapproving look at Elder Jujian while attempting to maintain peace. However, as Vortex Suehue's sister, the bond between them had been strong before her marriage. To spare her some dignity, Vortex Luhue calmly intervened, urging Vortex Qinglu to cease his tirade. "Yes, clan leader," Vortex Qinglu relented, falling silent at Vortex Luhue's request. Choosing to remain quiet. "As the leader of the Vortex clan, I cannot agree to let our village stand alone against the Mist Village. Inform Lord Mizuho that the Vortex Village has no obligation to bear the brunt for the Leaf Village. Should they fail to provide support, we shall allow the Mist Village to traverse the Vortex Nation unimpeded and wage war against the Fire Nation," Vortex Luhue declared steadily, fixing his gaze on Elder Jujian. "Indeed, that is correct. We have defended the Leaf Village against numerous assaults from the Mist Village, The Leaf Village must also bear its share of the burden. I demand nothing extravagant, merely 2 jutsu from your Senju clan, the multiple shadow clone technique and the flying thunder god technique. Relay this to Lord Mizuho and inquire if the Vortex clan is still considered her family. Vortex Qinglu interjected, a smile gracing his face at Vortex Luhue's demands. Qinglu, refrain from unnecessary remarks, Vortex Luhue admonished, displeased with Vortex Qinglu's continued disparagement of Vortex Suiwei. Vortex Qinglu, hearing Vortex Luhue's interruption, chose to remain silent, acquiescing to her request. Elder Jujian, observing Vortex Luhue's defense of Vortex Suiwei, felt a flicker of hope that there remained some affection between the 2 sisters. A faint smile appearing on his face as he cautiously addressed Vortex Luhue. Clan leader Luhue, Lord Mizuho wishes for you to select a girl from the Vortex clan who has awakened the Diamond Seal to bring to the Leaf Village, intending to train her as the next Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails. What are your thoughts on this? Elder Jujian inquired, treading carefully. He dared not make requests directly to Vortex Qinglu, fearing a repeat of Qinglu's earlier outburst. However, upon hearing Elder Jujian's words, Vortex Luhue's expression soured. Her sister's messages to the village had either requested aid against enemies or demanded personnel, demonstrating no consideration for the interests of the Vortex clan. Enough. Do not bring forth such demands again, or I shall sever ties with her, Vortex Luhue declared, her affection for her sister wavering. The words spoken by Elder Qinglu had struck a nerve, reminding her that as the clan leader of the Vortex clan, she should not be subjected to such unreasonable requests from a mere elder of the Senju clan. Return to your Leaf Village at once, Vortex Luhue said coldly. Rising from her seat and leaving the Vortex Shadow Hall, go back and ask Vortex Suiwei if she still considers herself a member of the Vortex clan. Vortex Qinglu remarked with a mocking tone as he slowly followed Vortex Luhue out of the hall. Once outside, Elder Jujian, his face clouded with disappointment, watched as both Vortex Luhue and Vortex Qinglu departed. He ultimately left the Vortex Village, his spirits low as he made his way back to the Leaf Village. Vortex Qinglu, swaying slightly, returned home. Chime, quickly pour me a cup of tea. I've spoken so much without even a sip of water. I'm parched. He called out as he stepped inside, removing his shoes and outer garments. Yes, Grandpa. Coming right up, Vortex Chime replied, promptly rising to prepare the tea. Grandpa, what business did the Leaf Village have? Upon hearing the voice of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, Lin Ye emerged from his bedroom, curious to inquire about his grandfather's thoughts. Isn't it your grandaunt, Vortex Shuehu, who not only demands our assistance in repelling the attacks from the Mist Village, but also seeks to select a girl from the Vortex clan to serve as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha? What are they thinking? It's utterly impossible. Grandfather Vortex Qinglu, taking a sip of his tea, replied disdainfully. Haha. They may not have yet processed the news of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's passing. To utter such conditions is preposterous. As he spoke, Grandfather Vortex Qinglu set down his teacup and, with a smile, turned to Lin Ye. Grandfather, don't just dwell on that. I asked you to request the Shadow Clone Technique and the Flying Thunder God Technique from the people of Konoha. Have you made the request? Lin Ye gazed at his grandfather, casting a resigned glance before inquiring. Rest assured, how could Grandfather possibly forget? I have already discussed it with the elder of the Senju clan, and he will inform Uzumaki Mito upon his return. Upon hearing Lin Ye's discontented words directed at him, Uzumaki Qinglu hastily smiled and replied, that will suffice. As long as you have mentioned it, we must at least acquire the technique of the Shadow Clone Jutsu. This way, our Uzumaki clan will possess a significant advantage when engaging in battles against other ninjas. Upon hearing the words of his grandfather, Lin Ye's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He smiled at his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, and inquired, Grandpa, is this technique of multiple shadow clones truly as formidable as you say? Uzumaki Qinglu, intrigued by his grandson's question, eagerly responded, Indeed, my dear Lin Ye. The technique of multiple shadow clones can create numerous replicas, serving not only to scout enemy movements but also to facilitate the rapid mastery of other challenging ninjutsu. With the application of this extraordinary technique, the strength of all members of the Uzumaki clan in our village will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Lin Ye, upon hearing the inquiry from his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, responded with confidence. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will find a way to acquire the Shadow Clone technique for you. Upon hearing his grandson's words, Vortex Qinglu smiled and patted Lin Ye's shoulder, promising him, with his grandfather's assurance. Lin Ye smiled and returned to his room to begin his training in the Dragon Slayer magic. Chapter 9. Vortex Mizuhito's heartache in Konoha village. Vortex Mizuhito remained restless after dispatching Senju Kakashi to the land of whirlpools. Although she understood the grave danger of allowing the Whirlpool Ninja Village to confront the formidable Mist Ninja Village alone, she felt compelled to take decisive action to protect the village established by her husband, Senju Hashirama. Mizuhito-sama, Elder Kakashi has returned. Lord Sarutobi is also waiting outside. A member of the Senju clan reported softly, his head bowed. Quickly, let Kakashi and Hisashi in. Vortex Mizuhito replied with excitement upon hearing the report. Yes, Mizuhito-sama. The Senju member nodded and exited promptly. Before long, Senju Kakashi entered Vortex Mizuhito's quarters alongside Sarutobi Hisashi. Hisashi, your timing is impeccable. Kakashi has just returned from the Whirlpool Ninja Village. Let us hear what news he brings, Vortex Mizuhito said, gesturing for Hisashi to take a seat at her left. Kakashi, was your journey to the Whirlpool Ninja Village smooth? Vortex Mizuhito inquired with a smile. Upon hearing her question, Senju Kakashi blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Kakashi, what troubles you? Did you encounter other ninja villages and fail to reach the Whirlpool Ninja Village? Vortex Mizuhito's brow furrowed as she observed his demeanor. No, Mizuhito-sama. I did reach the Whirlpool Ninja Village, Kakashi replied, gritting his teeth in response to her reprimand. And what did my brother, Vortex Lihito, and the elder, Vortex Qinglu, have to say? Vortex Mizuhito asked, her expression brightening at the mention of them. Lihito did not agree to allow the Whirlpool Ninja Village to face the Mist Ninja Village alone. Elder Qinglu remarked that since you became Lord Hashirama's wife, you have forgotten your roots in the Vortex clan and your surname, Kakashi relayed, struggling to speak through gritted teeth. Vortex Mizuhito stood frozen, disbelief etched across her face. What did you say? Impossible. I am a princess of the Vortex clan. How could they say such things? You must be lying, Kakashi. You never went to the Whirlpool Ninja Village and were forced back. So you're trying to deceive me, aren't you? After a brief moment of stunned silence, Vortex Mizuhito's anger erupted, and she stood, loudly chastising Kakashi. Mizuhito-sama, how could I lie about such matters concerning Konoha Village? Lihito and Elder Qinglu truly said as I have relayed. Kakashi defended himself, rising to confront her. Though he desired the unwavering support of the Whirlpool Ninja Village, he would not dare fabricate lies about such significant matters involving the Vortex clan. No, how can this be? Do they no longer want me? Vortex Mizuhito cried out in despair, her tears flowing freely upon confirming that Kakashi was truthful. Mizuhito-sama, please try to hold back your tears. The village still needs you. If you collapse, Konoha village will be doomed, Sarutobi Hisashi urged, stepping forward to support her, genuinely concerned. Hisashi, you don't understand, Vortex Mizuhito replied, shaking her head in sorrow, repeatedly asserting that he could not comprehend her plight, leaving him puzzled. Despite his confusion, Hisashi dared not release his hold on her, as he relied on her support for his own standing. Though designated as the third Hokage by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, he lacked any real authority without Vortex Mizuhito's backing. After weeping for a while, Vortex Mizuhito staggered back to her seat and turned to Kakashi. Speak. What further demands has the Whirlpool Ninja Village made? Let us hear them all. The clan leader Lihito stated that in order to combat the Mist Ninja Village, Konoha must contribute. Otherwise, they will abandon the land of whirlpools and allow the Mist Ninja Village's ninjas to enter the land of fire. Furthermore, Elder Qinglu insisted that we must compensate for the previous unilateral resistance against the Mist Ninja Village by providing the forbidden techniques of the Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God. Kakashi conveyed gravely. Is that so? Lihito and Qinglu have made their intentions clear, Vortex Mizuhito remarked, feeling a wave of emotion wash over her. Before sinking once more into contemplation, she recognized that while her brother, Lihito, and cousin, Qinglu, did not make unreasonable demands, their very requests signified their denial of her as their sister, marking the end of her ties to the Vortex clan. Kakashi, you may take your leave to rest. I shall find a way to address this matter. There is no need for your involvement henceforth. Vortex Mizuhito stated with finality. Yes, Mizuhito-sama. Please take care of yourself. Kakashi replied, standing to bow slightly before turning to exit. What shall we do now, Mizuhito-sama? If the Whirlpool Ninja Village fails to assist us, the pressure on our village will be unbearable. Hisashi spoke urgently once Kakashi had departed. Hisashi, I can no longer extend my assistance to you regarding the Whirlpool Ninja Village. You must select someone to lead a team to aid them. Since clan leader Lihito has made his stance clear, it indicates that there are no conditions left for negotiation. As you embark on your journey, ensure that you deliver the techniques of the Shadow Clone Jutsu and the Flying Thunder God technique into the hands of Elder Qinglu. Otherwise, your endeavors within the Vortex Ninja Village may prove exceedingly arduous. The expression on Vortex Mizuho's face was grave as he regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, speaking earnestly to him. After imparting his words, Mizuho turned and strode back into the house. In his quest to assist Sarutobi Hiruzen in becoming the third Hokage, Vortex Mizuho felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Chapter 10. The Gathering of the Dragon Soul within the village of Konoha. Vortex Mizuho was weary to the core, while in the Vortex Ninja Village. Lin Ye found himself ensnared in a bottleneck in his training. It was uncertain whether it was due to his tender age, but Lin Ye's Dragon Slayer magic and the power of the dragon ceased to augment after reaching a certain threshold. Each time he generated even a trace of dragon power, it would be immediately absorbed by Lin Ye's body. Yet, paradoxically, without that slightest hint of dragon power, Lin Ye could not condense the dragon seed, thus preventing him from imparting the Dragon Slayer magic to his sister, Vortex Chime. This predicament left Lin Ye in a state of distress, and after 3 days of perseverance, he resolved to pursue new abilities, ceasing the rigorous training in Dragon Slayer magic. In the realm of ninja arts, Lin Ye did not intend to delve deeply, save for the sealing techniques of the Vortex clan. Thus, Lin Ye once again opened his storage space panel, focusing his attention on the dragon transformation technique, incomplete. A prompt appeared, asking if he wished to learn. Lin Ye skillfully clicked yes and began to absorb the contents of the Transformation Dragon Sutra. My goodness, how broken it is. You are truly extraordinary. After absorbing the information contained within the incomplete transformation of the Dragon Sutra, Lin Ye expressed his profound sentiments. Within this fragmented scripture, there exists not a shred of alternative cultivation methods, but rather 2 abilities of paramount importance to the dragon lineage, the condensation of the dragon soul and the crystallization of the dragon pearl. It can be asserted that only through the complete manifestation of both the dragon soul and the dragon pearl can a soul bearing the bloodline of a dragon truly embark on the path of transformation. Many legends speak of carp leaping over the dragon gate or serpents transforming into majestic dragons. However, these beings do not belong to the true dragon lineage. Even if they attain cultivation, they shall not be welcomed by dragons. Only those who cultivate the dragon soul and crystallize the dragon pearl may rightfully be deemed true dragons. The dragon soul augments the practitioner's spiritual prowess, while the dragon pearl refines the practitioner's essence. Most crucially, the dragon pearl serves as the dragon's innate treasure. The more formidable the dragon pearl, the mightier the dragon it represents. However, the strength of the dragon pearl is accompanied by an even greater demand for the power required to condense it. After considerable contemplation, Lin Ye ultimately resolved to focus on condensing the dragon soul first. Although the cultivation of the dragon soul is relatively straightforward, its benefits are substantial and precisely what Lin Ye requires. Once he successfully condenses the dragon soul, his resistance to illusions will be significantly heightened. No celestial-grade illusion shall have the power to affect him, should he alter the fate of the Uzumaki clan. It is conceivable that Uchiha Madara may descend upon them to select a vessel capable of bearing his Rinnegan. With such exceptional talent, Lin Ye is certain to attract Madara's attention, and thus he prepares himself in advance. After repeatedly perusing the methods of condensing the dragon soul within the entire dragon transformation technique, Lin Ye began to earnestly envision the presence of a dragon within his consciousness. The initial step of the dragon soul condensation method is relatively simple, commencing with the dragon visualization diagram. Even beings devoid of dragon bloodlines may engage in this practice. However, achieving mastery remains a distant aspiration for them. As a transmigrator, Lin Ye not only possesses the heritage of the dragon's successor, the descendant of Yin Huang, but also wields a formidable mental prowess. Thus, as he embarked on the first step of the dragon soul condensation method, the dragon visualization diagram, he found the process remarkably effortless. Soon, he conjured a rough outline of a divine dragon within his consciousness. Although it was yet to take a definitive form, it already bore some resemblance to a dragon. The moment this dragon-like image took shape, it began to emulate the divine dragon's manner of inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy within Lin Ye's consciousness, which filled him with immense joy and further fueled his dedication to cultivation. Moreover, Lin Ye discovered that his dragon visualization diagram, in tandem with his cultivation, surprisingly also served to enhance the dragon extermination magic. As Lin Ye meticulously crafted the image of the divine dragon within his sea of consciousness, each stroke enriched his dragon-slaying magic with a trace of draconic power. although this additional power was ultimately absorbed by Lin Ye's own body. Every increment meant a swifter advancement in his mastery of the dragon-slaying arts. Thus, he approached the practice of the divine dragon visualization with renewed vigor. On this particular day, while immersed in his training, Lin Ye was suddenly interrupted by the boisterous laughter of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, who joyfully entered from outside. Influenced by his grandfather's exuberance, Lin Ye reluctantly ceased his practice and emerged from his bedroom. "Grandfather, what has brought you such joy? I could hear your laughter even before you entered the house." Lin Ye emerged from his bedroom, furrowing his brow as he inquired of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu. "Xiaoyi, we have received news from the Hidden Leaf Village. Led by Uchiha Kagami, a contingent of 300 ninjas will be dispatched to assist us. We will no longer have to face the Hidden Mist Village alone." Upon hearing Lin Ye's question, Vortex Qinglu smiled warmly and replied, "Grandson, it is only right that the Hidden Leaf Village intervenes against the Hidden Mist Village. Have you had any progress concerning the techniques of the Shadow Clone Jutsu and the Flying Thunder God Jutsu that I suggested earlier?" Upon hearing his grandfather Vortex Qinglu's words, Lin Ye furrowed his brow and interrupted him, inquiring further. "Haha, you need not worry about this matter." With a smile, Vortex Qinglu stepped forward and patted Lin Ye on the shoulder, responding to his inquiry. "As I have stated, if Vortex Suehu does not deliver the Shadow Clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique, does she not fear that I might hinder the ninjas of Konoha in the future?" Vortex Qinglu gazed confidently at Lin Ye and proclaimed, "If we can obtain the Flying Thunder God technique and the Shadow Clone technique, that would indeed be splendid." Upon hearing the words of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, Lin Ye's face immediately broke into a subtle smile. With the mastery of the multiple Shadow Clone technique, it is assured that the Vortex clan can execute explosive tag suicide attacks when confronted by assaults from other ninja villages, thereby ensuring the safety of its members. Furthermore, with the future acquisition of the Flying Thunder God technique, even if he finds himself outmatched by an adversary, he will be able to make a swift escape, allowing him to recuperate before launching a counteroffensive. Lin Ye could hardly believe that such a tactic could not ensure his dominance in the ninja world. When would his grandfather's Shadow Clone technique and Flying Thunder God technique finally arrive? Lin Ye gazed at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, with a hint of excitement and inquired, "It won't be long now, just 3 or 4 days, right? Are you unable to contain your anticipation?" After pondering Lin Ye's words for a moment, Vortex Qinglu smiled and replied, "It is not that I am anxious, but rather I worry that if they arrive late, our kin may not have sufficient time for their studies." Chapter 11. The anomaly of dragon-slaying magic. Lin Ye did not confess to his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, that he was feeling a bit anxious. Instead, he deftly redirected the conversation to their clan members. "Rest assured, when Uchiha Kagami arrives at the Whirlpool Village, I will promptly entrust you with the techniques of the Shadow Clone Jutsu and the Flying Thunder God Jutsu." Uzumaki Qinglu discerned his grandson's earnest interest in these two jutsu and smiled as he spoke. "Well then, grandfather, I shall go practice," Lin Ye replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed at having been seen through by his grandfather. With that, he turned and made his way back to his room. After Lin Ye returned to his room and calmed his emotions, he resumed his practice of the divine dragon visualization. With his continuous training over the past few days, the image of the dragon in Lin Ye's sea of consciousness had become increasingly vivid, only requiring a final touch to reach the first stage of manifestation. Once he had fully depicted the dragon's form, its subsequent growth would rely entirely on Lin Ye's own insights, a feat that many without the dragon's bloodline found exceedingly difficult to achieve. In the sea of consciousness, Lin Ye meticulously rendered the dragon's likeness with his mental energy. Under the infusion of his spirit, the dragon's image grew ever clearer and more lifelike. At last, after Lin Ye filled in the dragon's 2 eyes with his mental force, the once hollow figure came to life. With a mighty roar, the dragon directed its gaze toward Lin Ye, and in that instant, he felt an overwhelming connection, as if every ounce of strength within him was absorbed by the dragon. However, when the dragon's gaze fell upon Lin Ye's heart, a hint of disdain surfaced in its eyes, imbued with a strangely human quality. The dragon, which ought to have remained dormant in the sea of consciousness, became animated after merging with Lin Ye's soul. It unexpectedly soared out of the sea and dove straight into Lin Ye's heart. Within a fleeting moment, the dragon's seed nestled in his heart was engulfed by the dragon's soul, which, after a moment of chewing, regurgitated a new dragon seed. This newly formed dragon seed was markedly different from its predecessor. While the original was tinged with a bluish-golden hue, this one radiated a brilliant golden light. Upon seeing the newly emerged dragon seed, the dragon nodded in satisfaction before swimming back out of the heart. It traversed Lin Ye's body in a leisurely manner before finally returning contentedly to the sea of consciousness. At that moment, Lin Ye found himself released from the dragon's soul's control. The once formidable dragon's soul now coiled at the center of his sea of consciousness, succumbing to slumber. Lin Ye gazed in astonishment at the dragon's soul before him. Traditionally, after the eyes were opened, the dragon's soul would enter a state of dormancy known as the dragon slumber. During this period, it would continuously consume the practitioner's mental energy to strengthen itself. Yet, to truly awaken the dragon soul, one must infuse it with mental will. Only a fully awakened dragon soul could be considered a mastery of the art. Just moments ago, Lin Ye had merely completed the eye-opening ritual, and yet the dragon soul had eagerly flown into his heart, transforming his dragon seed. This revelation left Lin Ye utterly astounded. After carefully observing his dragon soul for any anomalies, Lin Ye gradually withdrew from the visualization state and opened his eyes. He felt compelled to experiment with the alterations made to the dragon seed by the dragon's soul, eager to uncover the changes it had undergone. He hoped fervently that he had not jeopardized his own annihilation magic. Lin Ye arrived at the training ground, endeavoring to employ the dragon-slaying magic he had previously mastered. He discovered that, whether it was the roar of the dragon or other offensive skills, he could wield them with remarkable ease, without any discernible change. Just as Lin Ye was about to return, he suddenly recalled the dragon-slaying magic he had cast earlier. Although it did not summon a magical array with each use like in the world of fairy tale, he realized he could indeed conjure a magical array if he wished. Curiously, he summoned a magical array once more. At the moment the array materialized, Lin Ye was astonished to find that, instead of the head of a western dragon at its center, the array now bore the image of Ing Long. Additionally, around the array was a circle representing the 8 trigrams. It appeared that the dragon soul had transformed his dragon-slaying magic. Could it be that my future form will not be that of a mere dragon, but rather an Ing Long? Lin Ye gazed in astonishment at the magical circle before him. The patterns it formed leaving him utterly speechless. Never mind, let us not dwell on that for now. I shall practice the dragon-slaying magic and see if the training methods have changed. After observing his dragon-slaying magic circle for a while, Lin Ye shook his head and settled into a cross-legged position, absorbing the natural energy of the world around him. As Lin Ye drew the natural energy into his body, the seed of the dragon within him began to rapidly absorb the ambient elemental power. Through the seed, this energy was swiftly transformed into dragon power. However, Lin Ye discovered that the quantity of dragon power he generated did not increase. For every fragment that emerged, it was immediately consumed by his body without leaving a trace. Yet, Lin Ye also realized that if he wished to impart his current dragon-slaying magic to his sister, Vortex Chime, he would likely need more dragon power to condense a new dragon seed. Considering the formidable strength of the Ing Long, he deemed this necessary. Ultimately, he intended to teach the dragon-slaying magic solely to his sister and grandfather. As for other clan members wishing to learn, they would have to seek a dragon seed from his grandfather or sister. He had no intentions of sharing the power of the Ing Long with anyone else. After experimenting with his dragon-slaying magic, Lin Ye rose and made his way back home. Upon returning, he found the house deserted. His sister, who would typically be at home, was nowhere to be seen. Reflecting on his grandfather Vortex Qinglu's earlier words, Lin Ye speculated that the day might coincide with the arrival of the ninja from Konoha. Thus, he decided to prepare lunch for his sister and grandfather. "Oh, Xiaoyi, I didn't expect you to be able to cook." Just as Lin Ye busied himself in the kitchen, his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, peeked in, a grin spreading across his face as he addressed Lin Ye. "Grandfather, you're back. But where is sister?" Lin Ye gazed at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and inquired with a smile. "Oh, where's my sister?" "She has gone to purchase groceries," Vortex Qinglu replied. "She initially intended to return and prepare a meal. However, judging by your culinary skills, it appears you have managed quite well. Perhaps from now on, she may need not toil so much." Chapter 12. The request for the multiple shadow clone technique. Lin Ye did not showcase her culinary skills in Chinese cuisine, but merely replicated the simple dishes her sister had prepared over the past few months, presenting them at the dining table. "Grandfather, since the ninjas from Konoha have arrived, have they already mastered techniques such as the shadow clone jutsu and the flying thunder god technique?" As Lin Ye dined with his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, he inquired about his interests. "Haha, are you that eager? Here you go. This is the scroll for the shadow clone technique and the flying thunder god technique. If you wish to learn, take it and study," Vortex Qinglu chuckled as he retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Lin Ye. A warm smile gracing his face. Is it truly? This is the scroll for the Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God techniques? How wonderful. Lin Ye gazed at the ninjutsu scroll presented by his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, with excitement as he eagerly accepted it. After receiving the scroll, Lin Ye swiftly unfurled it, intent on examining its contents. Xiao Yi, do not be so hasty. Let us finish our meal first, Uzumaki Qinglu said, noticing his grandson's impatience and quickly reaching out to stop him, smiling as he spoke. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Lin Ye obediently set down the scroll and swiftly began to consume the food on the table, devouring it voraciously until nothing remained before him. As soon as he finished his meal, Lin Ye rose and took the scroll to his room. Preparing to delve into the intricacies of the Shadow Clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique, Lin Ye returned to his chamber, swiftly unrolling the scroll to examine its contents. The Vortex Watergate had not tampered with the techniques of the Shadow Clone Jutsu or the Flying Thunder God technique. It not only delineated the taboos associated with these two ninjutsu, but also appended a special note on the application of the Flying Thunder God technique, specifically detailing the Flying Thunder God slash as described in the original text by Senju Tobarama. After Lin Ye finished examining the Flying Thunder God technique and the Multiple Shadow Clone technique, he set the scroll down with determination. Multiple Shadow Clone technique. Lin Ye directly mobilized the chakra within his body and, with a powerful shout, summoned 5 shadow clones within the room. Do you each understand your respective tasks? Lin Ye gazed at his 5 shadow clones, speaking to them with a grave demeanor. Rest assured, we are aware. The 5 clones exchanged glances, then smiled and replied to Lin Ye, all right, let us commence our task. With the assurance that the clones were functioning properly, Lin Ye issued a command, and the 5 shadow clones swiftly sprang into action. 3 of the clones took the scrolls containing the Flying Thunder God technique and the Multi-Shadow Clone technique, beginning to transcribe the latter's intricate jutsu with great speed. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 clones joined Lin Ye in cultivating the Flying Thunder God technique, focusing primarily on sensing spatial power and condensing spatial coordinates. The most significant challenge in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique lies in the inability to perceive spatial power and form spatial coordinates. Once one can condense the coordinates of spatial power, they can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse swiftly between various coordinates. Inside the room, Lin Ye was diligently engrossed in learning the Flying Thunder God technique and transcribing the Multi-Shadow Clone technique. Outside, his sister, Uzumaki Chime, had just returned home. Grandfather, where is Xiao Yi? Upon entering, Uzumaki Chime noticed the absence of her younger brother. Her grandfather was leisurely enjoying his meal at the table, prompting her to curiously inquire. Xiao Yi just took the ninjutsu scroll and is deeply absorbed in his studies, replied Uzumaki Qinglu after taking a bite, smiling at his granddaughter. Has he eaten? You should check on him, Uzumaki Chime remarked with a frown, eyeing the food her grandfather was consuming. Worry not, he prepared this meal himself. He returned only after satisfying his hunger, Uzumaki Qinglu said, feeling a bit wronged by his granddaughter's reprimand. If he has already eaten, then that is acceptable, Uzumaki Chime responded, her expression brightening upon hearing that her brother Lin Ye had dined. Chime, you need not involve yourself in the upcoming war. Let your grandfather handle it. Remain at home and take care of your brother Lin Ye. He is the hope of our Uzumaki clan's future, and we cannot allow any premature misfortune to befall him. Uzumaki Qinglu said seriously after finishing his meal, directing a stern gaze at Uzumaki Chime. Grandfather, I must go to war as well. Xiao Yi can cook for himself. He is capable of taking care of his own needs. As long as the land of the whirlpool endures, Xiao Yi will be safe. You need not worry about me. Uzumaki Chime declared resolutely, her gaze unwavering as she faced Uzumaki Qinglu. No, you must stay at home and tend to Lin Ye. You are prohibited from going anywhere. Uzumaki Qinglu retorted angrily, his voice firm in response to Uzumaki Chime's insistence. I absolutely must go. Even if you stay behind, I will not, Uzumaki Chime shot back, her temper flaring in response to her grandfather's call for her to remain. Across the dining table, the grandfather and granddaughter exchanged intense gazes, neither willing to concede. What are you two arguing about? Lin Ye, who had been immersed in the Flying Thunder God technique, paused his studies upon hearing the commotion. He opened his bedroom door and stepped out, curiosity evident in his voice as he addressed them. Xiao Yi, your sister is being disobedient. She dares to raise her voice at this old man. Uzumaki Qinglu lamented dramatically upon seeing Lin Ye emerge from his room, his eyes glistening as he sought sympathy. Grandfather, What could possibly have caused such a dispute between you and my sister? Tell me, and I shall help resolve it, Lin Ye inquired, eager to understand the situation. Lin Ye observed his grandfather's feigned performance and, with a sense of helplessness, shook his head. He turned to his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and inquired. It is said that the newly arrived Uchiha Kagami from Konoha intends to lead a group of ninjas into the Land of Water, confronting the shinobi of the Mist Village in order to prevent the battleground from encroaching upon our Vortex country and the Fire country. However, this necessitates that some individuals accompany him to the Land of Water. I propose that it suffices for me to represent our family, yet my sister insists on joining. She is just a young girl. Must I really face the sorrow of sending a white-haired person to bury a black-haired one? Vortex Qinglu grasped Lin Ye's hand. Her eyes filled with sorrow as she implored him, Sister, do you truly have to go? Upon hearing her words, Lin Ye turned his serious gaze towards his sister, Vortex Chime, and gravely asked, Must you absolutely go? I must go, Vortex Chime replied resolutely. Initially, she had anticipated Lin Ye would persuade her to stay behind, but she was taken aback when her brother directly questioned her. After a brief pause of 2 to 3 seconds, her expression turned serious as she addressed Lin Ye. Very well, this is the multi-shadow clone technique. You shall learn it first. Grandfather, when do you plan to depart? Lin Ye presented a written version of the shadow clone technique to his elder sister, Uzumaki Kimiai. With a grave expression, he turned to his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, and inquired, What is the matter, with only a week remaining? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Qinglu looked bewildered and replied, a week, I understand. Upon hearing the words of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, Lin Ye nodded, turned, and re-entered the house. After gathering a few items, he swiftly departed, heading towards the outside. Chapter 13, The Development of the Spiral Sphere. Lin Ye purchased a large bag of balloons and over 20 rubber balls within the village of Whirlpool. He promptly took these items to the training ground that he usually shared with his sister, Uzumaki Kimiai. His sister possessed the formidable sensory ability known as the Kagura Shingon, a unique skill of the Uzumaki clan, allowing her to detect enemies before they could launch an attack, regardless of their cunning. However, the village hidden in mist had the Red-Eye bloodline, which, although limited in its abilities, proved particularly effective against sensory ninjas, including his sister. Nevertheless, once his sister mastered the technique of the multi-shadow clone jutsu, the Red-Eye's ability to create false chakra responses would be rendered ineffective against the true perspective of the shadow clones. Yet, standard ninjutsu required hand signs, and the more powerful the technique, the longer the hand sign sequence took. His sister lacked the innate talent to simplify or eliminate these hand signs. Thus, Lin Ye resolved to replicate the Rasengan, a technique introduced by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and teach it to his sister. With the multi-shadow clone jutsu at his disposal, he was confident he could swiftly learn this technique and pass it on to her. Although his sister did not possess the immense chakra provided by the Ninetales, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, her chakra reserves were still considerable. Furthermore, Lin Ye had previously discovered a method of storing chakra in his dantian, akin to an optimized sealing technique. When the time came for battle, he envisioned his sister emulating Naruto Uzumaki's combat style while concealing her true self. All offensive maneuvers and reconnaissance would be executed by the shadow clones, significantly enhancing their safety as mere support for the ninjas of Konohagakure. Lin Ye, are you alright? As Lin Ye arrived at the training ground laden with his assortment of items, his sister Uzumaki Kimiai quietly followed him and cautiously inquired about his well-being. Sister, I'm perfectly fine. Rest assured, I will make sure everything is safe before you leave, Lin Ye replied, noticing the anxious look in his sister's eyes. He gently patted her hand resting on his shoulder and smiled reassuringly. No, you must clarify. Otherwise, I cannot allow you to remain here alone in the training ground. Kimiai insisted, her concern evident. Oh, come now, sister, you needn't worry. I have come to the training ground to develop a formless jutsu. While this technique is somewhat chakra-intensive, mastering it would be highly advantageous in battle. Lin Ye gazed at his sister Uzumaki Chime, who had firmly grasped his arm, unwilling to let go. With a sense of exasperation, he addressed her. Haha, are you truly serious about the no-form ninjutsu, Xiaoya? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Chime felt her earlier tension dissipate, and she released her grip on his arm, smiling as she replied, Since you wish to develop your ninjutsu, I shall personally bring you lunch over the next few days. Just make sure to take care of yourself. Understanding Lin Ye's intentions, she merely chuckled, loosening her hold on him. Sister, that's unnecessary. If you have spare time, please organize all the clansmen heading to the Land of Water. They must learn the multi-shadow clone technique. If you cannot take charge of this matter, consult Grandpa and seek his assistance. It is imperative that every member of the Uzumaki clan masters this ninjutsu. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, as she prepared to depart. He promptly called out to her, declaring, "All right, I understand. I will convey your message to grandfather, so do not worry." Upon hearing her brother's words, Uzumaki Kimi did not look back. She merely waved her hand and replied loudly to Lin Ye. Lin Ye gazed after his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, before promptly shifting his focus to the cultivation of the spiraling sphere technique. In the original narrative, Jiraiya had elaborately elucidated the principles of the spiraling sphere to Uzumaki Naruto, and the text also depicted the journeys of several individuals as they endeavored to master this formidable jutsu. Lin Ye first prepared 6 water balloons, holding them in his hands as he began to manipulate his chakra in his palms, forming a miniature spiral. Under Lin Ye's control, the chakra swiftly set the water within the balloons into a whirl. However, whether it was due to Lin Ye's inadequate control over the chakra or the insufficient amount he released, no matter how he maneuvered, the water balloons remained unbroken. With thoughts of his sister preparing to join their grandfather on the battlefield, Lin Ye felt a surge of anxiety within him. In a moment of desperation, he simply crushed the water balloon in his hand. "Haha, Xiaoyi, you failed so quickly." After shattering 3 water balloons in succession, Lin Ye despondently sat down on the ground, reflecting on where he had gone astray. At that moment, his grandfather, the whirlpool of green, appeared by his side. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the words exchanged between himself and Uzumaki Qinglu, Lin Ye lifted his head, casting a despondent gaze towards his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu. "What is this? Are you truly considering giving up after merely 3 failures? This is hardly the behavior one would expect from our family's little genius." Uzumaki Qinglu approached Lin Ye, observing the damp sleeves of his attire, and with a smile, he addressed Lin Ye. "I cannot comprehend it. My idea should be sound. Yet why am I unable to achieve what I desire?" Lin Ye gazed at his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, and, feeling dejected, remarked to him, "It is due to your inadequate chakra control." Uzumaki Qinglu looked at Lin Ye with a serious expression and responded, "It is impossible. Storing chakra in the dantian significantly enhances one's chakra control. How could my chakra control possibly be weak?" Hearing his grandfather Vortex Qinglu's words, Lin Ye immediately retorted, "Controlling chakra does not equate to complete mastery. You still need to work diligently on your chakra control." Vortex Qinglu, upon hearing Lin Ye's rebuttal, did not react with anger. Instead, he smiled and replied to Lin Ye. Upon hearing the words of Uzumaki Qinglu, Lin Ye suddenly attained clarity. In the original narrative, the individual with the most adept control over chakra was none other than Sakura Haruno. However, as the story progressed, it became evident that Naruto Uzumaki was capable of transferring the chakra of the Nine Tails to anyone through his own prowess. This raises the question, has his chakra control already surpassed that of Sakura? After pondering this, Lin Ye disregarded his grandfather and turned to approach a grand tree, meticulously channeling his chakra as he ascended its trunk. Observing Lin Ye's actions, Uzumaki Qinglu's face broke into a faint smile before he silently departed. Chapter 14. The teaching of the spiral sphere. Lin Ye meticulously controlled the chakra that adhered to his feet, ascending the great tree step by step. Although he successfully reached the treetop, he realized during this process that his previous command over chakra had indeed been somewhat lax. At times, some chakra would unconsciously disperse into the surrounding air while in use. Thus, while storing chakra in the dantian could enhance his control to some extent, it did not grant him complete mastery over his own chakra. Having grasped this understanding, Lin Ye swiftly made his way to the seaside after completing his tree-climbing endeavor, attempting to walk on water. However, as soon as he took a step, he found himself plunged directly into the water. This would not do. The previous chakra fluctuation had been too slow, failing to generate sufficient buoyancy against the water's surface. He resolved to try again. Lin Ye retreated to the shore, shaking off the water clinging to his feet. Reflecting on his previous failures, he steeled himself and continued his advance towards the ocean's surface. Although it was his first attempt at walking upon the water, Lin Ye's rapid progress in chakra control, bolstered by the chakras stored in his dantian, far surpassed that of his peers. After merely 5 or 6 attempts, he successfully managed to stand upon the water's surface. As he maintained his stance for longer intervals, his proficiency in chakra control escalated at an astonishing rate. Eventually, Lin Ye felt confident enough to run, leap, and even performed somersaults across the water without fear of plummeting into the depths below. Satisfied with his progress, he returned from the ocean to solid ground. Upon his return, Lin Ye swiftly made his way back to the training ground, once again grasping a water balloon in his hand. Surely, this time he would succeed. Lin Ye gazed intently at the water balloon, his eyes fixed upon it as chakra surged rapidly within him, wildly flowing into the balloon. This influx caused the water inside to swirl with increasing velocity. With a resounding pop, the balloon shattered instantaneously. Success. At last, he could proceed to the next task. Lin Ye gazed at the water balloon in his hand as it burst with a delightful splatter, exclaiming in excitement. However, as the exhilaration faded, he soon realized that his chakra had been excessively depleted, leaving him feeling as though he had not slept for 3 days and nights. Not only was his chakra nearly exhausted, but it was also well past mealtime. Meanwhile, his sister, Uzumaki observed that Lin Ye had completed his training and promptly approached Lin Ye with a food box, ready to present him with a sumptuous meal. Xiaoyi, you must be tired. This is a meal prepared just for you by your sister, so please eat, she said, retrieving the delicious food she had made and addressing Lin Ye. All right, sister, thank you so much. Your timing is impeccable. Lin Ye found a wooden stump to sit upon and began to devour his meal ravenously. Xuanhua chuckled at the sight of Lin Ye and took out a clean towel to help him wipe away the dirt that had completely smeared his face. Sister, I have finished eating. You may return home now. After Lin Ye devoured all the food brought by his sister, Uzumaki, he smiled and said to her, all right then. Please ensure you rest well and take care of your health. Uzumaki, observing Lin Ye consume every morsel, chuckled softly, wiped his mouth, and then stood up to tidy away the dishes before departing from the training ground. Following his chakra control training, Lin Ye made remarkable strides in the development of the Rasengan. Within a single afternoon, he swiftly mastered the technique of utilizing spinning chakra to inflate a balloon, and commenced practicing how to maintain the Rasengan in the palm of his hand without it dispersing. Just as Lin Ye intended to continue his training late into the night to perfect the Rasengan, his sister, Uzumaki, angrily tugged at his ear, dragging him back home, insisting that he must rest on time and not neglect his well-being for the sake of mastering a new jutsu. Upon returning to the training ground the next day, Lin Ye dedicated the morning to accumulating experience through the shadow clone technique, ultimately succeeding in mastering the no-hand sign Rasengan. Sister, have you learned the shadow clone technique? Lin Ye eagerly inquired upon rushing home, his excitement palpable. I've already mastered the shadow clone technique. What do you think? I am quite the genius too, aren't I? Uzumaki replied with a smile as she approached Lin Ye after hearing his question. Sister, I've successfully created my no-hand sign jutsu. Come and learn it from me. As Lin Ye overheard her sister, Uzumaki, boasting, she promptly seized Kimiai's hand, intending to stride out of the house. Where do you think you're rushing off to in such a frenzy? Kimiai inquired, her expression darkening as she grasped Lin Ye's ear tightly. Ouch, sister, that hurts. What are you doing? Lin Ye whimpered softly, caught off guard by her sister's grip. Pray tell, what time do you think it is? How dare you even consider going out now? Are you looking for a scolding? Kimiai remarked with a cold smirk as she fixed her gaze on Lin Ye. At that moment, Lin Ye cautiously glanced at the clock hanging in their home, only to realize it was already nearing noon, around 11 o'clock. Sister, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please let go of me. I promised to stay home for lunch, and once we've eaten, we can go out together. Lin Ye quickly raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, addressing his sister Uzumaki. Little Ye, I understand that you have my best interests at heart, but you must not neglect your own well-being. It is paramount for you to protect yourself, for that is of utmost importance to me. Uzumaki released Lin Ye and gently spoke to him. All right, sister, I understand. Please go and prepare the meal. As Lin Ye heard the words of his sister, Uzumaki, he blinked and chuckled lightly before responding to her. After finishing their meal, Lin Ye led his sister, Uzumaki, to the training grounds. All right, Lin Ye, where is your unmarked ninjutsu? Show it to your sister, Uzumaki said, gazing at Lin Ye standing before her with a smile. Sure, sister, but you must pay close attention, Lin Ye replied. Lin Ye heard his sister, Su Nwqmi, speak and extended his right hand. In an instant, a small chakra orb materialized within his palm, swiftly enlarging to the size of an apple. Sister, this is the formless ninjutsu I have created. Impressive, isn't it? Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki, and proudly exclaimed, You truly don't need to form any hand seals. Uzumaki, astonished by the Rasengan that materialized in Lin Ye's hand, remarked. Wow, Lin Ye, you are truly amazing. Lin Ye chuckled and replied, of course. Allow me to teach you. Dear sister. Lin Ye, upon hearing his sister Uzumaki Kimiai's words, smiled and replied to her. Chapter 15. The Ignorant Clansman. All right. Please tell me how you performed this formless ninjutsu. Uzumaki Kimiai, filled with excitement after Lin Ye's inquiry, spoke to him. After all, it was her younger brother Lin Ye who had independently created this formless ninjutsu. In all the years of the ninja world, he was the only one at the tender age of 6 to have achieved such a feat. Okay, sister. This is the water sphere. First, you need to make your chakra swirl within it, and then you can break the water sphere. Lin Ye quickly gathered several water balloons and placed them before his sister, Uzumaki Kirame, saying to her. To his surprise, after receiving the water balloons, Uzumaki Kirame exerted considerable effort, yet failed to burst them using her chakra. Instead, she inadvertently punctured a balloon with her fingernail. Is this truly achievable? Why do I feel that my chakra is swirling and cannot burst this balloon? After her unsuccessful attempt, Uzumaki Kirame, gazing at her damp hands, spoke to Lin Ye in a tone of disappointment. Sister, have you ever practiced controlling your chakra? Lin Ye listened to the words of his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and curiously turned to her, saying, of course, after extracting chakra for a year, grandfather took me to practice. What does this have to do with mastering this ninjutsu? Upon hearing Lin Ye's response, Uzumaki Kimi inquired with intrigue. This ninjutsu represents the pinnacle of chakra transformation. It requires exceptional control over chakra to master. Since you have already undergone training in chakra control, this technique should not pose a challenge for you. What you lack is merely experience. Upon hearing her sister's words, Lin Ye smiled at her sister, Uzumaki Chime, and remarked, I need to accumulate experience. Will I not master this ninjutsu before we set out? Upon hearing Lin Ye's response, Uzumaki Chime looked at her with a hint of disappointment. Hiki, dear sister. It is precisely at this moment that we require the ninjutsu you have previously learned. Lin Ye, upon hearing his sister Uzumaki Kimiai's words, smiled and replied, Are you referring to the shadow clone technique? Uzumaki Kimiai, filled with excitement at Lin Ye's response, exclaimed, Exactly, it is indeed the shadow clone technique. Lin Ye gazed at his elder sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and smiled as he spoke to her. Well then, I shall give it a try. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Kimi promptly formed a series of hand seals. With a series of resounding pops, 10 shadow clones materialized beside her. All right, everyone, let us begin. Uzumaki Kimi commanded with fervor, looking at her surrounding clones. Each of the 10 clones, along with her original self, grasped a water balloon and swiftly commenced their practice. Oh, it worked. After depleting over 70 water balloons, one of the shadow clones excitedly called out to Lin Ye and Uzumaki Kimi's original form, Sister, quickly dismiss that shadow clone. Let us see if your original self can replicate it. Lin Ye gazed at the successful shadow clone, a smile adorning his face as he spoke to his sister. Uzumaki Chime promptly retracted all the shadow clones. Although a wave of intense fatigue washed over her, it did not inflict any adverse effects. After assimilating the memories of all the clones, Uzumaki Chime picked up a water balloon. With a resounding pop, the balloon succumbed to the swirling chakra of Uzumaki Chime, shattering within mere seconds. Lin Ye, I have succeeded. I have succeeded. Look. The exhilaration of her accomplishment was swiftly followed by an eager gaze directed at Lin Ye, imploring him to guide her through the next steps. Lin Ye promptly produced a multitude of rubber balls and placed them before the swirling Chime. Sister, continue with the previous method. Only by bursting this rubber ball shall it be deemed a success. Lin Ye placed the ball before his sister, Vortex Chime, and smiled as he spoke to her. Unfortunately, his sister had spent the entire afternoon exerting herself, depleting her chakra without managing to burst the ball. As the sun began to set, he gently urged, Sister, let us cease our practice for today. It is time for us to return home. We can resume the remaining steps tomorrow. Lin Ye observed as the shadow clones created by his sister, Uzumaki Chime, dissipated, having exhausted their chakra. Yet, his sister continued her relentless practice with the ball. Xiaoyi, you may return home first. I will practice just one more time, Uzumaki Chime replied without lifting her head. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and forcefully swatted the ball from her hands, resolutely pulling her away from the training grounds. As they made their way home, they suddenly encountered a clansman, who, clutching a scroll, expressed his discontent to a nearby companion. This elder Qinglu demands that we learn a new ninjutsu for the upcoming battlefield. He is overstepping his bounds. He lamented. I heard that this ninjutsu was coerced from the esteemed Mito of Konohagakure by Elder Qinglu. Isn't this jeopardizing our relationship with the Leaf Village? This is utterly unacceptable. The two, still fuming, strode past Lin Ye and his sister, Uzumaki Kimi. Upon hearing their words, Kimi was instantly incensed, ready to confront them. However, Lin Ye firmly grasped her arm, restraining her. Lin Ye, are you going to stand by while they slander our grandfather? Kimi coldly retorted, turning to face him. Sister, I am indifferent to what they say, but now is not the time to seek confrontation. Lin Ye coldly watched as the two members of the Uzumaki clan walked away. He turned to his sister, Uzumaki Chime, and said flatly, when will be the right time to confront them? I truly wish to rush over and strike them both down with a single punch. Uzumaki Chime glared indignantly at the departing clansman and replied coolly to Lin Ye, Sister, let it go. If you charge at them, it is only our grandfather who will suffer. Moreover, the law does not punish the masses, even if you escalate the situation. It is you who will bear the brunt of the reproach. Lin Ye gazed at her sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and calmly remarked, when we reach the battlefield and are assaulted by the ninjas of the Mist Village, the ninjas of Konoha will regard us as mere shields. Only then will they comprehend who their true kin really are. No matter how much you speak now, they will remain unconvinced. Lin Ye gazed at the distant members of the Uzumaki clan, then coldly addressed Uzumaki Chime, very well, I shall trust you this once and return home. Uzumaki Chime cast a glance at Lin Ye before turning and heading towards the direction of her home. Chapter 16, The Expedition Upon Returning Home. Uzumaki Chime quietly entered the kitchen and began to prepare a meal. Lin Ye observed his sister's sullen expression and refrained from speaking. Following behind Vortex Chime as they entered the kitchen together to assist her in preparing dinner. Why are you two eating so late today? Their grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, pushed open the door and smiled at Lin Ye and his granddaughter Vortex Chime, who were busy cooking. Grandfather, did those individuals complain to you while you were teaching them the shadow clone technique? Vortex Chime inquired as she approached her grandfather upon his return. Those rascals have caused trouble and brought it to your attention, Vortex Qinglu replied, his eyes widening as he coldly addressed Vortex Chime. No, grandfather. We merely encountered two clansmen on our way home and learned about it from them, Vortex Chime hastily explained, her gaze fierce in response to her grandfather's stern words. Oh, then it's nothing to worry about. You need not concern yourself with such short-sighted individuals. They cannot inflict any harm upon me. Let them speak as they wish. Saving their lives is what matters, Vortex Qinglu said with a smile, looking at his granddaughter fondly. Grandfather, you are too lenient with them. They deserve a proper punishment. They truly do not know any better, Vortex Chime retorted as she pulled her grandfather to sit down, serving him rice while expressing her indignation. Haha, they are indeed short-sighted. There is no need to take their words to heart. Focus on practicing the formless ninjutsu created by Xiaoya, and leave the rest to me, Vortex Qinglu chuckled, gently stroking Vortex Chime's hair and speaking softly to her. Grandfather, perhaps we should simply let it go. They do not understand, and we cannot force them to learn. Vortex Chime said sadly in response to her grandfather's words. Chime, how can you be so short-sighted? This is beneficial for our Vortex clan. Just focus on your studies. I will handle the rest, Vortex Qinglu interjected, cutting off her words. Upon hearing her grandfather's response, Vortex Chime pouted, casting a disapproving glance at him. After dinner, she went directly to rest, not uttering another word to her grandfather. After finishing dinner, Lin Ye collected all the dishes and utensils into the kitchen, washing them thoroughly before allowing himself to rest. The following morning, Uzumaki Chime rose early. After preparing breakfast, she roused Lin Ye from his slumber, and they shared a meal together before hurrying off to the training ground. As the two stepped outside, their grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, had yet to even rise from his bed. Perhaps feeling a surge of pent-up energy, Uzumaki Chime, upon arriving at the training field, immediately summoned multiple shadow clones, seizing a rubber ball to commence her vigorous training. Before the clock struck 10, one of her shadow clones successfully burst the ball. Elated at this accomplishment, Uzumaki Chime swiftly recalled her clone. However, having created an abundance of clones that day, the sudden withdrawal overwhelmed her with fatigue, and she felt on the verge of fainting right then and there. Lin Ye witnessed his sister, Xuanhua Chime, falling backward, and he rushed over to support her. Sister, are you all right? Lin Ye supported his sister, Uzumaki Chime, with genuine concern as he inquired about her well-being. I am fine. It's just that I overextended my shadow clone technique, and now feel a bit dizzy, Uzumaki Chime replied, shaking her head to regain some clarity and smiling at Lin Ye. All right, what should we practice next? Please teach me, dear brother. Uzumaki Chime struggled to stand upright, smiling as she spoke to Lin Ye. Sister, you cannot continue practicing for now. You nearly fainted just moments ago, and it's about time we return home to prepare dinner. After we eat, we can resume our training. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and with a smile, remarked, Isn't it a tad too early to return? Uzumaki Kimi glanced at the not-so-high sun and shook her head, responding to Lin Ye, Sister, you cannot persist in your training solely on sheer willpower. Otherwise, when the time comes to head to the battlefield in a few days, you may find yourself unwell, and that would prevent you from going. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Chime, determined to persevere in his training. He hastily urged her to cease her efforts. Very well, let us return home for now. Although Uzumaki Chime understood that her brother was suggesting she take a rest, she contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. And together they made their way in the direction of their home. Upon their arrival, Uzumaki Chime immediately began preparing a meal for Lin Ye. Their grandfather, Uzumaki Chinglu, was currently coordinating the Uzumaki clan's preparations for a journey to the land of water and thus would not be home for lunch today. Lin Ye and his sister Uzumaki Chime collaborated harmoniously, swiftly preparing a meal for the two of them. After dining, Uzumaki Chime, having exerted herself throughout the afternoon, successfully executed the spiral sphere technique, mastering its power and sustaining it across 3 stages, thereby achieving proficiency in the A-rank ninjutsu, the spiral sphere. Lin Ye observed as his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, mastered the spiral sphere technique. Inspired by her progress, he began to impart the knowledge of advanced techniques, including the Great Ball Spiral and various combinations of multiple spirals, encouraging her to practice these jutsu in her spare time. He advised her to experiment with all techniques, except for those involving the wind release, and suggested that in the heat of battle, she should utilize shadow clones to gather intelligence on their enemies, thus facilitating their defeat. Lin Ye, thank you, Uzumaki Kimi exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears upon hearing her brother's words. The thought that her younger sibling had devised so many strategies for her safety deeply moved her. With such guidance, she felt assured that even in the most perilous of battlefields, she could find a measure of security. As days passed, the moment arrived for Uzumaki Kimi and Uzumaki Chinglu to embark on their journey to the battlefield in the land of water. Shall you hurry home? Sister and grandpa will return safely, Uzumaki Kimi called out, waving her hand energetically at Lin Ye, who stood on the shore. Lin Ye stood by the shore in silence, merely waving his hand repeatedly at his sister. Chapter 17. The art of opening a cave heaven. After his sister and grandfather departed from the country of whirlpools to the country of water, Lin Ye returned home alone. Observing the emptiness of his house, Lin Ye, who had initially believed he would adapt, felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. In an effort to occupy himself, he resolved to master the final skill within his storage space panel, the method of opening a cave heaven, to discover the requirements for establishing such a realm. Ding! Would you like to learn? As Lin Ye directed his consciousness towards the cave heaven opening method on the storage space panel, a line of text promptly appeared before him. Without hesitation, he skillfully clicked yes. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into Lin Ye's mind. Indeed, it is worthy of its golden quality. It nearly overwhelmed my consciousness. Lin Ye struggled to rise from the ground, unable to spare a moment to examine the flood of information swirling in his mind. He could only shake his head to stave off the encroaching darkness of unconsciousness. Moments ago, an overwhelming torrent of knowledge had surged into his consciousness. Had it not been for the final assistance of the dragon's soul, which bore some of the weight, he might have been completely overwhelmed by this deluge of profound understanding. Lin Ye paused to rest for an hour, gradually regaining a modicum of energy. He cautiously began to sort through the information regarding the method of establishing a cave paradise that resided within his mind. To create a cave paradise, one must first possess a vessel capable of supporting it. This vessel must have a tangible existence and possess a degree of spirituality. Without a spiritually infused substance, any attempt to develop a cave paradise would stifle its growth. Once the vessel is secured, the next step involves the method of establishment. There are 2 distinct approaches. One is the more tumultuous self-detonation method, which condenses the accumulated power into a singular point and unleashes it in an explosive burst. The other is a more stable construction method, which absorbs the power of space to forge a small realm, gradually expanding it. While the self-detonation method yields a larger space, it lacks stability and carries the risk of implosion. Conversely, the construction method, though resulting in a smaller space, ensures considerable stability. Following the establishment method, the next component is the heavenly support tree. This does not imply planting a grand tree within the cave paradise, but rather selecting fundamental elemental laws that enable the energies within the cave paradise to circulate, transforming stagnant waters into vibrant streams. Common examples include the cycles of yin and yang and the 5 elements, while more esoteric options such as the 4 symbols in the 8 trigrams, as well as the concepts of life and death and the sun and moon, are also available. At the inception of this circulation, only a minuscule amount of power is required. A mere seed suffices to initiate the process. Once the circulation is established, the cave world can replicate the myriad laws present in its primary world, continuously extending outward from its own heavenly support tree, thereby augmenting the cave realm. The more potent the heavenly support tree becomes, the more expansive the cave world will grow. Lin Ye gazed in astonishment at the vast reservoir of knowledge within his mind. However, what left him even more astounded was the realization that to establish a 30 cubic meter paradise, he must attain the cultivation level of the golden core stage. In the context of the ninja world, this equates to possessing a chakra level akin to that of a fully realized sage, reaching the caliber of the legendary Senja Hashirama. To forge such a celestial realm, Lin Ye had 2 potential paths. One was to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, harnessing the chakra of the Nine Tails to create this otherworldly domain. The other was to utilize the dragon vein present in the ancient kingdom of Lulan to achieve the same goal. It is conceivable that the Grail Stone, which appeared in the theatrical version, might assist Lin Ye in this endeavor. Nevertheless, both the dragon vein and the Grail Stone might possess limitations in their power, rendering them insufficient for the task at hand. Thus, Lin Ye must first amass a substantial amount of strength before he can manifest a truly existent celestial realm. In this regard, gathering the Dragon Pearl of the Dragon Clan stands as Lin Ye's most promising option. For the Dragon Pearl serves not only as a vessel for the celestial realm, but also as a reservoir for power. However, to coalesce the Dragon Pearl, one must possess an adequate amount of dragon power. Lin Ye contemplated whether he should journey to the ancient kingdom of Lulan, harnessing the formidable power of dragon-slaying magic to absorb the essence of the dragon vein, transmuting it into the might of the dragon, and ultimately forging a dragon pearl. He envisioned himself drawing forth the entirety of the dragon vein within the ancient kingdom, striving to ascertain whether the accumulated strength could, after the creation of the dragon pearl, manifest enough energy to unveil a celestial realm. Knock, knock, little Ye, are you at home? Just as Lin Ye was immersed in his thoughts about how to traverse to Lulan and consume the dragon vein, a soft, melodious voice gently rapped on the door, calling out to him within the confines of his abode. I'm coming. Lin Ye heard someone calling for him outside the house and hurriedly stood up, opening the door to look outside. Sister Jime, what brings you here? Lin Ye opened the door and was greeted by the sight of Uzumaki Shimi standing at the threshold. Curiously, he inquired, Grandfather Qinglu and Sister Chime specifically instructed me to keep an eye on you, reminding me not to let your training make you forget to eat. I noticed that no smoke has risen from your kitchen, so I came to check on you. Uzumaki Shimi, with a smile, stepped into Lin Ye's home and replied, Oh, I just finished my training and was about to prepare a meal. Lin Ye, upon hearing Uzumaki Kibi's words, felt a sudden surge of tension. He smiled and said to her, Very well, go ahead and do what you need to do. I shall watch over you. And only after you have finished your meal will you return. When Grandpa Qinglu and Sister Chime departed, he had promised them that he would keep a close eye on her, ensuring she would not wander off aimlessly. Uzumaki Kibi understood that Lin Ye was likely engrossed in his cultivation and had forgotten to prepare a meal, even neglecting the necessity of timely nourishment. Thus, she decided to remain, supervising Lin Ye until he finished his meal before returning. Lin Ye gazed at Xuanhua, who was absorbed in her thoughts and showed no intention of leaving. Rather than urging her to depart, he retreated into the kitchen. There, he skillfully procured some rice and vegetables, expertly preparing a meal. Soon, a simple stir-fry alongside the rice was ready. Sister Jime, would you care for a bite? After Lin Ye set the dishes on the table, he politely addressed Uzumaki Jime, saying, No, sister, I have already eaten earlier. Please enjoy your meal. Uzumaki Jime gazed at the food prepared by Lin Ye, shook her head, and smiled as she responded to him. Upon hearing Uzumaki Jime's words, Lin Ye did not hesitate any longer. He lifted his bowl and began to eat heartily. Before long, he had finished his meal. Well, since you have finished your dinner, I shall take my leave for now. However, I will return for supper. Do remember to prepare and partake in your meals punctually. Do not trouble your sister. Uzumaki Jime remarked with a satisfied nod after observing Lin Ye's completion of his meal, rising to her feet and smiling at him. All right, Sister, I understand, Lin Ye replied. Lin Ye watched as Uzumaki Karabi stood up to leave, smiling as he escorted her out of the room. With Uzumaki Karabi's gaze fixed upon him, it became evident that his desire to depart from the village hinged upon mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, with his mere 6-year-old physique, he would likely be captured by the Uzumaki clan the moment he attempted to escape the land of whirlpools. After all, the perceptive abilities of Kagura's heart were exceptionally potent. Chapter 18. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. After Uzumaki Karabi's departure, Lin Ye hurried back to his room to seek out the intricacies of the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon meticulously perusing the essential elements of its practice, he commenced the endeavor to inscribe the Flying Thunder God seal. Previously, Lin Ye had attempted to cultivate the Flying Thunder God technique, but had consistently failed to successfully inscribe the required seal. Although the chakra he possessed was immense, far surpassing that of his peers, he could not fathom why, even with the activation of Kagura's heart, he remained unable to properly perceive spatial fluctuations. This impeded his progress in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, for without the seal, the technique itself could not be invoked. Lin Ye repeatedly endeavored to inscribe the Flying Thunder God technique using the chakra within him. However, despite his relentless attempts, he was unable to perceive the fluctuations in space, rendering his inscriptions futile and the technique unachievable. Yet, Lin Ye did not succumb to despair. Rather, he immersed himself further into perfecting the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, mastering this technique would signify a significant enhancement of his prowess. As time slipped away, nearing the hour of dinner, Lin Ye glanced at the clock with a sense of resignation before placing the scroll aside and heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Xiaoyi, your sister has arrived. Just as Lin Ye was engrossed in cooking, the cheerful voice of Uzumaki Kimiai floated in from outside the door. This time, Kimiai did not wait for Lin Ye to open the door. Instead, she effortlessly swung it open and greeted him with a warm smile as he busied himself in the kitchen. Under the watchful gaze of Uzumaki Kibi, Lin Ye prepared a meal and partook of it. The incessant scrutiny from Uzumaki Kibi was beginning to wear on Lin Ye's nerves. This could not continue. He resolved to attempt activating the Dragon Slayer mode, hoping that under its enhancement, he might perceive the fluctuations of space. As Lin Ye watched the whirlpool of Kimi depart, he resolutely made up his mind and spoke solemnly. If he were to be scrutinized by Kimi in such a manner, he could not endure it any longer. He must seize the moment to master the Flying Thunder God technique. This lack of trust was something he could scarcely tolerate for even a second longer. With his determination firmly set, Lin Ye sat cross-legged in his chamber. Adjusting his mental focus, he instantly activated the Dragon Slayer mode. In that very moment, as the Dragon Slayer mode was unleashed, he further augmented it with the Kagura heart, desperately attuning himself to the fluctuations of time and space. Yet, employing the Dragon Slayer mode in conjunction with the Kagura heart, consumed all the dragon power within him in the blink of an eye. However, during that fleeting instant, Lin Ye sensed the spatial fluctuations. Regrettably, he failed to seize that ephemeral moment, allowing the spatial wave to slip away before his eyes. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. He had indeed perceived the spatial fluctuations, and with continued effort, he was certain that he would capture those transitory waves and inscribe his own Flying Thunder God mark. Armed with this fleeting awareness, Lin Ye swiftly began to replenish the dragon power he had just expended through his chakra. By persistently activating the Dragon Slayer mode and enhancing his perception with the Kagura heart, after 5 days of relentless endeavor, Lin Ye successfully inscribed his first Flying Thunder God mark. Splendid! Now, as long as he remembers the sensed spatio-temporal essence, he would be able to perfectly master the Flying Thunder God technique. Lin Ye gazed at the Flying Thunder God seal he had just completed in his hands, exclaiming with excitement. Lin Ye's Flying Thunder God mark is not elongated like those of Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato. Lin Ye's Flying Thunder God mark is a circular emblem, within which is etched a simplistic dragon figure. Upon successfully creating the first Flying Thunder God mark, Lin Ye embarked on a relentless quest to inscribe additional marks. Initially, his success rate was dismally low. On average, out of 10 attempts, he might achieve only 1 successful mark. However, undeterred by these setbacks, Lin Ye employed the technique of multiple shadow clones, tirelessly etching the Flying Thunder God marks upon his desk. With each successful clone, he would recall them all, relishing the experience of success before dispatching new clones to continue his task. Through this relentless cycle of effort, Lin Ye's success rate for the Flying Thunder God mark began to soar. During this period, his cousin, Uzumaki Kimiai, often interrupted him, reminding him to take breaks for meals. While Lin Ye understood her intentions were rooted in care, the persistent lack of trust felt irksome to him as an individual possessing an adult mindset from another world. This only solidified his resolve to master the Flying Thunder God technique. After countless repetitions, Lin Ye's success rate for the Flying Thunder God mark finally surpassed 90. The occasional failures were merely due to lapses in concentration during chakra manipulation. With a perfected Flying Thunder God mark, Lin Ye sought out vulnerabilities within the village, strategizing his escape to the ancient nation of Lulan. However, before embarking on his journey, he intended to prepare some kunai that could bear the Flying Thunder God mark. It would be impractical to carve numerous marks in the heat of battle, as such delays could lead to severe injuries from adversaries. After much contemplation, Lin Ye settled on the design of the trident kunai conceived by Minato Namikaze in the original story as the vessel for his Flying Thunder God mark. Yet, the Uzumaki clan possessed few blacksmiths, and at that moment, the village's smiths were preoccupied crafting shurikens and kunai for the front lines. If he approached them directly, they would likely ignore his requests, leading to potentially detrimental delays. Just then, a voice broke through his thoughts. "Xiaoyi, your sister is looking for you." The voice of Uzumaki Kimiai reminded him of her position as the clan leader and granddaughter of Uzumaki Rudo. If she were to request the blacksmiths to forge 20 of these special trident kunai in her capacity as leader, would they dare refuse? "Kimiai, sister, you've come." Lin Ye excitedly leaned closer to Uzumaki Jime, smiling as he addressed her. "Oh, you little rascal, is there something you wish to ask your sister?" Upon noticing Lin Ye's enthusiastic approach, Uzumaki Jime promptly placed her hand against his forehead, laughing as she inquired, "Sister, could you lend me a hand?" Lin Ye presented the blueprint he had crafted to Uzumaki Jime, his gaze filled with anticipation as he addressed her. "Did you design this kunai?" Uzumaki Jime inquired. Observing the trident-shaped kunai depicted in Lin Ye's drawing, a smile gracing her lips. "Yes, elder sister, I created this design. I am in urgent need of it. Could you, in the name of our clan leader, request the blacksmiths of our family to expedite its production for me?" Lin Ye gazed earnestly at Uzumaki Jime, inquiring with fervent anticipation. "Given your exemplary behavior during this period, sister will assist you." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Jime smiled and patted her chest, responding warmly. Chapter 19. Departing from the Whirlpool Ninja Village with Uzumaki Jime's assistance, the forging of Lin Ye's trident shurikens progressed remarkably faster. To Lin Ye's astonishment, he initially intended to possess only 20 trident shurikens. However, Uzumaki Jime generously added 10 more to that count. Upon receiving these 30 trident shurikens, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. "Sister Jime, I am truly grateful to you." Lin Ye gazed at the trident kunai handed to him by Uzumaki Kimiai, smiling as he addressed her. "Ah, Kimiai, you are truly too kind." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Kimiai waved her hand with great generosity and replied, "Sister, I shall now return to my training. Farewell." Lin Ye clutched his beloved trident tightly, his heart brimming with excitement as he dashed home. For some time, Lin Ye had been seeking opportunities to devise a means of escape from the hidden Whirlpool village, meticulously familiarizing himself with the comings and goings of all its inhabitants. To ensure his plans could be executed with utmost efficiency, Lin Ye formulated 3 distinct strategies, wary of any unforeseen complications that might hinder his departure from the village. Upon returning to his abode, Lin Ye promptly inscribed his Flying Thunder God seal upon 30 kunai. Overcome with excitement, he inadvertently faltered while marking one of the weapons. Fortunately, Lin Ye swiftly recalibrated his focus and successfully completed the seal on that kunai. As afternoon waned and after Uzumaki Jime had once again observed him finish his meal and depart, Lin Ye securely locked the door, adhering to his customary resting hours, and extinguished all the lights within the room. He fashioned a semblance of slumber using a pillow, covering himself with a blanket, and patiently awaited the appointed time. Before long, the clock struck 10 in the evening. Lin Ye donned his attire and stealthily slipped outside, tiptoeing to evade detection by the patrolling members of the Uzumaki clan. He advanced to the village's barrier, seizing the opportunity when no clan members were in sight. With precision, he unleashed the Flying Thunder God technique, transcending the village's surveillance and appearing upon the sea beyond its confines. There, upon the ocean's surface, floated a white foam board, its reverse bearing a prominent Flying Thunder God seal. "Aha, I have successfully evaded capture. Now, I can journey to the ancient kingdom of Lulan." Lin Ye cautiously lay on the surface of the sea and discovered that no one in the village had noticed his presence. Filled with joy, he exclaimed, "Previously, Lin Ye had been anxious that if he ventured out of the village without permission, the ninjas responsible for the village's defensive barriers might detect his absence and swiftly return him. To his surprise, the defensive barrier of the Uzumaki clan was designed solely to prevent outsiders from entering the village, rather than to guard against those leaving. With this revelation, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Lin Ye cast a glance towards the direction of the village, only to find it deserted. He swiftly turned away, making his way towards the land of fire. The following morning, Uzumaki Jime, adhering to her usual routine, made her way to Lin Ye's residence. "Xiaoyu, I've arrived. Are you still in bed?" She cheerfully called out upon entering Chunan's house. However, to her surprise, despite her loud voice, the house remained eerily silent, stirring a twinge of anxiety within her. Yet, she dismissed the worry, assuming Lin Ye had merely stayed up late the previous night. Approaching Lin Ye's room, she pushed open the door, only to find the blanket piled high, prompting her to smile and step closer. "Lin Ye, the sun is shining. Why are you still asleep?" With excitement, she tugged at the edge of his blanket, eager to unveil him. Upon lifting the cover, she discovered that beneath it lay not Lin Ye, but merely two pillows. Shocked, she let out a cry. Jime hurriedly dashed out of Lin Ye's house and returned home, seeking her grandfather, Uzumaki Lu Hu. "Grandfather, there's trouble. Lin Ye, the little grandson of Elder Qing Lu, has vanished. We must send someone to search for him," she exclaimed, gripping her grandfather's hand with urgency. "What do you mean? Little Yi is missing too? Is this true?" Lu Hu's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Jime. "It is true, grandfather. I followed Sister Chime's instructions to keep an eye on him during mealtime, only to find him absent upon arriving at his home. He had even gone to the lengths of using pillows as a disguise. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see for yourself." Angered by her grandfather's disbelief, Jime pulled him along swiftly towards Lin Ye's house. Upon entering Lin Ye's room, she insisted, "Grandfather, look, that rascal has disappeared. Please help me find him." "Calm down. Let us see what this little rascal left behind in his notes before we decide our next steps," Lu Hu replied, unperturbed. He picked up a sealed letter from Lin Ye's desk and handed it to Jime, saying, "Here, this is a message specifically for you." Could it be that the tools he previously asked me to forge were intended for the Flying Thunder God technique? Jime fumed, crumpling the letter in her hands. "Indeed. It seems plausible," Lu Hu chuckled. "Shall we not pursue Lin Ye then?" Jime asked, her frustration evident as she followed her grandfather out of Lin Ye's home. Reflecting on Elder Qing Lu and Sister Chime, she whispered to her grandfather, "But what if we can't find him? He has escaped the village and possesses the Flying Thunder God technique. Tracking him down would be exceedingly difficult." Lu Hu smiled knowingly at his granddaughter. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, having departed from the land of Whirlpool, utilized his water-walking ability to hasten towards the shore. He needed to reach land before his chakra depleted, otherwise, he would plunge beneath the waves. In his 6-year-old frame, prolonged exposure to the ocean would likely result in grave illness. Fortunately, the distance from the land of Whirlpool to the land of fire was not extensive, and after a night's journey, Lin Ye reached dry land just before dawn. Dispersing the chakra that clung to his feet, Lin Ye did not rest immediately. Instead, he employed a transformation technique to alter his appearance, changing his crimson hair before cautiously entering a nearby village. With the money he had on hand, he purchased some provisions and retreated into the dense woods. In the seclusion of the forest, Lin Ye devoured his food, and after a brief respite, he discovered a cave where he settled down to sleep. Before closing his eyes, he utilized earth release to create a concealed chamber within the cave, leaving only a small opening for ventilation. Anyone entering without powerful ninjutsu would remain oblivious to the existence of this hidden space. After 8 hours of restful slumber, Lin Ye awakened, his previous meal fully digested. I have successfully escaped the village. Now, I must devise a plan to reach the ancient nation of Lulan. However, acquiring a map must come first, otherwise, I risk losing my way without a clear direction. The ancient nation of Lulan awaits. Lin Ye stretched lazily and sat up. He gradually folded the blanket that had covered him, muttering to himself as he did so. Once the blanket was completely folded, Lin Ye promptly stored it away in the panel of his storage space. This storage panel allowed for 64 items of the same kind in each slot, and he felt no burden whatsoever, making it an exceptional treasure for storage. After Lin Ye left a Flying Thunder God mark within the cavern, he promptly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself to the mark he had previously inscribed in the woods. It appears that no one has noticed my presence. In the depths of the forest, Lin Ye cautiously surveyed his surroundings and, upon realizing that no one was paying him any heed, promptly employed his transformation technique. Assuming the guise of an 18-year-old man, he then began to stroll leisurely towards the nearest town. Truly, the city of the Land of Fire appears to be far more vibrant than our entire Whirlpool Ninja Village. Lin Ye entered the nearest town and, observing the bustling crowd, he spoke with a sense of reflection. The land of the Whirlpool, though claiming to be a nation, is merely a village of shinobi established on an island, and cannot truly be compared to the 5 great nations. Lin Ye wandered through the town and finally discovered a shop dedicated to selling maps. Excitedly, he stepped inside. "Ah, good sir, are you in search of a map? Where might you be headed? In my establishment, we possess a comprehensive collection of maps for every country. Please, take a look." As soon as Lin Ye stepped into the map store, the owner, upon noticing him, approached with enthusiasm and, smiling, inquired, "Do you happen to know of a place called the Ancient Kingdom of Lulan?" Lin Ye, upon hearing the proprietor's words, smiled and stood beside the counter, addressing the shopkeeper. "The Ancient Kingdom of Lulan, you say? Good sir, that is indeed a rather remote location you wish to visit. However, I happen to possess a map that marks the position of this very nation. Allow me a moment to retrieve it for your perusal." The map shop owner, taken aback by Lin Ye's words for a brief instant, chuckled and replied. He then swiftly turned and fetched a map from the very bottom of the cabinet, placing it before Lin Ye. "Sir, here is the latest map we have concerning the ancient kingdom of Lulan. I had ordered this map on a whim, fully believing it would remain unsold throughout my lifetime. Who would have thought fate would bring you here?" The shopkeeper placed the map of Lulan on the counter, smiling as he spoke to Lin Ye. "Is that so? My good sir, may I take a moment to examine this map? If it proves accurate, I would be willing to pay you 30,000 taels on the spot." Hearing the words of the map shop owner, Lin Ye smiled and addressed him. Initially, Lin Ye intended to purchase a map of the Land of Wind, believing that upon reaching its borders, he would be able to procure a map leading to the ancient nation of Lulan, despite the scarcity of cities in that region. However, discovering that this establishment already possessed the desired map, he felt no inclination to further haggle with the proprietor. 30,000 taels? That simply won't do, sir. The cost to acquire this map was 40,000 taels. How could I possibly part with it for just 30,000? The shopkeeper, upon hearing Lin Ye's offer, blinked in surprise and then earnestly implored. "Dear sir, I am genuinely intent on purchasing this map from you. If you insist on holding firm to the price of 40,000 taels, then I shall take my leave. The ancient nation of Lulan lies within the borders of the Land of Wind. Should I wait until I arrive there to buy such a map? It would undoubtedly be far more affordable. Moreover, as a citizen of such a prominent nation, I surely cannot be so lost as to be unaware of the directions within the Land of Wind." Lin Ye shook his head at the avaricious gaze of the shopkeeper and, after speaking, prepared to step outside. "All right, 30,000 taels, 30,000 taels, sir, 30,000 taels. It's yours. Please don't go, don't go." The proprietor of the map shop, upon hearing Lin Ye's words, realized that this young gentleman had not come unprepared to purchase a map to the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Rather, he had been well prepared. It dawned on the shopkeeper that he had rather foolishly underestimated the situation and hurriedly called out to Lin Ye. Lin Ye heard the proprietor of the map shop calling out, and a smile crept across his face as he turned to face the owner. "Sir, 30,000 taels. It's yours, it's yours. Please, do not leave." The shopkeeper exclaimed, extending his hand eagerly towards Lin Ye. "Here's 30,000 taels. Please hand me the map." Lin Ye smiled as he summoned the storage space panel. He retrieved 3 coins, each worth 10,000 taels, and placed them before the map shop owner. With a grin, he took the map of the ancient country of Lulan from the owner's hands and walked out of the shop. After Lin Ye exited the map store, he unfolded the map pertaining to the ancient kingdom of Lulan, his excitement palpable as he gazed at its details. "Here I am, and my objective lies yonder. Very well. I shall ascertain my direction and embark on my journey." Lin Ye gazed at the map, which clearly marked the ancient kingdom of Lulan that Shun and was destined for. With a smile, he folded the map and exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 21. Encounter with the Wandering Ninja. Eagerly, Lin Ye had barely taken a few steps when an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, and he suddenly recalled that he had slept for 8 hours without having eaten. Reluctantly, he turned back and sought out a noodle shop. Upon entering, he ordered a bowl of noodles and began to devour it ravenously. Unbeknownst to Lin Ye, as he indulged in his meal, a group of wandering ninjas had silently set their sights on him. This group consisted of approximately 30 individuals, with the most formidable being 3ch Nin, Although these three Sennin did not quite match the prowess of those nurtured in the ninja villages. Their experiences as drifters imbued them with a tenacity rarely found in the elite ninjas of the great villages. Among these Sennin, the only one who had mastered a modicum of sensory ninjutsu was the one who first detected Lin Ye. Initially, this Sennin would not have noticed Lin Ye. But due to Lin Ye's continuous use of a voice-modifying technique for his own safety, the Sennin inadvertently brushed against him while eating in the noodle shop, thereby sensing the chakra emanating from Lin Ye. Despite Lin Ye employing a transformation technique, the majority of his chakra was stored in his dantian, preventing the wandering ninja from fully perceiving it. The Sennin merely sensed a faint trace of chakra and contemplated robbing Lin Ye, hoping to acquire new ninjutsu or resources related to ninjas from him. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Ye confirmed his direction and swiftly departed from the town, setting his course towards the ancient nation of Lulan in the Land of Wind. As it was his first time traversing the ninja world alone, he felt a surge of excitement and neglected to employ the Kagaya's eye to ascertain if anyone was tailing him. By the time Lin Ye remembered to attempt using the divine eye to survey his surroundings, he was astonished to discover that he had been encircled by numerous ninjas, whose origins were a mystery. Although their chakra was inferior to his own, their numbers were overwhelming. Did I offend someone? Where did these individuals come from? Lin Ye sensed the chakra fluctuations surrounding him, and, feeling somewhat vexed, rubbed his head while murmuring to himself. However, having detected the presence of his adversaries, he was not inclined to remain passive. As he passed two trees, Lin Ye swiftly created a shadow clone to advance forward, while he himself silently transformed into a small stone, concealing himself beneath the tree. Damn it! The ninja ahead must belong to one of the great ninja villages. Despite the considerable distance traveled, his speed has shown no signs of diminishing. The second rogue ninja, utilizing sensory ninjutsu, attempted to detect Lin Ye's shadow clone ahead. He spoke gravely to his companions, the first and third rogue ninjas. A great ninja village would indeed be fortuitous. We might acquire the chakra extraction techniques and ninjutsu they employ, potentially allowing us to elevate our own strength to that of Sennin. The third rogue ninja chuckled in response to the second's words. Be cautious, don't let him escape, the first rogue ninja admonished. Even a low-ranking ninja from a great village could possess the power to kill us. Do not underestimate them. Understood, leader, the second and third rogue ninjas replied, exchanging a glance before responding calmly. Brothers, stay close. Do not allow that kid ahead to elude us. If we capture him, we will obtain the chakra extraction techniques from him. I assure you, every brother here will have the opportunity to learn. Those who excel will have access to my rock fist technique, the second sensory technique, and the third's wind blade technique. Let us exert ourselves and pursue him. The first rogue ninja addressed the 30 or so brothers accompanying him, his voice ringing with authority. Yes, leader. The rogue ninjas ignited with fervor upon hearing their leader's words, excitement alight in their eyes. Observing the passionate flames in the eyes of his comrades, the first rogue ninja smiled and led them swiftly in pursuit of Lin Ye. Damn, it's the rogue ninjas. Why are they fixated on me? With my chakra concealment abilities, they shouldn't have been able to detect me. After the rogue ninjas charged ahead, Lin Ye, who had transformed back from his stone guise, whispered curiously towards the pursuing rogues. Forget it, I won't dwell on it. After all, they are merely a group of rogue ninjas. The strongest among them is just of average middle rank. With the Rasengan as my foundation and the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, I can use these individuals for practical training. It's better than being caught off guard by the ninja of Konohagakure once I enter the Land of Wind. Lin Ye gazed calmly at the approaching wave ninjas in the distance and spoke. Meanwhile, ahead of him, his shadow clone walked cautiously, leaving behind several Flying Thunder God kunai. This shadow clone possessed half of Lin Ye's chakra. Although not substantial, it was sufficient for a simple skirmish. Kid, the leader, he declared, you are now surrounded. Not long after, Lin Ye slowed down, encircled by over 30 wave ninjas. The leader of the wave ninjas stepped forward, a cold smile gracing his lips as he addressed Lin Ye. I believe my chakra was concealed well enough. How is it that you were able to detect me? Lin Ye gazed calmly at the group of rogue ninjas before him, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed their leader. Your chakra control is indeed impressive. However, it was only upon my contact with your body that I sensed the slightest trace of chakra within you. You must be merely a ninja apprentice who has failed to graduate for many years, am I right? I advise you to relinquish the chakra extraction technique in your possession, along with any jutsu you have mastered. Perhaps we can make your demise a swift one. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the second rogue ninja, filled with pride, stepped forward with a smirk and replied, "Ah, so it was through touch that you detected my chakra. It seems you have indeed uncovered my presence." Sennin observed the second rogue ninja's self-satisfied demeanor and quickly realized that it was this very individual who had discovered him. The reason they managed to pursue him so closely was not due to sensing jutsu, but rather the sheer number of them, gradually encircling him. Haha, indeed. I am a rather rare sensory-type ninja. There is no way you can escape from us. You might as well surrender quickly. The second rogue ninja laughed heartily in response to Lin Ye's remark. Dream on if you think I will surrender. I am quite curious to see how you intend to capture me, Lin Ye retorted defiantly. Lin Ye gazed calmly at the 30 rogue ninjas before him, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Chapter 22, Confrontation. Lin Ye let out a cold laugh, his right hand flipping downward as a spiraling sphere swiftly took shape within his grasp. In the next moment, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing into the midst of the wave ninja crowd. Without giving the unsuspecting enemies a moment to react, he propelled the spiraling sphere towards them with great speed. The sphere erupted, unleashing a powerful gust that sent the surrounding ninjas hurtling through the air. "You audacious brat." The leader of the wave ninjas, the most formidable among them, quickly regained his composure and bellowed. With swift hand seals, he unleashed the rock fist technique, charging towards Lin Ye's location. Lin Ye gazed in astonishment at the rogue ninja leader, who surprisingly wielded the earth-style ninjutsu. In a hurry, he swiftly evaded the surroundings. It was truly a rare occurrence to encounter a wandering ninja possessing such mastery over earth techniques. Lin Ye calmly evaded the attack from the leader of the wave ninjas, smiling as he addressed him. There are many things you have yet to anticipate. I shall thoroughly defeat you next, avenging my brothers." The wave ninja leader glared at Lin Ye with resentment, retorting in a harsh tone, "Very well, then. Let us see who falls first. Will it be you or me?" Lin Ye observed the fierce expression on the leader of the rogue ninjas and chuckled lightly in response. The leader, employing his rock fist technique, swiftly launched an assault against Lin Ye. However, Lin Ye effortlessly evaded the leader's strikes, thanks to his agile positioning. It must be said that the prowess of these wandering ninjas was rather unimpressive. His sister had previously taught him how to dodge taijutsu attacks and discern the intentions behind hidden techniques. Yet, Lin Ye found that these rogue ninjas lacked any subtlety in concealing their attack intentions. On the contrary, their intentions were exceedingly apparent, allowing for an easy evasion with careful attention. Just as Lin Ye skillfully sidestepped the leader's attack, the third rogue ninja, positioned nearby, immediately unleashed a wind release technique aimed at him. In the face of the third ninja's wind-based assault, Lin Ye, who was unaccustomed to defensive ninjutsu, swiftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to evade the incoming attack. It seems that this band of rogues possesses quite a wealth of resources in their wind release techniques. Lin Ye peeked out from behind a large tree, observing the recently attacked rogue ninja number 3, and smiled as he addressed him. "Everyone, unleash your attacks." Rogue ninja no. 2, noticing Lin Ye's head appearing, joyfully called out to the surrounding ordinary rogue ninjas. Upon hearing his words, these ordinary rogue ninjas promptly drew forth an abundance of shurikens and kunai from their person, hurling them in the direction of Lin Ye. Although the kunai and shurikens in the hands of these ninjas appeared quite worn and tattered, with many kunai having their tips chipped away, the sheer volume of these projectiles, if they were to strike one's body, would undoubtedly inflict a degree of harm. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Ye swiftly employed his body flicker technique to evade the shuriken and kunai hurled by the rogue ninja. Observing that these projectiles posed no threat to Lin Ye, the leader of the rogue ninjas hastened to engage him in close combat. However, before he could cover much ground, he found himself at the location marked by Lin Ye's Flying Thunder God kunai. Lin Ye gazed at the fact that he had lured this formidable rogue ninja leader for quite some time. At last, he approached the mark of the Flying Thunder God kunai. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization as he swiftly condensed a Rasengan, employing the technique of the Flying Thunder God, and advanced toward the rogue ninja leader, wielding the Rasengan. In his heart, Lin Ye let out a resounding shout and swiftly propelled the spiraling sphere towards the direction of the leader of the wave ninja, intending to eliminate him on the spot. Whether it was the surge of potential unleashed in a life-or-death moment, the leader of the wave ninja unexpectedly raised his right fist, imbued with the rock fist technique, and launched a fierce attack towards Lin Ye. Lin Ye instinctively sought to block the RA ninja leader's rock fist technique, swiftly directing the Rasengan in his hand to collide with the leader's right fist. Bang! Utilizing the force from the impact of the rock fist and the Rasengan, The RA ninja leader quickly retreated backward. Damn, I am a shadow clone. Why did I choose to attack his rock fist with the Rasengan? If I had struck him directly, he might have been dead by now. Moreover, I could have detonated the Rasengan in advance, which might have resulted in his immediate demise. In that case, my shadow clone would not have been vulnerable to his rock fist technique. Lin Ye watched as the rogue ninja leader took advantage of his attack to escape, cursing himself for his earlier timidity. Are you a ninja from the Great Ninja Village? The teleportation technique you just employed and that orb-like jutsu in your hand, both are advanced ninjutsu, are they not? The rogue ninja leader steadied himself, his gaze warily fixed on Lin Ye, and coldly replied, Indeed. I am a ninja from the Heavenly Ninja Village. Will you not surrender now? Lin Ye chuckled as he gazed at the leader of the wave ninjas before him, playfully teasing him. Ladies and gentlemen, this fellow is highly likely a ninja from one of the 5 great ninja villages. Should we allow him to escape today, we would undoubtedly face a manhunt from those villages. Therefore, for the sake of our survival, we must detain him. I shall take the lead in the assault. Third, you will provide support. Second, keep a close watch on him, ensuring he does not flee. The rest of you, prepare to assist me with shurikens and kunai. The leader of the wave ninjas glared fiercely at Lin Ye, addressing his comrades with a grave and menacing demeanor. Although the other wave ninjas did not respond verbally, the resolute and fierce glint in their eyes revealed their unwavering determination to fight to the death. Since you are so eager to perish, I shall grant your wish. Upon hearing the words of the leader of the rogue ninjas, as well as the gazes of all the surrounding rogue ninjas, Lin Ye, who initially bore a spirit of experimentation, felt a weight settle upon him. Lin Ye could never have anticipated the sheer brutality that existed within the ninja realm. Previously, he had no intention of pursuing those who wished to escape. However, upon hearing the words of the leader of the wave ninjas, the decisions made by his adversaries compelled Lin Ye to abandon his previously held notions of magnanimity. He resolved to slay each of them one by one in the ensuing battle. With both hands clenched into fists, Lin Ye swiftly channeled his lightning chakra, allowing it to flow within him in accordance with the trajectory of the Dragon Slayer magic. The technique known as the Thunder Dragon's Destruction Fist clashed against the Rock Fist technique employed by the leader of the Wave Ninjas. The Earth-style ninjutsu, which was inherently countered by lightning, was shattered by Lin Ye's attack after merely 1 second of resistance. In an instant, the leader's right arm was obliterated by Lin Ye's Thunder Dragon's Destruction Fist, causing it to collapse to the side. Lin Ye had initially intended to pursue his advantage and slay the leader of the rogue ninjas on the spot. However, a few astute rogue ninjas hurled a barrage of shurikens and kunai towards him, forcing Lin Ye to evade the onslaught and swiftly dart to the side. Chapter 23. Unmatched. The surrounding rogue ninjas, witnessing Lin Ye's successful repulsion of their leader, gazed at him with trepidation. Kid, you hail from the Cloud Ninja Village. You are proficient in the body techniques of the Cloud Ninja. The leader of the rogue ninjas grimaced, clutching his severed right arm, and fixed a menacing glare upon Lin Ye as he coldly uttered, realizing my identity now is rather too late, isn't it? Lin Ye gazed upon the pale visage of the leader of the wave ninja, a smile gracing his lips before he suddenly erupted into a furious charge towards him. However, confronted by Lin Ye's formidable advance, the wave ninja leader could only evade, rendered powerless to mount any counterattack. Thunder Dragon's Crushing Fist. Lin Ye gazed at the leader of the wave ninja, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he launched a fierce attack aimed at the leader's head. Faced with Lin Ye's onslaught, the wave ninja leader found himself utterly defenseless, abandoning his usual composure and rolling away from the range of Lin Ye's strike. Wind Release, Wind Blowing Technique. Witnessing his leader's injury, the third wave ninja rushed forward, desperately employing a wind release technique in an attempt to repel Lin Ye. In this moment of distraction, the second wave ninja and others quickly surrounded Lin Ye, initiating an assault. Initially, Lin Ye effortlessly incapacitated his foes with a single punch, even delivering fatal blows that resulted in instantaneous demise. Yet, as the number of attackers swelled, the chakra within Lin Ye's shadow clone began to deplete rapidly. With so many of you attacking me, do not blame me for being ruthless. As he observed the increasing number of adversaries and felt the dwindling chakra within him, Lin Ye coldly uttered a menacing remark and summoned all his strength to unleash a Thunder Dragon's roar. In an instant, the 3 closest wave ninjas were pierced through by the force of the roar, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. My chakra is exhausted. Lin Ye unleashed the roar of the Thunder Dragon, instilling fear in all the rogue ninjas besieging him. The ninjas, stricken with terror, retreated a considerable distance, warily observing Lin Ye. Lin Ye merely smiled faintly, and with a resounding thud, the shadow clone vanished without a trace. What just happened? How did that fellow disappear? Second, take a look. The third rogue ninja, astonished by Lin Ye's sudden disappearance, turned back to inquire of the second rogue ninja. Enough, stop asking questions. Third. The first rogue ninja, nursing an injured arm, coldly rose to his feet and admonished the still inquisitive third. That individual just employed the physical clone technique, a skill possessed solely by ninjas from the great ninja villages. Furthermore, anyone capable of utilizing such a technique would likely be at least a Nin, if not a special Nin. The first rogue ninja adjusted his right arm, his countenance dark as he addressed the third rogue ninja. Damn it, second. How is your sensory technique even functioning? Clearly, he must be at least a Nin, yet you claim his chakra is that of a genin? Upon hearing the first rogue ninja's words, the third rogue ninja spun around in fury, directing his ire at the breathless second rogue ninja. I have no idea. Who can fathom the secret techniques of those from the great ninja villages? My previous sensing did indeed register only a genin's chakra from that individual, the second rogue ninja. Now alarmed, hurriedly explained. Forget it. I shan't dwell on this further. Upon our return, I will make my sensory technique public, and all brothers capable of learning shall do so. I have some savings from these years, aside from sharing a portion with the surviving brothers. I shall provide double to those who have perished. The second rogue ninja, having offered a few explanations, quickly fell silent, noticing the surrounding rogue ninjas glaring at him with resentment. Reluctantly, he conceded, Fine, considering you are willingly accepting the blame for this, I shall not pursue your oversight further. Let us return. The first rogue ninja, upon hearing the second's words, nodded calmly, casting a knowing glance at him before addressing the surrounding rogue ninjas in a grave tone. However, upon receiving that glance, the second rogue ninja felt a sense of injustice rising within him, although he had not exerted much force during the confrontation with Lin Ye. As a sensory ninja, he had actively engaged in the battle. Yet, when it came time for compensation, he found himself solely bearing the burden. It was not just him who had decided to ambush Lin Ye. It was a collective decision made by all the rogue ninjas. Now, when the blame fell, it rested solely upon his shoulders. From the original 30 rogue ninjas, only 20 remained on their return, unlike their previous pursuit of Lin Ye. The remaining individuals now clustered together, slowly making their way back toward the town. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Ye had already set a trap along their return route, patiently awaiting their arrival. After the dissolution of his shadow clone, Lin Ye, having absorbed all its memories, gained a modicum of understanding about the group of rogue ninjas. He retrieved several explosive tags and 2 kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, strategically placing traps along the path they would inevitably traverse. In Lin Ye's estimation, the only individuals capable of inflicting direct harm upon him were the 3 Nin level rogue ninjas. However, with the first rogue ninja's arm injured, he was temporarily unable to use earth release techniques, while the third rogue ninja demonstrated a noticeable lack of proficiency in wind release techniques. Lin Ye harbored doubts regarding whether they had undergone any training in chakra control. Each time the third wave ninja employed his wind release technique, he required an extended period of rest. As for the second wave ninja, who possessed the ability to utilize perception ninjutsu, it was likely that he had reaped considerable benefits over the years within the team, resulting in his taijutsu being slightly superior to that of an average chunin. With the return of the wave ninjas, they swiftly found themselves ensnared in the trap devised by Lin Ye. Lin Ye concealed himself atop a grand tree, a smile gracing his lips as he fashioned a seal. In an instant, the explosive talismans ensnared within his trap detonated with a tremendous roar. Over 20 rogue ninjas were swiftly brought to their knees, with Lin Ye dispatching more than a dozen in a heartbeat. Alarmed, one of the rogue ninjas, who had initially anticipated a substantial monetary loss, sensed the impending explosion just a moment too late and urgently cried out a warning. Alas, his reaction proved tragically insufficient. Before he could finish his warning, the explosion had already erupted, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the Thunder Dragon. Lin Ye immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique with both his true self and his shadow clone, arriving at the designated location to unleash the roar of the Thunder Dragon upon the bewildered rogue ninjas, who were still reeling from the recent explosion. Converge. Gather around me. Do not scatter. Be cautious of being picked off one by one. The leader of the rogue ninjas, upon hearing the thunderous sound, swiftly realized that Lin Ye was launching an assault and urgently called out to his comrades. Reacting to their leader's command, the surrounding rogue ninjas anxiously moved towards his position. In the midst of the smoke, upon hearing the leader's words, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with determination. Initially uncertain of the leader's location and contemplating a retreat after using the Flying Thunder God, Lin Ye resolved to dispel his shadow clone technique and fully channel his chakra. He intended to conserve just enough chakra for a single short-distance application of the Flying Thunder God technique, aiming to eliminate all the rogue ninjas before him in one fell swoop. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. The thunderous roar of the Lightning Dragon, brimming with formidable power, surged directly towards the location from which the Elder of the Wave Ninja had just emitted his voice. Simultaneously, Lin Ye, employing the Kagura Hard Eye, discerned the presence of a cluster of chakra signatures at that very spot. Alarmed, he urged everyone to scatter. However, as the second Elder of the Wave Ninja shouted in response to the deafening thunder, his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of the thunder and the dragon's roar. Reaching only the ears of two nearby comrades, the rest remained oblivious. By the time he was prepared to react, the roar of the lightning dragon had already collided forcefully with the multitude of wave ninjas. The leader and the third Elder of the Wave Ninja were struck instantaneously, their bodies succumbing to the impact and slowly collapsing. Others were also swept away by the colossal shockwave, flung violently in all directions. Lin Ye could only feel that the ninjas before him had collapsed to the ground in an instant, causing a faint smile to grace his previously tense face. Cough, cough. The second rogue ninja struggled to rise from the ground, but his injuries were far too severe. His limbs lacked the strength to assist him, leaving him helplessly sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. "Oh, my friend, do you require my assistance?" Lin Ye, utilizing the divine insight of Kagura, discerned the struggling second wave ninja. Clutching a kunai firmly in his hand, he approached the beleaguered figure and spoke in a low, resonant voice. Cough, cough. Yet, the already gravely injured second wave ninja could only manage to emit two faint sounds, glaring fiercely at Lin Ye, unable to muster even the slightest resistance. Lin Ye observed the performance of this rogue ninja and swiftly ended his life with the kunai in hand. Yet, Lin Ye remained uneasy. He executed a finishing blow to all rogue ninjas in the vicinity who bore no significant injuries to their torsos or heads. Only then did he promptly retrieve the Flying Thunder God kunai he had previously discarded and hastily depart in the direction he had initially determined. After Lin Ye moves forward to the utmost limit of his Flying Thunder God technique, he pauses to scan his surroundings for a secluded spot. He promptly establishes a hidden stone cavern, inscribing his Flying Thunder God seal within. However, as he ventures further into the land of rivers, the presence of Konoha ninjas intensifies. To better conceal himself, Lin Ye refrains from utilizing his ninja abilities, opting instead to masquerade as a wandering orphan, cautiously progressing in fits and starts towards the direction of the land of rivers. Fortunately, within the borders of the land of fire, he can stealthily gather edible wild fruits from the forest or discreetly retrieve a morsel of food from his storage space when no one is watching. Initially, he had hoped that upon entering the land of rivers, devoid of the numerous Konoha ninjas' constraints, he would be able to advance swiftly and freely. Yet, at this moment, the land of rivers resembles a hell on earth, far surpassing the trials of the land of fire. As Lin Ye stepped into the land of rivers, he was immediately confronted by the fierce clash between the ninjas of Konoha and Sunagakure. Had it not been for Lin Ye activating the Kagura Heart Eye in advance, he would have undoubtedly found himself caught in the midst of their violent skirmish. Sigh, when will I ever manage to escape from this land of rivers? Upon returning to his previously established stronghold using the Flying Thunder God technique, prompted by the ongoing battle between the ninjas of Konoha and Sunagakure, Lin Ye lamented aloud. Just moments ago, he had been steadily approaching the border of the land of wind within a tranquil forest in the land of rivers. However, 2 squads of Konoha ninjas and 2 squads of Sunagakure ninjas suddenly launched their assault from both sides. If Lin Ye had not kept his Kagura Hard Eye active, he might not have even noticed their presence until it was too late. What was even more alarming was that one group directed their assault deeper into the forest, while the other began to fan the flames of the burning woods. Within mere seconds, a raging inferno engulfed the forest. Lin Ye, perceiving the impending danger, promptly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself to the concealed base he had previously established underground. Thus, he narrowly evaded the assault from the ninjas of Konoha and Sunagakure. Perhaps it would be best to take a moment to rest and partake in some nourishment before attempting to depart from this place once more. Lin Ye carefully retrieved his bedding and some food he had previously prepared from the storage space panel. After satiating his hunger, he cautiously activated a concealed barrier before surrendering himself to slumber. After 3 hours of sleep, Lin Ye gingerly emerged from his underground sanctuary. Indeed, the night had fallen. Lin Ye munched on the food in his hand, murmuring to himself. Next, he would go and see if the people over there had departed. After Lin Ye consumed all the food, he clapped his hands and, with a contented expression, remarked, "Under the gentle embrace of the moonlight." Lin Ye cautiously arrived at the site where the shinobi of Konohagakure had once clashed with those of Konohagakure. The forest that had previously stood proudly was now utterly transformed into a desolate expanse of blackened earth. To Lin Ye's astonishment, he discovered that the combatants from Konohagakure and Konohagakure had perished together, with 12 bodies sprawled haphazardly across the charred ground. "Help me." At that moment, a faint voice reached his ears from the side. As Lin Ye fixed his gaze, he discovered that the figure before him was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. Upon noticing Lin Ye's attention, this Uchiha ninja from the Leaf Village, who was on the brink of death, swiftly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, attempting to use its power to compel Lin Ye into providing him with aid. However, just as the Uchiha clan member unleashed his Jinjutsu, the dragon spirit within Lin Ye abruptly opened its eyes, letting out a fierce roar. In an instant, the backlash of spiritual energy overwhelmed the already weakened Uchiha ninja, causing him to completely lose consciousness and fall into a deep stupor. Lin Ye shook his head and retrieved a shuriken, swiftly approaching the member of the Uchiha clan. In a fit of rage, he plunged the shuriken deeply into the heart of the Uchiha member. Chapter 25. Entering the Land of Wind. Damn you. How dare you lay a hand on me? Lin Ye gazed at the fallen member of the Uchiha clan, addressing him with palpable resentment. Simultaneously, his gaze drifted towards the Sharingan glimmering within the member's eyes, contemplating the Sharingan's remarkable capacity for evolution. Lin Ye meticulously employed his chakra to delineate the boundaries between the eye sockets and the eyes. With utmost caution, he inserted his finger into the Uchiha member's eye socket, carefully extracting the Sharingan in its entirety. Is this truly the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Indeed, it appears to be exceptionally precious. Lin Ye gazed at the complete Sharingan he had just extracted, smiling as he returned it to his storage panel. Lin Ye thoroughly searched the bodies of the ninjas from Konohagakure and Konohagakure, acquiring 3 pairs of double tomo Sharingan and 2 pairs of single tomo Sharingan. These Sharingan belonged to all the ninjas from the 2 squads of Konohagakure. In addition to the Sharingan, Lin Ye also collected a considerable amount of ninja tools and scattered wealth from these ninjas. Well, I must hasten my pace and continue onward, Lin Ye remarked with satisfaction after finishing his search of the ninja tools from one of the Konohagakure ninjas, dusting off his hands. Lin Ye swiftly departed from the battlefield where the ninjas of Konohagakure and Konohagakure clashed, upon once again reaching the utmost limits of the Flying Thunder God technique. He utilized Earth Release to carve out a cave and commenced the creation of his disguise. The situation in the Land of Rivers was exceedingly chaotic. Lin Ye traversed the Land of Fire in just over a week. Yet it took him nearly half a month to reach the borders of the Land of Wind while in the Land of Rivers. Upon arriving at the border, Lin Ye gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, the patrolling ninjas of Konohagakure, instantly feeling a headache wash over him. Should he employ transformation techniques, there was a significant risk of being detected by the sensing ninjas concealed nearby. Conversely, if he refrained from using such techniques, his striking red hair would render him easily identifiable to those around him. Lin Ye gazed at the ceaselessly patrolling ninjas from the Sand Ninja village along the border, steeling himself as he ignited a flame atop his head. Lin Ye dared not ignite a large flame. He merely allowed the flames to curl his hair. Then, using the ashes produced from the singed locks above, he masked his vibrant red hair, transforming it into a darker shade of crimson. After all, it is well known that the members of the Uzumaki clan possess strikingly bright red hair. By adopting a darker hue, he could concoct an excuse to deceive the shinobi of Konohagakure, preventing them from associating him with the Uzumaki lineage. Simultaneously, Lin Ye coated himself with a generous layer of black mud, and once the mud dried, he cautiously approached the border of the Land of Wind. Who goes there? Lin Ye navigated through the crowd, his gaze fixed anxiously on the Sand Village ninjas conducting inspections ahead. The tension was palpable as he observed the esteemed ninjas of the Sand Village. I am a resident of Tianshui Village, he explained nervously. Not long ago, I visited my sister in the Land of Rivers, and I was just about to return home. The ordinary refugee, trembling under scrutiny, cautiously elaborated to the Sand Village ninjas. Ah, you may proceed, one of the Sand ninjas replied after exchanging glances with his comrades, confirming that the villager posed no threat and was indeed not affiliated with any other ninja village. He nodded in acknowledgement, allowing the villager to pass. As one individual after another swiftly traversed the checkpoint established by the sand ninjas, Lin Ye soon found himself at the forefront. "Young man, from where do you hail?" the sand ninja inquired sternly, eyeing Lin Ye's disheveled appearance. "I am from the land of rivers, on my way to the ancient kingdom of Lulan to seek my aunt," Lin Ye responded. Lin Ye concealed all his chakra within his dantian, feigning a trembling demeanor as he gazed at the ninja from the sand village. In a low voice, he addressed the sand village ninja. "It seems you have traveled from a great distance. What compels you to journey to the ancient kingdom of Lulan? What of your parents and family?" The sand village ninja glanced upward at the nearby sensor ninja, seeking confirmation that this child was merely an ordinary person. After receiving assurance, he turned back to Lin Ye and asked, My parents were burned to death. Before they perished, they urged me to seek my aunt, saying that she could ensure my safe upbringing." Lin Ye lowered his head, hesitant to look up, and feigned deep sorrow as he spoke to the ninja from Sunagakure. "Very well, you may pass," the Sunagakure ninja responded, having listened to Lin Ye recount his tragic tale. With a resigned gesture, he spoke to Lin Ye in a cold tone. During this period, the borders of the land of wind had been inundated with a multitude of wandering children, primarily due to the conflict between Sunagakure and Konohagakure. Consequently, the Sunagakure ninja instinctively assumed that Lin Ye was one of the unfortunate souls affected by this turmoil and allowed him to proceed. Upon hearing the words of the Sand Village ninja, Lin Ye nodded slightly. Although his movements were somewhat hurried, he proceeded to walk slowly into the land of wind. After all, he was merely a wandering child, lacking the strength to run. Should he attempt to flee, he would likely expose himself. Lin Ye cautiously ventured into the land of wind, ever vigilant against the possibility of being detected by the ninjas of the Sand Village. Fortunately, he eluded their notice and successfully crossed into the territory of the land of wind. Once inside, he discovered an oasis where he took a brief respite. Utilizing the Kagura Shinkai, he ensured that the surroundings were devoid of any ninjas before establishing a Flying Thunder God transfer point within the oasis. Though entering the land of wind promised a smoother journey, Lin Ye remained acutely aware of the need for vigilance. A moment's lapse could expose him to the keen eyes of the Sand Village ninjas, especially at this juncture, possessing the unique Flying Thunder God technique of the Leaf Village. Should it come to the attention of their adversaries, it would spell dire consequences. The ninjas of the Sand Village were not akin to those from smaller villages who might be unfamiliar with such jutsu. Figures such as the second Kazekage, Chiyo, and others were well aware of the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Thus, Lin Ye concealed the imprint of his Flying Thunder God technique deeply, daring not to reveal even the slightest hint of it. Hoping to navigate through the land of wind and scathed on his way to the ancient kingdom of Lulan. However, he was reluctant to move about freely within the land of wind, as the region was rife with patrolling forces during the time of war. Lin Ye eagerly anticipated the opportunity to encounter someone destined for the ancient land of Lulan, hoping to accompany this individual on the journey to the fabled realm. Chapter 26. The Ministers of Lulan. After departing from the borders of the Wind Nation, Lin Ye did not head directly to the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Instead, he made his way toward a village marked prominently on the map. This town was one of the few sizable settlements within the Wind Nation, often chosen by many merchant caravans as a resting place. By venturing to this town, he might just encounter a caravan bound for the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Lin Ye cautiously approached the town, refraining from entering it uninvited. Instead, he stationed himself at the western gate, observing the caravans emerging from the settlement, hoping to select one that would journey to the ancient kingdom of Lulan. "My lord, shall we not hire ninjas for our protection on our return to the homeland?" A servant, anxious, inquired of the Lulan minister as he trailed closely behind. "Alan, a war rages between the Wind Country and the Fire Country. At this juncture, the villagers of Konoha would not dare venture so far into the Wind Country. We need not worry. Furthermore, we carry no valuables, as long as we remain discreet. We shall be safe here," the Lulan minister replied, shaking his head in resignation at Alan's concerns. "Our nation's annual revenue is limited. Every bit we can save counts." He patted Alan's shoulder, speaking with a calm demeanor. Alas, such is the plight of a small nation, Alan sighed, accepting the minister's words with a touch of resignation. "Very well then, Alan. Please prepare the carriage, and remember to bring along 2 additional camels. Let us set out early and return to the Lulan kingdom post-haste," the minister said, offering a gentle smile to his servant. "Understood, my lord. I shall attend to it at once." Alan bowed respectfully before departing to the courtyard, where he retrieved the carriage and camels used for their journey. Once Alan returned with the carriage and camels, they loaded the minister aboard and commenced their journey towards the town's outskirts. Meanwhile, outside the town, Lin Ye sat cross-legged by the roadside, feigning the guise of a beggar, meticulously observing each passing caravan. Suddenly, a rather dilapidated yet seemingly high-end carriage appeared before Lin Ye. Upon perceiving that the two individuals in the carriage lacked the substantial flow of chakra characteristic of ninjas, Lin Ye curiously shifted his gaze towards them. Sir, have pity on me. Lin Ye feigned a pitiful demeanor as he rushed over, pleading with Alan, who was driving the carriage. Young man, here is a cake for you. We are merely a humble little nation and do not possess many resources to spare. Please, depart swiftly. Alan retrieved a flatbread from a nearby bundle and placed it into Lin Ye's tattered bowl, expressing compassion as he spoke. Sir, I thank you. May I inquire about your origin? I shall surely repay your kindness in the future. Lin Ye gazed at the person before him, eagerly taking a bite of the flatbread, and excitedly said to Alan, We are the people of the ancient Lulan kingdom. We do not seek your gratitude. Please step aside, for we must continue our journey. A minister from Lulan, seated within the carriage, spoke calmly upon hearing Lin Ye's words. He understood that even if he were to bestow charity upon this child today, there lingered the grim reality that the child might not survive to adulthood. The warfare among ninjas is brutal. The Lulan minister spoke in a soothing tone. Very well. Thank you. Upon hearing the words of the minister from the ancient kingdom of Lulan, Lin Ye joyfully placed his hand upon the edge of the carriage, leaving behind his flying thunder god mark, and swiftly withdrew. The servant Alan, witnessing Lin Ye's retreat, gently lifted the reins and deftly guided the carriage forward with great speed. Lin Ye watched as the carriage slowly departed into the distance, a faint smile of joy gracing his face. He had finally found a carriage that would take him to the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Lin Ye cautiously followed behind the carriage, munching on a flatbread as he trailed slowly. With the presence of these two individuals journeying to the ancient kingdom of Lulan, his path became significantly easier. At last, after departing the town for 5,000 meters, Lin Ye finished the flatbread in his hand, wiping his mouth. In an instant, he activated his divine Kagura vision. Discerning that no ninjas from Sand Ninja Village approached him, he promptly employed the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing before the carriage. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Alan, the servant driving the carriage, exclaimed in panic upon noticing Lin Ye's sudden appearance. Lin Ye remained silent, swiftly employing the Vajra seal to bind the Lulan minister and his servant Alan with chains, rendering them incapable of struggle or escape. Esteemed gentlemen, I harbor no desire for wealth, nor do I seek to take a life. My sole intention is to journey to the ancient kingdom of Lulan for a matter of significance, and I wish to accompany you on this venture. I hope that when you encounter other ninjas henceforth, you will refer to me as a child of your household. What say you to this arrangement? Lin Ye brought his servant Alan and the minister of Lulan before him, smiling as he addressed them. No, that is not feasible. Those ninjas possess the ability to detect chakra. You cannot evade their vigilance by remaining in our proximity. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, his servant Alan immediately voiced his objections. Sir, you must be aware of the existence of sensory ninjutsu. It would be wiser for you to act alone. Accompanying us will undoubtedly lead to your discovery by the ninjas of the Sand Village. The minister of Lulan, calming himself, looked at Lin Ye and spoke in a low voice. Rest assured, since I have decided to accompany you, I am confident in my ability to completely conceal my chakra, thus evading detection by the sensory ninjas. All you need to do is ensure my identity remains secure, for they will not be able to sense the chakra within me. Lin Ye smiled confidently at the ministers of the ancient Lulan kingdom and the servant Alan, and spoke with assurance. Very well. Since this gentleman can guarantee his safety in this regard, I can agree to ensure your identity, provided that the Sand Ninja does not uncover it. However, should the ninjas of the Sand Village discover your identity, I shall no longer acknowledge Mr. Sherbao's status. The Lulan minister, observing the golden chains appearing on his body, pondered for a moment before solemnly addressing Lin Ye. Rest assured about this matter. You have just witnessed my indestructible seal and should have an understanding of my origins. Achieving this through my family's legacy poses no challenge. Lin Ye gazed at the Lulan minister, his eyes fixed upon the adamantine chains for a prolonged moment before arriving at a resolute decision. With a smile, he addressed the Lulan minister. Chapter 27. Arrival at Lulan. Very well, Alan. Let us depart. The Lulan minister spoke in a calm tone to his attendant, Alan, who stood beside him. Lin Ye gazed at the Lulan's minister, appreciating his timely awareness, and nodded with satisfaction. He then promptly released the adamantine seal and thoroughly cleaned himself. With a smile, he settled beside the minister in the carriage, embarking together towards the ancient kingdom of Lulan. "Minister, sir, trouble ahead. There are ninjas from San Ninja Village conducting inspections," exclaimed Alan, who had been driving the carriage. After a peaceful morning, he suddenly peered nervously into the carriage at around 2 p.m., speaking urgently to the Lulan's minister and Lin Ye. "Do not worry, Alan. Proceed boldly. All is well," Lin Ye reassured him, resting his head comfortably on the minister's lap, his laughter exuding confidence. With no pillows in the carriage, Lin Ye sought some comfort, leaning on the minister as he savored the moment. "Stop. Who are you? Where are you headed?" The ninjas from San Ninja Village approached, having noticed the anxious servant Alan. Sir, we are subjects of the Lulan kingdom. Inside are our minister and his grandson, and I am but a servant. You may inspect us, but please do not harm us," Alan stammered, watching the approaching ninjas with trepidation. "Very well. Lift the curtain. We shall conduct our inspection," commanded one of the Sand Ninja, glancing at his colleague who was forming hand seals to sense any hidden threats within the carriage. Upon receiving the indication that no ninjas were present, he turned back to Alan with a serious expression. Upon hearing the ninja's words, Alan, trembling, lifted the curtain of the carriage, anxiously awaiting the judgment of the two Sand Ninjas. The ninjas observed the Lulan's minister and Lin Ye seated closely together, appearing cautious yet unremarkable. Satisfied, the Sand Ninjas nodded and swiftly moved to the rear of the carriage. "You may proceed. Do not linger here," one of the ninjas stated sternly as he walked away. Yes, thank you, esteemed ninja." "Thank you, sir," Alan replied, filled with excitement as he fervently nodded and urged the camels forward with haste. "How was that? Did I not tell you I would not deceive you? We have successfully passed." Lin Ye laughed, feeling the absence of the Sand Ninja's watchful gaze, and turned to Alan and the still nervous minister. "Indeed, your noble background reflects your remarkable capabilities, sir. We were overly concerned. We hope you do not mind," the Lulan's minister responded, trembling slightly before smiling at Lin Ye. "Relax, there is no need for such tension. I have no intention of taking your lives, so rest assured," Lin Ye reassured them, his tone soothing. Lin Ye observed the anxious demeanor of the Lulan minister, shaking his head with a wry smile as he addressed him. With the guidance of the Lulan minister, Lin Ye found that aside from dismounting the carriage during breaks to leave 1 or 2 flying thunder god marks hidden away, he needed to exert little effort, comfortably seated as they journeyed to the ancient kingdom of Lulan. "Is this the ancient kingdom of Lulan? Indeed intriguing. Thank you. I shall take my leave." Upon arriving, Lin Ye leapt from the carriage, nodding in satisfaction at the Lulan minister before swiftly dashing into the depths of the kingdom. Before the minister could discern Lin Ye's appearance, he had already employed a transformation technique, seamlessly blending into the crowd and vanishing without a trace. "Minister, should we report our abduction to Her Majesty the Queen?" The servant Alan approached the Lulan minister cautiously, regarding him with a serious expression as he inquired softly. "Boldly spoken. Who permitted you to divulge the master's secrets? Do you wish for your demise?" The Lulan minister shot a stern glance at Alan, warning him coldly. "Oh, are we not to inform Her Majesty? Should we not summon the assassins to capture him?" Alan exclaimed in surprise, looking at the minister with confusion. "If we report to Her Majesty, that esteemed ninja will learn of our betrayal before the ninja from Sand Village arrives. He could eliminate us and escape from Lulan without a trace, incurring no loss whatsoever. However, if we remain silent, he will leave immediately after attending to his affairs. No one will know we once brought a ninja to Lulan, do you understand?" The Lulan minister, exasperated, slapped Alan lightly on the head as he explained. "I see now, minister. Your wisdom is truly remarkable." Alan responded eagerly, expressing his admiration for the minister's insight. "Of course. Otherwise, do you think I would have attained my position as a minister? Now, come, let us report to Her Majesty about our mission." The Lulan minister nodded in satisfaction at Alan's words and promptly turned to lead him towards the queen's palace. Meanwhile, after entering the ancient kingdom of Lulan, Lin Ye immediately employed a ninjutsu to alter his appearance and began to wander leisurely through the kingdom. Concurrently, he expanded the range of his Kagura heart-eye perception to its utmost extent, cautiously searching for traces of the dragon vein within Lulan. He also sought a suitable place for respite. Although he had amassed considerable wealth at home, it was prudent to spend as little as possible, for his funds were limited, and waste would be ill-advised. Whether due to the ignorance of the Lulan populace or the royal family's efforts to conceal information about the dragon vein, Lin Ye found himself fruitlessly inquiring among ordinary residents, unable to unearth any leads. Consequently, he shifted his focus to the royal palace, speculating that perhaps the Lulan Queen herself would provide clues regarding the hidden location of the dragon vein. Chapter 28. Infiltrating the dragon vein. Having found no information about the dragon vein on the outskirts, Lin Ye took a day to rest. Under the cover of a moonless night, he stealthily infiltrated the Lulan palace. As a small nation, the palace was not expansive. After evading numerous patrolling guards, Lin Ye stealthily made his way toward the queen's chambers. Fortunately, although Lulan was a kingdom, it possessed a remarkably scant number of ninjas, and the samurai they employed were of rather low caliber. After 2.5 hours of cautious effort, Lin Ye successfully infiltrated the chamber of the Queen of Lulan. At that moment, the queen had peacefully drifted into slumber. Lin Ye was not careless. After repeatedly confirming that the ninjas hired by the Lulan royal family had all succumbed to slumber, he proceeded with caution. Lin Ye employed a rather simple illusion before the Queen of Lulan, inquiring about the location of the dragon vein. "Greetings, Your Majesty. There has been an incident with the dragon vein. Please, unveil to me the route to its whereabouts." Lin Ye cautiously leaned beside the Queen of Lulan, softly inquiring into the slumbering figure of the queen. "The dragon vein lies beneath the small estate in the eastern district," the Queen of Lulan murmured in a daze, gazing vacantly at Lin Ye. "Oh, do continue your slumber." Lin Ye gently snapped his fingers, instantly dispelling the illusion cast upon the Queen of Lulan. With a smile, he addressed her. After receiving Chin-En's hypnotic command, the Queen of Lulan fell deeper into her slumber, while Lin Ye cautiously slipped out of her palace. Lin Ye had not anticipated that his inquiry would be so effortlessly resolved. It is no wonder that Baizu could single-handedly command the entire ancient kingdom of Lulan. The queen of this world's Lulan indeed possesses limited strength, and there are no formidable individuals within the kingdom. Upon arriving at a quaint manor in the eastern district, Lin Ye discovered that his divine Kagura vision remained unable to perceive the dragon vein beneath the ground. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to cautiously navigate past numerous patrolling guards to reach the manor. The new cavern, to be candid, bore little resemblance to its animated portrayal. It is conceivable that after Baizu located the dragon vein, he expanded the entrance using his puppetry skills and the renowned talents of the Lulan kingdom. Nevertheless, once Lin Ye descended into the depths, he could distinctly sense the immense power emanating from below, and it appeared there was no one guarding this treasure, igniting a profound excitement within him. The colossal energy of the dragon vein would undoubtedly enable him to forge a powerful Dragon Ball. If abundant enough, it might even facilitate the creation of a celestial realm. However, Lin Ye did not rush. Instead, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings before departing the manor with satisfaction. Upon leaving, he took special care to erase all traces of his presence. After exiting the manor, Lin Ye located an ordinary residence in the eastern district. Following a brief operation, he successfully exerted control over 2 individuals within the household. Lin Ye intended to establish the home of this villager as his stronghold, keenly observing how often the Queen of Lulan would inspect the underground dragon vein. After all, such a formidable force as the Lulan dragon vein could not merely be overseen from the manor above. The queen herself would undoubtedly devote some time to examine it. As anticipated by Lin Ye, the following morning, the Queen of Lulan hurriedly arrived at the small manor accompanied by a host of soldiers. The urgency stemmed from a discovery made by a long-serving ninja who suspected that the queen had been under the influence of an illusion. Alarmed, the queen swiftly summoned her soldiers and proceeded to the manor. Fortunately, Lin Ye had already erased all traces of any interference. Upon thorough inspection, the queen found no discrepancies and thus returned to her royal palace with a sense of relief. In the days that followed, Lin Ye discreetly gathered information regarding the Queen of Lulan from several neighboring households. This small manor in the eastern district was an exclusive asset of the queen. Every weekend, she would come to this estate to rest for a day. Even during weeks when she did not visit, members of the royal family would still send someone to tidy up the manor. Upon hearing the words of the residents, Lin Ye instantly comprehended that the Queen of Lulan visits once a week to inspect whether there are any issues with the dragon vein. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. He began to assume various identities within the village and procured a substantial quantity of instant food products. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was watching, he stealthily slipped into the small manor and descended into the underground. Upon reaching the subterranean depths, Lin Ye observed a rather rudimentary sealing technique upon the dragon vein. This seal did not completely obstruct the dragon vein. Instead, it left numerous small openings, allowing the chakra from the dragon vein to flow through these apertures. This flow nourished the land above, enabling the ancient kingdom of Lulan to flourish with sufficient vegetation for food production. Even in the arid conditions of the vast desert nation of the Wind Country. Dragon vein, he mused. Let me witness the extent of your power. Lin Ye gazed intently at the flowing chakra of the dragon vein, cautiously approaching it. He began to attempt to absorb the chakra of the dragon vein into his own body, directing it towards his dantian. To enhance the absorption of the dragon vein chakra, Lin Ye activated the dragon-slaying magic. After all, this magic possesses the ability to devour energies of the same attribute. Utilizing this capability, the consumption of dragon vein chakra proved to be significantly swifter than merely drawing it into his body. Simultaneously, Lin Ye transformed the devoured dragon vein chakra into dragon power. Engaging in cultivation. Initially, every time Lin Ye employed the dragon-slaying magic to consume some dragon vein chakra, his body exhibited a vehement resistance. In more severe instances, he even felt a piercing pain throughout his entire being. However, in pursuit of rapid enhancement, Lin Ye gritted his teeth and exerted all his effort into the dragon-slaying magic, converting the dragon vein chakra he absorbed entirely into dragon power. Although the dragon power produced was immediately absorbed by his body, it was evident that this absorbed energy would continually strengthen him until his physique grew robust enough to disregard the agony of consuming dragon vein chakra. That moment would signify the complete success of his cultivation. Once he no longer experienced pain from devouring dragon vein chakra, the pace of his progress would accelerate exponentially. Chapter 29. The Theft of Dragon Vein Chakra. Within the subterranean dragon vein, Lin Ye incessantly consumed the chakra, transmuting it into draconic power to fortify his physique. Initially, after each instance of devouring the dragon vein chakra, he required a respite of no less than half an hour before attempting another consumption. This was due to the fact that the dragon vein chakra not only encapsulated the essence of chakra but also harbored the forces of nature. Although the draconic power coursing through Lin Ye's being was significantly more formidable than what he had previously possessed, this power was exceedingly scarce. The endeavor to refine a substantial amount of dragon vein chakra using this draconic energy often left Lin Ye beset by relentless abdominal agony. Nevertheless, he bravely endured this excruciating pain, persevering time and again. After 3 days of consuming the dragon vein chakra, Lin Ye anticipated the arrival of the Queen of Lulan the following day, who would examine the estate for any intruders. Preemptively, he gathered the remnants of refuse he had accumulated over the past few days, discreetly concealed his flying thunder god mark, and swiftly departed from the dragon vein cavern. It was perhaps due to Lin Ye's previous use of illusionary hypnosis on the Queen of Lulan that the individual tasked with inspecting the dragon vein was not the queen herself, but rather a royal member sharing her bloodline. This royal figure conducted a cursory inspection of the dragon vein, merely taking a brief survey without encountering any presence within the cavern, before hastily exiting and returning to the palace to report to the queen. Upon witnessing the departure of the inspector, Lin Ye was filled with elation. He promptly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the dragon vein cavern, resuming his meditative posture at the dragon vein's opening to continue absorbing chakra and enhancing his physique. Thus, through the relentless cycle of pain and fortification, his body gradually grew accustomed to the discomfort wrought by the consumption of dragon vein chakra. After a full month of steadfast perseverance, Lin Ye discovered that he no longer experienced abdominal pain from devouring the chakra, allowing him to fully relinquish his reservations. Lin Ye lay beside the breach of the dragon vein chakra, fervently absorbing its energy while swiftly converting it into dragon power for storage within his dantian. During this period, the enhancement provided by the dragon power significantly increased Lin Ye's height and physique. If his sister, Uzumaki Chime, and grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, were to see him, they would scarcely believe that this child, now resembling a 10-year-old, was indeed their 6-year-old Lin Ye. On this day, as Lin Ye consumed the dragon vein chakra, he failed to notice the escalating turbulence within the pool of chakra. Suddenly, the chakra surged violently towards the breach, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. Fortunately, Lin Ye's dragon-slaying magic had become extraordinarily potent. Faced with this unexpected upheaval, he rapidly continued to absorb the chakra while retreating hastily. Once he had consumed all the chakra that erupted from the dragon vein, Lin Ye quickly gathered the refuse he had tidied the previous day and used the Flying Thunder God technique to flee. As the dragon vein erupted, Queen Lulan swiftly arrived at the estate with several royal members and entered the cavern housing the dragon vein chakra. What is happening? Why has the dragon vein become agitated? She inquired, her gaze fixed on the tumultuous chakra in the pool. Your Majesty, we are uncertain of the cause. While the dragon vein chakra has experienced disturbances before, it has never surged continuously as it does today, a senior royal member cautiously replied, stepping forward in the face of the queen's fury. Enough. I shall descend to seal the dragon vein. You immediately investigate the surroundings to determine if someone has disturbed the dragon vein. Instigating this turmoil, the queen retorted, casting an exasperated glance at the royal member before hastily descending to attempt to temporarily seal the dragon vein, utilizing her bloodline sealing abilities. The queen efficiently subdued the dragon vein chakra, though the energy beneath remained tumultuous, as if it sought to rend everything asunder. Upon exiting the dragon vein's domain, she dispatched a contingent of guards to secure the estate, ensuring that no one could access the dragon vein's power. Simultaneously, she ordered the royal members to patrol continuously, hoping to uncover the reason for the chakra's agitation. After a week of exhaustive searching, the Lulan royal family still found no explanation for the disturbances within the dragon vein, and they dared not allow the offering ninjas into the dragon vein space, for its power rivaled that of the most formidable tailed beasts. Ultimately, after a week, the Lulan royal family abandoned their search, fortifying the entrance to the dragon vein cavern with more stringent surveillance. Upon perceiving that the royal family of Lulan had ceased their surveillance of the dragon vein cavern, Lin Ye was immediately filled with exhilaration and employed the flying thunder god technique to enter the depths of the dragon vein. Although the queen of Lulan had sealed the dragon vein with a powerful enchantment, Lin Ye discerned a vulnerability within the seal. He unleashed the dragon annihilation magic directly upon the barrier, creating an opening through which he continued to absorb the chakra of the dragon vein. Due to the bloodline seal of the Lulan queen, the chakra of the dragon vein could no longer mount an offensive against Lin Ye as it had previously, significantly accelerating the speed at which Lin Ye could consume it. Lin Ye gazed at the abundant power of the dragon coursing through his veins. Although it continued to be absorbed and enhanced by his body, the residual dragon energy was sufficient for him to coalesce 4 or 5 new dragon seeds. He prepared to impart the art of dragon-slaying magic to his sister and grandfather. Lin Ye estimated that in order to condense a Dragon Ball, he would need to harness the power equivalent to that of 100 dragon seeds. Contemplating his sister, Uzumaki Chime, who was currently engaged in battle against the ninjas of the Mist Village, as well as his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, Lin Ye immediately intensified his absorption of the dragon vein, voraciously consuming its chakra. However, the only drawback was that ever since the last upheaval of the dragon vein, Queen Lulan had tightened her surveillance over it. She would conduct inspections every 3 days, and during this period, the dragon vein had been roaring incessantly. Had it not been for the fact that Queen Lulan was unable to comprehend the dragon vein's language, Lin Ye would have undoubtedly been exposed. Fortunately, Lin Ye possessed the flying thunder god technique. Although it consumed chakra, the amount required was manageable given his daily gains. Chapter 30. The initial condensation of the Dragon Ball under the protective seal of Queen Lulan's bloodline. Lin Ye fervently absorbed the chakra from the dragon vein. Even amidst the queen's repeated inspections, over the course of a month, he successfully accumulated sufficient dragon power, reaching the threshold necessary to condense a Dragon Ball. At last, after amassing enough dragon power, he was ready to create the Dragon Ball. Rising from the edge of the pool where the dragon vein's chakra was visible, Lin Ye felt the abundant dragon power within his dantian and exclaimed with joy. The dragon power residing within him was undoubtedly potent enough to unleash the dragon annihilation mode, allowing him to engage in continuous battle for 10 days and nights without pause. Beside the dragon vein cavern, Lin Ye utilized the earth escape technique to carve out a clandestine space. Within this hidden sanctuary, he gradually settled into a meditative position. The intricacies of the dragon transformation art, particularly the process of condensing the dragon pearl, were already deeply ingrained in Lin Ye's mind. However, to exercise prudence, he retrieved the previous methods he had examined and meticulously reviewed them once more, confirming the accuracy of his understanding. Lin Ye positioned himself comfortably and began to circulate the secret technique. As he engaged the method, the dragon power from his dantian began to flow forth, traversing through numerous meridians within his body. Subsequently, Lin Ye formed hand seals while softly murmuring incantations. With the harmonious interplay of the hand seals and incantations, ethereal runes began to materialize from the dragon power, gracefully navigating towards the dantian within Lin Ye. Concurrently, as he condensed these runes, the dragon soul within his sea of consciousness began to awaken gently. Lin Ye coalesced 49 distinct runes, which adhered to the walls of his dantian. deftly manipulating the dragon's power within him as it began to rotate swiftly in a clockwise direction. Under the influence of these runes, the dragon's power inside Lin Ye commenced a relentless compression towards the depths of his dantian. With a resounding roar, the dragon vein beneath the earth emitted a profound cry, causing all creatures in the shinobi world to kneel and bow their heads towards the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Even the summoned beasts of the three sacred lands paid their respects with reverence in the direction of Lulan, particularly within the Dragon Cave, the most formidable of beings. The White Snake Sage, though under the sway of a mysterious force, bowed towards Lulan, yet a frenzied light sparkled in his eyes. A true dragon had emerged. It was imperative to locate him, to seek him out. The White Snake Sage prostrated on the ground, his gaze fixated on the direction of Lulan, murmuring with palpable excitement. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ancient kingdom of Lulan, Lin Ye channeled all his mental energy into his dantian, persistently compressing the dragon's power within. With a thunderous sound, a faint golden light emanated from Lin Ye's dantian, causing the runes affixed to its walls to detach and coalesce into a golden orb. As the final rune merged into the orb, the once resplendent golden sphere lost its luster, becoming unadorned and plain. Yet, anyone who sensed this golden orb would perceive the overwhelming and magnificent power contained within, though that power had now receded inward. At long last, it was complete. Could this be the Dragon Pearl? Lin Ye perceived the slowly rotating Dragon Pearl within his dantian, gazing at it with an almost obsessive fascination. He softly spoke as the Dragon Pearl began to take shape within him. With the formation of the Dragon Pearl, the merciless pressure that had suffocated the ninja realm gradually receded, returning to Lin Ye's own being. Quickly, everyone, mobilize at once and locate the true dragon. Do you understand? In the Dragon Cave, the White Snake Sage crawled up from the ground and immediately summoned the three serpent sisters, issuing commands to them. Yes, ancestor. We shall set out to find it at once. Upon receiving the White Snake Sage's orders, the three serpent sisters bowed respectfully and swiftly made their way towards the exit of the Dragon Cave. If I can extract even a fragment of dragon power from this true dragon, perhaps this old woman could transform into a true dragon herself. The White Snake Sage mused excitedly, watching the direction in which the three serpent sisters departed. Meanwhile, in Miyaboka Mountain, the two sages, Shinzaku and Shima, quickly rose and raced towards the location of the Great Toad Sage. Great Toad Sage, what was that force we just experienced? Why did everyone in Miyaboku Mountain collapse? Shinzaku inquired, his expression troubled as he glanced at the visibly shaken Great Toad Sage. That force was a manifestation of a magnificent being. The power emanating from a dragon, the Great Toad Sage replied, casting a long, contemplative look towards the source of that power. Old man, have you lost your mind? How could those creatures from the Dragon Cave possess such power? Shima retorted angrily upon hearing the Great Toad Sage's words. No, it is not the serpents of the Dragon Cave, but a genuine dragon. Only a true dragon can exude such overwhelming pressure, compelling all beasts to kneel in reverence. Shinzaku interjected, countering Shima's disbelief. The Great Toad Sage, however, simply shook his head, softly responding to Shima, "You do not yet grasp the gravity of the situation." With that said, he lowered his head once more, gradually drifting into slumber, hoping to find clues regarding the true dragon through prophetic dreams. Hey, old fool, wake up. How can you fall asleep again? Shima exclaimed in frustration, preparing to strike the Great Toad Sage. But upon witnessing the sage succumb to sleep, he could only helplessly shout at him. Enough, dear wife, let us go and comfort the other members. We should not disturb the Great Toad Sage any longer, Shinzaku intervened, blocking Shima's path with a resigned expression. Humph, that old geezer. We're merely a few years younger than him. Yet he seems oblivious to the fact that the serpents of the Dragon Cave can indeed transform into dragons. Shima protested, casting a disdainful glance at the seated Great Toad Sage. Have you not understood yet? That dragon is not one of the Dragon Cave's denizens. It is a true dragon, one that genuinely exists, Shinzaku explained, exasperated with Shima's stubbornness. Chapter 31. Devouring the Dragon Vein in the location of the ancient kingdom of Lulan's Dragon Vein. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes, feeling the vibrant power coursing through him, a smile of joy spreading across his face. After enduring the pain of assimilating such a potent force for so long, he had finally reaped the rewards. Hurry, everyone, immediately check for any enemies. Just as Lin Ye was reveling in the continuous flow of energy from the Dragon Pearl within him, a commanding male voice resonated from the entrance of the Dragon Vein cave above. Startled, Lin Ye swiftly utilized the flying thunder god technique to teleport himself from the depths below. Despite his formidable strength, he needed to remain in the Dragon Vein cave to extract its power. If members of the royal family from the ancient kingdom of Lulan discovered him, the consequences would be dire. Your Majesty, there is no one in the Dragon Vein cave. However, it seems the chakra from the Dragon Vein has significantly diminished. One of the royal family members, the Queen's uncle, reported respectfully to the Lulan Queen in the royal palace. No one. That cannot be. I have clearly sensed the change in the power of the Dragon Vein. What could be causing this? The Lulan Queen frowned, looking at her uncle with dissatisfaction. Uncle, immediately dispatch people to seal off the entire Eastern District, conducting thorough searches of every household to determine if any unidentified individuals have entered Lulan recently. Report back to me with your findings, she instructed decisively after slamming her fist on the table and standing up. Understood, Your Majesty. I shall arrange for the search at once. Let us hope this is not the work of ill-intentioned individuals, the uncle replied solemnly, bowing slightly to the Queen. I too hope this matter is unfounded, but should it be true, we must eliminate such dangerous figures swiftly. The entire ancient kingdom of Lulan relies on the Dragon Vein for its sustenance. The Lulan Queen warned her uncle gravely. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I shall proceed with the search and ensure the matter is resolved promptly, he assured her before making his way out of the palace. In the Eastern District, under the command of the Lulan Queen's uncle, soldiers began conducting door-to-door searches, hoping to uncover any infiltrators among the Lulan residents. However, they failed to locate Lin Ye, who had already escaped from the Eastern District using his space-time ninjutsu. Regrettably, some other outsiders were discovered during the search. As the Lulan Queen had previously stationed royal family members within the Dragon Vein cave for nearly a month due to the earlier disturbances. Throughout this month, Lin Ye had been adapting to the power boost from the Dragon Pearl while quietly observing the royal members, waiting for the opportune moment to leave the Dragon Vein cave. Finally, after a month of thorough searches that confirmed no one had entered the Dragon Vein cave, the Lulan Queen lifted the lockdown of the Eastern District and gradually reassigned the royal members from the cave. However, to ensure the safety of the Dragon Vein, she mandated daily checks by the royal members to ascertain that no one remained within the cave. Lin Ye seized the opportunity and, as soon as the royal members completed their inspection, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to infiltrate the Dragon Vein cavern. With the Dragon Pearl already condensed, Lin Ye no longer needed to position himself against the ceiling gap, employing the Dragon Slayer magic to devour the chakra of the Dragon Vein as he had previously done. This time, he could directly summon his Dragon Pearl, harnessing its inexhaustible ability to absorb the chakra of the Dragon Vein. However, Lin Ye did not remain idle. He continued to wield the Dragon Slayer magic, lying in wait alongside his Dragon Pearl to absorb the chakra. Initially, the Lulan royal family diligently inspected the Dragon Vein cavern, keen to ascertain whether anyone had infiltrated it. Yet, after a week or two, the royal members gradually ceased their thorough inspections, merely casting a glance into the cavern before promptly sealing its entrance once more. Lin Ye observed the actions of the royal members with a sense of elation. As long as he concealed himself during their inspections, he could continuously absorb the chakra from the Dragon Vein. Meanwhile, at the border of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, the minister who had previously escorted Lin Ye into the kingdom sat alone in a carriage, attended by a new servant, gradually departing from Lulan. Alas, it seemed he would no longer have the opportunity to return to this land. Inside the carriage, the Lulan minister gazed at the diminishing silhouette of the kingdom, slowly drawing down the curtain and sighing deeply with sorrow. In order to safeguard his secrets, the minister had not lingered long upon his return to Lulan. He had poisoned his previous servant, Alan, ensuring the man's untimely demise. After all, the fewer individuals who knew of Lin Ye's entrance into Lulan, the safer he would be. Yet, as events unfolded within the kingdom, the minister found himself unable to identify the enemy, a realization dawning upon him that he might have unwittingly invited a formidable adversary, one capable of leading the kingdom to ruin. For the sake of his future, the Lulan minister had no choice but to quietly vacate the kingdom and seek refuge in another land. If the Lulan Queen and her subjects were to discover that he had ushered the enemy into their midst, even if it were not his intention, the wrathful queen and the populace would surely rend him asunder. Unbeknownst to the minister, his departure was timely. Had he delayed even slightly longer, he would have faced the very fate he feared. On the third day following the minister's exit, the Dragon Vein beneath the earth suddenly began to lash out violently against the seal constructed by the Lulan Queen using her bloodline power. The ferocity of the attacks escalated, startling Lin Ye, who had been absorbing the power of the dragon vein. He hastily employed the flying thunder god technique to escape. The entire ancient kingdom of Lulan trembled intermittently due to the upheaval of the underground dragon vein. As the assaults intensified, the sensation of tremors grew increasingly pronounced, compelling the Lulan queen to redirect her focus to the dragon vein once more. Chapter 32. The Great Earthquake of the Wind Country. Lin Ye was acutely aware that the situation had arisen solely due to his excessively rapid extraction of the dragon vein's essence using the dragon pearl, which had provoked a retaliatory response from the underlying dragon vein. Previously, when Lin Ye employed the dragon annihilation magic to absorb the power of the dragon vein, although the dragon vein exhibited signs of agitation, it did not manifest any resistance. This was because the power of the subterranean dragon vein seemed capable of recovering after a certain period. However, the dragon pearl was entirely different. It voraciously consumed the power of the dragon vein like a black hole, rendering the faint resistance posed by the dragon vein's spirit utterly ineffective against its insatiable hunger. Furthermore, during this period, Lin Ye had even mastered the ability to remotely control the dragon pearl to feast upon the dragon vein's power. Recognizing the dragon vein's capacity for self-recovery, Lin Ye had resolved to abandon the pursuit of Greer ore, choosing instead to focus intently on extracting power from the dragon vein until he could establish a small pocket world. Uncle Wang, are you truly certain that you have thoroughly searched the entire Eastern District? Why has the turmoil of the dragon vein not ceased during this time? The Queen of Lulan gazed sternly at her uncle, who stood before her, and spoke in a grave tone. Your Majesty, I have searched the entire Eastern District repeatedly. And even now, all the residents there are third-generation subjects of the ancient Lulan kingdom. There are no outsiders among them. Uncle Wang, a member of the royal family, replied, kneeling in the palace hall, expressing his helplessness to the queen. However, this is unacceptable. We must devise a method to cleanse the entirety of the Lulan kingdom. If we fail to harness the power of the dragon vein to nourish the land come the next planting season, our nation's agricultural output will suffer drastically. Without this food supply, our relations with the Wind Country will rapidly deteriorate. Do you understand, Uncle Wang? The queen's expression was serious as she addressed her uncle. Yes, I understand, Your Majesty. I will intensify the search efforts and ensure that no scheming elements can undermine Lulan, Uncle Wang affirmed resolutely after hearing the queen's stern words. Without further ado, he rose and departed. Meanwhile, in the Eastern District, Lin Ye had ceased his use of the dragon annihilation magic to absorb the dragon vein's chakra. Given the recent reactions of the dragon vein, he realized that approaching it could potentially draw him into its tumultuous energies, compelling him to rely solely on the dragon pearl to continuously consume the dragon vein's power from a distance. As days passed, the dragon vein grew increasingly agitated instead of calming down, plunging the entire Lulan kingdom into a state of panic. If the dragon vein continued to oscillate in this manner, the very foundation of the Lulan kingdom could be jeopardized. In the face of this upheaval, the royal family was rendered powerless. Some of the foreign residents of Lulan began to discreetly withdraw from the kingdom, while the royal family could do nothing but watch the population dwindle gradually. Nevertheless, as Lin Ye continued to siphon power from the dragon vein, the tremors intensified. Initially confined to the Lulan kingdom, the disturbances began to encroach upon the Wind Country. Fortunately, Lin Ye, being a ninja, remained unharmed during the upheaval. However, the residents of Lulan suffered greatly. The repeated tremors caused many dwellings to collapse, including significant portions of the queen's palace. Faced with the plight of the displaced residents, the queen found herself at a loss for how to provide aid or repair the damage. Any repairs made today could be undone by another minor quake the very next moment. In light of this incessant seismic activity, the royal family was compelled to expedite their search for the source of this calamity. During this tumultuous period, Lin Ye avoided appearing before any of the Lulan residents, fearing that his unfamiliar face might incite them to report him. Nevertheless, he did not relinquish his efforts to extract the dragon vein's power. In fact, he intensified his efforts. Lin Ye could clearly sense that the dragon vein's recovery speed was accelerating under his continuous extraction. He understood that if he persevered for just one more week, he would amass the minimum energy required to establish a small pocket world. At long last, after a week of diligent extraction, Lin Ye successfully gathered an ample supply of energy. Upon sensing that he had accumulated a sufficient amount of dragon vein energy, Lin Ye immediately employed the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself into the dragon vein cavern. He extended his hand to summon back the dragon orb, which was currently absorbing the dragon vein energy. Finally, he had gathered enough of these life-preserving treasures. He could now return to the land of whirlpools with peace of mind. Lin Ye sensed the immense power converging within the dragon pearl inside him, and joyfully exclaimed, "Roar!" Meanwhile, the underground dragon vein detected the removal of the dragon pearl by Lin Ye and drew closer to him, unleashing a thunderous roar that eclipsed any sound previously emitted by the dragon vein. This roar resonated through the earth, echoing throughout the entirety of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. In the following moment, the once vibrant dragon vein began to recede abruptly. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Ye was immediately filled with panic and hurriedly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport out of the dragon vein cave. However, the very next moment, the ground began to tremble violently. This tremor was far more intense than the previous one. It not only affected the entire ancient kingdom of Lulan, but also caused deep fissures to appear across its land. Even the Wind Country felt the repercussions of this seismic upheaval. While significant underground fractures did not manifest in the Wind Country, several towns near Lulan were utterly devastated, with all structures collapsing under the force of the earthquake. This seismic event persisted for a remarkably long duration, lasting a full 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. Chapter 33. The stunned wind shadow. After the first earthquake had concluded, Lin Ye gazed at the ruins that had once been the ancient kingdom of Lulan, his heart heavy with guilt. Nonetheless, he did not dwell in remorse. Instead, he silently mourned for the ravaged remnants of Lulan for a brief moment before swiftly gathering his belongings. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique once more, he departed from the ancient kingdom, since he had previously traveled to the Wind Country in the carriage of a Lulan minister. The Flying Thunder God markings he had set were not as densely placed as those in the Fire Country. Nevertheless, those markings still existed. Lin Ye adeptly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse swiftly within the land of wind. What? A significant earthquake has occurred domestically. It may hinder our ability to sustain the war. At the border of the land of river, the second Kazekage was struck dumb upon receiving intelligence from a sand village ninja, his shock evident as he inquired of the messenger. Indeed, Lord Kazekage, the ninja affirmed, a powerful earthquake has centered around the ancient country of Lulan. We are currently incapable of waging war against other nations and must prioritize rescue efforts. Upon hearing this, the second Kazekage, with a heavy heart, slumped into his chair, responding calmly to the intelligence ninja. I see. He had initially envisioned seizing a substantial advantage over the land of fire in the absence of the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, under his leadership. Regrettably, plans often falter before the winds of change. After a moment of despondency, the second Kazekage rallied his spirits and commanded his subordinates to assemble, instructing all ninjas to retreat to the sand village, while he would remain behind to cover their departure. Mitsuhide, do my eyes deceive me? Or are the ninjas of the sand village retreating? In the camp of the Leaf Village, Tsurun Kohara chuckled at the sight of the withdrawing sand ninjas, directing her words to Mito Gate. Koharu, exercise caution, this may be a ruse. We cannot afford to let our guard down, Mito Gate replied, his demeanor turning serious. Suddenly, a Leaf Village ninja burst into their office, a look of elation on his face as he brandished a piece of intelligence. Aoki, what brings you here with such fervor? Tsurun Koharu inquired with a smile. We have just received news of a catastrophic earthquake in the land of wind. The ninjas of the sand village are likely to withdraw from the battlefield in the land of river, effectively exiting the ninja world war. Aoki exclaimed joyfully in response to Koharu's question. What? An earthquake in the land of wind? Is that truly the case? This is splendid news, Mito Gate responded, disbelief mingling with uncontainable joy. Before long, the news of the earthquake in the land of wind spread rapidly among the spies of various ninja villages. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, of the Rock Village, and the second Mizukage, Kagaya-Guren, of the Mist Village, were both infuriated upon receiving word that the Sand Village's second Kazekage might retreat from the battlefield due to the earthquake. This earthquake has arrived at the most inopportune moment. They cursed inwardly. The three major ninja villages had been contending with the Leaf Village while grappling with their own internal conflicts. However, if the Sand Village were to withdraw from the fight, the remaining two villages would no longer be able to independently restrain a portion of the Leaf Village's forces, forcing them to commit fully to the conflict. Otherwise, should any nation falter, they risked being vanquished by the Leaf Village. This predicament led both the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage to inwardly lament, as they had long been unable to see eye to eye, making any alliance between them nearly impossible. In contrast, the third Reikage, I, of the Cloud Village, greeted the news of the earthquake with a smile. Previously, the Cloud Village's military potential had been severely diminished by the second Hokage and his elite guard. To preserve the strength of the Cloud Village, I's father, the second Raikage, had been compelled to sign a peace treaty. However, that very treaty had led to his assassination by the duo known as Kin and Jin. Although I had avenged his father, the memory of the second Raikage's demise remained a bitter pill for him to swallow. Despite the ongoing standoff between the second Kazekage and the ninjas of the Leaf Village, I recognized the second Kazekage as a leader who genuinely cared for his village. Each encounter with the Leaf Village had seen the second Kazekage personally leading the charge. Thus, while the Sand Village had depleted many resources, their overall strength had not been eroded to the extent seen in the Cloud Village. I had contemplated whether to secretly undermine the second Kazekage, utilizing spies within the Sand Village to bring about his downfall on the battlefield of the Land of River, allowing the Sand Village to experience the ramifications of losing their leader. However, it now appeared that this earthquake would thwart any such schemes. After departing from the ancient kingdom of Lulan, Lin Ye swiftly traversed the Land of Wind, aided by the flying thunder god mark he had previously left behind. During this period, the Land of Wind witnessed a continuous exodus of civilians whose homes had been devastated by a major earthquake, fleeing from towns near the ancient kingdom of Lulan and relocating to other cities within the Land of Wind. Despite the absence of a significant earthquake, minor tremors persisted throughout the region. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Ye blended into the crowd, effortlessly escaping from the Land of Wind and entering the territory of the Land of River. Upon entering the Land of River, his pace markedly quickened. After all, within this realm, there was no need for him to remain in the open. He constantly employed the flying thunder god technique, and within just a day, he had traversed the Land of River and crossed into the Land of Fire. Upon his arrival in the Land of Fire, Lin Ye first procured a substantial quantity of supplies, treating himself to a sumptuous meal before continuing his journey towards the Land of Whirlpool. Chapter 34. Returning to the Land of Whirlpool once he had ventured far from the borders of the Land of River, Lin Ye utilized the transformation technique to alter his appearance and arrived at a town, intending to indulge his appetite. Upon entering the restaurant, he swiftly ordered an extravagant feast for himself. For several days, Lin Ye had been relying on the flying thunder god technique for travel, subsisting solely on the vegetarian provisions he had stored in his dimensional panel. Gazing at the lavish spread before him, he could not help but salivate. "Sir, your dishes have been served. If you require anything else, please do not hesitate to call me," the waiter cheerfully informed Lin Ye as they presented the array of dishes. "Not a problem. Should I need anything, I will call for you." "You may go now," Lin Ye replied. Lin Ye feigned an adult demeanor and calmly addressed the attendant before him. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the attendant smiled and bowed respectfully before turning to leave. Once the attendant had departed, Lin Ye swiftly seized a pair of chopsticks and began to devour the meal laid out before him with great fervor. Ah, how splendid! A significant earthquake had struck the Land of Wind, prompting the Sand Shinobi village to withdraw from the battlefield, and it seemed that other nations would struggle to continue their efforts as well. As Lin Ye indulged in his meal, he noticed several ninjas from the Leaf Village entering, laughing and conversing animatedly. "Indeed, this is truly wonderful. Just a couple of days ago, I heard that Lord Uchiha Kagami, who has been engaged in battle with the Mist Shinobi village in the Land of Water, will soon return to the Leaf Village with the ninjas," one exclaimed. "My brother is over there. At last, I shall be able to see him." Another ninja, upon hearing his companion's words, laughed and joined him at the dining table, filled with delight. However, Lin Ye, who was enjoying his meal in the private room, abruptly paused his hand upon hearing the conversation among the Leaf Ninjas. This could spell trouble. If Uchiha Kagami were to return, the concepts he had previously conveyed to his grandfather, the Vortex clan's Qing Shu, might very well accompany his sister, Uzumaki Chime, back to the Vortex village. Should they discover that he was not present in the village and had instead sneaked away, returning home would undoubtedly result in a stern reprimand from both his sister and grandfather. Lin Ye, astonished, took another couple of bites of his meal. Glancing at the remnants on his plate, his heart was filled with apprehension. Waiter, please come here quickly." Lin Ye rose to his feet, anxiously calling out to the waiter who had previously attended to him. Sir, what has happened? Is the food unsatisfactory?" The waiter, sensing Lin Ye's agitation, hurried over and inquired with concern. No, please, help me pack up all this food quickly. I have something of utmost importance to attend to." Lin Ye gestured towards the dishes on his table and spoke solemnly to the waiter. "Very well, sir, I shall attend to that immediately. Please hold on a moment. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the waiter promptly rose and swiftly began to package the food, one portion at a time. Meanwhile, Lin Ye retrieved the menu and ordered several additional dishes, requesting the waiter to prepare them for him as well. To expedite the service from both the chef and the waiter, Lin Ye generously offered an extra 50 as a gratuity. Upon hearing his words, the waiter and the restaurant chef immediately set to work with great urgency to prepare his meals. However, Lin Ye's conduct caught the attention of the nearby Konoha ninjas, who sensed something unusual. To avoid alerting their quarry, the three ninjas from Konoha kept their eyes fixed on Lin Ye, attempting to uncover any subtle clues about his identity. After all, they had just shared some basic intelligence about the battlefield upon entering the establishment. And this seemingly anxious diner could very well be a spy from another hidden village. After receiving the prepared meals from the restaurant, Lin Ye waved his hand, swiftly storing dozens of dishes into his spatial panel, and then briskly exited the establishment. The three ninjas from Konohagakure, witnessing Lin Ye's departure, hurriedly attempted to pursue him. However, they were taken aback when Lin Ye, upon stepping out of the restaurant, immediately employed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. The trio, unable to locate Lin Ye, scanned their surroundings, desperately trying to trace his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, while savoring the meals he had just packed, swiftly moved towards the land of whirlpools using the Flying Thunder God technique. He needed to act quickly and return to the land of whirlpools, otherwise, his grandfather and sister would undoubtedly not spare him upon their return. In the land of whirlpools, within the whirlpool village, the clan leader spoke. What did you say? Lin Ye has left the village, but we are unaware of his destination. Hearing the clan leader, Whirlpool Qinglu widened his eyes in disbelief and inquired, it cannot be true. He is merely 6.5 years old, not yet 7. How could he have vanished so easily? Whirlpool Qinglu gazed incredulously at the clan leader, Whirlpool Luo. Qinglu, you are well aware of your precious grandson's gifts. His talent is unparalleled, even surpassing that of Shinja Hashirama. He had long since devised a plan. I am uncertain of his exact whereabouts, Whirlpool Luo replied, rubbing his temples in exasperation. But with so many people in the village, surely we must know which direction Lin Ye has taken. Whirlpool Qinglu stood up in frustration, leaning on the table before him, angrily addressing Whirlpool Luo. I understand your concerns, but Lin Ye utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the village the previous night. The barriers we have set up only prevent intrusions into our village. They do not restrict exits. By the time Jimei discovered Lin Ye's absence in the morning, that boy had already fled to who knows where, Whirlpool Luo responded, gazing helplessly at Whirlpool Qinglu. Dejected, Whirlpool Qinglu sank back into his chair, silent and contemplative, his thoughts veiled in mystery. Do not worry, Qinglu. Lin Ye has always been clever. He is likely within the borders of the Land of Fire. While you were away, I discreetly dispatched individuals to search for Lin Ye's whereabouts, Whirlpool Luo said, shaking his head in resignation as he approached Whirlpool Qinglu, gently patting his shoulder in a comforting gesture. Chapter 35. The Angry Sister and Grandfather. I understand, clan leader. I shall take my leave now. Whirlpool Qinglu calmly shook his head in response to Whirlpool Luo's words, then stood and made his way towards the exit. Grandfather, where has Xiao Yi gone? Did you find out anything from the clan leader? In the home of Lin Ye, his sister, Uzumaki Kimiai, heard the sound of the door and excitedly emerged from her room, eagerly inquiring of their grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu. I am truly sorry, Kimiai. Grandfather has been unable to ascertain Lin Ye's whereabouts from the clan leader. That boy left the village all on his own, Uzumaki Qinglu replied, his head bowed, conveying his disappointment to Uzumaki Kimiai. What? Lin Ye left the village alone? How is that possible? He is merely a 6-year-old child. How could he escape the village? Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Uzumaki Kimiai stood in shock, gazing incredulously at Uzumaki Qinglu. It is indeed true. I have already inquired with the village chief, who informed me that Lin Ye quietly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the village one night. However, do not worry. He has specifically sent someone to search for Lin Ye in the Land of Fire, and no reports have surfaced regarding any members of our Uzumaki clan. At the very least, Lin Ye should still be safe. He is merely hiding, Uzumaki Qinglu reassured, noticing his granddaughter's sorrowful stillness. He rushed forward to gently comfort Uzumaki Kimiai. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Uzumaki Kimiai sank to the ground, cradling her head in her arms and began to weep. It's my fault, all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on going to the battlefield and left Lin Ye alone at home, he wouldn't have escaped on his own. It is my mistake. My mistake. She sobbed quietly, her tears falling like raindrops upon the floor, as if a faucet had been turned on. Kimei, you must not worry. Grandfather will certainly find a way to bring Lin Ye back. Please, do not cry, Uzumaki Qinglu said, quickly enveloping his granddaughter in his embrace, offering her continuous comfort. Suddenly, as the two wept together, a noise emanated from Lin Ye's room, yet it failed to capture their attention. Inside the room, Lin Ye had just employed the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself back to his quarters. Upon witnessing his grandfather and sister in tears in the living room, he felt a rush of panic. He had hurriedly made his way back, yet he was still too late. His sister and grandfather had already returned home and, it seemed, were aware of his secret departure from the village. Excuse me, grandfather, sister, why are you both crying? Lin Ye took a deep breath. Cautiously peeking out from his room, he softly inquired of his sister, Uzumaki Kimei, and his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu. Upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, the sounds of weeping from Uzumaki Kimei and Uzumaki Qinglu immediately ceased, and they looked in astonishment toward Lin Ye's room. At the entrance of Lin Ye's room stood a boy who appeared to be 3 years older than him, questioning Uzumaki Kimei and Uzumaki Qinglu. Who are you? How did you come to be in my home? Uzumaki Qinglu asked sternly, gazing at this somewhat unfamiliar, yet vaguely familiar figure. Grandfather, it's me, Lin Ye. Do you not recognize me? Upon hearing the inquiry from his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, Lin Ye was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. He incredulously addressed his grandfather, exclaiming, It is impossible. My grandson is merely 6 years old. You, young man, appear to be at least 10. How could you possibly be my grandson? In response to Lin Ye's words, Vortex Qinglu immediately expressed his indignation and vehemently rejected the notion. With that, he moved forward, intent on subduing Lin Ye. Lin Ye beheld his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, in a poised stance and swiftly extended his right hand, showcasing his unique ninjutsu, the spiral sphere. Grandfather, this is my exclusive ninjutsu, imparted to me by no one but my sister. Surely, it serves as proof of my identity, does it not? Upon unleashing the spiral sphere, Lin Ye immediately caught the attention of Uzumaki Qinglu, who stood frozen in place, gazing at him with a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. It was hard for her to fathom that this child, who was evidently 3 years older than her own grandson, could indeed be Lin Ye. Sister, surely you cannot fail to recognize me, can you? Lin Ye gazed at his grandfather's skeptical expression, helplessly turning his head to the side before addressing his sister, Uzumaki Qingmei. It is quite simple for you to earn my recognition. You merely need to demonstrate your unique ninjutsu technique that you created previously. Although Uzumaki Qingmei felt a strong sense of familiarity with the person before her, she still regarded Lin Ye with a hint of doubt, noting his significantly taller stature. All right, she replied. Upon hearing her sister Uzumaki Kinmei's words, Lin Ye felt a twinge of disappointment within, yet he adhered to his sister's guidance. He unleashed the Dragon Slayer magic, enveloping his right arm with a formidable surge of lightning, accompanied by the faint echoes of thunder. Observing the lightning conjured by Lin Ye, Uzumaki Kinmei rushed toward him. Xiao Yi, it truly is you. I am so relieved that you are safe. In that fleeting moment, as she lunged forward, Lin Ye swiftly retracted the Dragon Slayer magic and embraced his sister tightly. You rascal. You possess quite the audacity to venture outside the village without permission, causing worry for your grandfather and sister. Come here so I can give you a good thrashing. Uzumaki Qinglu gazed at his granddaughter and grandson in an embrace, his previous concerns flooding back, as he tearfully chastised Lin Ye with a mix of anger. Grandfather, please don't blame him. As long as Lin Ye is safe, everything else is secondary, Uzumaki Kinmei urgently interjected, turning to her grandfather with a worried expression. Just look after him. Uzumaki Qinglu wiped away his tears, his tone tinged with discontent as he addressed Uzumaki Kinmei. Xiaoyi, you must explain yourself. What exactly compelled you to leave the village? Why did you not remain here? Uzumaki Kinmei, wiping her tears, firmly pulled Lin Ye to a nearby sofa. Once seated, she inquired earnestly. Uzumaki Qinglu straightened his posture, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Ye. Hoping to ascertain the reasons behind his departure from the village at such a tender age and the considerable changes he had undergone upon his return, Lin Ye observed his sister and grandfather gazing at him intently, realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed. In order to alleviate their concerns, he felt compelled to fabricate a tale. Chapter 36. Recognizing the clansmen of Konoha. Grandfather, the reason I departed from the village was to acquire a formidable power to safeguard the future of our Uzumaki clan. Lin Ye cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, gazed intently at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu. He solemnly addressed him. As you are aware, due to the influence of the first Hokage, Shinju Hashirama, our Vortex village is highly likely to become a target of scheming by several major ninja villages following the conclusion of the war. This is primarily because we possess the most exceptional sealing techniques in the entire ninja world. Lin Ye gazed solemnly at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and spoke. I am aware of what you have mentioned, but what have you been seeking outside? Can you enlighten me, grandfather? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Vortex Qinglu furrowed his brow and, with a hint of exasperation, replied, What I seek is a place that can grant the Vortex clan independence from the ninja world. Lin Ye gazed at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and smiled as he addressed him. Is it the summoning sacred land that has emerged independently from the ninja world? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Vortex Qinglu looked at him in astonishment and responded with a hint of confusion. Indeed, grandfather, it is the summoning sacred land. To be more precise, it is an uncharted otherworldly realm. Upon hearing the words of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, Lin Ye smiled and said to him, Grandfather, how did you discover that untapped spirit realm? Despite her grandfather Vortex Qinglu's excitement, Vortex Qimei, standing nearby, felt no joy. Instead, she gazed at Lin Ye with a furrowed brow and inquired solemnly, Sister, will you be all right? Lin Ye reassured her, Do not worry. The otherworldly space I discovered in the spirit realm is entirely due to the mystical technique I practiced previously. Once I fully master this extraordinary realm, I shall impart the celestial technique to both you and grandfather. Lin Ye observed his sister, Uzumaki Chime, in a state of anxiety and offered a gentle smile. He softly reassured her, By the way, sister, you've only mentioned me. I hope nothing untoward occurred during your mission to defend the hidden mist village in the land of water. Lin Ye observed his sister and grandfather incessantly questioning him and hastily interjected to shift the conversation. Xiaoyi, you are unaware that on the battlefield in the land of water, the very clan members who previously grumbled about grandfather's request for ninjutsu from Konohagakure are now expressing their gratitude to him. The shadow clone technique has proven extraordinarily convenient. Many clan members, after mastering this technique, need not approach the enemy directly on the battlefield. They dispatch their clones to engage in combat, ensuring both safety and efficiency. After all, our Uzumaki clan may lack in many aspects, but we are abundant in chakra. Upon hearing Lin Ye's inquiry, Uzumaki Chimei's face lit up with a joyful smile as she cheerfully replied. Moreover, Xiaoyi, you are oblivious to the fact that while we were jointly executing missions with the people of Konohagakure, they were secretly plotting against us. At the onset of the war, some clan members, trusting the ninjas from Konohagakure, fell into traps set by them, resulting in severe injuries. Fortunately, grandfather reacted swiftly, discreetly gathering the clan members and advising those uninjured to remain in the camp and send their clones to carry out the missions. This precaution saved many lives. You cannot imagine that initially, a number of clan members were reluctant to comply. However, it wasn't long before some of them angrily confronted Uchiha Kagami, the leader of Konohagakure, demanding an explanation as to why they would betray the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Chime, seated by the sofa, tapped the armrest gleefully as she relayed the story to Lin Ye. I always knew the people of Konohagakure were hardly virtuous. I never expected them to actually conspire against our Uzumaki clan. It seems I must hasten to organize the alternate space and relocate all our clan members to the summoning sanctum. Upon hearing his sister Uzumaki Kimiai elaborate on matters of the battlefield, Lin Ye's gaze turned icy, and he solemnly addressed her. Very well, Xiaoyi. You and your sister may continue your conversation. Grandfather must seek out the clan leader. After all, you previously slipped away without notice and startled the clan leader. He is yet to be informed of your return. Grandfather Uzumaki Qinglu observed his grandchildren engrossed in discussion, a fond smile gracing his features, as he spoke to Lin Ye and Uzumaki Kimiai. Grandfather, when you visit the clan leader, please convey my apologies to Jime. My quarrel with her stemmed from my deep concern for Lin Ye, not from any animosity. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Sister Uzumaki Kimiai rose, anxiously addressing him. All right. Grandfather understands, and he will convey your apologies to Jime. However, you must also apologize to her yourself afterward. Otherwise, she may ignore you in the future. Grandfather Uzumaki Qinglu chuckled as he gently patted Uzumaki Kimiai's back, offering her reassurance. Sister, do not worry. Once I have perfected my sage mode in due time, I shall present it to Jime as a gesture of apology. I believe she will not hold any grievances against you upon receiving such a gift. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, with a hint of melancholy as he cautiously approached her. It's all right, Xiaoye. I will personally apologize to Ji-mei for this matter. You need not involve yourself, Uzumaki Kimi reassured him, her voice calm despite her earlier feelings of guilt. However, Lin Ye did not take his sister's words to heart. The fault lay with him. His sister had blamed Ji-mei due to her concern for him. He felt it was his responsibility to mend the rift between his sister Kimi and Ji-mei, ensuring that the two once close friends did not become adversaries. All right, Lin Ye, now that we are back, let us prepare a grand meal for our celebration when Grandpa returns, Uzumaki Kimi said, noticing the determination in her brother's eyes. Realizing her attempts to dissuade him were futile, she affectionately ruffled his hair and spoke calmly. Uzumaki Qinglu observed his grandchildren with a smile, shaking his head in amusement as he stepped out of the house. Upon hearing the words of his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, Lin Ye smiled and followed her closely, assisting her in preparing an array of sumptuous dishes while eagerly awaiting the return of their grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, from the chief's residence for their evening meal together. As Kimi cooked, she recounted her remarkable achievements on the battlefield, continuously praising Lin Ye for his cleverness in recognizing the myriad applications of the shadow clone technique. Chapter 37. The astonished chief. After exiting his home, Qinglu hurried to the residence of the chief, Uzumaki Luhu. Qinglu, why have you come again? I already explained everything to you. Xiaoya's absence does not indicate a lack of concern from our clan. It is merely that the boy is exceptionally clever. Rest assured. I will send someone to search for him. Upon seeing Qinglu at his doorstep again, Luhu felt an urge to reprimand him, but restrained himself, recognizing that Qinglu was the sole top-tier powerhouse within their clan. Chief, you misunderstand. Xiaoya has returned. I came to inform you that there is no need to send others out anymore, to avoid putting them in danger. Upon hearing Luhu's words, Qinglu felt a twinge of embarrassment as he addressed the chief. What? Xiaoya has returned? That's wonderful news. However, Qinglu, when you return, I must discipline that little rascal. How could he be so audacious as to leave the village alone? What if something happened? Hearing Qinglu's remarks, Luhu sighed in relief, yet quickly became indignant. Do not worry, Chief. I will certainly give him a lesson upon my return. However, I have come to discuss other matters related to Xiaoya's recent expedition. Qinglu, feeling slightly bashful, rubbed his hands together before seriously addressing Luhu. Other matters? What are they? Luhu blinked in confusion at Qinglu's words. Chief, Xiaoya discovered an abandoned summoning sanctum, said to be a different dimension. As I previously mentioned, due to the impending ascension of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha has begun to distance itself from us. The timing of this discovery is fortuitous. Once the space stabilizes, I believe we should consider relocating our clan to reside within this sanctum. Qinglu gazed earnestly at Luhu, his eyes filled with determination. To find a summoning sanctum is indeed a fortuitous event. Upon your return, immediately instruct Xiaoya to explore this sanctum and assess its dimensions. If it is sufficiently vast, I will agree to relocate all our clansmen there. Luhu, upon hearing Qinglu's words, was filled with excitement and stood up energetically, exclaiming, I was contemplating whether to gather all our clansmen to establish a formidable defensive barrier on the islands of the Land of Whirlpools, to prevent the major ninja villages from coveting our sealing techniques after the war. It is remarkable that Xiaoya has found a habitable summoning sanctum so swiftly. This is splendid news. Luhu stood tall, pacing with excitement as he continued to converse with Qinglu. Haha, Chief, you flatter me. Before I came here, Kimi was preparing a grand feast with Lin Ye. Since it seems you have yet to dine, why not join us at my home for a simple meal? It would provide a perfect opportunity to inquire about Xiaoya's adventures. Upon hearing Luhu's suggestion, Qinglu chuckled and rose, replying, Dining at your home sounds delightful. I shall inform Qifeng and his wife about it. After a moment of contemplation, Luhu smiled and said to Qinglu, Very well, you go and notify Qifeng and your granddaughter. I will return home first to remind Kimi and Lin Ye to prepare extra food to ensure we have enough to eat. Qinglu stood up, smiling as he addressed Luhu. He then swiftly exited the chief's residence and made his way back home. Kimi, Xiaoya, the chief will soon be coming over, along with Uncle Qifeng and his wife. Is there enough food prepared for everyone? Qinglu called out as he entered the house, spotting Kimi and Lin Ye diligently cooking. Grandfather, do not worry. We have prepared ample dishes. We only need to cook a bit more rice. Kimi promptly replied after glancing at the spread. Very well, do you need my assistance? I can help, Qinglu said, washing his hands with a smile as he stepped into the kitchen. Grandfather, please step outside. We have everything ready. All that remains is to cook. Your presence will just take up space. Please, go outside, Kimi-ai playfully implored, blocking her grandfather's way with a grin. All right then. I shall step outside while you both finish your preparations, Qinglu chuckled, as he was gently ushered away. He then settled onto a nearby sofa. Xiaoya, the rice hasn't begun cooking yet. Please add a bit more, or we may not have enough, Kimi-ai said calmly to Lin Ye, calculating the quantity after sending her grandfather away. Okay, sister, I will add some right away, Lin Ye replied. Lin Ye heard her sister, Vortex Chime, speaking and swiftly added some more ingredients into the rice cooker, patiently awaiting the rice to be fully cooked. Xiao Lin Ye inquired, where did you sneak off to all by yourself? Just as Lin Ye and her sister Vortex Chime were busily preparing the meal, a girl suddenly approached from behind. Restraining Lin Ye and gently gripping her neck, her voice a low murmur laced with fury. Sister Chime, my apologies. Lin Ye heard the voice of Uzumaki Jime behind him, and he froze in place, cautiously lifting his head. With a foolish grin, he addressed Uzumaki Jime. All right, Jime. It was wrong of my sister to lose her temper at you. Please release Xiaoya. Uzumaki Chime, observing Uzumaki Jime, standing behind Lin Ye, wiped her hands and rescued Lin Ye from Jime's embrace. Taking Jime's hand, she expressed her sincere apologies to her. Lin Ye caught sight of his sister and sister Jime, standing hand in hand in the kitchen, and hastily fled from the room. He left behind his sister Xianyuan Chime and sister Jime, who were engaged in a delicate negotiation regarding their relationship, too timid to intervene in the matter. Chapter 38. The Creation of a Celestial Realm. Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, you arrived just in time. Quickly tell your esteemed clan leader grandfather what the spiritual sanctum you discovered is truly like. Seeing his grandson Lin Ye emerge from the kitchen, Xianyuan Qinglu immediately smiled and waved at him, calling out enthusiastically, all right, Grandpa, I'm on my way. Lin, upon hearing his grandfather Vortex Qinglu's call, approached with a smile, settled onto the sofa, and meticulously reiterated the matters he had previously discussed, conveying them to the clan leader, Vortex Luhu. Xiaoya, how long will it take to organize this alternate space? Vortex Luhu inquired, nodding calmly after Lin Ye's explanation, and smiled at him. Clan leader, I am uncertain of the exact duration, but I believe it will require at least a month. After all, I am still quite young. Although I can now enter this alternate space, constructing a spiritual contract that allows all the clan leaders to enter will undoubtedly demand considerable effort. Lin Ye contemplated the time required to establish a realm of his own. After some reflection, he spoke earnestly to the chieftain. Very well, I understand. During this period, please put in your utmost effort so that we may swiftly depart from the land of whirlwinds, as this place may soon become perilous. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the chieftain nodded calmly and smiled, responding, indeed, Lin Ye, I am aware. I will exert myself diligently, rest assured. Hearing the words of the clan leader, Lin Ye rose to his feet and spoke loudly to him. All right, please take a seat. There's no need for such formality. Just do your best. Even if you ultimately do not succeed, the clan leader will not hold it against you. The clan leader, Vortex Luhu, chuckled at Lin Ye's demeanor and gestured for him to sit down. After discussing matters concerning the alternate realm, the clan leader engaged in casual conversation with Lin Ye's grandfather, Vortex Qinglu. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, seated nearby, let out a sigh of relief, though he did not fully relax. In the time that followed, he needed to seize the moment to establish his own celestial realm. After the feast, the clan leader departed with his son, daughter-in-law, and Vortex Jime. Returning to their own home, Lin Ye informed his grandfather and sister that he would be organizing the alternate realm, assuring them not to worry about his meals. He then quietly returned to his room, seated himself in a meditative posture, and prepared for the upcoming endeavor of creating his celestial realm. For the sake of stability and safety, Lin Ye opted not to employ the highly perilous explosive method of creation, but instead chose the most fundamental yin-yang construction technique to commence the establishment of his celestial realm. Lin Ye first concentrated a cathode and an anode within the dragon pearl, infusing them with the essence of yin and yang runes, thus establishing the celestial tree, which evolved all within the realm of the cave heavens. As the two poles merged with the yin and yang runes, the immense power of the dragon veins stored within the dragon pearl began to swiftly converge towards these 2 points. After absorbing a substantial amount of dragon vein energy, these poles commenced a continuous process of evolution. Initially, a magnificent Taiji diagram manifested, coalescing into a distinctly black and white law tree. During the growth of this law tree, The small space within the dragon pearl rapidly began to expand outward. Before long, as the power of the law tree upheld the entirety of the world, it solidified this vast realm and gradually faded from sight. Lin Ye gazed at the vanishing tree of law, floating within this vast expanse. He sensed that this celestial realm encompassed an area equivalent to that of 14 islands of the Spiral Nation, which brought a satisfied smile to his face. However, Lin Ye did not allow himself to become overly elated, for the emergence of this space was merely the first step. The subsequent birth of additional powers was of paramount importance. Lin Ye extracted the powers of earth, wind, fire, and water from within himself, infusing them into the realm of the cave heaven. As these elemental forces entered this world, the inherent yin-yang energies sought to transmute them into their own essence. However, Lin Ye, wielding the authority of the world as sovereign, thwarted the yin-yang energies from consuming these four forces. Instead, he enabled these elemental powers to absorb the world's yin-yang energy, thereby amplifying the strengths of earth, water, fire, and wind, allowing them to flourish rapidly. Subsequently, the power of earth manifested as the land, fire transformed into the sun, water evolved into the surrounding oceans, and wind became the air itself. All while these four forces initiated a circulation of power within the realm. Following the influx of these elemental energies, the Tree of Laws swiftly progressed towards its next stage of evolution. Under the influence of the yin-yang energies, the forces of the four symbols emerged within the cave heaven. The celestial realm established by Lin Ye, under the enhancement of these four elemental forces, has once again expanded outward, encompassing an area equivalent to that of 20 vortex nations. Lin Ye gazed contentedly at the expanse of the cave heaven world, a smile of joy illuminating his face. Lin Ye encircled the world of Dantian with a vast ocean, subsequently shaping a landmass the size of 9 countries of whirlpools. At the heart of this land, he created a lake that occupies an area equivalent to half of one whirlpool country. The entirety of the ocean is composed of saline and alkaline waters, with the only fresh water emanating from this lake. Lin Ye gazed contentedly at the ever-expanding realm of the cave world. At this moment, the evolution of the cave world had not ceased. Its expanse continued to stretch outward. However, Lin Ye did not persist in observing the ongoing transformation of this cave world. Lin Ye ultimately infused the thunderous power he possessed into the realm of the cave heavens. Observing the birth of this electric force within the cave world, he smiled with satisfaction and named this enchanted realm the Dragon God Realm. Lin Ye extracted a fragment of the world's power from the cave heaven realm, transforming it into an immense spirit summoning scroll. He inscribed his name at the forefront of the scroll and withdrew his consciousness from the Dragon God Realm. Grandfather, I find myself in this alternate space. How long have I been here? Lin Ye emerged from his room and found his grandfather leisurely perusing a newspaper on the sofa. With a smile, he inquired of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu. You rascal, how can you still show your face? It's been 45 days since you returned. Grandfather Vortex Qinglu cast an exasperated glance at his grandson as he stepped out of the room and chuckled. What do you mean? 45 days? Did it truly take you this long? What an extensive undertaking indeed. Upon hearing his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu mentioned that he had spent a full 45 days. Lin Ye gazed in astonishment at his grandfather. He then inquired, how is it? Have you completed it? Grandfather Vortex Qinglu set down the newspaper he was holding, approached Lin Ye, and inquired of him. Lin Ye remained silent, producing the summoning scroll and placing it before his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, while smiling at him. Chapter 39. Bestowing the dragon-slaying magic. Is this the summoning scroll you crafted for that otherworldly space? Excellent, truly splendid, Grandfather Vortex Qinglu remarked, observing the immense scroll in Lin Ye's hands and sensing the spatial power emanating from it. Grandfather, I shall leave the tasks of cultivating crops and constructing dwellings within the space to you. I will not involve myself further. What do you think? Lin Ye gazed at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, whose excitement was palpable. With a smile, he placed the scroll into his grandfather's hands. Turning to Vortex Qinglu, he reassured him. Rest easy, you can entrust this matter to me. You need not concern yourself any further. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Vortex Qinglu accepted the enormous scroll. Grinning as he replied, very well, I shall seek out your sister. The subsequent matters are in your capable hands. Lin Ye heard his grandfather Vortex Qinglu's words and immediately turned to seek out his sister, Vortex Qimei. Sister, Qimei, what are you two up to? When Lin Ye discovered his sister Uzumaki Qimei, their cousin from the clan, Uzumaki Qimei, was also present nearby. Lin Ye approached with a smile and inquired of the two. Xiao Yi, have you completed all matters regarding the spirit communing sanctuary? How is it that you have time to visit your sister? Upon noticing Lin Ye's arrival, Vortex Chime curiously remarked, I have indeed finished my affairs at the spirit communing sanctuary. Next, I will impart the unique immortal mode exclusive to the sanctuary. What do you say, sister? Would you like to learn it? Upon hearing her sister Uzumaki Kimi's words, Lin Ye immediately stood upright, a smile gracing her lips as she addressed her sister. What is this unique sage mode? Can I learn it now? Uzumaki Kimi, filled with excitement at Lin Ye's inquiry, eagerly leaned closer and replied, absolutely. As long as you are prepared, we can commence at any moment. Hearing her sister Uzumaki Kimi's words, Lin Ye confidently patted her chest and said to her, Xiao Yi, you must not focus solely on your elder sister and abandon Kimi. Can Kimi also learn? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Kimi immediately approached with a smile and replied, rest assured, Kimi can learn as well. Lin Ye gazed at Uzumaki Jime, who was brimming with excitement, and gently patted her shoulder. With a smile, he remarked, that's wonderful. Once I master the sage mode, I might even rival the legendary Hashirama Senju. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Jime couldn't contain her exhilaration and exclaimed, Sister Jime, why did you mention Hashirama Senju instead of Tobarama Senju? Upon hearing the words of Uzumaki Kibi, Lin Ye smiled and remarked, alas, with your current prowess, dear sister, it seems unlikely that you will ever surpass Senju Hashirama in this lifetime. Perhaps you might only manage to spar with Senju Tobarama. In response to Lin Ye's comment, Uzumaki Kibi sighed and replied with a smile, haha, Kibi sister, rest assured. As long as you dedicate yourself to training, who knows? One day you may indeed become even more formidable than Senju Hashirama. Lin Ye gazed at Uzumaki Kimi, who appeared to possess a profound self-awareness, and approached her with a gentle smile, offering words of comfort. All right, little Yi, please tell your sister how one might cultivate this celestial mode. Uzumaki Kimi interjected, interrupting her brother Lin Ye and Uzumaki Kimi's conversation. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she turned to Lin Ye, inquiring earnestly, sister, prepare your right hand, and simply clasp it with mine. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, with a smile, extending his hand and waiting for her to clasp it. Although Uzumaki Kimi was uncertain of Lin Ye's intentions, she complied, intertwining her right hand with his. As soon as their hands met, Lin Ye, through this physical connection, subtly transferred one of the 3 dragon seeds he had prepared into her heart. There you go, sister, it is done, he said, beaming at Uzumaki Kimi after planting the seed within her. Ah, is it truly complete? Yet, I feel nothing, she replied, sensing only a brief warmth coursing through her body. Perplexed as she looked at Lin Ye. Haha, I have sown the seed for cultivating the immortal mode within your heart. Now, you need only follow the instructions laid out in this scroll to begin your training. Lin Ye, with a smile, handed the modified content of the dragon-slaying magic to Uzumaki Kimi, playfully saying, oh, you little Lin Ye, you are quite mischievous, aren't you? Come, hand it over. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Kimi chuckled and took the scroll from his hands, studying it earnestly. Little Yi, it seems it's time for your sister Kimi now, right? You wouldn't abandon your sister Kimi, would you? Beside them, Uzumaki Kimi, observing that Uzumaki Kimi had begun to delve into the training method, anxiously clasped Lin Ye's hand with hers, urgently imploring him. All right, sister Kimi, do not fret. I shall teach you now, planting the seed within your heart. Lin Ye observed his cousin, Uzumaki Kimi, in a state of urgency, and could not help but chuckle as he shook his head. He swiftly planted one of the remaining dragon seeds within her heart, and then released her hand. The seed has been sown, and now you can cultivate alongside my sister, he said with a smile. The sage mode of the spirit realm, though it requires diligent study and consumes considerable time to attain strength, is far superior in safety compared to the sage modes of the 3 great holy lands. You may practice with peace of mind. After completing the planting of the dragon seed, Lin Ye cheerfully addressed his cousin, Uzumaki Kimi. All right, I shall begin my studies at once. Kimi, let me see it as well. Kimi nodded at Lin Ye and quickly approached Kimi, gently tugging at the scroll to indicate she wished to see the part Kimi had already reviewed. The 2 Uzumaki cousins huddled together, engrossed in the study of the Dragon Slayer technique, completely captivated by its intricacies. Lin Ye, I never imagined that the sage mode of the spirit realm could be so powerful. Once we master it, we might truly transform into dragons and battle like them. Uzumaki Kimi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she finished reading the last portion of the Dragon Slayer technique. Chapter 40. Visitors from Konohagakure in the ensuing days. Sister Uzumaki Kimiai and cousin Uzumaki Kimiai would hastily depart their home after meals, heading to the training grounds to practice the Dragon Slayer technique. By harnessing the natural energies of the world and their own chakra, they gradually increased the dragon power within themselves while attempting to master the various abilities of the Dragon Slayer technique. In the training ground, Uzumaki Kimiai, believing she had grasped the essence of the Dragon Slayer technique, endeavored to unleash it using her chakra. However, despite channeling a significant amount of chakra, she could only produce a small flicker of flame. Ha ha ha. Kimiai, is that your dragon's roar? It resembles more of a kitten's mewl. Uzumaki Kimiai laughed heartily, teasing her cousin. Humph, if you think you can do better, go ahead. Uzumaki Kimiai shot a glare at Uzumaki Kimiai, her voice laced with mock discontent. Fine, I'll show you. Witness my wind dragon's roar. With that, Uzumaki Kimiai attempted to unleash her own version of the Dragon Slayer technique against a nearby wooden post. Yet, much like her cousin, her attempt resulted only in a gentle breeze that dissipated within 5 meters. Ha ha ha, and you dare mock me? You achieved no more distance. Uzumaki Kimiai retorted, unable to contain her laughter at her sister's feeble attempt. Sisters, you are both too hasty. This is, after all, the Dragon Slayer technique. You have yet to become proficient in its use. Moreover, the greatest capability of this sage mode is to transform one's body, allowing one to manipulate various elemental forces like a dragon. It requires prolonged nurturing with dragon power. You should continue to practice diligently. Lin Ye observed his elder sisters, Uzumaki Chime and Uzumaki Jime, embroiled in a heated argument and promptly stepped forward to mediate, urging them to focus on their training and cease their quarrel. Jime, please come here. The clan leader has summoned you for an important matter. Just as Lin Ye was attempting to reconcile the two, a member of the Uzumaki clan, with a grim expression, approached the training ground and solemnly addressed Uzumaki Chime and Uzumaki Jime. Brother Haoyu, what troubles you? Your countenance appears quite dire, Uzumaki Jime inquired, stepping forward with concern as she noticed the somber demeanor of Uzumaki Haoyu. A group of young ninjas from Konoha village has arrived at our Uzumaki village, Uzumaki Haoyu replied, casting a calm glance at both Uzumaki Jime and Uzumaki Chime before speaking in a grave tone. What do they seek in our Uzumaki village? Surely they do not intend to use us as mere pawns again. I shall drive them away immediately. Uzumaki Chime exclaimed, her expression darkening at Haoyu's words. Humph. If their aim was merely to enlist us in battle, I would not be so perturbed. They have sent 7 young male ninjas, claiming it is for the sake of harmony between our villages, proposing a marriage alliance targeting our most skilled female ninjas in sealing techniques, Uzumaki Haoyu revealed, his face clouded with concern as he addressed Uzumaki Jime and Uzumaki Chime. Indeed, the people of Konoha are treacherous. This is not a proposal of union. They are seeking to identify the next host of the Ninetales from our clan, Lin Ye interjected, his expression darkening as he regarded Uzumaki Haoyu. What? The clan leader has summoned Chime and Jime with the intention of acquiescing to their proposal? Lin Ye, filled with indignation, felt the surge of dragon power within him, his pupils transforming from their usual dark hue to the vertical slits reminiscent of a dragon as he angrily confronted Uzumaki Haoyu. Noticing the sudden shift in Lin Ye's gaze, Uzumaki Haoyu felt a wave of pressure envelop him and chuckled lightly. Calm down, Xiaoya. There is no need to unleash your powers upon me. The clan leader has already categorically declined their offer. However, that elder from Konoha, known as Midogate Inn, is insistent that we allow our young women to meet their outstanding youths, believing that our Uzumaki clan members might be swayed. The clan leader, quite exasperated, could not afford to sever ties outright, and thus tasked me with the responsibility of conveying our refusal in person to buy some time. Uzumaki Haoyu observed Lin Ye's furious expression and smiled gently. Well, that is more acceptable. If the clan leader genuinely consents to this scheme that endangers Jime and Chime, he need not blame me for casting him out of the Dragon God realm. Lin Ye heard the words of Vortex Haoyu and nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he addressed him. All right, little Lin Ye. Brother won't say much more to you. I will take Jime and Chime over first, so you can enjoy yourself at your own pace. Vortex Haoyu patted Lin Ye on the shoulder, then turned and, accompanied by his sister Vortex Chime and cousin Vortex Jime, made his way towards the reception hall of the Whirlpool Ninja Village. Lin Ye gazed as Uzumaki Haoyu departed with his 2 sisters, his once black pupils transforming once more into slitted ones. At this juncture, Uzumaki Mito's physical prowess should still be formidable, negating the need for a new Jinchuriki. Thus, What scheme could Mito Minin be orchestrating by bringing elite ninjas from Konoha to the land of whirlpools? Lin Ye found himself perplexed. Nevertheless, he was unequivocally certain that Konoha's machinations were at play here. In order to safeguard his sister, Lin Ye would absolutely not permit Konoha's plans to succeed. Chief, I have gathered all the female ninjas of this generation from our Whirlpool Ninja Village. Uzumaki Hayu announced as he entered the reception hall with 7 young female ninjas of the Uzumaki clan. He respectfully addressed the leader, Uzumaki Luho, who was seated at the head of the table. Elder Mito, the individuals have been assembled. Perhaps you would like to have your esteemed ninjas from Konoha showcase their skills? Uzumaki Luho suggested, setting down his teacup and smiling at the first person on his right, Mito Minin. Haha, Chief Luho, you flatter me. I shall have our Konoha ninjas demonstrate their abilities. I hope the esteemed ladies will observe attentively and consider our outstanding ninjas, Mito Minin responded, scrutinizing the 7 female ninjas of the Uzumaki clan. Even though Mito Minin's perceptual abilities were not particularly acute, he could discern that these 7 possessed a significant amount of chakra. He could not sense chakra from 2 of them, but he certainly did not believe they were lacking. They must have employed the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques. Very well, Konoha ninjas, please proceed with your demonstration, he commanded. Chapter 41. A harsh lesson for Konoha's talents. Upon hearing Mito Minin's words, the 7 Konoha ninjas exchanged glances. Elder Mito, there are only the 7 of us. If we are to demonstrate, one will inevitably be left out. Perhaps we could invite a member of the Whirlpool Ninja Village to join us? One of the Konoha ninjas suggested with a smile. Chief Luho, we arrived in haste and did not anticipate that the Whirlpool Ninja Village, which has historically allied with the Senja clan, would be unwilling to continue the marriage ties. Thus, our numbers are insufficient. Might you select a jonin under the age of 15 to compete with our Konoha ninjas? Mito Minin smiled upon hearing this suggestion, responding amiably to Uzumaki Luho. However, upon hearing Mito Minin's words, Uzumaki Luho's expression darkened, casting a cold gaze towards Mito Minin. A jonin under the age of 15? While the Uzumaki clan possessed considerable chakra, their number of jonin was indeed limited. Additionally, due to the ongoing wars, it was currently impossible to identify a suitable candidate. Chief, I shall take on the challenge. Lin Ye, who had been lingering on the periphery, stepped forward, addressing Uzumaki Luho with conviction. Shaya, what are you doing here? Uzumaki Luho, taken aback, turned towards Lin Ye, who had interrupted his contemplation of whether to summon a jonin to employ transformation techniques to mislead their visitors. Chief, among those capable of combat in our clan, I am the only one under the age of 15, Lin Ye asserted. Lin Ye smiled as he gazed at the clan leader, Vortex Luhu. With a gentle chuckle, he addressed Vortex Luhu. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Vortex Luhu hesitated for a moment before inquiring solemnly. Clan leader, rest assured, I have mastered space ninjutsu. Lin Ye cautiously approached Uzumaki Ahu's ear and softly spoke. Very well, Elder Mizuho, our Uzumaki clan shall send Xiaoya as our representative to battle. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Ahu nodded with a smile and turned to Mizuho Moyen, saying cheerfully, the Uzumaki clan truly exemplifies a great lineage. Let us proceed to the training ground. It is rather inappropriate to engage in combat within the confines of the reception hall. Mizuho Moyen cast a penetrating glance at Lin Ye before responding to Uzumaki Ahu with a smile. The foremost reason Mizuho Moyen brought 7 elite ninjas from Konoha to the Uzumaki village was not merely for the sake of a marital alliance, but rather to showcase their formidable strength while simultaneously undermining the morale of the Uzumaki clan. Should a member of the Uzumaki clan be defeated by one of Konoha's ninjas, it would lay bare the unfortunate reality of their diminished power. This would, in turn, entice other ninja villages to launch assaults on the Uzumaki village, compelling them to seek refuge in Konoha. At that juncture, selecting an individual to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would be a relatively simple task for Konoha. The group swiftly arrived at the training ground of the Land of Whirlpools. Lin Ye entered the training ground and gazed upon the young talents chosen by the Hidden Leaf Village, a mocking smile gracing his face. You may all come at me together. Lin Ye gazed upon the 7 ninjas of Konoha, a cold smile gracing his lips as he addressed them. The Konoha ninjas. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, were instantly taken aback, their eyes widening like brass bells, utterly at a loss. What could this leader of the Uzumaki clan mean by his words? Mito Minin stared at Lin Ye in shock, his countenance darkening as he turned to his companion. Uzumaki Rua. Oh, it is nothing. Did you not say that you wish to engage in battle with us, the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan? Despite the turmoil brewing within, Uzumaki Rua maintained a facade of seriousness, smirking coldly at Mido Minyan. The ninjas of Konoha, having heard Lin Ye's statement, shifted their gazes toward Mido Minyan, awaiting his decision. Mido Minyan, seeing the eyes of his comrades fixed upon him, gritted his teeth and calmly nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving Mido Minyan's signal, the Konoha ninjas turned their attention to Lin Ye, poised as if ready to pounce at any moment. "You insolent brat, with your arrogance, prepare to meet your demise." One of the Konoha ninjas sneered, swiftly charging towards Lin Ye's position. In the face of this assault, Lin Ye commenced his dragon annihilation mode. From his head sprouted a pair of dragon horns, and small scales began to manifest upon his body. Thunder Dragon's shattering fist. Thunder Dragon's tail swipe. Lin Ye, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly unleashed the Dragon Slayer magic, penetrating the ranks of the 7-man team from Konoha village. In but 2 strikes, he rendered 3 of Konoha's ninjas utterly incapable of resistance. With a deep inhalation, he summoned a colossal tempest of lightning, directing it towards the ninjas of Konoha. Fortunately, the remaining 4 ninjas were not without merit. They promptly reacted. Earth style, earth barrier. Water style, water barrier. 2 of Konoha's ninjas swiftly erected dual shields. Although the lightning-based assault was specifically designed to counter earth techniques, the infusion of water techniques successfully mitigated Lin Ye's formidable dragon-esque roar. In Sage mode, the head of the Ashura clan, a member of the esteemed Uzumaki lineage, could not help but gape in astonishment at Lin Ye's displayed prowess. Turning to his companion, Watergate on, he exclaimed in shock. "Haha, Elder Mizuho, you flatter me excessively." Despite his amazement, Uzumaki Loho felt a surge of happiness. He humbly responded to Watergate, acknowledging Lin Ye's prowess, which he had heard stemmed from an unknown inheritance of sage arts that allowed him to discover the vast otherworldly space known as the Spirit Summoning Sanctuary. Furthermore, his granddaughter had recently been studying sage mode alongside Uzumaki Kimi. Thus, Uzumaki Loho had not taken Lin Ye's capabilities to heart, yet was astounded to witness such overwhelming power in his hands. It seemed imperative for him to expedite the relocation of all his kin to the Spirit Summoning Sanctuary to uncover the unique aspects of Sage Mode housed therein. In the training grounds, Lin Ye was not surprised that Konoha's defenders had withstood his initial onslaught. Instead, he took a moment to breathe, enhancing his Sage Mode further. Directly utilizing lightning-based activation, he heightened his physical reflexes and speed, charging towards the Konoha ninjas with haste, employing the Shadow Clone technique. He summoned 7 clones in the span of a single night, swiftly pairing them into teams as they raced towards the ninjas of Konoha. Seeing Lin Ye approach, the Konoha ninjas, caught off guard and lacking time to employ ninjutsu, hastily drew their kunai, bracing themselves for a physical confrontation with Lin Ye. Lin Ye observed the figures before him and offered a faint smile. With a swift motion of his right hand, he concentrated and formed a spiraling sphere, which he forcefully struck against the kunai of the Konoha ninja, shattering it instantaneously and propelling himself towards the ninjas within the village. Chapter 42. The frantic retreat of Mido Gate and the 4 Konoha ninjas, struck by the spiraling sphere, were engulfed in a miniature tempest that erupted from the explosion, lifting them into the air before they were violently cast down to the ground. The clan leader fulfilled his duty with unwavering resolve. Lin Ye approached the clan leader, Vortex Lu Hu, with a smile, engaging him in conversation. The clan leader, Vortex Lu Hu, stepped forward with enthusiasm, joyfully patting Lin Ye on the shoulder. "Xiao Yi, you did well," he expressed with genuine delight. "Lu Hu, may I inquire how old this Xiao Yi is?" Mizunoto Minen asked, casting a fleeting glance of malice toward Lin Ye, while feigning politeness as he addressed the leader of the Vortex clan. No. Our Xiao Yi has only just turned 7, Vortex Lu Hu replied earnestly, shaking his head with pride. 7? Huh. Lu Hu, surely you jest. Mizunoto Minen chuckled lightly, responding to Vortex Lu Hu's assertion. No, I am not lying. Xiao Yi is indeed only 7 years old, Vortex Lu Hu stated solemnly, fixing his gaze on Mizunoto Minen. Upon hearing Vortex Lu Hu reiterate his statement with such seriousness, Mizunoto Minen attempted to discern any hint of deceit in the clan leader's eyes. However, he found only sincerity reflected back at him, and the surrounding onlookers exhibited no signs of dishonesty either. This child is truly only 7. Mizunoto Minen felt a dryness in his throat. If this Xiao Yi is indeed just a child of 7, then the plan devised by Sarutobi Hizashi to diminish the strength of the Vortex clan, thereby indirectly weakening the Senju clan, is destined for significant complications. Elder Mizunoto, your visit to Konoha this time is not merely for the purpose of an alliance, is it? Lin Ye gazed calmly at the sullen-faced Mito Menon before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Mito Menon, who had been lost in thought, quickly regained his composure and focused intently on Lin Ye. What is the matter? We are, after all, a ninja village established by the Senju clan, and we maintain a cordial relationship with the Uzumaki clan. It is precisely for the sake of this amicable rapport that we contemplated a union. Initially, Mito Menon had been pondering how to deal with this Uzumaki ninja named Xiaoya. But upon hearing Lin Ye's words and observing the penetrating gaze that seemed to perceive everything, he felt a shiver run down his spine. He chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Is that so? It would be best if it were." Upon hearing the words of Mito Menon, Lin Ye cast a glance at him, imbued with meaning. After exchanging greetings with the clan leader, Uzumaki Rudo, he turned and departed from the training ground. Lin Ye had observed the fluctuations in Mito Menon's gaze and expression, one moment filled with regret, the next with menace. He had tentatively inquired. Yet the outcome had not aligned with Lin Ye's expectations. From Mito Menon's earlier reactions, it was evident that their intentions were not related to a marriage alliance. They were likely here for another purpose, though Lin Ye could not yet discern what that might be. Clan leader, it seems our village's talents do not measure up to those of your esteemed ninjas. I shall take my leave with these clansmen back to Konoha, Mito Menon remarked. After retrieving some healing ointments, he treated the external wounds of the 7 Konoha ninjas who had been knocked unconscious by Lin Ye, ensuring their ability to continue their mission. He then promptly approached Uzumaki Rudo to bid farewell. Haha, Elder Mito, you are free to depart at your discretion. There is no need to seek my permission. Uzumaki Rudo replied with a knowing smile, displaying a profound understanding. Upon hearing Rudo's words, Mito Menon hastily led the Konoha ninjas out of the Whirlpool village. Elder Mito, why the hasty departure? Do we truly need to fear a mere Whirlpool village with our Konoha strength? Questioned a Konoha ninja, who, despite his internal injuries, struggled to keep pace behind Mito Menon as they journeyed back to Konoha. Observing the 7 young Konoha prodigies enduring their injuries, a glimmer of disdain crossed the ninja's eyes. He quickly drew closer to Mito Menon, earnestly inquiring, "What do you know?" We initially feigned a marriage alliance to manipulate the Whirlpool village. Although Uzumaki Rudo did not grasp the situation initially, he certainly realized it after my revelation. Yet, his subsequent actions suggest he tolerated my manipulation of the Whirlpool village, indicating he possesses a hidden trump card and would not allow himself to be so easily outmaneuvered. If we do not flee promptly, shall we remain and risk being discovered by more ninjas from Whirlpool who might seek our demise? Mito Menon, glancing at the Konoha Sennin captain accompanying him, reprimanded him sharply. Elder Mito, could the hidden card of the Whirlpool village be that individual named Lin Ye? I have heard he is the grandson of Elder Qinglu from the Uzumaki clan. The Konoha Sennin captain, upon hearing Mito Menon's words, was initially taken aback. Then cautiously inquired, "Is that possible?" That is not the most likely scenario. It bears some connection to Lin Ye of the Uzumaki clan. Yet it is not the Lin Ye you mentioned, Mito Menon replied, his gaze flickering at the Sennin captain's words. He calmly addressed him. Though Lin Ye defeated 7 Konoha ninjas, he is not capable of safeguarding the entirety of the Whirlpool nation. Rather, it is his sage mode that holds paramount importance. Enough of this. Let us hasten our return and report the intelligence to the 3rd Hokage, who shall make the final decision, Mito Menon stated, attempting to convey further thoughts. He raised a hand to interrupt the Konoha Sennin captain, prompting the latter to obediently fall silent. They quickened their pace, resolutely heading towards the land of fire and Konoha. Lin Ye reflected on the actions of Mito Menon and the fate of the Uzumaki clan as depicted in the original work and suddenly came to a realization. This time, due to Lin Ye's influence, the losses in the land of water were remarkably minor, thereby concealing the inadequacies of the Uzumaki clan strength. The reason Mito Menon proposed the competition was likely because he had learned about the Uzumaki clan's capabilities through the Senju clan, intending to demonstrate to the other 4 great ninja villages that the Uzumaki clan was not formidable. In the face of the 5 great ninja villages, they were undoubtedly at a disadvantage, prompting the other 4 villages to take action against the Uzumaki clan in the land of whirlpools. Understanding this, Lin Ye swiftly rose and hurried to the office of his grandfather, Uzumaki Luho, and the clan leader, Uzumaki Qinglu. Chapter 43, The Transformed Dragon God Realm. Grandfather, there is a grave situation. Lin Ye burst into the office of his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, and the clan leader, Uzumaki Lu Hu, shouting with excitement. Xiao Yi, what is the matter? No need to rush. Take your time and explain what is troubling you, Uzumaki Qinglu said, restraining Lin Ye with a smile. Grandfather, the people from Konoha village have come to our Uzumaki village, and their intention is to assert their dominance. On one hand, they wish to demonstrate the prowess of Konoha's ninja to make us recognize their strength. On the other hand, they aim to showcase to the other 4 great ninja villages that our Uzumaki village is, in fact, not as formidable as it seems. This is likely to provoke those who harbor covetous thoughts towards us, compelling us to seek assistance from Konoha, thus incurring a debt of gratitude to them, which would facilitate their future selection of a host for the 9 tails among us. Lin Ye anxiously grasped the garments of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and implored him with urgency. Haha, little Yi, you are indeed quite perceptive, but there is no need for haste. Such matters are not of significance to our Vortex Ninja village at this moment. Vortex Qinglu replied, exchanging a glance with Vortex Lu Hu before turning back to Lin Ye with a smile. Grandfather, this is a matter of great importance. How can you remain so unfazed? Lin Ye furrowed his brow upon witnessing his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, behave in such a manner. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he addressed Vortex Qinglu, little Yi, have you forgotten that behind us lies the spirit sanctuary known as the Dragon God Realm? Vortex Qinglu gently ruffled Lin Ye's hair and, with a smile, replied, you might want to take a look for yourself. How has the Dragon God Realm evolved? How long do you think it will take for us to reside there? Observing Lin Ye's bewildered expression, Vortex Qinglu patted his shoulder and added cheerfully, ah, has the Dragon God Realm undergone significant changes? I shall go and see at once. Lin Ye, upon hearing the words of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, cast a bewildered glance at him and softly remarked, well, you should go and take a look. It will surely astonish you. Vortex Qinglu released Lin Ye and gestured for him to first ascertain the situation before returning to him. Upon hearing the words of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, Lin Ye swiftly departed from his grandfather's office and returned to his home. After settling cross-legged on his bed, Lin Ye projected his consciousness into the Dragon God Realm, commencing his observation of the changes unfolding within. Upon entering the Dragon God Realm, Lin Ye was taken aback by the remarkable transformations. The vast oceans were teeming with a myriad of algae and fish, while the land exhibited even more striking alterations, lush forests, orderly houses, and meticulously cultivated fields. Most notably, Lin Ye discerned that within the Dragon God Realm, the growth rate of plants and crops far surpassed that of the outside world. Lin Ye swiftly established communication with the core of the cave realm and learned that the profound changes occurring were entirely due to the recent emergence of the Dragon God Realm. The abundant power of the natural elements, coupled with the constant evolution of various laws, has led to the perpetual ascension of this world, resulting in such flourishing development and transformation. It is no wonder that his grandfather and the clan leader remained so composed. It seems that within a month's time, they would be able to relocate entirely to the Dragon God Realm. Lin Ye observed with great delight as his kin swiftly utilized their ninjutsu to construct the Dragon God Realm. A radiant smile graced his face, knowing that in merely a month, his people would enter this world, free from the perils of life. What do you think, Xiaoyu? Have you had the chance to explore the Dragon City realm? Grandfather Vortex Qinglu inquired cheerfully upon returning home, noticing Lin Ye enjoying his meal. Grandfather, I never anticipated the rapid development of the Dragon God Realm. It seems that in just a month, we shall be able to relocate there. It is truly wonderful. Lin Ye raised his head to gaze at his grandfather, a smile illuminating his face as he joyfully addressed his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu. Aha, little Yi. This is all thanks to you. If you hadn't discovered the Dragon God Realm, I would still be in a state of distress alongside your clan leader grandfather. Vortex Qinglu chuckled as he spoke to Lin Ye. Grandfather, I believe that several significant structures have already been established within the Dragon God Realm. We can transfer the entire legacy of the Vortex clan into the Dragon God Realm, thereby preventing any unforeseen circumstances that might result in these precious treasures falling into the hands of other shinobi villages. Lin Ye gazed upon the jubilant expression of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and proposed a suggestion. Indeed, what you mentioned is a significant issue. How about this? Tomorrow, I shall command our clan members to relocate the Namiantang and the family's repository of ancestral texts to the Dragon God Realm, to ensure that our Vortex clan does not sever its lineage. After contemplating Lin Ye's suggestion, Vortex Qinglu acknowledged its importance. The ninjas from Konoha had just departed. Who could predict the treachery of these unscrupulous individuals from Konoha and whether they would conspire against the Vortex clan? Thus, he acquiesced to Lin Ye's request. Seated nearby, Lin Ye's eyes brightened at his grandfather's words. How could he have overlooked the Vortex clan's most formidable secret weapon, the Namian Tang? In the original narrative, the Vortex clan's sealing technique, the Shiki F gene, possessed a terrifying ability of exchange. Even the mightiest of the Nine Tails was cleaved in twain by the hands of the Shinigami summoned through this technique. However, in the later stages, Orochimaru, leveraging the ability of the Shiki F gene, managed to deceive the Shinigami, thus diminishing the previously insurmountable prowess of the deity. If he could unravel the true nature of the Shinigami, perhaps it would elevate the Vortex clan's strength to unprecedented heights. After all, within the realm of Naruto, there existed only one deity, the Shinigami, alongside the malevolent gods. Other divine beings seemed entirely absent from this world brimming with extraordinary power. Grandfather, allow me to handle the Namian Tang tomorrow. I shall ensure its transfer to the Dragon God realm. With a heart brimming with excitement yet tinged with trepidation, Lin Ye cautiously turned his gaze towards his grandfather. Vortex Qinglu. He gingerly spoke to him. Very well, then. Tomorrow, I shall accompany my sister to assist in relocating the Nami Hall. If it were to be solely my endeavor, the sheer volume of tasks might surely overwhelm me. Grandfather Vortex Qinglu, engrossed in his meal, offered no further comment upon hearing Lin Ye's eager proposal. Instead, he gestured for Lin Ye to proceed with his plans. Understood. I will go with my sister tomorrow. Lin Ye affirmed. Lin Ye, upon hearing the words of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, managed to temper his excitement and smiled as he addressed him. Chapter 44. The Mask of Death. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Lin Ye accompanied his sister, Vortex Qime, to the Namian Tang. Is this Namian Tang? Sister, there are so many masks here. Can each one be utilized? Lin Ye gazed at the multitude of masks adorning the wall, curiosity prompting him to inquire of his sister beside him. Indeed, each of these masks possesses the power to seal away the undead. But one must first anoint them with one's own blood, she responded. His sister, Uzumaki Karimi, retrieved a small box and reverently removed each mask from the wall, placing them gently within the confines of the box. Smiling, she addressed Lin Ye. What would happen if one of these masks were to go missing? Lin Ye carefully removed a mask from the wall, emulating his sister. He cast a curious glance at his sister, Uzumaki Chime, and inquired, if one is missing, then so be it. We can simply have the clan leader or grandfather create another one, although crafting each Shinigami mask is quite a formidable task. She replied with a smile as she tidied up the masks hanging on the wall. Upon hearing the words of his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, Lin Ye's eyes glimmered with a hint of joy. With utmost care, he removed a mask, yet instead of placing it within the small box for safekeeping, he directly stored the entire mask within the Dragon God realm. He cast it towards the core of the cave, intending for the core to consume the mask. Following Lin Ye's command, the cave's core utilized the world's spiritual energy to permeate the mask, initiating the absorption of its power. However, as the cave realm commenced its devouring, it discovered that the mask contained only an incomplete celestial rune and a measure of the belief energy accumulated over the years by the Uzumaki clan during their veneration of these masks. After Lin Ye meticulously organized all the masks, he, accompanied by his sister Uzumaki Kimi, employed the reverse spiritual summoning technique to enter the Dragon God realm. Once they had stored the masks in the newly established mask storage hall, he received a message from the core of the world. All right, Lin Ye, let us return. Uzumaki Kimi said with a smile, gazing at the neatly arranged masks on the wall, not a single one missing. Sister, you may go back first. I wish to stay here a little longer. Lin Ye heard the words spoken by his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and smiled as he waved his hand, signaling her to return. You may watch if you wish, but remember not to recklessly wield the powers of the Death God's mask. The Shiki F gene requires a soul as its offering, and you must not act foolishly. Uzumaki Kimi warned Lin Ye, noticing his gaze fixated on the Death God's mask within the hall. All right, sister, I understand. Rest assured, I will not engage in any unnecessary actions. Upon hearing her sister Uzumaki Kimi's words, Lin Ye patted his chest and assured her, well, that sounds reasonable. You should return now, and make sure to manage your time wisely. Do not linger outside for too long. After Lin Ye spoke, Uzumaki Kimi affectionately ruffled his hair before turning to depart from the Dragon God realm. Once his sister had left, Lin Ye commanded the core of the world to consume all the death masks. In no time, he had comprehended the essence of each one. All the death masks were crafted from an incomplete Taoist rune, combined with the power of belief. Lin Ye discovered among these masks the presence of several ancestors from the Uzumaki clan, as well as the souls of numerous individuals sealed by these ancestors. Through the memories possessed by these souls, Lin Ye gained a general understanding of certain circumstances. The Reaper Death Seal, a remarkable sealing technique, was created by a prodigy of the Uzumaki clan, originating from ancient runes found within a venerable temple. In fact, the inception of the Reaper Death Seal dates back over a century. It is precisely due to the formidable deterrence of the Reaper Death Seal that the Uzumaki clan was deemed the most untouchable among the various ninja clans during the Warring States period. After all, the essence of this sealing technique does not take into account an individual's chakra. Even a very young genin, upon employing this technique, could perish alongside a formidable shadow-level adversary. The sole limitation lies in the necessity of capturing the enemy first. Lin Ye gazed upon the memories of his predecessors, a lingering sense of disquiet enveloping him, though he found himself at a loss for words to articulate his unease. After restoring all the Death God masks and utilizing the ability of corpse demon sealing, Lin Ye departed from the Dragon God realm and returned to the outside world. Upon his emergence, he discovered that his sister, Uzumaki Kimiko, and his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, had already finished their dinner and were engaged in light-hearted conversation on the sofa. "Sister, grandfather, I have returned." Lin Ye entered the room, changing his shoes while addressing his grandfather and sister seated on the sofa. "Xiaoyi, you're back. There is some food left for you in the kitchen. Don't forget to eat." His sister, Su Nwqmi, replied with a smile upon hearing Lin Ye's words. "Grandfather, are there any records from hundreds of years ago within our family?" Upon hearing the words of his sister, Uzumaki Kime, Lin Ye emerged from the kitchen bearing the meal she had left for him. Suddenly, he turned to his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, and inquired. There should indeed be some records from a century ago, though perhaps not many. Today, when Qingfeng went to move the books from the library, they must have all been transported to the Dragon God realm. If you're interested in anything, you might consider taking a look. Startled by Lin Ye's unexpected question, Uzumaki Qinglu glanced at his grandson and replied with a smile, "Is that so? There are records from a century ago as well? I shall finish my meal and go see at once." Lin Ye had not anticipated that his casual inquiry would indeed uncover records from a century ago. As he devoured his meal with great fervor, he had always sensed an inconsistency in the memories of that esteemed ancestor. The ancestor merely mentioned that following the sealing of the corpse demon, the other clans of the ninja world dared not provoke the Uzumaki clan. Yet, Lin Ye could never pinpoint the source of his confusion. However, with the existence of familial records, he could easily navigate through these documents to uncover the underlying issues. After finishing his meal, Lin Ye exchanged greetings with his grandfather and sister before turning to enter the Dragon God realm. Within the Dragon God realm, Lin Ye, utilizing his understanding of the realm, swiftly located the various books belonging to the clan leader's son, Uzumaki Qingfeng, stored within the spatial confines. Fortunately, these tomes had yet to be placed in the library. Lin Ye opened the first box, beginning his search for the information he sought, while simultaneously assisting the chieftain's son in arranging the books onto the shelves, thus making a modest contribution to his clan. Chapter 45. The Terrifying Truth. Early the next morning, Su Nwqngf arrived in the Dragon God realm, observing that Lin Ye had already organized 2 boxes of books onto the shelves. "Xiaoyi, what are you up to?" Su Nwqngf inquired with curiosity, gazing at Lin Ye. "Uncle Qngf, you're here. Just leave these books here. I shall take care of them. I intend to peruse all the texts in our clan, hoping to discover methods that may enhance our kin's strength. Rest assured, I will not damage any of these precious volumes." Lin Ye gazed at the clan leader's son, Vortex Qingfeng, and with a smile remarked, "Very well. Given that these books are seldom perused, dear Xiaoyi, all you need to do is ensure they remain undamaged." Vortex Qingfeng observed the neatly arranged tomes on the shelf and Lin Ye's meticulously copied manuscripts, nodding in agreement, thus permitting Lin Ye to manage the collection he had brought over independently. "Thank you, Uncle Qingfeng. You may go about your business. I can manage here alone." With Vortex Qingfeng's approval, Lin Ye turned with a smile, seizing the book he had yet to finish, immersing himself in its pages with great care. Vortex Qingfeng, witnessing Lin Ye's enthusiasm, shook his head and departed the library to attend to other matters. Indeed, the Vortex clan lived up to its reputation as a millennium-old lineage, akin to the Senju and Uchiha clans. The library housed an extensive array of texts, chronicling a myriad of subjects. Yet soon enough, Lin Ye discovered the information he sought within the volumes. The amicable relationship between the Senju and Vortex clans stemmed from a peculiar phenomenon. each time an exceptionally gifted member of the Uchiha clan emerged. Either the Vortex or Senju clan would produce a counterpart capable of standing against them. This occurrence seemed to follow a cyclical pattern. As long as these two formidable individuals remained alive, neither the Uchiha clan nor the Vortex and Senju clans could manifest such power. However, since the Vortex clan developed the Reaper Death Seal, the Senju clan had witnessed the rise of such potent individuals 3 times in succession, prior to the establishment of Konohagakure. The Vortex clan's decision to marry their most gifted female ninja, Vortex Mito, to Senju Hashirama was prompted by the realization that the Vortex clan had ceased to produce such formidable shinobi. The once equitable standing between the Senju and Vortex clans had begun to tilt towards inequality. Although the extraordinary individuals from both clans harbored noble intentions, one could not dismiss the possibility that other members of the Senju clan might harbor ambitions to subsume the Vortex clan. Thus, the truth unraveled. Lin Ye placed all the books in his hands down, meticulously organizing the information he had gathered, and murmured to himself, "The powerful ninja, far surpassing ordinary clansmen, belonging to the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, should be the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Ashura." However, why did Otsutsuki Ashura cease to reincarnate into the Uzumaki clan after they devised the Shiki F gene? Lin Ye set aside the book he was holding and placed it on the shelf, rubbing his forehead as he muttered to himself. The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan seemed to regard the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Ashura with little distinction. Therefore, the only individual capable of influencing the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Ashura is none other than Otsutsuki Kagaya. Aside from Otsutsuki Kagaya, there remains only her brother, Otsutsuki Hamura. It appears that the Uzumaki clan, despite possessing the formidable sealing technique known as the corpse demon sealing method in the original narrative, ultimately faced annihilation. This calamity likely involved not only the 4 great shinobi villages, but also the machinations of Otsutsuki Kagaya herself. Lin Ye stood up in shock, truly frightened by his own conjectures. If the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan was indeed orchestrated by Otsutsuki Kagaya, then it was highly probable that it was related to the Grim Reaper. Furthermore, the Pure Land was not merely a natural resting place for souls. It could very well be a special space created by Otsutsuki Kagaya for the storage of souls. After all, in the original work, Otsutsuki Kagaya was able to summon the past 5 Kage directly from the Pure Land, solely through the existence of chakra. She brought back Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Ataki Kakashi, and Haruno Sakura from the realm of the heavens with a mere wave of her hand, effortlessly dispelling the impure world reincarnation technique. It was evident that Otsutsuki Kagaya wielded immense power over the Pure Land. No, he had to find a way to retrieve the souls of his loved ones from the Pure Land. At the same time, he needed to ensure that the future members of the Uzumaki clan would not have their souls absorbed by the Pure Land upon their demise. With a clear purpose in mind, Lin Ye immediately picked up a nearby book and resumed his study. Although he had established a celestial realm at this stage, which should allow him to intercept the souls of his kin and prevent them from entering the Pure Land, the next challenge was to properly handle these souls. He needed to ensure that the souls of his clan members would not be treated as waste by the core of the celestial realm and converted into power. This was the task that lay before him. Lin Ye intended to uncover the origins of the runes related to the Death God mask in his possession. He pondered whether there might be other records that could potentially reveal additional clues. After rummaging through all his books, he finally discovered comprehensive information regarding the creation of the Death God mask within one particular tome. In this book, the author meticulously detailed how an ancestor of the Uzumaki clan, during their travels, entered a temple and stumbled upon a text concerning the worship of deities. The deity in question was none other than the legendary Death God. However, upon thorough examination, this Uzumaki clan member found that the Death God had, in fact, lost its life and had completely dissipated. Through repeated experimentation, he extracted a small rune from the text, which, when combined with the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, led to the creation of the Death God mask. Through the pact formed with this mask, one could summon a manifestation of the Death God, coalesced from the power of belief. When beings faced this summoned entity, it exuded an overwhelming pressure akin to the weight of the world, rendering them incapable of evading the Death Goddess seal. Yet, towards the end of the book, it alluded to the possibility of using the power of belief to establish a realm of shadows and the underworld. Unfortunately, the information was incomplete, and the ancestor realized that he was incapable of wielding this power of belief. Consequently, without the ability to harness such power, The prospect of creating the realm of shadows remained out of reach. Sennin gazed upon the densely packed knowledge inscribed in the book, elated. For he possessed the ability to manipulate the power of belief, thus opening the gateway to the underworld. Lin Ye hastily replicated the aforementioned content, along with the death god runes, and cast them into the core of the cave world. The incompleteness of this information was of little concern, for the world's core would continually evolve. His only task was to carve out a portion of space to ensure that the souls of his kin would not be devoured by the realm of the cave. In the future, he could easily seize Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, utilizing its power to refine the netherworld of In-Earth. Chapter 46. Dividing the Dragon God Realm Without Hesitation. Lin Ye centered his efforts on solar attributes, supplemented by the other 5 elemental forces, and conjured a diminutive space in the heavens. This space was modest, merely the size of a single room. After stabilizing the celestial space, Lin Ye employed the power of In attributes, complemented by the other 5 elements, to create a realm of the underworld at the very depths of the earth. Furthermore, he inscribed the fragmented heavenly path runes, extracted from the death god mask, upon the walls of this newly formed space. Once both realms had taken shape, Lin Ye established that the celestial and underworld spaces within the core of the world's cave would always maintain an equal size. He then designated the previously open cave world as the human realm, adjusting the spatial proportions between the celestial and underworld realms and the human realm to a ratio of 1:10. Thus, the human realm space would be 9 times larger than that of the celestial and underworld realms. Upon the complete establishment of these 3 spaces, he would release all the souls obtained from the death god mask into the underworld space, allowing them to drift into a slumber akin to that of the Pure Land. Lin Ye intends to attempt to create a miniature 6 paths of reincarnation utilizing the Rinnegan after seizing it, allowing the souls within the Dragon God realm to undergo reincarnation. Xiao Yi, where have you been? I have been unable to locate you these past few days. Lin Ye completed the spatial division within the Dragon God realm and returned home. Upon seeing Lin Ye's arrival, his sister, Vortex Chime, hurriedly approached him, her expression serious as she inquired, "Brother, I have been in the Dragon God realm all this time. Is something the matter?" Lin Ye gazed at his sister's anxious expression and, with a smile, inquired of Uzumaki Chime, "How can you even ask? You have been missing for a full 7 days. Do you have any idea how worried both sister and grandfather have been for you?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Chime, with a huff, playfully swatted him and coldly retorted, "7 days? I was only gone for 2 days." Lin Ye, upon hearing the words of his sister, Uzumaki Chime, widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "You are being utterly ridiculous. Now, quickly gather your belongings. We shall soon be relocating to the Dragon God realm." In response, Uzumaki Chime irritably tapped Lin Ye's forehead with her index finger and retorted, "I apologize, dear sister. I shall attend to it at once." Lin Ye, feeling a deep sense of remorse, smiled apologetically at his sister. He understood her intention and turned to enter the room to gather his belongings. Upon entering his room, Lin Ye discovered that the bedding and bed had been neatly packed away by his sister. Only the drawers of his locked desk remained untouched by his sister, Xuanhua Chime. Lin Ye retrieved his keys from the storage panel, opened several drawers, and placed the contents into the storage space before exiting the room. "Sister, I have organized all my belongings. Allow me to assist you." Lin Ye emerged from his room and observed his sister, Uzumaki Chime, diligently packing kitchenware into a box. He approached her with a smile and said, "Very well, since you are willing to assist, come over here. We must act swiftly, lest the outsiders from the village breach our defenses." Uzumaki Chime, who was in the midst of organizing the kitchenware, glanced up at Lin Ye and nodded, signaling him to come and lend a hand. Upon hearing her sister Uzumaki Chimi's words, Lin Ye hurried over to assist her sister in tidying up. "Sister, you mentioned that there are enemies watching us outside the village. Is that true? From where do these enemies hail?" As Lin Ye assisted his sister, Uzumaki Chime, in tidying up the dishes, he inquired about recent developments. 5 days prior, a clan member returned from the underground marketplace, reporting the emergence of intelligence regarding the strength of our Uzumaki clan. Since then, various individuals from other ninja villages have periodically arrived to ascertain the veracity of this information. The majority of these inquiries have come from ninjas of the Mist Village, followed closely by those from the Cloud Village. However, amidst the numerous spies, the clan leader identified several members from the Uchiha clan of Konoha Village. Given their demeanor, it seemed they were poised to strike at any moment against our Uzumaki village. After finishing with a box, Uzumaki Chime rose and calmly addressed Lin Ye. Brother, has the clan leader managed to procure that intelligence? Lin Ye finished packing another box and, noticing that everything in the kitchen had been neatly stored away, calmly inquired of his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, I've bought everything. What do you wish to ask? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Kimi cast him an exasperated glance and replied in a low voice, Sister, does that information contain anything about me? Lin Ye smiled as she gazed at her sister, Uzumaki Chime, and cheerfully remarked, Since this is information pertaining to our Uzumaki clan, it certainly includes your details. Is there anything amiss? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Chime gave her sister a light slap on the head and replied, Sister, I shall visit the clan leader for a moment. You can tidy up the remaining items on your own. Lin Ye, upon hearing the words of his sister, Uzumaki Chime, immediately sprang to his feet and hurried towards the office of his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, and the clan leader, Uzumaki Luho. Observing Lin Ye's flustered demeanor, his sister, Uzumaki Chime, could only shake her head in resignation as she continued to unpack a box, organizing various items within their home. Grandfather, where is the information concerning our clan? Please show it to me at once. Lin Yefeng rushed into the office of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and the clan leader, Vortex Luhu. He approached Vortex Luhu's desk, panting, and urgently addressed the clan leader. Ah, young Yi, what brings you here in such haste? Vortex Luhu inquired with a chuckle. Here, take this. It contains intelligence for you to review. It is infuriating that the wretched village of Konoha has managed to leak your information. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Vortex Luhu smiled and retrieved a thick stack of documents from the drawer of his desk, handing it to Lin Ye with an encouraging grin. Lin Ye directly took the intelligence report from the hands of the Whirlpool clan leader, carefully beginning to peruse its contents. Among the thick stack of documents, the first items he encountered were the profiles of the clan leader, Whirlpool Konoha, and his grandfather, Whirlpool Qinglu. Both reports appeared quite clear, yet lacked any remarkable details, being rather conventional in nature. However, when Lin Ye's name emerged as the third individual mentioned, he was taken aback as he gazed at the document. Initially, it detailed Lin Ye's ninjutsu, but the final line did not disclose the sage mode he had publicly revealed. Chapter 47. Urgent Relocation Grandfather. Something is amiss with the clan leader. Please notify all clan members to immediately relocate to the Dragon God realm. Otherwise, we may face grave consequences. Lin Ye dropped the intelligence in his hand, urgently addressing his team leader, Vortex Ahu, and his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu. Wait, what is it? This sounds serious. Please, elaborate. Vortex Ahu said, noticing Lin Ye's anxious gaze and hurried tone. He quickly halted Lin Ye, who was about to rush outside, and inquired with growing concern, Oh dear, chief, there is no time. Lin Ye gazed at the clan leader, Uzumaki Ruho, who had intercepted him, his anxiety palpable as he stamped his foot in frustration. He swiftly connected his consciousness with the core of the cave realm, intertwining it with the spirit summoning scroll he had previously crafted, thereby conjuring a vast reverse spirit summoning array within the Dragon God realm. Simultaneously, a colossal summoning formation emerged within the confines of the Uzumaki clan's territory. The clansmen, upon witnessing the immense array beneath their feet, were momentarily taken aback. Yet, in the next instant, every member of the Uzumaki clan was transported into the Dragon God realm. At the same time, on the fringes of the Uzumaki nation, the Mist Ninja village, allied with the Everlasting village, cautiously advanced towards the islands of the Uzumaki nation, accompanied by a contingent of elite ninjas. Something felt amiss. Why was the Uzumaki nation so eerily silent today? There was not a sound to be heard. The two elite jonin who first set foot on the Uzumaki territory exchanged bewildered glances and voiced their confusion. Could it be that our movements have been detected by the Uzumaki? One Mist Ninja speculated, astonished by his companion's inquiry. Surely not. Let us investigate, another replied. The two ninjas from the Mist village shared a knowing look and swiftly slipped into a nearby house. Inside, they discovered neatly packed belongings yet not a soul in sight, leaving them both astonished. This is bad. The Uzumaki have fled. Quick, search the area, one of the Mist Ninjas exclaimed, rushing into the yard and firing a signal flare into the sky. Following the launch of the flare, ninjas from the Mist and Cloud villages converged from various directions, intent on scouring the Uzumaki nation for its members. Damn it, there must be a spy among us from the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, how could our plans have been uncovered? An irate jonin from the Mist village fumed, surveying the empty Uzumaki village. Enough of this. Now is not the time for blame. Search the entirety of the Uzumaki nation for any remnants of their sealing techniques. If we find nothing, we shall send word to Konoha, demanding compensation from the third Hokage. A ninja from the Cloud Village interjected coldly, interrupting the agitated Mist Ninja. Treacherous Cloud Ninja. Nevertheless, I concur with your proposition, the Mist Ninja retorted with a scoff. A sardonic smile gracing his lips. In the Dragon God realm, Uzumaki Ruho confronted Lin Ye, his concern evident. What have you done? Why the hasty relocation of everyone to the Dragon God realm? Release us at once. There are affairs in the village that require our attention. His voice was urgent as he grasped Lin Ye's arm, his expression grave. Leader, we cannot return to the village. It is besieged by ninjas from the 4 great ninja villages, possibly even 5. Should we attempt to go back, our lives would be in imminent peril. Lin Ye replied earnestly. Lin Ye gazed solemnly at the clan leader, Vortex Lu Hu, and coldly addressed him. What? How did you come to know that someone intends to attack us? Vortex Lu Hu looked at Lin Ye with astonishment, puzzled by his words. Leader, do you recall the intelligence report I previously reviewed? You mentioned that it was leaked by the people of Konoha. Yet I am inclined to believe that it was not the villagers who acted against us. Firstly, the ability I have cultivated, which bears resemblance to Sage Mode, is fundamentally distinct from it. The ninjas of Konoha would not be able to recognize it, although they possess a comprehensive understanding of Sage Mode. They also have knowledge of our Vortex clan's information. Even if I previously defeated their 7 elite Jainin, they would not perceive me as superior to Uncle Chi Feng. Considering I am merely a child, in their assessments, they would likely categorize me among the first generation of youths, rather than ranking me third within the entire clan. For them to hold me in such high regard, believing my strength to be only second to that of my grandfather and the clan leader, indicates that the individual responsible for this reconnaissance possesses extraordinary capabilities. Lin Ye gazed at the clan leader, Vortex Lu Hu, and spoke solemnly. So that is how it is. Very well, I shall place my trust in you this once and go to reassure our people. Vortex Lu Hu, upon witnessing Lin Ye's unwavering resolve, realized that there was no hope of being released, and with a resigned shake of his head, exchanged a glance with Lin Ye's grandfather, Vortex Qing Lu. Before turning to comfort their clansmen, Lin Ye gazed at his grandfather, Uzumaki Qing Lu, and the clan leader, Uzumaki Luho, as they consoled their kin. He cautiously employed the transformation technique, adopting the guise of a ninja from the Mist Village, preparing to stealthily depart from the Dragon God realm and return to his homeland to observe the situation. If his suspicions held true, there would undoubtedly be a substantial presence of ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages within the village. The existence of such a multitude of foreign ninjas would indicate that the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan was not merely a result of the 5 great ninja villages' apprehension, but rather the machinations of the Otsutsuki Kagaya lurking in the shadows. It was evident that Otsutsuki Kagaya could not be a benevolent figure. Henceforth, as he navigated the ninja world, he must remain ever vigilant against Kagaya's scheming. It might even be imperative for him to facilitate the early demise of Uchiha Madara or to prolong his life, thereby influencing the reincarnations of the next generation. Otsutsuki Ashura and Otsutsuki Indra. Lin Ye silently materialized on the islands of the Land of Whirlpools, activating the Kagura Hard Eye. He discerned a considerable assembly of elite Jonin and Chunin within the country. These individuals congregated at the library of the Uzumaki clan, intent on unearthing the clan's legacy from the depths of the library. Meanwhile, another faction had infiltrated the Nami Hall. Lin Ye observed that a considerable number of ninjas had indeed gathered within the village, prompting him to promptly return to the Dragon God realm. The annihilation of the Uzumaki clan was evidently not a mere issue of ninja warfare, but rather the nefarious machinations of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the progenitor of the ninja world, likely linked to the disappearance of the deities in the ninja realm. If he wished to uncover the reasons behind this calamity, it seemed he could only seek out the other 3 great sanctuaries or the malevolent entities known as the Wraiths, ancient beings capable of resolving such matters. Chapter 48. The astonished Uzumaki ninja Xiaoya. You just went out, didn't you? How was it? Are there any enemies in the village? Uzumaki Chime inquired, hurrying to Lin Ye's side with a look of curiosity upon seeing his sudden appearance. Sister, the village is teeming with ninjas from the Cloud and Mist villages. I utilized my Kagura Hard Eye to observe them, and it appears they have infiltrated the family library in the Nami Hall. This is undoubtedly premeditated. Moreover, it seems they are not merely allied with the Cloud and Mist villages. It is highly probable that all factions have conspired together. Lin Yeshu took a moment to steady her breath, her gaze fixed solemnly upon her sister, Uzumaki Chime. With utmost seriousness, she articulated, "How could this be? It is inconceivable that our Uzumaki clan would provoke the combined forces of the 5 great ninja villages." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Chime widened her eyes in disbelief and responded, "Sister, you should first summon the clan leader, grandfather, and all the senior members of our family. I have a matter of great significance to convey to everyone." As Lin Ye gazed upon his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, he contemplated the necessity of disclosing his suspicions regarding the death god mask to the elite members of their clan. He wished to preempt any dissatisfaction from the family members stemming from his unilateral decision to transport them into the dragon god realm. "Very well, I understand. I shall seek out grandfather and summon them forth," Uzumaki Kimi affirmed with a nod, turning swiftly to race towards the location of their grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu. Meanwhile, Lin Ye made his way to the conference room designated for cultivation within the dragon god realm. "Xiaoyi, you summoned us in such haste. Have you made a significant discovery?" inquired the clan leader, Uzumaki Luhu, as he entered the conference room, his expression serious as he addressed Lin Ye, who was already seated. "Chief, please hold your impatience. Once all the clan members have assembled, I shall share all that I know," Lin Ye replied. Lin Ye gazed solemnly at the clan leader, Vortex Luhu, and spoke in a deep voice. "Very well, I shall notify everyone and summon them here." Vortex Luhu observed Lin Ye's reluctance to divulge details prematurely, feeling a twinge of disappointment but choosing not to voice it. He turned and proceeded to gather all the clan members. Before long, the conference room was filled with the elite ninjas of the Vortex clan, their eyes burning with intensity as they awaited an explanation from Lin Ye. "Now that everyone has arrived, I shall begin. Please refrain from interrupting me until I have finished speaking." Lin Ye gazed down upon the members of the Uzumaki clan seated before him, cleared his throat, and earnestly addressed the assembly. "Rest assured, Lin Ye, speak boldly. Should anyone dare to interject, Uncle Chifeng will promptly expel them," declared the clan leader's son, Uzumaki Chifeng, as he rose with solemnity to address the gathering. "It is well known that our Uzumaki clan possesses a formidable sealing technique known as the Reaper Death Seal. To perform the sealing, one must craft an artifact called the Death God Mask. Upon perusing the records of my lineage, I discovered that prior to the inception of the Reaper Death Seal, both the Senju and Uzumaki clans would witness the emergence of a singular, extraordinarily powerful ninja akin to Senju Hashirama every other generation. However, since the advent of the Reaper Death Seal, our Uzumaki clan has not seen the rise of such formidable ninjas. Instead, it is the Senju clan that continues to produce one every generation. In contrast, the Uchiha clan similarly gives rise to a remarkable ninja every generation. During my acquisition of the Dragon God realm, I encountered a passage that spoke of Otsutsuki Kagaya having 2 sons, one named Otsutsuki Indra, the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, and the other named Otsutsuki Ashura, our ancestor linked to both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. The Pure Land was established by Otsutsuki Kagaya herself. If you are unfamiliar with the name Otsutsuki Kagaya, I trust you have all heard of the Sage of 6 Paths. Thus, I ponder whether our creation of the Reaper Death Seal, utilizing the power of the Death God, has usurped the strength of the Sage of 6 Paths. Consequently, under the dominion of the Sage, the chakra of our ancestor Otsutsuki Ashura has ceased to reincarnate within our Uzumaki clan. Moreover, as we continue to wield the Reaper Death Seal, it appears that the Sage of 6 Paths harbors intentions to eradicate our rebellious clan. Lin Ye coldly gazed at the multitude of clansmen below, and in a deep voice, addressed them. The clansmen, upon hearing Lin Ye's words, widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at him in astonishment. "Xiaoyi, please tell grandfather the truth. Are your words truly genuine?" Xuanwu Qinglu looked at Lin Ye in shock, incredulously speaking to him. "Grandfather, this is something I discovered only after repeatedly studying the records in the books. The reason I was able to uncover this is that I utilized the power of this sacred realm to analyze the principles behind the Death God Mask, leading me to this hypothesis. Furthermore, the records of our ancestors explicitly mention that the runes enabling the creation of the Death God Mask were originally discovered in a place known as the Temple of the Death God." Lin Ye gazed at his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, with an expression of disbelief, calmly addressing him. The words of Lin Ye shattered the original hope of Uzumaki Qinglu. "Lin Ye, after all you have said, does it mean that our Uzumaki clan will never again appear in the ninja world?" Uzumaki Luhu, upon hearing Lin's words, fixed a grim gaze upon him and solemnly questioned. "Chief, the Sage of 6 Paths, as the progenitor of chakra, possesses the ability to observe every individual in the ninja world through chakra. I even suspect he can influence all those who wield chakra. However, the unique sage mode of the Dragon God realm allows one to cultivate a power known as Dragon Force, which bears striking similarities to chakra yet remains undetectable by the Sage of Six Paths. I believe we should promote this power within our clan. Lin Ye gazed calmly at the clan leader, earnestly addressing Vortex Lu Hu. Is it truly the case that one must cultivate the power of the dragon to venture outside? Vortex Lu Hu, meeting Lin Ye's gaze, replied in a solemn tone, Rest assured, clan leader, would I ever bring harm to my own sister and grandfather? I understand that today's revelations have been profoundly shocking for everyone. Let us all return to our rest. Upon awakening tomorrow, after we have clarified all matters at hand, we shall make our decisions. What do you think, clan leader? Lin Ye smiled as he looked at the clan leader, softly advising him. What you said today makes it impossible for everyone to calmly return to rest. However, as you mentioned, we all need to reflect and make decisions after a period of calm. The Vortex clan leader shot Lin Ye an annoyed glance before rising to announce that everyone should return to rest, deciding to postpone any decisions until after a night's respite. Chapter 49, The Frustration of the Raikage. While the Vortex clan was still reeling from Lin Ye's words, the ninjas from Cloud and Mist villages entered, promptly relaying information about the disappearance of the Vortex clan via summoning beasts. This revelation left the other three great shinobi villages astounded. They could hardly believe that such a vast clan had vanished without a trace from the shinobi world. Something was amiss. This situation was highly suspicious. The third Raikage, Yue AI, furrowed his brow as he examined the intelligence sent back from the ninjas in the village, speaking coldly. To have such comprehensive information about the Vortex clan and yet capture none of its members is clearly the work of Konohagakure. We must issue a diplomatic order to the third Hokage, demanding the sealing techniques we require. If not, the Cloud Village will immediately declare war on Konoha. Standing up, the Raikage addressed the surrounding Cloud Village ninjas with a chilling tone. However, Raikage, our village's strength has not yet fully recovered. If we initiate a war recklessly, we may find our logistics severely compromised. One of the elders of Cloud Village, feeling the Raikage's fury, bravely stood up and spoke softly. If we do not dare to wage war, does Konoha? The Wind Country withdrew from the Great Ninja War due to the earthquake, but their strength remains intact. As long as we can provide the other three great shinobi villages with a reason to fight, I believe they will be willing to join us against Konoha. The corners of the third Raikage's mouth curled into a sardonic smile as he spoke coldly to the elder. Saloi, gather 1,000 ninjas from our village and prepare for an imminent attack on Konoha. Seeing no objections, the third Raikage directly instructed his trusted aide, Saloi. Understood, Raikage. I will take care of it at once. Saloi, upon hearing the Raikage's command, rose and promptly exited the Cloud Village conference room to gather the elite ninjas of the village. What? The Vortex clan has vanished? Impossible. In Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood abruptly upon receiving the intelligence from Shimura Danzo, incredulously addressing him. Hiruzen, this information was painstakingly acquired by my root ninjas. There is absolutely no mistake. Danzo, with a chilling gaze, inquired of the third Hokage, do you believe that Lord Mito has discovered our activities? Impossible, absolutely impossible. When we contacted the Cloud and Mist villages, we utilized only root members. I did not even mobilize the Umbu. Are you suggesting there has been a breach on your end? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned Danzo coldly. His brow furrowed. Hiruzen, are you implying that I am at fault? Danzo shot back, glaring angrily at the third Hokage. Danzo, think carefully. Who have you disclosed this matter to? Have you been drinking during this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed on, his tone serious. I assure you, I did not leak this information. You should examine your own side more thoroughly. Danzo responded coldly, turning to leave the Hokage's office, disregarding Sarutobi Hiruzen entirely. This should not have happened. This matter was exceedingly secretive. How could the Vortex clan have escaped? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, bewildered, as he sat in his Hokage seat, utterly perplexed. Hokage-sama, urgent news. The Cloud Village has deployed a large number of ninjas to the borders of the Fire Country, seemingly preparing for war against us. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in thought about who might have leaked the information regarding the Vortex clan, an Umbu ninja burst into his office, speaking rapidly. What? Damn Cloud Village. Go summon Danzo, Mito, and Koharu immediately. They must come to my office at once. We have urgent matters to discuss. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded sternly, rising from his seat. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu ninja swiftly departed to notify Danzo and the other elders. Damn it, I must discover who orchestrated this incident. Otherwise, I will not let them off easily. After the Umbu left, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had initially intended to review documents, lost all inclination to do so. He slammed his pen on the table, speaking coldly. Simultaneously, upon receiving word that the third Reikage had dispatched ninjas to the borders of Konoha, the second Mizukage and Tsuchikage were also contemplating resuming hostilities against Konoha and the Fire Country due to the actions of their respective ninjas. Even the Sand Village, having addressed the aftermath of the recent earthquake, was entering a recovery phase. The second Kazekage quietly gathered a contingent of ninjas to head toward the Land of Rivers, preparing to seize a piece of Konoha amidst their turmoil, aiming to restore the damage inflicted upon the Wind Country. Xiaoya, let us go. The clan leader has summoned everyone, and it is time to make a decision. In the Dragon God realm, Lin Ye's grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, entered the house, calmly addressing Lin Ye, who was busy writing. Are we ready so soon? I understand, Grandpa. Let us go see. Lin Ye raised his head, observing his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, who wore a troubled expression. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "Ah, you certainly have it easy, leaving all the difficult problems to us." Grandfather Vortex Qinglu, gazing at Lin Ye's smiling face, let out a wry smile, tousling Lin Ye's hair as he led him towards the conference room. Grandfather, rest assured, we shall not willingly perish at the hands of the Sage of Six Paths. Lin Ye, upon hearing his grandfather's words, gently patted his hand and smiled, addressing him. Chapter 50, Abandoning Chakra. Qinglu, Xiaoyi, you have arrived. As Lin Ye and his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, entered the conference room, they were greeted by numerous elite jonin of the Vortex clan and the clan leader, Vortex Lu Hu, who awaited their arrival. The clan leader rose, calmly addressing Lin Ye and his grandfather. I have brought Xiaoya with me. Is everyone gathered? Grandfather Vortex Qinglu nodded slightly at clan leader Vortex Lu Hu and replied, Qinglu, everyone is present. You were the last to arrive. Upon noticing Lin Ye and his grandfather, clan leader Vortex Lu Hu nodded and stated, very well. Let us commence the meeting and discuss the matter Lin Ye mentioned. Does anyone have differing opinions? Vortex Lu Hu observed as grandfather Vortex Qinglu took his seat, silencing the surrounding elite jonin with a serious tone. One elite jonin, Vortex Qingshu, sighed and addressed the clan leader regarding what Lin Ye mentioned. We have consulted the materials in the library and have no alternative views. Next, let us consider what measures can aid our Vortex clan. Although the Sage of Six Paths may not directly target us, we cannot afford to remain hidden in the Dragon God realm indefinitely, Vortex Lu Hu lamented. Gazing at the assembled jonin of the Vortex clan leader, as Lin Ye previously stated, the Sage of Six Paths focuses on us solely because the Reaper's mask is required for the corpse demon sealing technique. If we destroy all the Reaper's masks and abolish the corpse demon sealing technique, the Sage of Six Paths will no longer pursue us. A ninja from the Vortex clan boldly proclaimed, standing to voice his opinion. Clan leader, I disagree. The Sage of Six Paths is already targeting us, and our clan faces scrutiny from the 5 great shinobi villages. Should we abolish the corpse demon sealing technique, we would be left defenseless against the 5 great shinobi villages. Moreover, how can we be certain that destroying the Reaper's masks will deter the Sage of Six Paths? Another elite jonin from the Vortex clan interjected, rising to counter the previous statement. Your suggestion seems to imply a desire for our Vortex clan to perish at the hands of the Sage of Six Paths. One jonin retorted, you would prefer to fall victim to the other shinobi villages instead. The 2 elite jonin began to argue heatedly, their tempers flaring. Enough. Silence. Vortex Lu Hu slammed his hand down on the table, the resounding noise instantly quieting the 2. Everyone, calm down. Disputes over such matters only serve to undermine the unity of our Vortex clan. Xiaoya, you mentioned you had a solution. Please share your thoughts now, Grandfather Vortex Qinglu urged, observing the now quiet conference room. All right, Grandfather. Since there are no further ideas, allow me to present my approach, Lin Ye responded. Upon hearing the words of his grandfather, Vortex Naruto, Lin Ye stepped forward and spoke with a smile. Everyone, the reason why the ninjas of the ninja world are monitored by the Pure Land created by the Sage of Six Paths and have their souls taken is intricately linked to the chakra we are currently cultivating. Therefore, to escape the Sage's surveillance through chakra, which reveals our intelligence and targets our Vortex clan, we must eradicate chakra altogether. Lin Ye stood on the stage, gazing down at his clansmen, and solemnly addressed the multitude. What? Abandon chakra? Absolutely not. If we were to lose our chakra, The Uzumaki clan would forfeit our capacity to confront other ninjas, and that is utterly unacceptable. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Qing Feng, filled with fervor, rose to his feet and vehemently countered. Uncle Qing Feng, please do not rush to oppose me. Allow me to finish my statement first. Lin Ye gazed at the excited vortex Qing Feng and smiled as he spoke to him. I possess a unique cultivation method, which I previously imparted to my sister, Vortex Jime, and my cousin, Vortex Jime. This technique harnesses an exceptionally potent force originating from our dragon god realm, which I have named Dragon Power. It possesses the remarkable ability to completely absorb the chakra within our bodies, converting it into dragon power. This method stands as the most effective means of cultivation after we forsake chakra. Dragon power not only devours chakra, but also assimilates natural energy for cultivation. Unlike chakra, which merely amplifies an individual's strength, the cultivation of dragon power enhances one's physical form and, to a degree, mitigates the effects of aging, granting a person a more extended lifespan. Lin Ye gazed down at his clansmen, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke to them. The power of the dragon cultivated through their training could also be harnessed to perform ninjutsu. However, there might be certain limitations concerning elemental ninjutsu. For instance, if one practiced the dragon's power in the fire dragon mode, then only fire-style ninjutsu could be utilized, while the consumption of other elemental ninjutsu would significantly increase. Nevertheless, there are no such restrictions when employing sealing techniques, which do not impede the members of the Uzumaki clan in their use of such arts. Lin Ye gazed at the clansman below, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. What? Is it true? Does such a miraculous ability truly exist? It cannot be. Upon hearing Lin Ye's account, the members of the Uzumaki clan rose in excitement, incredulity evident in their inquiries directed at him. Indeed, it is true. I previously imparted this knowledge to my sister, Uzumaki Kimiai. Initially, I regarded it merely as a method of cultivating a sage mode. However, my sister, Uzumaki Kimiai, transformed more than half of her chakra into dragon power. After enhancing her physical form, she successfully employed the dragon power to execute sealing techniques. Lin Ye gazed down at the excited members of his clan and spoke joyfully to them. Haha, indeed, Xiao Yi, you are truly our clan's great fortune. The Whirlpool Elder, Yu Lu, smiled as he listened to Lin Ye's explanation, beaming with delight. Chief, I have yet to finish speaking. After cultivating the power of the dragon, ninjutsu of the same attribute will no longer inflict harm upon our clan members. Rather, it can absorb the energy used by our enemies, facilitating the restoration of our strength. In other words, if you cultivate the fire dragon mode, then fire release techniques will no longer pose any danger to you. You can consume the enemy's fire release, thereby replenishing the dragon power within us. Lin Ye looked at his joyful grandfather, Yu Qinglu, and the clan leader, Yu Lu, and said with a smile. Chapter 51. The Assailants Retreat. Really? Such a capability exists? How wonderful! This means we can not only evade the watchful eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, but also enhance our clan's strength, allowing the Whirlpool clan to far surpass other ninjas in battle. Xiao Yi, you are truly remarkable. The clan leader, Yu Lu, exclaimed excitedly as he regarded Lin Ye. The previous concern among the clan members about abolishing the corpse sealing technique stemmed from the fear of attracting the attention of the Sage of Six Paths. Although they had the courage to believe that the sage would not directly engage with them, they were wary of the possibility that he might once again betray the Whirlpool clan's secrets, utilizing other ninja villages to bring about their downfall. After all, given the sage's mastery over chakra, he was indeed capable of such treachery. However, with the chakra now dispensed, and the entire Whirlpool clan cultivating the power of the dragon, they would no longer be subjected to the sage's scrutiny. All right, Xiao Yi, please enlighten us. How does one cultivate this power of the dragon? Grandfather Yu Qinglu, wearing a proud expression, coughed twice to signal the upper ninjas of the Whirlpool clan to quiet down, then smiled at Lin Ye. Grandfather, I have compiled a method that will allow the clan members to individually cultivate the power of the dragon. Please take the responsibility of transcribing several copies to distribute among the clan. Lin Ye retrieved a scroll and placed it before his grandfather, Elder Vortex Qinglu, smiling as he spoke. This is what you have been quietly working on at home. No wonder you have been so discreet and have not ventured out these past days. Upon seeing the scroll that Lin Ye had produced, which he had been writing when he previously sought him out, Elder Vortex Qinglu chuckled and accepted it, responding, Elder Qinglu, given your advanced age, perhaps you should entrust that scroll to us. Our speed in transcription is surely swifter than yours. A young jonin from the Vortex clan, brimming with excitement, addressed Elder Vortex Qinglu eagerly. Humph, be silent, you insolent brat. I am not yet so feeble-minded, Elder Vortex Qinglu retorted, casting a disapproving glance at the young jonin. Moreover, I am most familiar with Xiao Yu's handwriting. I can transcribe it much faster than you lot. After hearing the words of the Vortex clan member, Elder Vortex Qinglu responded with a hint of irritation. He then carefully stowed the scroll that Lin Ye had entrusted to him into his ninja tool pouch, keeping a vigilant eye on the other jonin of the Vortex clan. Hee, Elder Qinglu, you must hasten. We are all eager to cultivate the power of the dragon, remarked the clan leader, Vortex Lu Hu. Observing the elder's childlike manner of hiding the scroll, he stood up and smiled at Elder Vortex Qinglu. Humph, rest assured, within a week, I shall ensure that all clan members can cultivate the power of the dragon. No need for your reminders. Elder Vortex Qinglu replied with a dismissive snort upon hearing the clan leader's words. Very well, the matter is settled. Everyone can return with peace of mind. Once Elder Qinglu has completed the transcription of the cultivation method, he will send someone to distribute it to each household. There is no need to rush. The clan leader Vortex Lu said with a smile, his tone filled with joy as he addressed the surrounding jonin of the Vortex clan. With that, the clan leader took the lead and exited the conference room. Lin Ye accompanied his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, as they stepped outside together. The scroll held in the hands of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, was an enhancement of the Dragon Slayer magic devised by Lin Ye. Lin Ye harnessed the Dragon Balls to transmute the natural energy of the Dragon God realm into a composition of 30 dragon power and 70 natural power. As the clan members practiced the dragon-slaying magic, the presence of dragon power within the Dragon God realm allowed them to absorb this energy into their bodies, subsequently giving rise to a dragon seed that coalesced within their hearts. Although the speed of their cultivation could not rival that of Lin Ye, who meticulously cultivated a dragon seed within the hearts of the practitioners, the quality of the dragon seeds varied due to individual cultivation practices. Nevertheless, this process could comprehensively devour all the chakra within the members of the Vortex clan, transforming it into dragon power and liberating them from the watchful gaze of the Sage of Six Paths. Upon returning home, Lin Ye discovered that his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, had not yet arrived. Only Lin Ye and his sister, Vortex Qimei, were present at the dinner table. I wonder if those assailants have left the village, she lamented while eating. Only when they depart can we procure some essential supplies. They must have retreated by now. Our entire clan has vanished. The other 5 great ninja villages will undoubtedly begin to suspect one another, for without us, the remaining 4 villages cannot harness the powerful sealing techniques, and their plans for the Jinchuriki will be unable to progress. Lin Ye set down the plate in his hand and, with uncertainty, addressed his sister, Karamiki. Is it true? Shall we venture outside to take a look? What do you think? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Karamiki excitedly put down the bowl she was holding and eagerly responded, All right, let us attempt to see if those who attacked our Yunin village are still around. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and with a smile, he spoke to her. After finishing his words, Lin Ye rose and transformed into the appearance of a ninja from the Mist Village. As he awaited his sister Uzumaki Kimi to change her form as well, the two quietly departed from the Dragon God realm. Lin Ye and his sister Uzumaki Chimei found themselves in the tranquil village of Whirlpool. As it was nighttime, the entire village lay enveloped in a profound silence. The duo cautiously meandered through the deserted streets, discovering that there appeared to be no outsiders within the village. Instead, they encountered the remnants of their kin's belongings, scattered haphazardly by the ninjas of Mist and Cloud villages. Broken dishes and shattered chopsticks littered the ground. Sister, it seems that the ninjas from Mist and Cloud villages have already departed. Shall we return to the Dragon God realm and request the chief to send us a few more people? We must search for all the usable items left within the village. Lin Ye, accompanied by his sister Uzumaki Kimiai, traversed the entirety of the village, only to discover it devoid of any inhabitants. Filled with excitement, he exclaimed to his sister, How splendid! At last, we can prepare a grand feast. With just a single bowl and a plate, dining has been exceedingly challenging. Hearing her brother's words, Uzumaki Kimiai responded with equal delight. Without further delay, the two employed a summoning technique to return to the Dragon God realm. Chapter 52. The Astonishment of the Feathered Garment Chief. Chief, we have splendid news. The invaders in the village have departed. We can now attempt to bring some individuals to procure essential supplies. Upon entering the Dragon God realm, Lin Ye and his sister, Uzumaki Chimei, excitedly rushed to the home of the clan leader, Uzumaki Lu Hu. What? Xiao Yi, is what you and Chimei said true? I shall inform everyone at once. exclaimed Uzumaki Lu-hu, rising with fervor upon hearing their words. Without delay, he hastily exited the room. Qingfeng, quickly gather a group of clansmen. The enemies who intended to ambush us have retreated. You must return to the village to organize the undamaged supplies. Then, dispatch someone to assess what is still needed, so we can prepare the funds to procure the necessary materials, commanded the clan leader, Uzumaki Lu-hu, raising his voice to his son, Uzumaki Qingfeng. Father, I understand. I will send people to attend to it immediately. You should rest and not worry, replied Uzumaki Qingfeng, swiftly rising to his feet and addressing his father with urgency before darting out of the house. Shai, Chime, thank you immensely. However, you two are quite audacious, daring to leave the Dragon God realm unaccompanied and return to the village. Do refrain from such recklessness in the future. The clan leader remarked with a smile as he watched his son rush out to summon the clansmen. Rest assured, clan leader, we have transformed into ninjas from Mist Ninja Village for our journey. Should any danger arise, we shall return to the Dragon God realm at once. Hearing the words of the clan leader, Vortex Lu-hu, Lin Ye smiled and explained, All right, both of you should hurry home. If you have some spare time, please assist your grandfather, Vortex Qing Lu, in duplicating the methods for cultivating the power of the dragon, so we can distribute them sooner. The clan leader affectionately ruffled Lin Ye's hair and said kindly, Very well, clan leader, we shall return at once. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Lin Ye's sister, Vortex Chime, slightly bowed to Vortex Lu-hu, then quickly took Lin Ye's hand and exited the clan leader's home. Sister, why are you in such a hurry? It seemed to me that the clan leader was not angry at all, Lin Ye inquired, noticing his sister's anxious demeanor. Oh, you. Really now? The clan leader is bound to inform our grandfather about our outing. Once grandfather finds out, he will surely lecture us, Vortex Chime replied, looking at Lin Ye with a hint of discontent. Come now, sister. Do you truly believe grandfather would chastise us? He would merely nag a bit at most. Lin Ye retorted with a playful grin. Lin Ye heard his sister Uzumaki Kimiai's words and smiled as he replied to her. Humph, you little rascal. Grandpa certainly won't scold you, but he will nag me. We should hasten back home. Once Uncle Qingfeng returns, we ought to gather several bowls and chopsticks and prepare a grand feast to appease Grandpa. Uzumaki Kimiai shot Lin Ye an annoyed glance, expressing her displeasure. Within the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths pondered, The chakra of the Uzumaki clan has reappeared. What is happening? Did they not vanish? After the collective disappearance of the Uzumaki clan's chakra, the sage had believed that they had used the Reaper Death Seal to drag their entire clan down with their enemies, resulting in souls not entering the Pure Land. Yet now, he was taken aback to find their chakra resurfacing. I must investigate thoroughly where these Uzumaki individuals have gone. The sage sensed an increasing number of Uzumaki clan members and hastily connected through chakra to locate them in the Uzumaki village, where they were searching for resources. The Uzumaki clan members present were all young, robust individuals. They swiftly moved from room to room, scavenging everything useful, packing it into their self-made sealing scrolls, before hastening to the next location. In no time, the Uzumaki clan members had thoroughly pillaged the entire ninja village. Qingfeng, we have completed our collection. Can we return to the Dragon God realm now? One of the Uzumaki clan members approached Uzumaki Qingfeng after finishing his search of the designated house, smiling as he spoke. Wait a moment for the others. We shall return together to sort out the resources. Qingfeng replied with a smile as he observed the members gathering before him. Shortly after, all the Uzumaki clan members assembled before Qingfeng. After quickly counting the numbers, he formed the hand seals for the summoning technique, and in an instant, he and all the clan members vanished from the spot. Dragon God Realm? When did a new summoning space appear in the ninja world? I must contact Gamamaru to inquire further. Otsutsuki Yui, utilizing his chakra perception, quickly obtained information regarding the disappearance of the Uzumaki clan members. Observing their vanishing figures, he frowned and spoke coldly. It seems I must return to the Pure Land. Yui began to connect with the great toad sage Gamamaru residing in Mount Mayaboku. In the depths of his slumber, the great toad sage slowly opened his eyes. Yui, what brings you to seek me so suddenly? He inquired with a smile. Gamamaru, it has been a while. How much do you know about the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world? In the next moment, a spectral figure resembling Otsutsuki Yui, composed of chakra, appeared before the great toad sage, calmly posing the question. The Uzumaki clan, aren't they one of Ashura's descendant branches? You should know more about them than I do, replied Gamamaru, gazing curiously at Yui. I was indeed quite knowledgeable about the Uzumaki clan, but recently, They discovered the power of the Reaper and created a special sealing technique utilizing that power. I had intended to eradicate them, but they suddenly vanished before I could act. Yui explained solemnly. Vanished? How could there be an existence in the ninja world that even you cannot perceive? Gamamaru exclaimed incredulously upon hearing Yui's words. I am uncertain of the details, but I did learn from the Uzumaki clan that the space they inhabit seems to be referred to as the Dragon God Realm. Gamamaru, do you have any knowledge regarding this alternate space? Yui inquired earnestly, shaking his head. The Dragon God Realm? I have never heard of such a term. However, there was a peculiar pressure recently in the ninja world, which I have never witnessed, yet my very genes suggest that it emanated from the legendary divine beast, the dragon. I wonder if the disappearance of the Uzumaki clan relates to that power. Gamamaru replied with a furrowed brow, addressing Yui seriously. A dragon? How could that be possible? I destroyed so many deities. If the dragon were a divine beast, it should have appeared to thwart me, Yui retorted, astonished. After sealing his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and even imprisoning the god tree within himself, Yui felt his body deteriorating day by day, lacking the immortal vitality his mother possessed. Moreover, Kagaya had not imparted the unique seals of the Otsutsuki clan to him. To avoid the fate of his soul dissipating after death like others, Yui had slain the Reaper, who was already weakened by the chaos of natural energy and the scarcity of human faith. He seized the Reaper's divine realm and fused it with his Rinnegan, binding it to his soul in an attempt to attain eternal life by absorbing the souls of countless powerful beings from the ninja world. Even his two sons, Indra and Ashura, had been consumed by Yui, along with his brother Hamura's soul, which he manipulated. Yui controlled the chakra of his two sons, endlessly reincarnating within their bloodline descendants, nurturing stronger souls through their conflicts. Originally, upon Indra's reincarnation as Uchiha Madara, after acquiring a portion of Ashura's chakra, Yui had planned to attempt releasing their mother to seek a method of eternal life. Little did he know that the Uzumaki clan, whom he viewed as rebellious, would orchestrate such significant events. I understand, Gamamaru. I will remain vigilant regarding the ninja world. Please have the toads of Mount Mayaboku assist me in gathering information about the Dragon God Realm, and I shall be grateful, Yui stated, his expression grave as he addressed Gamamaru. With that, he vanished from sight. After Yui's departure, Gamamaru immediately summoned a group of elite toads from Mount Mayaboku. After inquiring about recent intelligence concerning the ninja world, he commanded them to assist the Sage of Six Paths in seeking information about the Dragon God Realm. In Konohagakure, a voice echoed with frustration. Damn it, damn it. These bandits are the ones who let the Uzumaki clan escape. How dare they come to us demanding sealing techniques? This is outrageous. In the office of the Hokage, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, slammed his palm onto the desk in anger as he perused the diplomatic documents received from the four great ninja villages. Hiruzen, now is not the time for discussion. We must devise a strategy. If we fail, the four great ninja villages may very well declare war upon us simultaneously. Tsunade, with a frosty demeanor, gazed sternly at Hiruzen. What is there to discuss? The Uzumaki clan has vanished. What concern is it of ours? If they wish to fight, let them. I harbor no fear, Danzo Shimura retorted, striking the table vehemently. That is unacceptable. Our current strength is insufficient to confront all four ninja villages at once, even if the Cloud Village sends merely 1,000 shinobi. Engaging with all four could spell the end for Konohagakure, Mito Minion interjected, shaking his head in response to Danzo's obstinate words. In truth, it was not just Konoha that stood to be obliterated. The families of the other three clans would also suffer immense losses in such a war, which is why Mito vehemently opposed the notion. I see no alternative. I must seek out Lord Mito, Hiruzen murmured, his anger gradually dissipating as he lowered his head. Hiruzen, that may not be feasible. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief at Hiruzen's suggestion. Indeed, Hiruzen, we have plotted against the Uzumaki clan, which has led to their disappearance from the ninja world. Should Lord Mito discover this, your position as Hokage may become precarious, Mito added, equally astonished. At this point, we have no choice but to approach Lord Mito and ascertain whether the esteem in which the first Hokage is held can persuade him, Hiruzen stated, rising to his feet and calmly surveying his three companions. Hiruzen, coincidentally, Tsunade is about to graduate from the Ninja Academy. The first and second Hokages had previously mentioned having their granddaughters take you as a mentor. You could leverage this to persuade Lord Mito, Danzo suggested, blinking thoughtfully. This indeed presents a condition, but do you possess any other ideas? Hiruzen inquired, maintaining his composure as he turned to the other two individuals. Mito and Tsunade exchanged glances, but neither could conceive of any additional conditions that might sway the Uzumaki Mito. They could only shake their heads in resignation. Alas, it seems we must rely on the first Hokage and Tsunade as bargaining chips. We must confer with Lord Uzumaki Mito, for otherwise Konoha may indeed be doomed by our own hands. Hiruzen sighed, glancing at Mito and Tsunade before departing the Hokage office. After all, they had plotted against the family of Uzumaki Mito, and without offering an explanation, they could not hope to secure the sealing techniques that would dissuade the other four great ninja villages from waging war. Chapter 54. The Wrath of Uzumaki Mito. Hiruzen Sarutobi strolled slowly to Uzumaki Mito's residence. Hokage-sama, what brings you here? Are you here to visit Lord Mito? Please come in. A servant greeted him with a warm smile upon seeing Hiruzen's arrival. Is Lord Mito at home? I have urgent matters to discuss, Hiruzen replied, managing a pained smile as he addressed the servant. Yes, Lord Mito is home, the servant replied, casting a curious glance at Hiruzen. Since the passing of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, Uzumaki Mito had seldom ventured outside, remaining within her home due to the fear of losing control over the nine tails sealed within her. Hiruzen was well aware of her concerns. As the servant ushered him inside, Hiruzen entered Mito's abode. Little monkey, you've come. How is everything? Has the war concluded? Is the village thriving? Mito inquired with a smile upon Hiruzen's entrance. Lord Mito, a situation has arisen in the village, and I seek your assistance, Hiruzen replied, swallowing hard to steady his emotions. What? Another crisis in the village? What is it? Speak quickly. Mito pressed, visibly agitated. The other four great nations have united against us, demanding we surrender our powerful sealing techniques. If we refuse, they threaten to invade the land of fire, Hiruzen stated with great difficulty. What? Damnable scoundrels. Do they seek to create formidable Jinchuriki? Mito exclaimed in outrage. Wait, hold on. Hiruzen, tell me honestly, why have these four ninja villages banded together to demand sealing techniques from us? Isn't the most powerful sealing technique in the hands of the Uzumaki clan? Mito's demeanor shifted as she scrutinized Hiruzen, her voice cold. Hiruzen found himself at a loss, struggling to articulate a response as Mito's anger grew palpable. Explain. What is the reason behind the other four ninja villages threatening war to extract our sealing techniques? Mito demanded, her chakra surging as crimson energy emanated from the nine tails within her. Lord Mito, please, remain calm. I will explain, Hiruzen urged, alarmed by the manifest chakra. Previously, the Uzumaki clan defeated 7 of our village's young jonin, and Danzo, feeling disgraced, secretly contacted the other major villages, using the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques as bait to target them. However, the entire Uzumaki clan suddenly vanished, leaving behind only an empty village, devoid of any sealing techniques. Hiruzen explained, struggling to convey the gravity of the situation. After the hidden villages launched an assault on the Whirlpool village, they failed to acquire the sealing techniques they coveted. They suspected that someone from Konoha village had leaked information, allowing the Uzumaki clan to escape, and thus demanded that we surrender our powerful sealing techniques. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, lowered his head and cautiously explained to Uzumaki Mito, Little monkey, I fear this matter involves more than just Danzo. Uzumaki Mito, with a complex expression, coldly replied, Lord Mito, please believe me. I truly had no knowledge of this situation. You are aware that Danzo acted independently through his root division. Upon hearing Mito's penetrating gaze, Hiruzen shivered and hurriedly defended himself. He could not bear the blame for this incident. If Mito used this as grounds to remove him from the Hokage position, all his prior efforts would be in vain. Get out. Leave this place at once. Hiruzen's explanations did little to quell Mito's fury. Her chakra surged violently, forcefully propelling the third Hokage out of the room. Ha ha, Hashirama, look at what you have built in Konoha village. This is the disciple you and Tobirama chose. After Hiruzen was thrown out, Mito sorrowfully lamented as she sat in her chair, gazing upward with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, the third Hokage hastily scrambled away from Mito's residence, racing back to his office. He was deeply concerned that Mito, in her wrath, might come to eliminate him on the spot, especially given the overwhelming chakra she had just unleashed. Originally, Hiruzen believed Mito's strength stemmed solely from her status as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, but it was becoming evident that her power was not solely derived from that. Upon returning to his office, Hiruzen summoned Shimura Danzo, Mito, and Tenten, remaining in the Hokage building, too fearful to venture outside. He hoped Mito would consider the dignity of the Hokage and refrain from storming in to kill him. When Danzo learned from Hiruzen that all blame for the Uzumaki clan's plight had been shifted onto him, he glared furiously at Hiruzen. Resolute in his determination to unseat him as Hokage, he vowed to take up the mantle himself, ensuring that he would not cast his own mistakes onto others. Chapter 55. The Wise Uzumaki Luho in the Dragon God Realm. Uzumaki Chief Feng returned with his clan after gathering the remaining supplies from Whirlpool Village and found his father. Uzumaki Luho. Father, here is a list of all the resources left in our clan. Please take a look. He presented a detailed inventory to Luho. Alas, these bandits have caused considerable destruction to our village. There is still much that our clan members require. Luho sighed as he glanced over the list. Addressing his son with calmness. Father, the items we lack are far too many. They are severely impacting our clan's livelihood. Perhaps I should lead a team to procure supplies from other nations? Chief Feng suggested, noticing his father's troubled expression. Let us abandon the land of Whirlpool Village. For we cannot return. You and a few clan members should venture to the land of fire, find a minor noble, and establish a small trading company to aid our Uzumaki clan in sourcing materials, Luho contemplated before speaking solemnly to Chief Feng. Understood, father. I will go at once. Rest assured. I will gather sufficient supplies for our clan, Chief Feng declared enthusiastically. No, it would be wise to wait a bit longer. Allow your uncle Qinglu to transcribe the cultivation methods of the dragon's power first. Once you have grasped the basics of the training, you may then establish a trading company. For now, let our clan members endure a little longer, Luho advised firmly. Very well, father. I understand. Fortunately, in the Dragon God Realm, crops grow rapidly thanks to the natural energy here. Otherwise, we would need to venture out to purchase food, Qing Feng replied with a smile. Indeed. While the Dragon God Realm is isolated, the crops thrive well. As long as our Uzumaki clan can master this world, we may encounter great fortune. Luho responded with a smile at his son. By the way, father, since Xiao Yi has developed a method for cultivating the dragon's power, should I seek out Xiao Yi to discover if there is a way to expedite our training? Qi Feng inquired. Recalling how Qi Mei and Ji Mei had quickly learned the method under Xiao Ye's guidance. There is indeed such a possibility, but I advise against it, Luho replied, nodding but with a grave tone. Why not, father? With Xiao Yu's assistance, wouldn't it not be easier for our clan members to learn the dragon's power? Would Xiao Yi refuse to help? Qing Feng asked incredulously. If you approach Xiao Yi, she may indeed help, considering my standing. However, this could alienate her, leading to significant issues for our Uzumaki clan's legacy, Luho warned, his expression serious. Is that so? I see. Father, Qing Feng conceded, understanding the weight of his father's words. Upon hearing the words of his father, Uzumaki Qing Feng blinked and calmly replied to him. Very well, Qing Feng. No matter how formidable Xiaoya's abilities may be, as long as you remain steadfast and focus solely on the well-being of our clan, I believe Xiaoya is not one to covet power. With his assistance, the Uzumaki clan will undoubtedly flourish under your guidance. Therefore, do not hesitate to prioritize the interests of all our kin. Observing Uzumaki Qingfeng's despondent demeanor as he sat down, Uzumaki Ruho rose, smiling as he addressed his son. Elder Chief, are you at home? My grandfather has sent me to deliver the training methods for the dragon's power. Just as Uzumaki Ruho was offering words of comfort to Uzumaki Chief Feng, Lin Ye arrived at the patriarch's doorstep with the training methods for the dragon's power. Calling out loudly to those within the house, Ah, Xiaoya, have you already managed to transcribe enough methods for our clansmen to practice? Uzumaki Ruho, upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, immediately opened the door with a smile, looking at Lin Ye at the threshold and cheerfully responding, Haha, Elder Chief, my grandfather has summoned many villagers. For each volume transcribed, another is immediately taken up for copying, thus accelerating the process remarkably. Upon hearing the words of the clan leader, Vortex Lu Hu, Lin Ye smiled and handed over a manual on the cultivation of dragon's power. Addressing Vortex Lu Hu, he said, Leader, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave and proceed to deliver the manual on dragon's power to the next clan. Farewell. Lin Ye gazed at the clan leader, Vortex Lu Hu, as he received the cultivation method for the dragon's power and turned to leave. Xiao Yi, please wait a moment, the clan leader called out, stepping forward with urgency. A smile adorning his face as he halted Lin Ye's departure. Is there something of such significance that it surpasses the importance of delivering the cultivation method for the dragon's power? Lin Ye inquired. Lin Ye turned to look at the clan leader, Vortex Lu Hu, and inquired with a puzzled expression. Indeed, This matter holds significant importance. Please, bear with me for a moment. Vortex Lu Hu responded earnestly, nodding in acknowledgement as he addressed Lin with utmost seriousness. Lin Ye observed the grave expression of the clan leader, Vortex Lu Hu, and nodded before proceeding towards the leader's residence. Chapter 56. Establishing the Merchant Guild. Uncle Qing Feng. You are at home as well. Have all the supplies from the village been gathered? As Lin Ye entered the room, he was greeted by the warm smile of Uzumaki Qing Feng, who acknowledged him with a nod. Ah, Xiaoya, you have arrived. The supplies in the village have been thoroughly scavenged, and all the clansmen have retreated back to the Dragon God realm. Uzumaki Qing Feng spoke, his tone friendly yet earnest. Now, Xiaoya, please take a seat. What we are about to discuss is of utmost importance. I do not wish to pressure you, but I hope you might lend a hand to our people. Uzumaki Lu Hu, seated at the forefront, looked at Lin Ye with a smile as he continued. Very well, grandfather clan leader. Please feel free to express your concerns, whatever it may be. I shall do my utmost to assist. Lin Ye gazed upon the team leader, Uzumaki Lu Hu, and spoke with a smile. Ah, this is a matter of great significance. Uncle Qing Feng recently returned to the village to gather supplies. Yet after scouring the entire village, the resources he brought back remain insufficient for our clan's needs. Thus, he contemplated the possibility of procuring some materials from the ninja world. For the sake of long-term benefits, I envisioned establishing a trading guild in the Land of Fire under the guise of the nobility. However, as you are aware, our Uzumaki clan is currently under the watchful eye of the Sage of Six Paths. Without completely depleting our chakra, we cannot venture into the ninja world for an extended period. Therefore, I was wondering if you might assist Uncle Qing Feng in enabling them to cultivate the dragon's power sooner, allowing them to journey into the ninja world. Uzumaki Lu Hu, seated in the foremost position, organized his thoughts and looked hopefully at Lin Ye, expressing his anticipation. Regarding this matter, Chief, I can indeed offer some assistance. However, I fear I may not be able to help in the same manner as sisters Chimei and Jimei, who directly wield the dragon's power. I hope you can understand. Hearing the words of Uzumaki Ahu, Lin Ye instantly comprehended the situation and smiled as he addressed him. While it was indeed beyond Lin Ye's capabilities to condense the dragon seed to assist Uzumaki Qing Feng and the others, he could lead them to the heavenly realm, where the concentration of dragon power could be elevated to the same level as natural energy. By allowing them to cultivate dragon power there, their progress would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Excellent. Whatever you require, feel free to inform the clan leader. He will arrange for the necessary resources, Lin Ye assured. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Ahu responded with palpable excitement. Clan leader, there's no need for concern. I merely intend to take Uncle Qing Feng and the others to the heart of the Dragon God realm, where they can cultivate dragon power, significantly reducing their time to grasp it. However, this will necessitate a complete conversion of their chakra into dragon power in the short term, which may temporarily diminish their strength. What are your thoughts on this? Not a problem at all, as long as we act swiftly to sever their connection to the Sage of Six Paths. With Qingfeng's elite Jonin strength, they might only drop to the level of a regular Jonin. Such power would be more than sufficient to establish a trading post among the minor clans in the ninja world, Uzumaki Ahu replied nonchalantly. Very well, Uncle Qing Feng. Please gather a group of no more than 12 individuals to accompany us to the ninja world for the commercial assembly. I will guide you all to the heart of the Dragon God realm. Lin Ye rose to his feet, casting a glance at the equally exhilarated vortex of Qing Feng beside him. With a smile, he addressed her. Very well, little Ye. Rest assured. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek your uncle's assistance. I shall resolve all matters for you. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Vortex Qing Feng, filled with enthusiasm, assured him earnestly, Haha, Uncle Qing Feng, you have my word. If I ever find myself in a predicament, I shall be the first to come to you. You must ensure that my grandfather and sister Chimei are kept at bay. Upon hearing the words of Uzumaki Qing Feng, Lin Ye chuckled and replied playfully, Perhaps we should disregard Uncle Qing Lu's advice, but if it were your sister, I might indeed be willing to assist you in restraining her. Upon receiving Lin Ye's response, Uzumaki Qing Feng stood there, feeling quite awkward, and bashfully addressed Lin Ye. Hey, Uncle Qing Feng, do you truly believe my grandfather is so fearsome? If you were to stop him, would he dare lay a hand on you, the future clan leader? Lin Ye gazed at the awkwardly standing Uzumaki Qing Feng, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he spoke to him. With that, Lin Ye departed from the patriarch's abode, proceeding to the next household to deliver the methods for cultivating the dragon's power. The following day, Uzumaki Chifeng arrived at Lin Ye's residence, accompanied by 11 elite jonin from the Uzumaki clan. Uncle Chifeng, he began, it appears you are all prepared, so let us proceed. Lin Ye gazed upon the 12 familiar faces before him, offering a slight nod. With a theatrical gesture, he formed 2 seals with his hands and led the group into the celestial realm. Is this truly the heart of the dragon god realm? It appears to be quite expansive. As Xuanhua Chifeng surveyed the heavenly space, he turned to Lin Ye with a smile and spoke. Very well, Uncle Chifeng. You have all observed the methods for cultivating dragon power yesterday, have you not? The dragon power here surpasses that of the land we previously inhabited by a considerable margin. Make haste in your training, strive diligently, so that we may soon venture into the ninja world. Lin Ye gazed solemnly at Vortex Chifeng and the others, addressing the 12 individuals before him. Rest assured, Xiao Yi, we shall convert all the chakra within us into the power of the dragon in the shortest possible time. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Vortex Chifeng nodded in affirmation. He then turned and, along with the other 11, quickly seated themselves on the ground, commencing their training according to Lin Ye's method of cultivating dragon power. Although the dragon power in the celestial realm was merely 20% greater than what they were accustomed to in the mortal realm, the speed of their cultivation surged by 40%. With Vortex Chifeng and the others already possessing the prowess of elite Sennin, their innate talents were immensely formidable. After repeatedly refining the dragon power, they began to mobilize it within their bodies, gathering it towards their hearts and initiating the formation of the dragon seed within just a week. A month later, all 12 individuals, including Vortex Chifeng, had successfully condensed the dragon seed within their hearts and converted all their chakra into dragon power, storing it in their dantian. After completing this transformation, Vortex Chifeng reported to the clan leader, Vortex Lu Hu, and then set out with the 12 Jainin for the ninja world, intending to select a minor noble in the land of fire to establish a merchant association. Their goal was to gather living essentials and training resources for the Vortex clan while acquiring species absent from the dragon god realm to aid its continued growth. Chapter 57. Vortex Suehu delivers the sealing technique while matters progress smoothly for the Vortex clan. Konoha village found itself ensnared in turmoil. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his associates hesitated to resolve issues at Vortex Suehu's residence. Meanwhile, the other ninja villages, having issued diplomatic notices, received no response from Konoha, leading the furious 4 great ninja villages to believe that Konoha was disregarding their existence, prompting them to formally consider waging war against Konoha. Faced with this predicament, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, mustered the courage to approach Vortex Suehu's abode alongside Mizutome In and T-Ka-Shirnan. It was imperative to negotiate with Vortex Suehu, the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, for the sake of averting a catastrophic war which would result in immense losses. Upon arriving at Vortex Suehu's residence, the 3 exchanged cautious glances and ascended the stairs to her dwelling. Initially, the third Hokage intended to bring Shimura Danzo along, but Danzo, feeling aggrieved by having all the blame for the Vortex clan's predicament placed on him by the third Hokage, refused to assist in this matter. Ah, third Hokage, what brings you to my humble abode? Vortex Suehu's derisive voice echoed from within as the third Hokage stepped onto her doorstep. Lady Suehu, the 4 great ninja villages have officially decided to wage war against us in Konoha. I implore you, for the sake of the first Hokage's founding of Konoha, could you provide us with some high-level sealing techniques to dissuade them from attacking? The third Hokage spoke earnestly, standing at the threshold. Why should I help you? You never considered me during your decision-making, and now that trouble has arisen, you come knocking at my door. Dream on. Vortex Suehu coldly retorted. Feeling the weight of her disdain, the third Hokage glanced awkwardly at Mizutome In and T-Ka-Shirnan, silently pleading for them to intervene. Sensing the urgency of the situation, T-Ka-Shirnan mustered her courage and stepped forward. Lady Suehu, our village is truly in a dire predicament. Even if you wish to chastise Sarutobi, please help us weather this storm. Otherwise, the Senju clan may also suffer the consequences. Rest assured, once this ordeal is over, we will ensure that Sarutobi takes Tsunade as his apprentice, and we will consult you on significant matters in the village. What do you think? T-Ka-Shirnan spoke respectfully, seeking to persuade Vortex Suehu. Return for now. I shall consider your request, Vortex Suehu replied after some contemplation, her tone slightly softened. The third Hokage, T-Ka-Shirnan, and Mizutome felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing her words. Lady Suehu, we understand. We will return promptly. However, Your time is limited. You likely have only a week to decide. We hope you can reach a conclusion swiftly, Tika Shernon expressed eagerly before hastily departing from Vortex Suehu's home. Making their way back to the Hokage office. Shernon, I truly appreciate your assistance, the third Hokage expressed gratefully as he sat in the Hokage office. Glancing at Tika Shernon and Mizuto, there's no need for excessive gratitude, Sarutobi. We are partners who understand each other. Moving forward, you should regularly visit Lady Suehu and speak favorably of our situation. If all else fails, bring Tsunade along, Tika Shernon advised with a smile. Rest assured, I am well versed in this matter. I will do whatever it takes to resolve the village's crisis, for the sake of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen assured her. The three shared a knowing glance and erupted into laughter. In the days that followed, the third Hokage frequently visited Vortex Suehu's residence. Anxiously lamenting the grave crisis facing Konoha and the ferocity of the four great ninja villages, constantly urging her to provide the sealing techniques necessary to save the village. Initially, Vortex Suehu would vocally berate him during his visits. However, after the third Hokage brought Tsunade along, he would have her enter Vortex Suehu's room first, following closely behind. Although Vortex Suehu did not extend a warm welcome to the third Hokage, she could no longer afford to be as dismissive as before. She refrained from questioning him directly and demanding he leave her home. Recognizing the effectiveness of this approach, the third Hokage decided to persist. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru graduated, and these three became his disciples. Upon learning that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had already taken Tsunade as his apprentice, Uzumaki Mito sighed helplessly. Mito selected 4 sealing techniques from the one she had drawn to seal the tail beasts and handed them to Tsunade, instructing her to deliver them to Hiruzen Sarutobi for the purpose of concluding the previous alliance with the other 4 great ninja villages. Upon receiving the sealing techniques, the third Hokage was overjoyed and promptly sent the 4 sealing techniques to the 4 great ninja villages, demanding that they sign a peace agreement and pledge not to initiate war for the next decade. As a token of gratitude to Tka Rin and Mito Minin, Hiruzen Sarutobi appointed Mito Minin as the financial elder of Konohagakure, coordinating with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire to secure annual subsidies. Tka Rin was appointed as the head of the medical department, responsible for the acquisition of medicinal materials and the training of medical ninjas. Chapter 58. The enraged Uzumaki clan with the sealing techniques acquired by the 4 great ninja villages, this alliance was once again dissolved. Among them, Konohagakure was the most jubilant, while Kirigakure and Iwagakure were exceedingly furious. In their wrath, Kirigakure and Iwagakure formed an alliance to disseminate the news that Konohagakure had surrendered the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan throughout the ninja world. After all, although the Uzumaki clan had vanished, they were acutely aware that this fallen clan had not perished. If the Uzumaki clan discovered that Konohagakure had traded their sealing techniques for peace, it would undoubtedly sow discord between Konohagakure and the Uzumaki clan, potentially rendering them a sharp blade against Konohagakure in the future. Father, Uncle Alu, something is amiss. In a hurry, Uzumaki Chief Feng returned to the Dragon God realm, seeking out his father and Elder Alu, who were engrossed in their affairs, and solemnly addressed them. Chief Feng, you've returned. Do not fret. What has you so agitated? Elder Alu raised his head, gazing at the visibly upset Chief Feng with a smile. Aunt Mito has surrendered our clan's sealing techniques as compensation to conclude the war with the other 4 great ninja villages, Chief Feng stated through gritted teeth, standing firm before Elder Alu. What? Mito betrayed our family's sealing techniques? Upon hearing Chief Feng's words, Alu slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly to confront Chief Feng. Indeed, father. Chief Feng confirmed, nodding gravely at his father. Call a clan meeting. Alu, seeing his son nod in affirmation, sank back into his seat and spoke coldly. Yes, father, I understand. I shall go at once. Chief Feng promptly turned and rushed outside. Before long, within the meeting hall of the Dragon God realm, over 30 members of the Uzumaki clan were seated. Everyone, I trust you are already aware of the news. Alu, seated at the head, lowered his gaze, eyes half closed, and addressed the clan members in a deep voice. Clan leader, we are aware of the situation. What are your plans? One elder, slowly opening his eyes, spoke calmly to Alu. To betray the clan's interests, expulsion from the clan, and a bounty for the capture of Mito, never to relent. Alu raised his head, speaking plainly to all the members of the Uzumaki clan. Very well, we shall proceed as you say, clan leader. The members of the Uzumaki clan exchanged glances before nodding in agreement with Aolu's decision. Previously, while there were murmurs regarding Mito's insistence that the entire Uzumaki clan assist Konohagakure, they largely accepted her identity as a member of the clan. After all, Mito was the strongest among them, akin to the head of the Uzumaki clan within Konohagakure. However, following Lin Ye's proposals, the clan members gradually recognized Mito's true nature and no longer intended to blindly follow her. Now, with the revelation of her betrayal of the Uzumaki clan's interests, the clan members were filled with animosity. Now that the matter concerning Mito has been addressed, I, Aolu, must acknowledge my failure in discerning character, which has caused harm to the Uzumaki clan. While it is not directly my fault, I shall no longer serve as the clan leader. Henceforth, my son, Qingfeng, shall assume the role of clan leader. Does anyone object? After resolving the issue with Mito, Aolu shifted the focus to the clan members. Clan leader, if a transition is to occur, it can be conducted immediately. You need not bear such a burden. You are our clan leader. Do not speak in such a manner, Elder Aolu retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Aolu. Haha, you rascal. Very well, my strength wanes. After such extensive training in the dragon's power technique, I have yet to make significant progress. I fear my time is drawing near. So I shall pass the mantle to the younger generation. What do you all think? Aolu's words lightened the previously somber atmosphere, and he smiled before changing his tone. In truth, Aolu was aware that Mito was his younger sister. Given the magnitude of the issue, the clan members knew that he bore no responsibility. Yet they would still express their grievances towards him. By stepping down under such pretense, he provided the clan members with a semblance of accountability, ensuring they would not continue to oppose the incoming clan leader. Very well, but please ensure a smooth transition to avoid burdening Qingfeng with the weight of our clan alone. The surrounding Uzumaki clan members exchanged glances, choosing not to delve further into the matter and calmly accepted Aolu's resignation, allowing Qingfeng to take over as the clan leader. All matters have been resolved. Qingfeng, it is now your turn to lead the Uzumaki clan. For the time being, I shall assist you with some affairs. Go to the underground trading hall and place a bounty of 100 million Ryo for Mito's head. Make sure to indicate that it is a bounty issued by our Uzumaki clan. Aolu turned to his son, Qingfeng, and spoke earnestly. Understood, father. I will attend to it at once. Qingfeng nodded in acknowledgement, calmly responding to Aolu. Does anyone have further matters to discuss? After instructing his son, Aolu surveyed the gathering, seeking any additional concerns. Clan leader, we have no issues on our end. The members glanced at one another, and upon finding no one wishing to speak, one of the Uzumaki clan members smiled and addressed Aolu. Ah, henceforth, please refrain from calling me clan leader. That title belongs to Qingfeng. You may refer to me as elder or simply by my name, as per our generational custom. Upon hearing the words of this clan member, the patriarch, Vortex Luho, waved his hand and spoke with a smile. Very well, since there is nothing more to discuss, let us all disperse. Qingfeng, you two should attend to your own matters. Rising from his seat, Vortex Luho tidied his appearance and addressed all the members of the Vortex clan before leading the way out of the gathering hall. Chapter 59. The essence of dragon destruction in the realm of the dragon god. The roars of the thunder dragon, wind dragon, and fire dragon echoed mightily. Within a vast training ground, Lin Ye faced off against his sister, Vortex Chime, and his cousin, Vortex Jime. All three were employing the dragon destruction magic that Lin Ye had taught them. The immense power of their clashes created a truly spectacular scene. Xiaoyi, is there nothing more to your dragon destruction magic? After an intense bout that had lasted half the day, the three combatants paused, their roars colliding in a magnificent display. Sister Vortex Chime, noticing Lin Ye's quicker recovery, curiously inquired. Sister, this is merely the most rudimentary aspect of the inheritance of dragon power. At the highest tier, there exist profoundly powerful techniques of dragon destruction, specifically designed for combat against dragons. Is there an issue with that? Lin Ye replied with a smile, looking at his sister. What? There are other elements? Hurry, share with me. Vortex Chime exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Lin Ye's words. The techniques of dragon destruction are unique to each individual, emerging from their understanding of the magic. You can certainly comprehend it on your own. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. What? You expect me to create it myself? How is that even possible? Tell me, have you already achieved it? His sister, the proud and spirited Xuanwachime, looked at Lin Ye with admiration and declared loudly, of course. Your brother is a genius. Otherwise, how could I possibly resonate with the dragon god realm? Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and with a smile said, "What? You have actually created it? Do show it to your sister." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Kimi, filled with excitement, replied, "Really? I just finished battling with you all, and my stamina hasn't even recovered yet. How can I possibly demonstrate it? The consumption of the Annihilation Dragon technique is far more formidable than that of these ordinary annihilation magic spells." Lin Ye gazed at her elder sister and, with a hint of irritation, spoke up. "Oh, I see. Then you should rest a bit longer. Once you're feeling better, do show me," Vortex Chime responded calmly, her demeanor shifting to a serious tone as she addressed Lin Ye. "All right, dear sister, rest assured, I will present it to you shortly." Feeling content with her sister's understanding, Lin Ye replied with satisfaction. 20 minutes later, Lin Ye rose to her feet. "Sister, you must pay close attention now. It will be quite impressive." Lin Ye exchanged a knowing glance with his sister, and within him, the power of the dragon swiftly coalesced. The ultimate technique of dragon slaying, Thunder Dragon's sky-shattering strike. Before long, the dragon's energy within Lin Ye had formed into a long spear, its tip sharp and diamond-shaped, hurling downwards with great force. The immense power of lightning struck the ground, creating a pit 5 meters deep. "Xiao Yi, can all the techniques of dragon slaying achieve such a level?" His sister, Uzumaki Chime, and cousin, Uzumaki Jime, approached the deep crater, peering into its depths before looking up in astonishment at Lin Ye. "Humph, ordinary attacks cannot reach such heights. Only someone like me, who has condensed the dragon's power to its utmost limits, can unleash such formidable might. If you both dedicate yourselves to training, you too could potentially attain this level." Lin Ye smiled as he glanced at his sister, Uzumaki Chime, and cheerfully responded, "Indeed, indeed, you are truly remarkable. I shall strive to do my best." Uzumaki Chime, brimming with excitement, looked at Lin Ye and exclaimed, "Xiao Yi, what are you all doing? Why was that sound so incredibly loud just now?" Just as Lin Ye was basking in the praise from his sister, a voice from the side interrupted. Unmistakably belonging to Uzumaki Lu Hu, who had stepped down from the position of clan leader. "Grandpa Lu Hu, you have arrived. I was just practicing the advanced version of the Dragon Annihilation magic, the Dragon Annihilation secret art. Is there something you need from me?" Lin Ye turned his head to look at Whirlpool Ahu, smiling as he spoke. Haha, this matter pertains to the clan and should be handled by your grandfather and Uncle Qingfeng. I am merely wandering about the clan out of idle curiosity. Upon hearing such a commotion earlier, I naturally came to investigate." Whirlpool Ahu, upon hearing Lin Ye's inquiry, chuckled and replied, "Oh, you little ones possess quite the formidable strength to have created such a deep pit. It seems that the Dragon Annihilation principle you mentioned is far more powerful than the Dragon Annihilation magic." Observing the large crater created by Lin Ye's attack, Whirlpool Ahu continued to smile as he addressed Lin Ye. "Hiki, Grandpa. The Dragon Annihilation principle is an upgraded version of the Dragon Annihilation magic. Naturally, it is far superior." Whirlpool Jime gently supported her grandfather, Whirlpool Ahu, and said to him, "Oh, is that so? Little Yi, this is where you are mistaken. With such tremendous power, how can you keep it hidden? It must be shared with those of our clan who have already mastered the power of dragons." Upon hearing Whirlpool Jime's words, Whirlpool Ahu's eyes instantly lit up. He looked at Lin Ye, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Grandpa Ahu, you must not blame me for this. The Dragon Annihilation principle I possess is merely a concept of enhancement. You may take a look at it. However, according to my understanding, each person's Dragon Annihilation principle is unique and must align with their usual combat style." Lin Ye gazed at Uzumaki Ahui and, with a smile, remarked, "Oh, do not concern yourself too much. As long as it empowers our kin, it is a commendable ability. If you have any insights, do share them with our people. After all, you have already imparted the methods for cultivating the dragon's power. Adding another technique for the annihilation of dragons would not be an excessive burden." Uzumaki Ahui, upon hearing Lin Ye's words, chuckled and replied, very well. Once I complete this, I shall place it in the family library. At that time, our clan members who have fully mastered the annihilation magic may peruse it and see if they can develop their own unique techniques for the annihilation of dragons. Does that suffice, Grandfather Ahui?" Lin Ye gazed at Uzumaki Lu Hu, who was gripping his hand tightly, his eyes fixed on him. With a sense of resignation, Lin Ye addressed Uzumaki Lu Hu. In Lin Ye's perspective, the annihilation of dragon's essence involved concentrating the dragon power within oneself into a tangible form, transforming it from an inherent attribute into a long-range, concentrated attack. Since his kin had already mastered abilities akin to Iron Fist and Sword Horn, Incorporating these new skills was hardly a daunting task. Haha, splendid. My old man's dragon power has also reached the threshold in a couple of days. I shall endeavor to test it. Just how formidable is your annihilation of dragon's essence? Uzumaki Lu exclaimed with excitement as he patted Lin Ye's shoulder, joy radiating from him. Xiao Yi, with this annihilation of dragon's essence, our dragon god realm shall truly be regarded as the supreme sanctuary. Uzumaki Chi-me remarked gleefully, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye. Chapter 60. The schemes of Sarutobi Hizashi in Konoha village. It became evident that the Uzumaki clan had relocated, explaining why they were elusive to the ninja world. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi, cast a somber look at the bounty notice for Uzumaki Mizuho, addressing Tsunade and Uchiha Enzan with gravity. Hizashi, we must devise a means to bolster our strength, otherwise, facing the Uzumaki clan's retaliation may prove perilous. Uchiha Enzan, holding the bounty notice, echoed Hizashi's concern. His expression equally grim. Yet, the most pressing matter is to seal the information regarding this bounty, preventing Lord Mizuho from discovering that the Uzumaki clan has issued it. Tsunade stated coldly, her eyes scanning the exorbitant reward listed on the notice. No, I believe we can inadvertently disclose this bounty to Lord Mizuho. Sarutobi Hizashi, observing the Uzumaki clan's insignia on the notice, regarded Tsunade and Uchiha Enzan with a contemplative gaze. Hizashi, have you lost your senses? Lord Mizuho is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Should she go berserk, it would spell disaster. Uchiha Enzan retorted incredulously, his eyes widening in disbelief. No, I do not perceive the mere confinement of a Nine Tails as an escape from Lord Mizuho's grasp. You see, when Lord Mizuho expelled me from her chamber, I gained a clear understanding of her prowess. Hence, we could attempt to let her know of this information, completely severing her ties with the Uzumaki clan. Only then can she unequivocally support us, simultaneously undermining the Senju clan's foundation. Though this diverges from our initial strategy, the outcome remains favorable. Sarutobi Hizashi calmly articulated to Tsunade and Uchiha Enzan. Is this truly feasible? What methods shall we employ to achieve such an inadvertent revelation? Tsunade inquired. Her brow furrowed in curiosity. Upon hearing her question, Sarutobi Hizashi's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he casually uttered a name, Tsunade. Very well, Hizashi. Your suggestion merits consideration. However, it would be prudent to gather a cadre of elite ninjas proficient in sealing techniques, ensuring they are prepared to mitigate potential damage to the village should Lord Mizuho unleash the Nine Tails. Uchiha Enzan conceded, his tone measured. Agreed. Since you have committed to this course of action, let us proceed. Sarutobi Hizashi responded with a smile. Fine, since you both have resolved to act, I shall not oppose. Tsunade sighed, shaking her head in resignation as she regarded Uchiha Enzan and Sarutobi Hizashi. The two exchanged knowing glances, laughter escaping their lips. Under the machinations of Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Enzan, Tsunade swiftly infiltrated the Hokage's office alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru. See? I told you I could bring you into the Hokage's office. Impressive, isn't it? Tsunade declared proudly as she entered, glancing back at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Humph. It's merely the teacher's office. I could enter without your assistance. Jiraiya retorted defiantly, a scoff escaping him. Insufferable Jiraiya, you seek a fight? Tsunade shot back, her eyes narrowing as she prepared to strike. Tsunade, let us not create a ruckus in the Hokage's office. Orochimaru interjected, swiftly stepping in to prevent a brawl. Humph. Today I shall let it slide. Let us see what treasures lie within the teacher's office. Tsunade replied, her demeanor shifting as she turned her attention to the surroundings. What is this? Tsunade's gaze fell upon a bounty notice for her grandmother, Uzumaki Mizuho, resting on the desk of the third Hokage, her eyes widening in shock. No. I must find grandmother. Without a moment's hesitation, Tsunade snatched the notice and dashed out of the Hokage's office, racing toward Uzumaki Mizuho's residence, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru hastily following suit. Grandmother, look. What is this? How could there be a bounty on you? Tsunade burst into Uzumaki Mizuho's room, brandishing the notice and calling out. What bounty, Tsunade? Why the haste? Uzumaki Mizuho emerged from the inner chamber, smiling at Tsunade. Grandmother, I just saw your bounty notice in the teacher's office. Who dared to place a bounty on you? Tsunade exclaimed, holding the notice aloft. Oh, a bounty? Huh. Who would dare to place a bounty on me? Uzumaki Mizuho chuckled, accepting the notice from Tsunade. As the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, her reputation had always deterred any such attempts. How could this be? Uzumaki Mizuho's laughter faded as she read the notice, her eyes widening in disbelief at the claim that the Uzumaki clan had exiled her and issued a bounty. "Tsunade, are you all right? Do not frighten me." Tsunade observed her grandmother's stunned expression, frozen in shock at the revelation. Eagerly, she approached, grasping the clothing of Uzumaki Mido, and exclaimed loudly, "Enough, enough. Tsunade, you may go out to play. Just leave grandmother here." It was only after Tsunade's persistent calls that Uzumaki Mido emerged from her daze. Observing Tsunade before her, Uzumaki Mido spoke in a dispassionate tone, simultaneously nudging Tsunade out the door. Chapter 61. The Discovery of Maiboka Mountain. Sennin. Sennin, we have discovered traces of the Uzumaki clan. An eager toad found Shinsaku in Maiboka Mountain and proclaimed loudly, "There is news regarding the Uzumaki clan. Quickly, what is it?" The Underground Bounty Office received a request for bounty from a member of the Uzumaki clan. The reward is for Uzumaki Mido, the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Due to her use of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques to assist Konohagakure in escaping the threats posed by the other 4 great ninja villages. Upon hearing Shinsaku's words, Toad respectfully addressed him, "Underground Bounty Office? Where is that located?" Upon hearing Toad's inquiry, Shinsaku excitedly pressed for details. In response, Sennin. "It is located within the Land of Fire, relatively close to the sea." After hearing Shinsaku's question, Toad eagerly replied, "You have done well, Toad. I will report this to Great Toad Sage. If we can find traces of the Uzumaki clan, I believe Great Toad Sage will reward you handsomely." Satisfied with Toad's report, Shinsaku nodded and said, "I will now head to where Toad Maru resides." "Great Toad Sage, there is new intelligence regarding the Uzumaki clan," Shinsaku announced as he entered the chamber of Toad Maru, bowing respectfully. "Oh, Shinsaku, so soon with news?" "Speak," Toad Maru replied, opening his eyes in response to Shinsaku's words. "Our clan members at the Underground Bounty Office have received information about a bounty on Uzumaki Mido, the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Located within the Land of Fire," Shinsaku promptly informed Toad Maru. "Within the Land of Fire, you say? I understand. Continue searching for information about them. Confirm whether any members of the Uzumaki clan still exist in the ninja world," Toad Maru instructed calmly. "Understood, Great Toad Sage. I will ensure that our people continue the search," Shinsaku replied, sensing Toad Maru's dissatisfaction with the current information. After departing from Toad Maru's residence, Shinsaku ordered the search for more information about the Uzumaki clan to continue. At last, there is a glimmer of a lead. It seems I can notify Yui. Only she can locate the currently hidden Uzumaki clan, Shinsaku thought as he left. After Shinsaku's departure, Toad Maru opened his eyes and spoke calmly. Observing the direction in which Shinsaku had gone, he began to summon Otsutsuki Yui using the summoning contract they had established previously. As Toad Maru persistently called out, "Otsutsuki Yui," sensing the summoning power emanating from Toad Maru, swiftly transmitted a chakra from the Pure Land to Maiboka Mountain. "Toad Maru, you called for me," Otsutsuki Yui stated calmly upon her arrival. "Yes, the Uzumaki clan is well concealed. My clan members have heard rumors that they seem to have appeared within the Land of Fire. Whether we can find them depends on you, Yui," Toad Maru said, his tone slightly flattering. "Within the Land of Fire, I understand. Toad Maru, let your clan members continue to assist me in the search," Otsutsuki Yui replied. Casting a calm glance at Toad Maru, feeling an invisible pressure of terror, Toad Maru's hair stood on end as he hastily agreed, "Rest assured. I will have my clan members continue the search, and our summoner will soon arrive to aid in this effort alongside the power of Konoha." "Very well. I shall take my leave," Otsutsuki Yui said, nodding in satisfaction before vanishing from Maiboka Mountain. Yui's chakra has grown increasingly cold. It appears I must wholeheartedly assist her. Otherwise, Maiboka Mountain may face grave consequences. Toad Maru thought, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, relieved. In the past, he had aided Otsutsuki Yui in defeating Otsutsuki Kagaya, sealing the monstrous tintails that could consume the natural energy of the entire world, earning praise from all summoning beasts and the remaining deities. However, who could have anticipated that with the passage of time, the once savior of the ninja world, Otsutsuki Yui, would undergo a stark transformation when faced with life and death? In her quest for longevity, she established the shinobi sect, dispersing chakra and using her 2 sons as pawns to orchestrate an eternal life plan that has endured for millennia, all in pursuit of immortality. "Shinsaku, send out another batch of our clan members from Maiboka Mountain. Focus on the Land of Fire, and ensure we gather more intelligence on the Uzumaki clan," Toad Maru commanded without leaving his abode, channeling his sage chakra to instruct Shinsaku. "Understood, Great Toad Sage. I shall comply," Shinsaku responded obediently, accepting the command without dispute. While Otsutsuki Yui and Maiboka Mountain had yet to discover the remnants of the Uzumaki clan, the members of the Dragon Cave had already located the Uzumaki clan engaged in commerce within the Land of Fire. Human, surrender the power you possess. Or do not blame me for my rudeness. Tion Shinji, clad in white, hissed at the Uzumaki clan member, Uzumaki Sarayu. Who do you think you are? Just a dead snake. If you want my power, come and try, Uzumaki Sarayu retorted coldly, a smirk gracing his lips. Human, since you are so unappreciative. Do not blame me for being impolite, Tion Shinji declared as she swiftly levitated and charged towards Uzumaki Sarayu. However, Uzumaki Sarayu remained unperturbed. Taking a deep breath, he instantly entered dragon-slaying mode. The swirling torrent emitted a furious roar directed at Tenshin Shinshur. Although the dragon-slaying magic of the swirling torrent was accelerated by Lin Ye, the dragon power within him remained exceptionally pure. This mighty roar immediately instilled a sense of ancestral suppression in Tenshin Shinshur, causing her to plummet from the sky, trembling as she transformed into a great serpent. Coiling upon the ground, too frightened to advance a single step. I will not let you go. We of the Dragon Cave shall seize this powerful force from you. Just wait. The terrified Tenshin Shinshur, huddled in place, cast a fearful glance at the swirling torrent, uttered a fierce threat, and vanished in an instant. Chapter 62. The Greed of Otsutsuki Yui. That cunning serpent managed to escape just like that. Do not let me catch you. Otherwise, I shall show you no mercy. Upon witnessing Tenshin Shinshur dissipate into a wisp of smoke and retreat to the Dragon Cave, the swirling torrent cursed under his breath and spoke loudly. Chi Lu. That serpent just now claimed that the power we possess belongs to her. It seems our cultivated dragon power holds a considerable allure for serpents. Should we return to the Dragon God Realm to inform the clan leaders? Otherwise, things could turn dire. Swirling Qinghe, who had been observing the battle, approached the swirling torrent and spoke solemnly. Qinglu, did you not notice that while we fought with dragon power, Tenshin Shinshur of the Dragon Cave did not even launch an attack before being rendered paralyzed by its aura? In my opinion, there is no need to inform the clan leaders. They are no match for us. Upon hearing Qinghe's words, the swirling torrent responded with confidence. Fool, are you so naive? The Dragon Cave is one of the 3 great sacred places, filled with numerous members, and serpents are treacherous and malevolent. If we could subdue them, it would undoubtedly enhance the strength of our swirling clan. Perhaps, if we grant them some dragon power, they might even express gratitude. Hearing this, Qinghe kicked the swirling torrent in exasperation, shouting back, Ah, is that so? Then you may go report back. I will remain here to oversee the merchant guild. With a hasty retreat, the swirling torrent cautiously replied, Very well then, you keep watch here. And I will notify the clan leaders to see if we should reclaim the Dragon Cave. Qinghe, shaking his head in resignation at the retreating figure of the swirling torrent, utilized the reverse spiritual technique to return to the Dragon God Realm to inform the clan leader. In the Pure Land, Otsutsuki Yui, while monitoring the powerful beings within the Land of Fire, sensed the chakra of Tenshin Shinshur as she fled in disarray and promptly transmitted her chakra from the Pure Land to the location of their battle. Observing the transformed swirling clan from her concealed vantage point, she was filled with mockery. The power of the divine dragon. It seems their newly discovered Dragon God Realm is far more formidable than before. Otsutsuki Yui fervently sensed the power within the swirling torrent. Realizing it bore no resemblance to the chakra she inherited, it appeared to possess some capability for extending life, and a greedy glint gleamed in her eyes. I wonder if I can attain the immortal power akin to my mother Kagaya by devouring this divine dragon's strength. With insatiable desire, she gazed at the swirling torrent and spoke longingly. With that, she charged towards him. Unfortunately, the power emanating from the swirling torrent was not chakra but dragon power. Before Otsutsuki Yui's chakra could even make contact, it was shattered by the dragon power surrounding the swirling torrent. Huh? What was that? It seems something is attacking me. The dragon power of the swirling torrent had disrupted Otsutsuki Yui's chakra, prompting an immediate reaction from him. Yet as he scanned his surroundings, he found no assailant, leaving him perplexed. What tremendous power. Well done, swirling clan. The strength you have discovered shall now belong to me, Otsutsuki Yui. In the Pure Land, Otsutsuki Yui, upon feeling her projected chakra effortlessly obliterated by the dragon power of the swirling torrent, broke into a euphoric laugh, exclaiming in excitement, Since mere chakra cannot defeat you, do not blame me for summoning others from the ninja world to attack you. With a sinister smile directed towards the Land of Fire, she fully channeled her chakra towards the ninja world, intending to guide Uchiha Madara, who was digesting Hashirama's cells, to assault the members of the Swirling Clan, hoping he would absorb their dragon power. Once Uchiha Madara perished and his soul entered the Pure Land, she planned to draw the dragon power from him. Clan leader Qinghe has urgent news to report. In the Dragon God realm, at the workspace of Swirling Qingfeng and Swirling Qinglu, Qinghe rushed in, addressing the two with urgency. Qinghe, what is it? Were you not engaged in commerce? Why have you returned so swiftly? Swirling Qingfeng lifted his gaze to his kinsman Qinghe, inquiring seriously. Clan leader, during our commercial journey, we encountered Tianqin Shinshur of the Dragon Cave. She intended to seize our dragon power, but as soon as we unleashed it, she was immediately suppressed and paralyzed. Considering the Dragon Cave is one of the 3 great sacred places, should we not attempt to recruit them? Qinghe earnestly asked Swirling Qingfeng. The Dragon Cave, indeed a formidable force. If we could ally with them, it would be advantageous. Swirling Qingfeng pondered for a moment upon hearing Qinghe's words. However, I must convene a clan meeting to seek everyone's opinion on this matter. You may return for now. After deliberation, Swirling Qingfeng explained to Qinghe. Understood, clan leader. I shall return now. Qinghe nodded in understanding of the clan leader's considerations before hastily departing. Uncle Qinglu, allying with the Dragon Cave would be greatly beneficial. I am inclined to agree. However, our Dragon God realm has always been under Lin Ye's dominion. Could you please communicate with him upon your return, persuading him not to oppose this matter? What do you think? After Qinghe's departure, Swirling Qingfeng set down his pen and looked at Swirling Qinglu with a light smile, inquiring. Rest assured, clan leader. I will discuss this with Lin Ye. He is quite invested in our clan's development and would never oppose such an initiative. Swirling Qinglu responded with a nod and a smile towards Swirling Qingfeng. Thank you very much, Uncle Qinglu. Upon receiving a response from Uzumaki Qinglu, Uzumaki Qingfeng was filled with joy, expressing her gratitude profusely to Uzumaki Qinglu. Chapter 63. The Audacious Sister as Night Fell. Uzumaki Qinglu returned home and approached Lin Ye and Uzumaki Qimei, who were enjoying their meal, with a smile. Xiao Yi, there will be a family meeting tomorrow, and there is something I wish to discuss with you in advance. Uzumaki Qinglu served herself a bowl of rice and made her way to the dining table. Smiling as she addressed Lin Ye. Grandfather, what is it that seems so serious? Please, do tell. Lin Ye regarded his serious expression with a smile and addressed the Vortex Qinglu. Previously, the clan members encountered the spirit beast of the Dragon Cave, and they spoke of seizing the dragon power within us. Uncle Qingfeng suggested that since our dragon power can attract the spirit beasts of the Dragon Cave, could we not use this as leverage to subdue them and thereby strengthen our clan's might? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Vortex Qinglu directly inquired, The Dragon Cave, you say? Certainly. Matters that can augment our family's strength are crucial. Grandfather, next time, you may simply give your consent. After hearing the words of Uzumaki Qinglu, Lin Ye pondered for a moment, then smiled and replied, Haha, my grandson is indeed enlightened. Very well, Grandpa understands. Tomorrow at the meeting, I shall directly convey what you have expressed. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Qinglu felt immensely pleased and responded with a smile, Grandpa, you mustn't solely focus on aiding the clan. Xiao Yi has already contributed significantly by publicly sharing the dragon's power for our kin to cultivate. Coupled with the previous endeavor of Grandfather Lu Hu to master the dragon-slaying principles, even if Xiao Yi is indifferent, some form of recompense should be afforded to him. Nearby, Uzumaki Qimei furrowed her brow at her grandfather's remarks and discontentedly remarked, all right, Grandpa understands. I shall strive to secure something for Xiao Yi. However, at present, Xiao Yi does not require anything. Upon hearing Uzumaki Qimei's words, Uzumaki Qinglu contemplated but struggled to identify what Lin Ye might need, casting a worried glance at Uzumaki Qimei. In my view, Xiao Yi is the most astute member of our Uzumaki clan. At the very least, he deserves a nomination for the elder title. Otherwise, what significance lies in Xiao Yi's sacrifices? Uzumaki Qimei gazed at Uzumaki Qinglu with dissatisfaction and retorted, however, once Grandpa passes, the elder position within the family is inherently meant to be passed down to Xiao Yi. Is that not acceptable? Upon hearing Uzumaki Qimei's defense, Uzumaki Qinglu shook his head, smiling as he addressed her. No, the elder title I hold has been earned through the struggles of our ancestors. It is only natural that the position be bestowed upon Xiao Yi. Nonetheless, the current elder title is a result of Xiao Yi's contributions, and those two matters ought not to be conflated. Uzumaki Qimei, upon hearing Uzumaki Qinglu's words, shook her head solemnly and calmly stated, Chime, judging by your demeanor. Do you also wish to claim the elder title from Grandpa? Uzumaki Qinglu, upon hearing her question, adopted a serious expression, gazing intently at Uzumaki Chime as he inquired in a low voice. Indeed, I aspire to inherit the elder title from you, Grandpa. I assure you, I will wholeheartedly assist my brother Xiao Yi in the future. Please pass the elder title on to me. Uzumaki Chime, emboldened by Uzumaki Qinglu's words, declared loudly, all right. I understand. I will give it due consideration, Chime. But have you thought this through? Uzumaki Qinglu looked at Uzumaki Chime with a serious expression. Yes, Grandpa. I have considered it thoroughly. Uzumaki Chime, upon hearing her grandfather's affirmation, felt a surge of excitement and replied, good, Grandpa knows what steps to take next. Uzumaki Qinglu observed Uzumaki Chime's resolute demeanor, calmly nodded, and spoke in a low tone. After their meal, the three of them fell into a contemplative silence and returned to their respective chambers. Sister, are you certain you will never marry? Might that not be unwise? Not long after dinner, Lin Ye gently knocked on Uzumaki Chime's door and entered, fixing a serious gaze upon her as he spoke. Xiao Yi, sister has already committed to this path, with no desire for marriage or children. My only wish is to protect you well, so rest assured. Awakened from her slumber by Lin Ye's interruption, Uzumaki Chime smiled as she ruffled his hair, cheerfully responding to his serious expression. Brother, this is a lifelong decision for you. I do not wish for you to rush into such conclusions. Take your time to contemplate. There is no hurry, for we have ample time ahead. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Chime, whose eyes radiated determination. With a resigned shake of his head, he addressed her. All right. I am aware of everything you mentioned, but I will not waver. You should retire for the night. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Chime shook her head and promptly ushered him out of her room. The following day, Uzumaki Qifeng eagerly sought out Uzumaki Qinglu, his eyes alight with excitement. Uncle Qinglu, what is the verdict? Little Yi didn't oppose it, did he? Uzumaki Qifeng inquired animatedly. Rest assured, Qifeng. Little Yi has already consented, and we can proceed without hesitation. Uzumaki Qinglu reassured him with a smile, noting Qingfeng's eagerness. At the clan meeting, with Uzumaki Qinglu's endorsement, the resolution to subdue the Dragon Cave spirit beast was swiftly passed. Uzumaki Qingfeng, accompanied by 2 clan members who had successfully harnessed the power of dragons, hastened towards the ninja world, intending to utilize their draconic strength to completely dominate the Dragon Cave. At last, I possess eyes akin to those of the Sage of 6 Paths. In a secluded cavern at the border of the Land of Grass and the Land of Dragons, Uchiha Madara reveled in the sight of his purple Rinnegan, his laughter echoing in delight. Alas, my body cannot endure for much longer. I fear I may not have the chance to gather all the tailed beasts. Madara lamented as he observed his sagging skin and aged visage, his voice hoarse. But there is no rush, let me strategize. Perhaps I can find a way to resurrect myself. A cold smile crept across Madara's face as he contemplated the resurrection techniques contained within his Rinnegan, envisioning the scene of casting infinite Tsukuyomi to bring peace to the entire ninja world. Chapter 64, The Death of Uzumaki Qifeng. Summoning Technique, Outer Path Golem. Uchiha Madara pressed a hand to the ground, and the towering Outer Path Golem was instantaneously summoned from the moon into the ninja world. Is this the shell of the 10 tails? Come, lend me your strength. My plans have yet to commence. I cannot perish yet, Madara declared. Extending a tube to connect with the Outer Path Golem, extracting a surge of life force that temporarily restored some of his power. White Zetsu. Capable of utilizing earth techniques and difficult to detect, it appears to be an excellent asset for gathering intelligence. Just as Madara established a connection with the Outer Path Golem, a stream of information flooded into his mind. With delight, he summoned White Zetsu from the Golem. Go, monitor the Senju and Uzumaki clans, and ascertain if there are any sufficiently exceptional members among them. Madara commanded, summoning over 50 White Zetsu, addressing them with a cold tone. Yes, Lord Madara. White Zetsu responded cheerfully. Following this, the White Zetsu promptly submerged into the ground, dispersing in various directions. In the Pure Land space, Otsutsuki Kagaya observed as Madara summoned White Zetsu, compelling them to scout the Senju and Uzumaki clans. A peculiar smile, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit, graced her withered face. Uzumaki clan, you cannot escape my grasp, and even the power you have recently acquired shall become mine. Kagaya exclaimed with excitement towards the ninja world. Lord Madara, it seems that the members of the Senju clan do not meet our criteria, and under Saratobi Hiruzen's command, their numbers appear to have dwindled. A few days later, A group of white Zetsu returned from the land of Fire's Konoha village, reporting to Madara with a grin. I see. It seems we must now await developments from the Uzumaki clan. Madara replied with a cold smirk upon hearing White Zetsu's report. Lord Madara, trouble arises. The Uzumaki clan seems to have relocated entirely to the spirit realm. We cannot locate them anywhere. We only found the newly appointed clan leader, Uzumaki Chinfeng, who is attempting to subdue the great serpents of the Dragon Cave. What should we do? Suddenly, a white Zetsu rushed in, urgently addressing Madara. The Uzumaki clan. My Rinnegan requires a host. The Senju clan has proven incapable, so I must seek out the long-lived Uzumaki clan. Madara declared with determination. Come, let us capture the clan leader of the Uzumaki. I refuse to believe that such a vast lineage cannot provide a single suitable vessel for my Rinnegan. Upon hearing White Zetsu's words, Madara's brows furrowed in anger. Very well, I shall follow you. Lead the way. The White Zetsu who spoke smiled and proceeded to guide Madara. Soon, under White Zetsu's guidance, Madara intercepted Uzumaki Chinfeng, who was searching for the entrance to the Dragon Cave within the Land of Rice. Who are you? Why do you obstruct my path? Uzumaki Chinfeng. Upon seeing the aged Uchiha, Madara did not immediately recognize his identity, though he was astonished by the presence of Rinnegan, reminiscent of Otsutsuki Kagaya, and interrogated Madara sternly. Humph. Young one, my identity is not for you to question. Come here obediently. Universal pull. Madara dismissed Chinfeng's inquiry, raising his hand slightly in an attempt to draw him closer. Flame Dragon's Iron Fist. In response to Madara's assault, Uzumaki Chinfeng instantly activated Dragon Slayer mode, delivering a powerful punch towards Madara. Oh, Sage mode. I didn't expect the Uzumaki clan to possess abilities akin to Hashirama's. I suppose I must exert a bit more effort. Madara remarked with intrigue as he observed the intricate dragon scales forming around Chinfeng's neck and surroundings, mistaking his transformation for Sage mode. Humph. What I wield is not some so-called Sage mode, but the power of dragons. You shall meet your end here. Uzumaki Chinfeng retorted coldly, his gaze unwavering. Haha. Uzumaki lot think you can dance with me? Madara laughed heartily, mocking Chinfeng. Flame Dragon's Roar. Ignoring Madara's taunts, Uzumaki Chinfeng inhaled deeply, channeling his dragon power to unleash a maximum roar aimed at Madara. Shinra Tensei. Without flinching, Madara met Chinfeng's attack, his Rinnegan narrowing as a tremendous force surged towards Chinfeng. Nevertheless, Chinfeng's roar utilized a substantial portion of his dragon power. Unexpectedly, I managed to withstand Uchiha Madara's effortless Shinra Tensei for 5 seconds before it shattered. I did not anticipate that your Sage mode would be so formidable. However, you remain no match for me. It is best for you to accept your fate and perish. Uchiha Madara, upon witnessing the fire release of Uzumaki Chinfeng, was filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment as he coldly addressed him. Without delay, Madara teleported behind Uzumaki Chinfeng, coalescing a black chakra rod in his hand, and thrust it toward Chinfeng's back. The overwhelming force unleashed by Uchiha Madara left Uzumaki Chinfeng with no time to evade, resulting in a direct piercing of his heart as he collapsed onto the ground. Damn it! Stop! The roars of the Water Dragon and the Thunder Dragon erupted. The two Uzumaki clan members, who had been observing from a distance, were incensed to see their clan leader, Uzumaki Chinfeng, so easily dispatched by an unknown assailant. They unleashed their most powerful roars towards Uchiha Madara. Madara, taken aback by their displays of power, chose not to resist forcefully but instead dodged to the side. To think, your small Uzumaki clan possesses such formidable abilities. Might I inquire where you acquired this Sage mode? Madara curiously gazed at the two Uzumaki clan members, posing his question. Humph. You shall never learn the source of our strength. The Uzumaki clan will ultimately seek retribution against you, one clan member vowed with hatred. Swiftly carrying the lifeless body of Uzumaki Chinfeng back to the Dragon God realm. Chapter 65. The turbulent Uzumaki clan trouble. The clan leader is dead. In the Dragon God realm, Uzumaki Qinglu, who was at home with his grandchildren, suddenly heard the frantic cries of his clansmen. Frowning, he rose and hurried outside. Stop. What has transpired? Why are you all in such a panic? Uzumaki Qinglu obstructed one of the Uzumaki clan members, coldly inquiring about the situation. Elder Qinglu, it's dire. A grave incident has occurred. The clan leader was attacked by an unknown ninja and has been pierced through the heart. He has passed away. Upon hearing this, the old clan leader also fainted. You must hurry to the clan leader's residence. The scene there is chaotic. Upon hearing Uzumaki Qinglu's questions, the clan member spoke hastily, filled with anxiety. What? I must go at once. Releasing the clan member, Uzumaki Qinglu dashed toward the residence of Uzumaki Luhu. Meanwhile, within the room, Lin Ye and Uzumaki Chime exchanged worried glances before following their grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, to Luhu's home. Father, wake up. What's wrong? Please, wake up. Before they could enter Uzumaki Luhu's house, the sound of Uzumaki Chime's anguished cries filled the air. Lin Ye exchanged a glance with his sister, Uzumaki Chime, and swiftly entered the room. Inside, Uzumaki Chime was weeping uncontrollably on the lap of the clan leader, Uzumaki Qingfeng, her voice hoarse from the tears. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Qinglu was inquiring with two clan members who had accompanied Uzumaki Qingfeng about the appearance of the assailants. The two clan members of the Uzumaki clan were diligently illustrating the likeness of the enemy to their fellow ninjas. The figure seemed oddly familiar. Who could this individual be? Shortly thereafter, one of the Uzumaki clan members completed the rendering of the attacker's image. Gazing at the illustration before him, Uzumaki Qinglu thoughtfully stroked his chin and asked, "Grandfather, may I have a look at the portrait?" Lin Ye approached the figure of Vortex Qinglu, gazing intently at him. With a serious demeanor, he addressed Vortex Qinglu. "Here, take a look." Upon hearing Lin Ye's request, Vortex Qinglu did not hesitate. He calmly handed over the image in his hand and stated, "Grandfather, this individual is Uchiha Madara." Lin Ye gazed at the figure depicted in the portrait, his eyes widening in astonishment. He then calmly addressed his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, saying, "What? Uchiha Madara? This cannot be true. Did he not perish at the hands of Senju Hashirama? Moreover, even if he were still alive, he could not possibly appear so aged." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Vortex Qinglu's eyes widened in disbelief as he replied, "How can that be? Did you not see him activate the Rinnegan? I suspect that his battle with Senju Hashirama was fraught with ulterior motives. His aim must have been to seize Hashirama's power, thereby merging yin and yang release to awaken the Rinnegan, a privilege reserved solely for the Sage of Six Paths. Furthermore, I have reason to believe that Uchiha Madara sought out Uncle Qifeng largely due to the Sage's manipulations. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to awaken the Rinnegan so swiftly, relying solely on the transplantation of Hashirama's cells." Lin Ye gazed at the portrait of Uchiha Madara in his hand, calmly addressing his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu. "Xiao Yi, can you truly assure me that your words hold veracity?" At that moment, a hoarse voice resonated from behind Lin Ye. He turned to see Vortex Lu walking unsteadily towards him, softly inquiring, "Grandfather Lu, how could I possibly deceive you in such matters? Concerning this issue, the likelihood of Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, intervening is above 70%. Lin Ye turned around, gazing at the approaching Uzumaki Asato, and solemnly addressed him. "Damn it, Otsutsuki Kagaya, my poor son." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Asato immediately knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably. "Xiaoyu, I implore you, avenge Uncle Qifeng. Will you do this for him?" Uzumaki Asato knelt, gripping Lin Ye's garment tightly, and earnestly beseeched him. "Grandpa Asato, rest assured, I shall do everything within my power to avenge Uncle Qifeng. Please, rise, do get up." Lin Ye gazed at the despondent visage of Uzumaki Luhu, hastily supporting him in an attempt to lift him from the ground. "It will be all right, it will be all right." Upon hearing Lin Ye's reassurance, Uzumaki Luhu turned back, staring vacantly at his son and granddaughter, before collapsing onto the ground. "This is bad, the elder has fainted." The members of the Uzumaki clan, who had initially been protecting Uzumaki Luhu, exclaimed in panic as they witnessed his unconscious state. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Ji-mei, who had been clinging to Uzumaki Qingfeng, lifted her head upon hearing the cries of her clan members, and, upon seeing her grandfather lying on the ground, felt an overwhelming urge to rush over. However, as soon as she attempted to rise, the world spun around her, and she too succumbed to unconsciousness. The already chaotic scene among the clan members intensified as they beheld both Uzumaki Luhu and Uzumaki Ji-mei collapsed in unison. At that moment, Grandfather Uzumaki Qinglu stepped forward, reprimanding the frenzied clan members and instructing two of them to carry Uzumaki Luhu and Uzumaki Ji-mei to a bed in the inner chamber, where the medical ninjas of the Uzumaki clan could attend to them, preventing further harm due to their overwhelming grief. Simultaneously, they began preparations for the funeral of Uzumaki Qingfeng. For safety's sake, Grandfather Uzumaki Qinglu summoned all the clan members who were conducting business outside the Dragon God realm, cautioning them to remain vigilant and retreat promptly should they encounter any enemies, before allowing them to depart once more into the outside world for trade. Cousin Uzumaki Ji-mei, being youthful, was deeply saddened by her father Uzumaki Qingfeng's passing. Yet, after resting for 6 hours, she awakened and followed her sister, Uzumaki Qimei, to assist with the arrangements for Uncle Qingfeng's funeral. With the help of the clan, Uncle Qingfeng was soon laid to rest in the newly established cemetery of the Uzumaki clan within the Dragon God realm, marking the first interment since its completion. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Lu, who remained in a coma for a full 7 days before regaining a flicker of consciousness. Upon awakening, he immediately summoned all the elders of the clan and insisted that grandfather Uzumaki Qing Lu ensure that Lin Ye be present at the meeting, as he had an exceedingly important announcement to make. Chapter 66. Ascending to leadership of the Uzumaki clan in the residence of Uzumaki Lu Hu. The elders of the Uzumaki clan gathered alongside Lin Ye. Qing Lu, I appreciate your efforts with Qingfeng's funeral, Uzumaki Lu Hu said, looking at Uzumaki Qing Lu and gently clearing his throat. Lu Hu, my old friend, there is no need for thanks over such a trivial matter. Now, please inform us of the purpose behind gathering so many people. Uzumaki Qing Lu replied, shaking his head lightly. I have abdicated, and with the loss of Qingfeng as our leader, the clan cannot remain without a leader for even a day. Thus, I must announce the appointment of the new clan leader, Uzumaki Lu Hu stated calmly, his voice hoarse as he addressed the assembly of elders. Elder Lu Hu, is it not too soon to announce a new leader, given that clan leader Qingfeng has just passed away? One elder interjected, frowning in concern. No. This matter must be arranged without delay. My body has suffered greatly due to this incident, and I can sense that my vitality is waning. Although the power of the dragon has tempered my body, it cannot halt the decline of life within me. We cannot afford to postpone this any longer. Uzumaki Lu Hu replied, shaking his head gently as he regarded the gathered elders. Very well, Elder Lu Hu. Who do you propose as the new clan leader? The elders inquired. After much hushed deliberation, they ultimately reached no conclusion and were left with no choice but to accept Uzumaki Lu Hu's suggestion. At this juncture, the greatest contributor to our clan is not us old-timers, but rather the young Lin Ye. Hence, I propose that Lin Ye assume the position of clan leader. What say you? Uzumaki Lu Hu remarked, casting a glance at Lin Ye. What? Lin Ye? He is merely 8 years old. Can he truly bear the weight of leadership for our Uzumaki clan? An elder exclaimed in astonishment. You all are too self-assured. In the past, you wielded the power of our clan's legacy, possessing numerous sealing techniques. However, times have changed. Our clan's legacy has become the cultivation of dragon power. With further training, although your sealing techniques will still hold value, they no longer constitute the foundation of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Lu Hu calmly addressed the elders. But Lin Ye is far too young. Can he truly carry the banner of the Uzumaki clan? A clan member voiced their skepticism, glancing at Lin Ye. At least in my estimation, Uzumaki Lin Ye's capabilities far surpass those of us elder relics. If we wish to thrive in the ninja world while evading the threat of Otsutsuki Kagaya, we must appoint Lin Ye as our clan leader. No one else possesses the capability, Uzumaki Qing Lu stated firmly. But Elder Lu Hu, Lin Ye's youth is a significant concern. Should we not appoint a proxy leader first and revisit this in a few years? Another elder suggested cautiously, brow furrowed. No, Lin Ye shall be our next clan leader. For the time being, let Elder Qing Lu manage the clan affairs and assist Lin Ye in his duties, Uzumaki Lu Hu declared resolutely, unwavering in his stance. What? Are you all practicing the cultivation methods created by my grandson and now intend to be ungrateful? Uzumaki Qing Lu scolded the elders, who exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Although they understood the necessity of appointing a new leader following Uzumaki Qingfeng's demise, they had not anticipated that the position would fall to his grandson, Lin Ye. Suppressing his own excitement, Uzumaki Qing Lu addressed the elders with a cold huff. Very well, since both Elder Lu Hu and Elder Qing Lu have made their determination. Let us give Lin Ye a chance. The elders, recognizing the authority and prestige of the two leaders, reluctantly acquiesced to Uzumaki Lu Hu's proposal, gritting their teeth in agreement. The new leader of the Uzumaki clan is Lin Ye, who remains unfazed by the announcement. Upon hearing the words of the elder of the Uzumaki clan, Lin Ye slowly rises to his feet. Since you all acknowledge me as the new clan leader, I shall strive to assist my fellow clansmen in becoming stronger, elevating the Uzumaki clan to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Should any elder have questions regarding my orders, I welcome them to seek clarification directly from me. However, I implore you not to engage in treachery behind my back. Lin Ye gazed calmly at the elders of the Uzumaki clan, sweeping his eyes across the assembly. He spoke in a composed manner, addressing the venerable elders of the clan. Yes, esteemed leader, the elders responded with reverence, bowing respectfully in acknowledgement of Lin Ye's words. Very well, let us disperse. Allow the former clan leader to rest and recuperate. Confronting Otsutsuki Yui, a ninja of such formidable prowess, is beyond our current capabilities. The Uzumaki clan must continue to evolve and strengthen. Lin Ye gazed at the elders of the Uzumaki clan surrounding him. Although he harbored reservations about his ascension to the position of clan leader, he nonetheless bowed respectfully, choosing not to dwell on his discontent. With a light chuckle, he addressed the members of the Uzumaki clan, affirming, "Yes, clan leader." Following Lin Ye's words, the elder of rebirth, Uzumaki Qingdao, swiftly rose and departed from the Uzumaki residence, with his grandfather, Uzumaki Qingsong, trailing closely behind. "Grandfather Liu, why have you insisted on promoting me to the position of group leader?" Lin Ye inquired after everyone had left. Turning to glance at the reclining Uzumaki Liu, who calmly directed his question toward Lin Ye. Sensing the intensity of Uzumaki Liu's gaze upon him, Lin Ye heard him softly utter two words, intuition. "Grandfather Liu, you have been the esteemed leader of the Uzumaki clan for many years. How can you assert that I would make a commendable leader based solely on intuition?" Lin Ye, upon hearing the words of Uzumaki Ishido, widened his eyes in disbelief and addressed him. Chapter 67. The Search for Uchiha Madara. I initially did not harbor such sentiments. However, after cultivating the power of the dragon, I began to feel an increasing sense of familiarity and kindness towards you, which gradually struck me as extraordinary, thus solidifying my resolve. Uzumaki Ishido gazed at Lin Ye, his eyes weary, and smiled as he spoke to him. "Grandfather Ishido, are you not concerned about what I might do to the family?" Lin Ye gazed at Uzumaki Rudo, his eyes blinking softly as he inquired gently, "Haha, little Ye, the moment you posed that question, I knew you would not take such action." Uzumaki Rudo responded with a hearty laugh, teasingly regarding Lin Ye as he spoke. "Well, although I am still quite young, I possess the confidence to strengthen our Uzumaki clan. Rest assured, Grandpa Rudo, I will strive to improve." Lin Ye gently shook his head, smiling as he exited the home of the Whirlpool clan member. Left behind, the Whirlpool clan member returned to his bed, lying quietly to rest. "Grandfather, I have arrived. Could you assist me in gathering all the Jonin proficient in the wind and lightning dragon attributes? I have a significant decree to announce." Lin Ye arrived at the place where his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, was attending to family matters. Observing his grandfather diligently engaged in his responsibilities, Lin Ye spoke to him with a grave demeanor. "You seem rather anxious, Lin Ye. If your urgency is not pressing, would it be possible for you to wait until I have concluded these affairs?" Vortex Qinglu raised his head and glanced at Lin Ye, inquiring gently. "Grandfather, my matter is of utmost urgency. Please summon the clan members swiftly." Lin Ye blinked as he gazed at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and spoke to him in a solemn tone. "All right, I understand. I will set off immediately. Rest assured, I shall find all the individuals you require in the shortest possible time." Grandfather Vortex Qinglu rose to his feet and earnestly addressed Lin Ye. Having spoken, Vortex Qinglu swiftly exited the room to urgently notify all members of the group who had cultivated the power of the dragon and replaced their chakra. "Those who have practiced the Dragon Slayer techniques of thunder and wind, hurry," he called out anxiously. "Xiaoyi, these are the individuals your grandfather has summoned. Please express any needs you may have without delay." Lin Ye, accompanied by a contingent of his clan from the Whirlpool lineage, spoke gravely to his kin. "Our former clan leader, Whirlpool Chi Feng, met his demise at the hands of Uchiha Madara. This vendetta cannot go unavenged. As you are all aware, Uchiha Madara has awakened the Rinnegan, and at this juncture, we may not possess the strength to confront him directly. However, rest assured, my intention in gathering you is not to send you forth as mere fodder. All of you are to journey into the ninja realm, specifically to the land of fire and the land of earth. Seek out the smaller nations allied with the church to trace Uchiha Madara's whereabouts. Exercise utmost caution. Maintain your hand seals for reverse summoning at all times. Should you encounter Uchiha Madara, return immediately to the Dragon God realm to relay the message. Do not engage him alone. The lives of each clan member are invaluable, and I will not tolerate any missteps in this matter." Lin Ye gazed down at the clan members, his expression grave as he addressed them. "Young clan leader, we are all elites within our family. If we do not participate, should it fall solely upon your shoulders? That would hardly be appropriate." An elite shinobi from the Uzumaki clan, upon hearing Lin Ye's words, widened his eyes in disbelief and angrily stepped forward to confront him. Lin Ye gazed upon the entirety of the Vortex clan before him, choosing not to utter a word. Instead, he harnessed the dragon power that resided within the Dragon God realm, swiftly invoking the dragon annihilation spell. In an instant, a magnificent golden dragon materialized before the onlookers. Its immense eyes fixated upon the members of the Vortex clan. "I am the foremost practitioner of the dragon annihilation spell," he proclaimed. "My strength far surpasses yours. If I am unable to vanquish Uchiha Madara at this stage, do you truly believe you stand a chance?" Lin Ye gazed intently at the immense dragon's head, fixating on the members of the Vortex clan. In a deep, resonant voice, he addressed them, proclaiming, "Yes, long live the clan leader. Long live the clan leader. Long live the clan leader." The leader of the Vortex clan, momentarily taken aback by Lin Ye's colossal dragon form, soon found excitement bubbling within him as he and the others fervently cheered for Lin Ye. Satisfied with their response, Lin Ye nodded approvingly and, in an instant, dissolved his dragon form, transforming gracefully into a youthful figure standing in place. "Well, I have conveyed my message. Let us all set forth." Lin Ye gazed solemnly at the surrounding clansmen and bellowed to his comrades, "Yes." The members of the Uzumaki clan bowed deeply to Lin Ye before swiftly departing from the Dragon God realm, embarking on a quest to locate the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara. Lin Ye had already marked the location of Uchiha Madara's presence, and they promptly followed the direction he indicated. "Xiaoyi, your dragon-slaying magic is truly formidable. Capable of transforming into a colossal dragon. You are truly remarkable." After the Uzumaki clan members had left, Grandfather Uzumaki Qinglu stared at Lin Ye in astonishment, speaking in a flustered manner. "Grandfather, these are mere trifles. Do not worry. It won't be long before you too can transform into a dragon like I do. Though the form may differ slightly, the effect will remain the same." Lin Ye smiled as he looked at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and chuckled softly. "Ha, I hope so. At your age, my dear grandfather, it may take quite a while for you to cultivate to my level." Vortex Qinglu laughed heartily and turned to attend to his official duties. Lin Ye did not venture into the affairs of his family, but instead turned to make his way home. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara activated the Rinnegan only after a prolonged descent into death. However, this time, the awakening of the Rinnegan occurred with remarkable ease, undoubtedly linked to Otsutsuki Kagaya. The Uzumaki clan cannot perpetually reside within the Dragon God realm. To ensure a better existence for its members, the clan requires a more formidable power. It is imperative for me to devise innovative cultivation methods to enhance the speed of mastering the dragon's power. Otherwise, when faced with Otsutsuki Kagaya, who wields dominion over the entire Pure Land as a force of the younger generation, the Uzumaki clan may find that, apart from myself, no one can evade death. Lin Ye returned to his abode, establishing a connection between himself and the consciousness of the Dragon God realm. He began to reminisce about all the mystical knowledge from his previous life, striving to piece together fragments of information from the remnants of his past, blending it with the dragon power he was currently cultivating, in hopes of creating a more formidable method of cultivation. After all, possessing the dragon soul, the dragon pearl, and a celestial realm made him far more adept at this endeavor than Otsutsuki Yui. Chapter 68, The Ever-Changing Dragon Sutra. Lin Ye established a connection with the core of the Dragon God realm, initiating a profound exploration of advanced cultivation techniques for the Vortex clan, centering around the dragon seed. Although in his previous life, Lin Ye had perused numerous novels, each presenting a myriad of cultivation systems, these frameworks were often inadequately described by their authors. Consequently, devising a viable cultivation method proved to be a daunting challenge. The paramount advantage of dragon power lies in its unparalleled ability to continuously refine one's physical form, facilitating the transformation from a mere human body to a dragon's physique, thereby enabling the consumption of other energies of similar attributes. Presently, the Vortex clan's singular advantage is that dragon power significantly enhances physical capabilities beyond that of chakra. However, this does not imply that dragon power is devoid of impurities. The act of absorbing other forms of energy inherently risks contaminating the purity of dragon power. Even Lin Ye's own dragon power is a medley of various influences. To attain a pure form of dragon power, it is imperative to consistently temper the dragon power cultivated within the bodies of the Vortex clan members, allowing for the more refined dragon power to enhance their physiques. Yet, Lin Ye could conceive only one method of refinement, persistently compressing the dragon power stored in the Dantian using mental energy, thereby rendering it more exquisite. Within the realm of cultivation, spiritual energy transitions from a gaseous state to a liquid form, ultimately solidifying into the golden core stage. This culminates in a fusion with the soul, resulting in the disintegration of the core into an infant state, thereby evolving into a higher-order primordial spirit. Although Lin Ye was unaware of the specific method to merge the golden core with the soul, He was cognizant that the consciousness of the dragon god realm is fundamentally rooted in the principles of yin and yang. Lin Ye successfully devised a cultivation method. He was able to create a miniature vortex within the dantian of the members of the vortex clan, which stirred the dragon's power within them into a continuous rotation, causing it to collide and compress inward. This process refined the dragon's power within their bodies, allowing the clan members to acquire a purer form of dragon energy to enhance their physical forms. Moreover, this refinement was entirely dependent on the individual strengths that each member cultivated. With the assistance of the core of the world's consciousness, Lin Ye skillfully established a novel approach to cultivation, although it was merely a simple vortex that incessantly refined the dragon's power. It was already a remarkably sophisticated technique compared to the chakra extraction method. Lin Ye gazed at the cultivation method he had just completed and swiftly recorded it. Lin Ye named this cultivation method the 10,000 Transformations Dragon Art. Regrettably, he is unable to practice it, for within his dantian lies the dragon pearl, which holds the essence of the entire dragon god realm. Moreover, the consciousness residing within the dragon god realm continuously aids Lin Ye in absorbing the primordial energies that permeate the void, transforming them into the strength he requires and progressively fortifying his physique. Without this, it would have been inconceivable for Lin Ye to swiftly cultivate his dragon form. According to the 10,000 Transformations Dragon Art, if someone could condense the dragon power within them into a dragon core, they too would possess the ability to seamlessly transition between their human and dragon forms, much like Lin Ye. The myriad transformations of Lin Ye's dragon art are inspired by the dragon pearl residing in his dantian. While the dragon core may not amplify the dragon-slaying magic as significantly as Lin Ye's dragon pearl, it is nonetheless sufficient for the members of the Vortex clan to cultivate. Sister, I have just devised a new cultivation method. Would you care to assist me in testing it? Lin Ye, with his self-derived dragon transformation technique, sought out his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and greeted her with a smile. Oh, Xiaoya, you have a new cultivation method. What is it? Does it involve dragon-slaying magic? Is it powerful? Uzumaki Kimi, who was currently practicing dragon-slaying magic and converting dragon energy, opened her eyes upon hearing Lin Ye's words and inquired curiously. Sister, this new cultivation method of mine is intricately connected to dragon energy. It will enhance its potency significantly. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and, with a hint of temptation in his voice, said, What? A way to enhance the dragon's power? Please show it to me at once. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Kimi's eyes widened with urgency as she replied, Sister, please remain calm. Here, take a look at this cultivation method. Perhaps we can identify any flaws within it. Lin Ye entrusted his 10,000 Transformations Dragon Sutra to his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and smiled as he addressed her. What is so remarkable about this? Let me see it. I hardly believe that within such a brief span, you could devise a formidable cultivation method. Sister Uzumaki Kimi accepted the 10,000 Transformations Dragon Sutra from Lin Ye's hands, casting him a disapproving glance before opening the text to examine the cultivation techniques it contained. Initially, she regarded it with disdain, but as she continued perusing the pages, her expression transformed into one of growing excitement. Xiaoyi, did you truly create this cultivation method yourself? It is not merely a legacy left by the dragon god realm, is it? The way it resonates with the power of the dragon is simply astounding. Sister Uzumaki Kimi set down the 10,000 Transformations Dragon Sutra and gazed at Lin Ye with fervor, exclaiming, This is incredible. Haha, sister. This is not a legacy from the dragon god realm. It is a method I personally deduced. What do you think? Isn't it impressive? Lin Ye listened to the words of his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and smiled as he replied, Haha, of course, little Yi is the most formidable. When you first created the nameless ninja technique, the spiraling sphere, I was utterly convinced that my brother, Lin Ye, would undoubtedly be the strongest. He continued, Come on, sister. I have a few questions I would like to ask you. From now on, you must earnestly dedicate yourself to mastering this technique. At that moment, Uzumaki Kimi excitedly presented the 10,000 Transformation Dragon technique before Lin Ye, eagerly inquiring about it. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and approached her. Observing her expressions of confusion, he meticulously elucidated the intricacies of the ever-changing dragon technique to her. His aspiration was for his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, to master this profound technique, allowing him to intervene promptly should any complications arise during her cultivation. This way, he could rectify any flaws within the ever-changing dragon technique, enabling their kin to accelerate their training and grow stronger. Before long, Uzumaki Kimi comprehended the essence of the ever-changing dragon technique entirely. She closed her eyes and, with utmost care, began to construct a miniature vortex within her dantian, following the prescribed cultivation methods. The moment the vortex took shape, an immense gravitational force emanated from her, swiftly drawing in the dragon energy and natural forces from the dragon god realm. This sudden display astonished Lin Ye, prompting him to rush forward to halt his sister's actions. "Xiaoyi, what are you doing?" "I am in the midst of a crucial phase of my training," Uzumaki Kimi exclaimed, her eyes opening in exasperation as she confronted her younger brother. "Sister, I did not intend to impede you," Lin Ye replied earnestly. "However, the gravitational pull of the vortex you just created is excessively potent. If you continue to cultivate in this manner, it won't be long before you absorb all the dragon energy present in the dragon god realm, leaving our kin unable to cultivate it any longer." Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Chime, in a state of indignation, casting her an annoyed glance. He spoke to her in a low voice. "What are we to do? I felt quite at ease during my cultivation just now. Does this mean I will be unable to cultivate in the future?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, his sister's eyes widened in disbelief as she responded, "Brother, it seems that this method may indeed prove ineffective in allowing our kin to cultivate freely within the dragon god realm. We must devise a strategy to subdue the dragon cavern, and then we can permit our people to cultivate in the outside world. Although converting natural energy into dragon power presents certain challenges, it is certainly preferable to the destruction of our stronghold, the dragon god realm, by our own kin." Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and after a moment of contemplation, earnestly addressed her. "Well, it appears that this is the only course of action available to us." Sensing the unwavering determination in Lin Ye's eyes, Uzumaki Kimi understood that she indeed could not cultivate the 10,000 transformations dragon technique within the dragon god realm and would have to venture into the ninja world to absorb its natural energies. Lin Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his sister, Uzumaki Chime, moments ago as she absorbed the power of the dragon. It was as if someone had inserted a pump into a bottle of mineral water, incessantly attempting to draw water. Had he not intervened in time, she might have inadvertently harmed the very core of the dragon god realm. Fortunately, he acted swiftly, within those fleeting seconds. The dragon pearl in his dantian had absorbed sufficient spiritual energy from the void, transforming it into dragon power to compensate for the loss caused by his sister's actions. At the border between the dragon kingdom and the grass kingdom, frustration welled within him. This group of Uzumaki clansmen had fled far too swiftly. After merely eliminating their clan leader, they had vanished without a trace. In a cavern, Uchiha Madara contacted the outer path golem through a tube, continuously drawing vitality. Stroking his chin in contemplation, he mused aloud. "It appears we have detected a significant number of Uzumaki clansmen searching for something between the land of waterfalls and the land of grass. Should we capture them?" Just as Uchiha Madara was lamenting the escape of the Uzumaki clan members, a white Zetsu suddenly emerged from outside. Observing Madara as he replenished his life force through the outer path golem, it grinned and spoke. "What? Uzumaki clansmen have appeared in the territories of the land of waterfalls and the land of grass? This is splendid news. Quickly, take me there." Upon hearing the white Zetsu's words, Madara stood up, excitement coursing through him as he addressed the white Zetsu. "Yes, let us proceed immediately." "Of course, Lord Madara." "Please follow me," the white Zetsu replied with a smile, leading the way through the earth. Within the land of waterfalls, Uzumaki Qingyao, the master of the Uzumaki clan's most potent sensory ability, the Kagura Mind's Eye, practiced the Wind Dragon mode. He maximized his Kagura Mind's Eye, meticulously searching every inch of land in an effort to locate Uchiha Madara. Though he harbored doubts about Lin Ye's information accuracy as a member of the Uzumaki clan, he diligently executed Lin Ye's orders. "Where could you possibly be hiding, you little wretches of the Uzumaki clan?" Just as Uzumaki Qingyao scoured the land, White Zetsu and Uchiha Madara suddenly emerged from the ground. Upon seeing the solitary Uzumaki Qingyao, Madara attempted to hypnotize him with Genjutsu, hoping to extract pertinent information from his lips. However, before he could elicit a response, Uzumaki Qingyao released his grip and vanished in an instant. "Lord Madara, it seems he was maintaining the reverse summoning technique. The moment you hypnotized him, he let go and was whisked away by the reverse summoning. Should we retreat?" White Zetsu inquired softly, glancing at the now-vanished Uzumaki Qingyao and the dark expression on Madara's face. "Retreat? Why would we retreat? I refuse to believe that the Uzumaki clan would dare to seek out my presence. Regardless of who they send, they could never hope to defeat me, Uchiha Madara." Madara thundered, his fury palpable as he spoke coldly to White Zetsu. Very well, Lord Madara. We shall wait here for a while, White Zetsu replied, revealing a slight smile in response to Madara's declaration. Indeed, we shall wait, given their previous demeanor. It is likely that some among the Uzumaki clan are aware of my presence within the land of waterfalls or the land of grass. If they wish to find me, let them come, Madara said with a confident smile, glancing at the spot where Uzumaki Qingmiao had vanished. In the Dragon God realm, Lin Ye and his sister Uzumaki Chime had just returned home when a member of the Uzumaki clan swiftly approached Lin Ye. Chief, I have located Uchiha Madara, but his power is formidable. With just a 3-tomo Sharingan, he was able to control me with Genjutsu. Had I not prepared the reverse summoning seal in advance, I would likely have been captured by him. Uzumaki Qingmiao stood before Lin Ye, panting heavily, filled with excitement as he relayed the information. What? You have found Uchiha Madara? Excellent, excellent. I understand. Please wait a moment. I will join you. Upon hearing the words of Uzumaki Qingmiao, Lin Ye widened his eyes in astonishment and excitedly addressed him. But Chief, Uchiha Madara possesses the Rinnegan. If you confront him alone, won't you risk being overpowered? After a moment of hesitation, Uzumaki Qingmiao carefully inquired of Lin Ye, who was preparing diligently. Oh, what is there to worry about? With my current strength, dealing with Uchiha Madara is more than manageable. You needn't fret at all. Lin Ye glanced back at the Vortex Bluebird, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and confidently addressed Vortex Qingmiao. Before long, Lin Ye had completely prepared himself. Let us go. Qingmiao, come with me to behold the prowess of the shinobi world Esajura, Uchiha Madara, the master of the Sage of Six Paths. What abilities does he possess? Lin Ye approached the whirlpool of young saplings, gazing at it with a smile as he spoke to it. Chapter 70, The Confrontation with Uchiha Madara. Following the description provided by Uzumaki Aomiao, Lin Ye directly located the position of the nearest clan member in the shinobi world who had recently utilized the reverse summoning technique. By harnessing the contract between the Dragon God realm and this clan member, he employed the summoning technique to arrive at their location. Let us proceed, Aomiao. From this point onward, refrain from speaking excessively. After we encounter Uchiha Madara, you may return home. As Lin Ye swiftly soared towards the location of Uchiha Madara, he turned to Whirlpool Qingmiao with a smile and said, Chief, do you truly not require our assistance? After all, he is the infamous Shura of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, can you truly contend with him alone? Hearing Lin Ye's words, Whirlpool Qingmiao gazed at him with concern and cautiously replied, Sigh. What is there to be afraid of? You must have faith in the chief's prowess. When I engage him in battle, the one who shall inevitably be vanquished is none other than Uchiha Madara himself. Lin Ye, upon hearing the words of Uzumaki Qingmiao, waved his hand confidently and addressed him. Ah, young one, I did not anticipate your swift return. However, why have you brought along such a little one? Uchiha Madara gazed at Uzumaki Qingmiao and Lin Ye descending from the sky, landing not far from him. Observing Lin Ye's youthful visage, he mockingly remarked to Uzumaki Qingmiao, The Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, I never imagined you were still alive. It truly is a remarkable miracle. Lin Ye raised his hand to halt the retort from Uzumaki Qingmiao, chuckling softly as he addressed Uchiha Madara. Ah, my young friend, I did not anticipate that your standing within the Uzumaki clan was quite so esteemed. Uchiha Madara, observing Lin Ye, merely waved his hand, effectively preventing Uzumaki Qingmiao from advancing. And with a hint of surprise, he responded to Lin Ye. Haha, indeed. I am the leader of the Uzumaki clan, and all members must heed my commands. Lin Ye smiled faintly upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words and confidently replied, Is that so? Then prepare to be under my control. Uchiha Madara stood there, exuding pride. His Sharingan's 3-tomo spinning rapidly as he attempted to manipulate Lin Ye's consciousness. Just as the power of the Sharingan sought to penetrate Lin Ye's sea of consciousness, the dragon soul within remained undisturbed, unleashing a thunderous roar. Its overwhelming spiritual force repelled the psychic intrusion unleashed by Uchiha Madara. With a cry of anguish, Uchiha Madara clutched his eyes in pain, exclaiming, You illusionist ninjas are indeed intriguing. With your abilities, you cannot hope to control me. Lin Ye gazed at Uchiha Madara, who struggled to cover his eyes, and with a light chuckle, remarked, Damn it, how on earth did you achieve this? Your mental prowess cannot possibly be this formidable. Uchiha Madara, laboriously straightening himself, looked at Lin Ye with a defiant expression and retorted, Oh, ha, what is truly impossible? You, antiquated relic. Might as well resign yourself to your fate. Hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Lin Ye raised his head in astonishment and mockingly retorted, "Damn little brat. Embrace your demise." Uchiha Obito's Sharingan spun rapidly, transforming from the three-tomo Sharingan into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. He summoned the eye technique Susanoo, its skeletal arm swiftly striking towards Lin Ye with the iron fist of the divine dragon. In the face of Obito's assault, Lin Ye did not hesitate. His right arm transformed rapidly into that of the divine dragon, entering a semi-draconic state, and fiercely collided with Obito's Susanoo. The formidable dragon fist crashed against Susanoo's skeletal arm, obliterating the manifestation summoned by Uchiha Obito into mere dust with a single blow. "Impossible! How could your power surpass that of Susanoo?" Obito exclaimed, taken aback by Lin Ye's onslaught, gazing at him in disbelief. "Heh, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves ashore. And you, Uchiha Obito, are merely the previous wave washed up on the shore. Do you understand?" Lin Ye gazed at Uchiha Madara with an expression of incredulity, mocking him as he spoke. Although Uchiha Madara was unfamiliar with the concept of the Yangtze River, he nonetheless understood the relationship between the waves of the past and those of the future. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, a furious blaze ignited within Madara. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly, and the colossal Susanoo materialized on the battlefield in an instant. "Humph, do you think you are the only one capable of growing larger?" The dragon's form. Lin Ye gazed upon Uchiha Madara as he summoned the formidable Susanoo. With unwavering resolve, he harnessed the power of the Dragon Ball to unleash the Dragon Slayer magic, rapidly transforming from a human form into that of a dragon. In this draconic state, he amplified his strength, becoming a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon, nearly 100 meters in length, gazing fiercely at Uchiha Madara. "Ha ha ha, splendid. The descendant of the Uzumaki clan. I had thought that after Hashirama's demise, there would be no worthy adversaries left in the ninja world. To my astonishment, it seems I was mistaken, for here stands you, an anomaly. Let us see what you are capable of." Uchiha Madara exclaimed, his battle spirit ignited as he looked upon Lin Ye transformed into a colossal dragon. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara swiftly brandished his longsword and launched an assault towards Lin Ye. In the face of Madara's onslaught, Lin Ye remained unperturbed, though his dragon arms appeared rather diminutive. Their might was anything but insignificant. Lin Ye merely swung his fist lightly, unleashing a tremendous force that shattered the long sword wielded by Uchiha Madara in half. However, the sword, forged from chakra, did not cause Madara any distress upon its destruction. With a mere infusion of ocular power and his own chakra, the blade would swiftly regenerate. After shattering Madara's sword thrice in succession, Lin Ye concentrated all his strength and delivered a powerful tail strike against Madara's Susanoo. Although Madara hastily defended himself with the four swords accompanying his Susanoo, he was still sent flying a considerable distance by Lin Ye's assault. In the face of such adversity, Madara remained undeterred. Instead, he summoned his Rinnegan, augmenting his Susanoo's height further with its ocular power, and charged at Lin Ye once more. Yet, Lin Ye did not rush in response to the imposing Susanoo. He took a deep breath, drawing in the vast energy. With a resounding roar akin to that of a divine dragon, immense energy coalesced into a singular mass, crashing down upon Madara's Susanoo and propelling him backward with great force. Alarmed by Lin Ye's onslaught, Madara quickly utilized Shinra Tensei, attempting to counteract the force of the roar with the power of the Rinnegan. Failure to do so would result in the utter annihilation of his Susanoo. However, regrettably, Shinra Tensei proved ineffective as a defense against Lin Ye's divine dragon roar, accelerating Madara's backward trajectory instead. In the Pure Land, Otsutsuki Kagaya observed Madara being thrust further away, her brow furrowing in concern. "This cannot continue," she thought. "If this persists, Madara may very well be slain by this rebellious member of the Uzumaki clan, and my plans will be irrevocably thwarted." Rising uneasily, Kagaya hastily siphoned chakra from the souls of all the ninja within the Pure Land, swiftly creating a shard of her will and sending it flying towards Madara and the shinobi world. By the time Kagaya approached Madara, he had already crashed heavily to the ground. The violent impact left him in a semi-conscious state, his vitality severely depleted. Observing Madara's plight, Kagaya felt a surge of triumph and directly infused him with the chakra she had harvested from the Pure Land. As Lin Ye, transformed into a divine dragon, gazed upon the dust rising from Madara's fall, he offered a faint smile, retracting his dragon form and drifting leisurely downward. Rebellion. Lin Ye gazed at the distant cloud of dust, initially intending to wait for it to settle before venturing inside. To his surprise, the figure of Uchiha Madara emerged slowly from the swirling haze. Upon spotting Lin Ye, he coldly uttered two words, You are not Uchiha Madara. You are Kagaya Otsutsuki. Are you not? Upon hearing the words that escaped the lips of Uchiha Madara, as well as the palpable aura of lethal menace emanating from him, Lin Ye immediately became vigilant. He spoke in a low voice to Uchiha Madara. Haha, you are called Vortex Lin Ye, are you not? Indeed, you are quite astute. The Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was attached to Uchiha Madara, chuckled upon hearing Lin Ye's words and expressed his admiration, saying, a cunning villain, a mere pretender of formidable reputation. Soon, you shall meet your demise at my hands. Lin Ye, upon hearing the praise from Otsutsuki Kagaya, felt no joy. Instead, he fixed a cold gaze upon her and spoke icily. I am not in the mood to engage in battle with you at present. However, rest assured, though I am unaware of the powers you have cultivated that have rendered my chakra ineffective, I firmly believe that, as the master of the Pure Land, I will ultimately prevail over you. Just wait and see. Kagaya, upon hearing Lin Ye's words, appeared dejected and coldly replied, were it not for the fact that Uchiha Obito's body is now exceedingly fragile due to our previous clash, I would have surely taught you a harsh lesson. You insolent child. However, time was of the essence for her, and she needed to depart swiftly. Otherwise, if Lin Ye regained his senses, it would spell her doom. Without further ado, Kagaya vanished from sight, leaving no trace of her whereabouts. Upon hearing the words of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Lin Ye, who had initially intended to take action, found himself thwarted before he could even take a step forward, as Kagaya inexplicably vanished from sight. Lin Ye, who had anticipated an intense one-on-one confrontation with Otsutsuki Kagaya, was left utterly disheartened. Curse it! This Otsutsuki Kagaya is truly treacherous and cunning. I had presumed that by possessing Uchiha Madara, he sought to engage me in battle. But instead, he only contemplated retreat. What a contemptible wretch! Lin Ye stamped his foot in anger, directing a furious gaze towards the departing figure of Otsutsuki Kagaya. He spoke with palpable irritation, lamenting that had it not been for her unexpected appearance, the renegade of Uchiha Madara would have already been within his grasp. Sighing, he concluded that it would be best to return and inform his clan, for it seemed that the Uzumaki clan was on the brink of yet another predicament. Lin Ye took a moment to calm his emotions and let out a resigned sigh before speaking. After finishing his words, Lin Ye directly employed the reverse spirit communication technique. Returning to the Dragon God realm. Xiaoyi, how did it go? Did you emerge victorious in your battle against Uchiha Madara? As Lin Ye returned to the heart of Longcheng, the elder clan leader, Vortex Lu Hu, had long awaited his arrival at the very spot from which Lin Ye had departed. Filled with excitement upon Lin Ye's appearance, Lu Hu eagerly approached him, inquiring fervently. Grandfather Lu Hu, I apologize. Although I managed to defeat Uchiha Obito, it appears that he is a significant pawn of Otsutsuki Kagaya. He was suddenly compelled to flee under the influence of her chakra. Lin Ye gazed at Uzumaki Ashina, and with a tone steeped in regret, he addressed him. What? You truly defeated Uchiha Madara? Goodness, you are indeed remarkable. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the old clan leader, Uzumaki Ashina, initially experienced a fleeting moment of despondency. However, upon meeting Lin Ye's apologetic gaze, he joyfully patted Lin Ye's shoulder and replied with a cheerful demeanor, Grandfather Ashina, fret not. No matter where I may roam, I shall persist in my endeavors. One day, I shall bring the fervor of a live performance to the grave of King Fengshu for a tribute. Rest assured, my dear King Fengshu. Lin Ye gazed at the forced smile of Uzumaki Ruto, who had his head bowed. He spoke softly to Uzumaki Ruto, Xiaoyi, this is not your burden. The fact that you were able to defeat Uchiha Madara has already exceeded Grandpa Ruto's expectations. As long as you have done your utmost, Grandpa will not hold you accountable. Do you understand? Noticing Lin Ye's lowered gaze, Uzumaki Ruto stepped forward, resting a hand on Lin Ye's shoulder, compelling him to lift his head. With a serious demeanor, he intently addressed Lin Ye. Yes, Grandpa Ruto, I understand. Lin Ye nodded earnestly and spoke to Uzumaki Awo in a deep voice. Very well. It is enough that you understand. Go and rest. After such a prolonged battle with Uchiha Madara, you must be weary. I shall take my leave for now. Uzumaki Awo, gazing at Lin Ye, no longer bore the earlier despondency. With a satisfied pat on Lin Ye's shoulder, he turned and, supported by his cousin Uzumaki Jime, made his way back towards his home. Lin Ye gazed at the receding figure of Vortex Lu, taking a deep breath before turning towards his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, who was in his office. Xiaoyi, you have returned. It seems you did not manage to capture Uchiha Madara? Vortex Qinglu observed Lin Ye with a serene expression as he entered his office, devoid of any signs of joy. Grandfather, I emerged victorious in my battle against Uchiha Madara. Yet I failed to apprehend him. It appears that our Vortex clan may soon face considerable difficulties. I intend to continue the unfinished mission of Uncle Qifeng. What are your thoughts on this? Lin Ye sat across from his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, gazing intently at him. With a solemn tone, he addressed his grandfather. Chapter 72. The Search for the Dragon's Cave. Have you made your decision, Xiaoyi? Are you truly resolved to continue capturing the Dragon's Cave? Grandfather Vortex Qinglu, upon hearing Lin Ye's words, lifted his gaze and regarded him with a serious expression, earnestly inquiring. Yes, grandfather, I have made my decision. I must capture those great serpents within the Dragon's Cave. Lin Ye gazed earnestly at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and said, based on the transformations I observed while my sister was practicing the Dragon Annihilation spell, coupled with my own capabilities, I have devised a method that facilitates a swifter conversion of dragon energy. However, this technique is exceedingly formidable, as my sister alone can deplete vast quantities of dragon energy in a short span of time. The Dragon Cavern and similar locales are rich in natural energy. If we were to reclaim the Dragon Cavern, we could continuously amplify the strength of our Vortex clan. Lin Ye gazed intently at his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and spoke solemnly. Very well, Xiaoyi, but you cannot venture alone. You must take 2 clansmen with you. Grandfather Vortex Qinglu gathered all the documents before him, poured himself a cup of tea, and, sipping it, continued. All right, grandfather, I understand. I shall proceed as you have instructed. Lin Ye attentively listened to the words of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and nodded solemnly before rising to depart from his grandfather's office. The original text does not elucidate how one might access locations such as the Dragon Cave, the Wetbone Forest, or Maibokuzen without employing summoning techniques. The sole known entrance to Maibokuzen is a well. However, despite the ambiguity surrounding the precise locations of these 3 sacred sites, it is evident that the natural energy they possess far surpasses that of other places. Furthermore, the unique physique of Tenkai Jugo, a subordinate of Orochimaru, which allows him to autonomously attract sage energy, is a result of prolonged residence in an area rich in natural energy. Lin Ye possessed the remarkable ability to perceive his surroundings, enabling him to seek out areas abundant in natural energy. It was quite possible that he might stumble upon a member of the Dragon's lair at any given location. Once he captured a member of the Dragon's lair, he could leverage the power of the dragon to coerce these individuals, thus facilitating his entrance into the Dragon's lair and the subsequent search for the sacred site within. Xiaoyi, what did you discuss with Grandpa when you went to see him? Vortex Qimei inquired with curiosity as Lin Ye returned home. Oh, sister. I went to consult Grandpa about the plan to continue the endeavor of capturing the Dragon's lair with Uncle Qifeng. Is there a problem? Lin Ye gazed at his elder sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and smilingly remarked, we must seek the dragon's lair. To which she replied, brother, you have already vanquished Uchiha Madara. Is the strength of our clan truly dependent on the dragon's lair? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Kimi cast a curious glance at him, softly inquiring. The quest I am about to embark on to discover the dragon's lair bears no resemblance to the previous endeavor undertaken by Uncle Qifeng. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Qimei, as she retrieved several garments and placed them into her storage panel. With a smile, he remarked to her, what need is there to pursue those slippery serpents for the purpose of enhancing strength? The mere thought of snakes sent a shiver down Uzumaki Qimei's spine, and she expressed her displeasure towards Lin Ye. Miamu Mountain, Wetbone Forest, and Longdi Cave are all abundant in natural energy. If we could subdue the great serpents within Longdi Cave, we could establish it as the family's second stronghold. The technique I previously taught you can be directly applied for cultivation in Longdi Cave. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, smiling as he spoke to Uzumaki Qimei. What? Cultivating the 10,000 transformation dragon technique. Is it true? Lin Ye, hurry. I want to accompany you. We must find that place as soon as possible. Uzumaki Qimei swiftly dashed back to her room, quickly packing her belongings into her ninja gear pouch, eagerly tugging at Lin Ye, ready to depart. Sister, are you truly planning to join me? Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Qimei, and helplessly inquired of her. Of course, this is not a pretense. Naturally, I shall accompany you. Once we locate the dragon's cave, you can deal with those slippery serpents while I engage in solitary cultivation within the cave. How does that sound? Uzumaki Qimei remarked with a smile as she looked at Lin Ye. Sigh, very well. Since I must bring you along, summon Sister Qimei as well, so we can embark on this journey together. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Qimei, and with a resigned smile, spoke to her. Xiaoyi is wonderful. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Kimi, filled with excitement, planted a quick kiss on his cheek before hastily departing to find their cousin, Uzumaki Kibi. Within the Uzumaki clan, besides Lin Ye, his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and their cousin, Uzumaki Kibi, possessed the most formidable physiques. After all, the dragon seed within them was the closest to that which resided in Lin Ye, resulting in a more potent dragon power that further refined their bodies with remarkable efficacy. After Lin Ye summoned Uzumaki Kibi, he promptly departed from the Dragon God Chronicles and ventured into the shinobi world. Lin Ye intends to embark on a search in the land of rice fields. After all, one of the future legendary Sennin, Orochimaru, established the Sound Village within its borders. Given Orochimaru's character, the establishment of the Sound Village in the land of rice fields could not merely be attributed to the absence of scallions in the land of demons. I have finally returned to the shinobi world. It appears that this realm is indeed more expansive. As Lin Ye arrived in the ninja realm with his sister, Uzumaki Chime, she reveled in the expansive space of this new world and excitedly exclaimed, "Sister, we have now reached the ninja realm. Would you like to try cultivating the transformative dragon technique?" As Lin Ye listened to his sister, Uzumaki Chime, he smiled and replied, "Can I cultivate here? Then I shall give it a try." Uzumaki Chime glanced around the surroundings, closed her eyes, and swiftly began to circulate the Wan Hua Long Ju. As she harnessed the power of the dragon within her, the surrounding natural energy was gradually absorbed into her body through the small vortex she had created. Xiaoyi, it seems that cultivating the Wan Hua Long Ju in the outside world is not as swift as it is within the dragon god realm. After 10 minutes of uninterrupted practice, Uzumaki Chime opened her eyes, furrowed her brow, and spoke to Lin Ye. "Sister, what are you pondering?" Lin Ye inquired. In the natural energy of the dragon god realm, a significant portion inherently possesses dragon power, which can be absorbed directly into your body without the need for refining through the dragon seed within you. However, in your current practice, the natural energy must first be converted into dragon power by the dragon seed before it can enter your dantian, hence the sensation of slowness. Lin Ye cast an exasperated glance at his sister, Uzumaki Chime, and helplessly addressed her. Chapter 73. The Thirsty White Snake Immortal. "Oh, so that is how it is. Well, it seems that I must put in even more effort in my cultivation moving forward." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Chime once again sensed the flow of natural energy within her. Suddenly enlightened, she spoke to Lin Ye. "Little Ye, have you developed a new cultivation method? How impressive." Beside them, Uzumaki Chime, upon hearing the conversation between Lin Ye and his sister, gazed enviously at Uzumaki Chime and softly remarked, "Chime, it's all right. Let us closely follow Lin Ye from now on. I will teach you the 10,000 transformations dragon technique so that you too may enhance your strength. However, you must be cautious not to cultivate within the dragon god realm, as that would sever our Uzumaki clan's path." Observing the yearning in Uzumaki Chime's eyes, Uzumaki Chime smiled and took her hand, continuing to console her. "Chime, cheer up. Do not look so forlorn. If Uncle Qingfeng were to see you like this, he would surely feel heartbroken. Rest assured, once my strength grows even greater, I will find a way to revive Uncle Qingfeng." Lin Ye gazed at Uzumaki Kibi, whose expression was one of profound melancholy, and furrowed his brow in concern. "What, Xiaoya? Can you truly bring back father? Is it genuine?" Uzumaki Kibi, upon hearing Lin Ye's words, looked up in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief as she inquired. "Rest assured, Kibi, when have I ever spoken falsely?" Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and his cousin, Uzumaki Jime, both of whom were staring at him in astonishment. With a smile, he addressed them. In truth, Lin Ye possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect Uzumaki Qingfeng. However, the power required to achieve such a feat at this moment was utterly formidable. Previously, while Lin Ye was observing the Dragon God Realm's underworld, he unexpectedly discovered that Uzumaki Qingfeng's soul had not been drawn into the pure land of the ninja world. Instead, it resided within the underworld space that he had created himself. Lin Ye intended to seize Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan and deliver it to the core of the world, allowing the core to analyze the Rinnegan and acquire its powers, thereby resurrecting Vortex Qifeng. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Cave, the White Snake Sage addressed the three divine maidens with a calm yet firm tone. "Have you not uncovered any information regarding the dragon after such a lengthy period?" "Master, in the area where the dragon's power was previously detected, we only found the long-abandoned kingdom of Lulan and nothing more. The maiden Tianxin respectfully replied while kneeling before the white snake sage. That cannot be. I distinctly heard reports from my subordinates stating that you encountered an exceptionally unique individual whose powers seemed to restrain you. Why was this intelligence not relayed to me? The white snake sage stood up, exuding an air of authority as he addressed Tianxin. Master, I am uncertain about the nature of that power. And they belong to the Vortex clan. While I recognize the formidable strength of our dragon cave, I was solely focused on locating the dragon's might for you and neglected to report this matter. I beseech your understanding. Tianxin trembled as she pleaded for forgiveness. You are indeed audacious, Tianxin. Such a power that can restrain our dragon cave is of equal significance to the dragon's power. It could very well be the essence of the dragon. The white snake sage's formidable presence bore down upon Tianxin, Shichudo, and Tianjin as he thundered his admonishments. I demand that you locate both the powers of the Vortex clan and the dragon without fail. I must possess both of these forces, he declared greedily, fixing his gaze on the three maidens. Yes, my subordinates shall pursue this at once, the maidens replied, bowing repeatedly in assurance until blood appeared on their foreheads, satisfying the white snake sage, who then resumed his seat upon his throne. Very well, go forth in your search. Should there be another instance of withheld information? Do not blame me for my harshness, he stated indifferently, casting a fleeting glance at his subordinates. Understood. We shall investigate immediately, the maidens replied. Though a sense of animosity brewed toward the informant amongst them, they maintained a facade of respect as they swiftly retreated. Tianxin, this is your fault for encountering a power that can counter us. Why did you not report this to the sage? Shichudo glared at Tianxin with indignation as they exited the presence of the white snake sage. Tianxin, your affairs are not my concern. You should focus on fulfilling the tasks assigned by the sage, Tianxin retorted sharply, casting a disdainful glance at Shichudo before hastily departing the dragon cave with her serpentine entourage in search of clues. Shichudo, now is not the time to confront Tianxin. It is far more crucial to complete the sage's tasks first, Tianjin interjected calmly, observing Shichudo's fiery demeanor. I understand, Shichudo replied with a scoff. Quickly leaving the dragon cave, in a profound cavern of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara seethed. Cursed be the Vortex clan for possessing such formidable abilities that they can effortlessly defeat one with the Rinnegan. He sat upon a stone chair, connected to the outer path golem, drawing life force from it to restore his body. Lord Madara, it seems prudent for us to actively seek the tailed beasts. Capturing even a single-tailed beast would elevate the power of the outer path golem, enabling you to contend against Lin Ye of the Vortex clan. Even with an incomplete 10 tails, a white Zetsu, enlightened by Otsutsuki Kenshiki, suggested cautiously from the ceiling. The strongest in the ninja world is undoubtedly the Nine Tails. Is it not better to capture the Nine Tails directly? Madara retorted dismissively, for he, the fearsome Uchiha Madara, aimed to seize the mightiest first rather than pursue the weaker options. Once he gathered all nine-tailed beasts, he would ensure a decisive confrontation with Lin Ye once more. Chapter 74. Defeating the Three Divine Maidens Xiao Yi. We have been wandering in the land of rice for quite some time. When shall we find the dragon cave? Vortex Chime inquired with a furrowed brow, following closely behind Lin Ye, who frequently paused to survey their surroundings. Sister, do not fret. Rest assured, we shall locate them shortly, Lin Ye reassured her. Lin Ye turned around to gaze at his sister, Uzumaki Kirame, and with a gentle smile, he said to her, Xiao Yu. Shall we find an inn to rest for a while? I truly can no longer endure. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Kirame despondently sank to the ground, casting a pitiful look at Lin Ye. Wait a moment, sister. I believe I have made a discovery. Lin Ye paid no heed to his sister Uzumaki Chime. Instead, he devoted himself entirely to probing the right front with his Kagura heart eye, enhanced by the power of the dragon. Sister, I found it. I found it. Quickly. Follow me. Lin Ye excitedly grasped the hands of his sister, Uzumaki Chime, and his cousin, Uzumaki Jime, and with a swift leap, soared towards the location he had previously sensed. Meanwhile, Tian Shinshinji angrily emerged from the dragon cavern, accompanied by a multitude of colossal serpents. As she marched forward in fury, she had scarcely taken a few steps when a figure suddenly descended heavily before them, raising a cloud of dust. Tian Shinshinji became instantly alert upon sensing the immense and intricate power within the dust. Her gaze fierce and unyielding as she fixed her eyes on the epicenter of the swirling particles, daring not to blink. The three divine beings of the dragon cavern. Tian Shinshinji, that must be you. Lin Ye stepped forward, dispersing the surrounding dust, and with a light chuckle, addressed the goddess Tianxin. Members of the Vortex clan, I was just looking for you. Surrender the power that resides within you. Tianxin gazed at the youthful Lin Ye, fierce glints flashing in her eyes as she excitedly shouted back, "Oh, is that so?" Lin Ye gazed at the assault launched by the Tianxin divine maiden, his eyes transforming in shape as a pair of golden dragon eyes radiated in overwhelming draconic power. He forcefully pinned the advancing Tianxin divine maiden to the ground. Damn, members of the Vortex clan, do you dare to oppose us, the Dragon Cavern? Are you not afraid that the White Serpent Sage will intervene and obliterate your Vortex clan? Though filled with terror as she looked at Lin Ye, the Tianxin divine maiden still defiantly threatened him. Little serpent, you are far too presumptuous. It would be wise for you to obediently lie down. Lin Ye gazed at the seemingly formidable yet internally fragile Tianxin Shinchi, furrowing his brow in discontent. He unleashed his draconic might, casting a heavy pressure upon her. Cease your actions, member of the Uzumaki clan. We are the Immortals of the Dragon Cave. Although you possess the power to counter us, I refuse to believe that every member of your clan wields such capabilities. At that moment, Shichu Island Ji stormed out of the Dragon Cave, her eyes aflame with indignation. Upon witnessing Tianxin Shinji crumple beneath Lin Ye's force, unable to maintain her original form, her earlier mirth quickly dissipated. Realizing that the trio before her, Lin Ye, Uzumaki Chime, and Uzumaki Jime, were indeed members of the Uzumaki clan, she hastened to approach Lin Ye, her voice laced with threat. "Oh, yet another from the triad of divine maidens, Shichu Island Ji. Alas, why must you all persist in this obstinate demeanor?" Lin Ye gazed at the reappearing Ichiki Island princess, a faint smile gracing his lips. He raised his hand slightly, enveloping Ichiki Island princess with his dragon's might, forcefully pinning her to the ground. Just moments ago, the proud Ichiki Island princess found herself prostrate on the earth under Lin Ye's overwhelming pressure. "Xiao Yi, is the power of the Immortals in the Dragon's Cave truly so feeble? Why is it that I did not witness you making a move, yet they both collapsed?" Vortex Chime observed Lin Ye, her eyes reflecting a slight shift as the two capable, speaking spirit beasts lay submissively on the ground, curiously inquiring of him in soft tones. "Sister, what are you pondering? Serpents belong to the lineage of dragons, and dragons are among the highest in bloodline hierarchy among all beings. All scaled creatures fall under the dominion of dragons. Although the serpents in the Dragon's Cave are referred to as immortals, they are not true immortals but merely powerful serpents. The dragon power that the Vortex clan currently cultivates, though perhaps not the purest form of true dragon power, is indeed a direct inheritance of dragon might. It is effortlessly sufficient to subdue these serpents." Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and with a smile, he addressed her. "Ah, so it is thus. I had a feeling about it. Why didn't you take action? You could have easily vanquished those two peculiar serpents." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Kimi nodded in sudden realization and said to him, "You must have overheard our conversation. Come, take me to meet the White Serpent Sage." Lin Ye gazed upon the terrified expressions of Tianxin Shunshi and Shichujima, then waved his hand, releasing his hold over them. With a smile, he addressed them, "My lords, thank you for your forgiveness. Please, follow me." Bowing respectfully, Tianxin Shunshi and Shichujima turned to lead Lin Ye, along with Uzumaki Chime and Uzumaki Jime, toward the entrance of the Dragon's Cave. Just as they reached the entrance, Tianxin unexpectedly emerged from the cave. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired about the return of Tianxin Shunshi and Shichujima. "Uzumaki group, you have taken Tianxin Shunshi and Shichujima hostage. Prepare to meet your end." Upon noticing Lin Ye and the two Uzumaki behind Tianxin Shunshi and Shichujima, Tianxin, mistaking the situation, bared her sharp fangs and swiftly launched an attack toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye gazed upon Suji as the power of the dragon surged within him, enveloping the three divine maidens. Under the weight of his dragon might, Suji and her companions swiftly lost their ability to resist and fell heavily to the ground. Tianxin and Ichikishima, bewildered and helpless, tumbled down as well, yet they dared not harbor resentment towards Lin Ye. Instead, they could only lament Suji's arrogance, which had led them all to the ground. "Suji, you must be the last among the three divine maidens. Is it true that the serpents of your dragon cave are so fiercely combative?" A formidable dragon power surged within Lin Ye as he approached Tianxin with measured steps, a light laugh escaping his lips. "Very well, I shall say this one last time. Take me to the White Snake Immortal. I have no inclination to indulge you." Under the overwhelming might of Lin Ye's dragon presence, Tianxin's initially fierce gaze gradually transformed into one of trepidation. Lin Ye cast a contented glance at Tuanjin, rose to his feet, and said with a smile, Chapter 75, The Surrender of the White Serpent Sage. Very well, my lord. After Lin Ye withdrew his oppressive aura, the three divine maidens stood up in terror, humbly leading Lin Ye along with Vortex Chi Mei and Vortex Chi Mei towards the dwelling of the White Snake Immortal. Tian Xian Shenji, Shichui Daoji, Tuanjin, who granted you the authority to bring others into the Dragon's Cave. Within the abode of the White Snake Immortal, she suddenly sensed the presence of humans in the aura of the three divine maidens. Believing that they had betrayed her and submitted to humanity, she immediately erupted in fury, demanding answers. However, the three divine maidens paid no heed to the White Snake Immortal, silently retreating behind Lin Ye, anxiously observing the interaction between him and the Immortal. Humans, what manner of power has your Vortex clan acquired? To dare send such small fry to intrude upon my Dragon's Cave? The White Snake Immortal's gaze was icy as she scrutinized Lin Ye and his two sisters. Her voice laced with disdain. Although she was perplexed by the apparent betrayal of the divine maidens, she, well aware of their temperaments, understood that these three were undoubtedly subdued by Lin Ye's prowess. White Snake, I have come to conquer the entirety of the Dragon's Cave. You would do well to surrender obediently. Perhaps I might spare your life. Lin Ye gazed calmly at the White Serpent Immortal. As the power of the dragon within him swiftly transformed into an overwhelming dragon might, bearing down upon the White Serpent Immortal. The strength of the dragon. You have acquired the dragon's power. Under Lin Ye's dragon might, the White Serpent Immortal, though similarly affected by the bloodline power like the three divine maidens, lay prostrate on the ground, yet continued to regard Lin Ye with astonishment. In a deep voice, she addressed him, Indeed, I wonder if you would still consider surrendering in the face of me now, White Serpent. Lin Ye gazed at the White Serpent Immortal, nodding in satisfaction. And with a light chuckle, he addressed the Immortal, I am willing, my lord, I am willing. The White Serpent Immortal looked at Lin Ye in astonishment. Excitement evident in his voice as he replied, now that is more like it. Rest assured, as long as you earnestly pledge your allegiance to me, I shall bestow upon you a measure of dragon power, enabling the Dragon Cave to truly become a genuine abode for dragons. Lin Ye withdrew the force pressing upon the White Snake Immortal, smiling as he addressed him. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the White Snake Immortal, overwhelmed with gratitude, prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Lin Ye. All right, rise. Lin Ye observed the White Serpent Immortal's sycophantic demeanor and, with a resigned shake of his head, addressed the Immortal. Master, may I inquire how I may be of assistance to you? The White Serpent Immortal cautiously approached Lin Ye and whispered softly, White Serpent, I ask you, the dragon's lair, the forest of corpses, and the enchanted wooded mountain, do they possess such abundant natural power innately, or has it been cultivated through your efforts? Lin Ye sensed the profound natural energy within the dragon cavern, far more intense than that of the outside world, and calmly inquired of the White Serpent. In response to the master's words, he explained that the natural energy present in the dragon cavern was not inherently bestowed, but rather acquired through the usurpation of the divine realms of three minor deities by the three sacred lands. Upon hearing Lin Ye's inquiry, the White Serpent eagerly replied, What? You claim that such rich natural energy is not innate, but rather derived from the realms of deities? Lin Ye gazed in astonishment at the White Serpent Immortal, incredulously addressing him. Indeed, master, replied the White Serpent Immortal, observing Lin Ye's astonished expression with a smile. Very well, White Serpent, does your dragon cavern possess any legacies concerning the divine? Might you present these divine inheritances for my perusal? Lin Ye gazed at the White Snake Immortal with palpable excitement and addressed her. My master, very well. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve the items related to the divine within the Dragon's Cave. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the White Snake Immortal swiftly darted behind her seat. In a short while, she returned, clutching a circular plate, and hurriedly presented it before Lin Ye, carefully placing it down. My master. This is a divine artifact belonging to the Earth God. A significant portion of the abundant natural energy within the Dragon's Cave can be attributed to the influence of this jade plate. I humbly present it to you now. The White Snake Immortal, with a tone of flattery, spoke as she placed the jade plate before Lin Ye. Well done, White Snake. Once I have comprehended the essence of this plate, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivating the power of the dragon. For now, you may withdraw. Lin Ye accepted the jade plate handed to him by the White Snake Immortal, delving his spiritual energy into it, and sensing its extraordinary essence. Satisfied, He nodded and smiled at the white snake immortal, saying, "Very well, master. I shall take my leave for now. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me." The white snake immortal, delighted by Lin Ye's cheerful demeanor, responded with warmth. With that, she swiftly departed with the three goddess Ji from her dwelling, heading outward. "Xiao Yi, is this jade plate truly so significant? You actually treated the white snake immortal with such courtesy?" Vortex Chime inquired, stepping closer to Lin Ye after the white snake immortal had left. Her curiosity piqued by the jade plate in his hands. "Sister, if this artifact is capable of gathering natural energy, then as long as I can decipher the reason behind its energy accumulation, I could potentially create countless sanctuaries akin to the Dragon's Cave. Do you understand?" Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and with a smile, he addressed her, "Really? Lin Ye, are you truly capable of replicating this disc?" Uzumaki Kimi looked at him with curiosity, incredulity lacing her inquiry. "Rest assured, dear sister," he replied confidently. "Replicating a jade plate is a task I can surely accomplish." Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Chime, with a gentle smile before moving aside to find a clean spot. He sat cross-legged and cast the jade plate into the core of the dragon god realm, allowing it to begin refining the plate. Meanwhile, Lin Ye silently meditated, continuously absorbing the abundant natural energy present in the dragon cavern. Uzumaki Chime and Uzumaki Chime exchanged a glance and also cleared a space, commencing their practice of the 10,000 transformations dragon technique. Due to the rich natural energy within the dragon cavern, their progress in cultivating the technique was significantly swifter than their training in the ninja world. While it may not match the speed of training within the dragon god realm, their advancements were remarkably rapid. Given some time, both Uzumaki Chime and Uzumaki Chime would likely cultivate the dragon body and ascend to a new realm of dragon destruction magic. Chapter 76, Madara invades Konoha Village. Konoha Village. "Danzo, is what you say true? Has the Uchiha clan's unique ocular technique, Susanoo, appeared in the land of water?" The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked astonished at his old friend, Shimura Danzo, and spoke in a solemn tone. "Hiruzen, how could I deceive you regarding such an important matter? When the first Hokage confronted Uchiha Madara, although we were not close, we witnessed Madara's Susanoo from a distance. You should be aware of this information," Danzo replied, frowning at Hiruzen's doubts. "It shouldn't be. I have records of all the ninjas from the Uchiha clan up to now. It's impossible for someone with the Mangeki Sharingan to suddenly appear without my knowledge," Hiruzen countered. Though he wished to believe Danzo's claims were true, he remained deeply skeptical. "Hiruzen, regardless of your thoughts, we must remain vigilant. I strongly suspect that the one capable of wielding Susanoo is most likely Uchiha Madara," Danzo stated seriously, fixing his gaze on Hiruzen. "Madara? That is impossible. Don't forget, Madara was undoubtedly slain by the first Hokage. Furthermore, his corpse was personally disposed of by the second Hokage." Hiruzen exclaimed, startled by Danzo's assertion. "Hiruzen, do not evade the truth. As I understand it, the Uchiha clan possesses a forbidden technique known as Izanagi, which is reputed to alter fate. By sacrificing a Mangeki Sharingan, one can activate Izanagi to negate unfavorable outcomes," Danzo said earnestly, his excitement palpable. "Danzo, be honest. Where did you acquire this information?" Hiruzen's demeanor shifted to one of stern seriousness as he regarded Danzo coolly. Danzo stood frozen, realizing he had inadvertently revealed critical intelligence. Stammering, he struggled to find his words. "Danzo, have you infiltrated the Uchiha clan to steal their secrets?" Hiruzen demanded, rising from his seat in anger. "Yes, indeed. I sent root members into the Uchiha clan to steal the forbidden technique Izanagi." "So what?" Danzo retorted defiantly. "Hiruzen, what we should focus on is the imminent threat posed by Madara, not questioning my actions." Hiruzen, seeing Danzo's lack of remorse and his bold defiance, felt his anger surge. "Enough, Danzo. You have crossed a line. How can you so carelessly pry into the legacies of other clans? You should return to your root and reflect on your actions." Fine, Hiruzen. You will come to regret this," Danzo shot back, his rage flaring. "Remember, I am the Hokage of Konoha," Hiruzen replied coldly. With that, Danzo turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Hiruzen merely shook his head, not angered by Danzo's act of espionage, but rather infuriated by Danzo's failure to inform him of such a powerful forbidden technique, which made Hiruzen feel threatened in his accustomed position of control over Konoha. It seems this is the pinnacle of the Outer Path's golem restoration. Uchiha Madara continuously absorbed the power of the golem, replenishing his vitality. After several days of relentless effort, Madara felt his body cease to grow any further. Slowly, he opened his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. Lord Madara, shall we now proceed to Konoha village? A nearby white Zetsu asked excitedly upon witnessing Madara's awakening. Indeed, Madara replied, rising with a smile. Oh, splendid. As long as we can capture the Nine Tails, you will undoubtedly defeat that brat from the Uzumaki clan, White Zetsu exclaimed joyfully. Though Madara felt vexed by Lin Ye, he couldn't help but smirk at White Zetsu's flattery. Let us go, White Zetsu. It is time to reclaim my pet. Madara summoned Susanoo, swiftly striking the ceiling to create a passage to the outside world. Utilizing the power of his Rinnegan, he levitated himself and soared outwards. Is this Konoha village? It seems the village that Hashirama anticipated is not so formidable after all. Madara mused as he flew above the sparsely populated Konoha, a smirk of derision gracing his face. Lord Madara, would you like me to have other White Zetsu clones assist in capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina? A small White Zetsu on Madara's shoulder inquired with a chuckle. Unnecessary. The moment I make my move, that woman will undoubtedly intervene. Madara rejected the suggestion, swiftly dispelling the repulsive force of his Rinnegan and diving towards the Konoha region. Alert! Something has breached the defensive barrier. Quickly, inform the Hokage. An attack is underway from directly above the barrier. Within the barrier squad, the vigilant barrier ninjas monitoring the entire village of Konoha suddenly sensed a formidable presence breaching the barrier from above. Its chakra emits. In a state of urgency, one ninja shouted to his companions, I will inform Lord Hokage immediately. You must closely observe this chakra. A barrier ninja swiftly rose and dashed towards the Hokage's office. Chapter 77. The terrified F4 upon exiting the barrier squad, the ninja quickly created a shadow clone. One headed to report to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while the other rushed to the route to inform Shimura Danzo. Lord Hokage, trouble is brewing. Someone has infiltrated the village's barrier from the sky, and their chakra surpasses even yours. You must act quickly. The barrier ninja entered the Hokage's office, kneeling before the third Hokage, speaking urgently. What? A chakra stronger than mine has descended from the heavens? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the barrier ninja. Very well, I shall proceed at once. You. Go to the Senju clan's compound and inform Mito-sama. It is imperative she arrives swiftly. The third Hokage, considering the ninja's description, suspected it might be a member of the Uzumaki clan seeking vengeance for Mito's unauthorized disclosure of their sealing techniques, thus launching an attack on the village. He instructed the barrier ninja to notify Mito, hoping her arrival would quell any unrest from the Uzumaki clan. Understood, Lord Hokage. I shall inform Mito-sama at once. The barrier ninja, upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, hastily rose and exited the Hokage's office, racing towards the Senju clan's residence. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly changed into his battle attire and sped towards the location indicated by the barrier ninja. On another front, after receiving the intelligence, Shimura Danzo promptly dispatched his root ninjas, though he did not accompany them to confront the threat. Instead, he commanded them to monitor the Uchiha clan closely. To Danzo, the military prowess of Konoha was formidable, capable of overwhelming the other four great shinobi villages simultaneously. However, the greatest concern was the overwhelming strength of the Uchiha clan, which could hinder Danzo's ambition to become the next Hokage. Who are you, and why have you invaded our village? Sarutobi Hiruzen confronted the pale, feeble man before him with a serious tone. The little monkey of Senju Tobarama has ascended to the position of Hokage, Uchiha Madara remarked, slowly turning to face the audacious third Hokage, mocking him with a smirk. You are Uchiha Madara. I cannot believe you are truly alive. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped in shock at the sight of Madara. Hiruzen, who is the enemy? Danzo arrived swiftly, addressing the vigilant Hokage. Haha, a shadowy little brat. I did not expect you to possess the power of our Uchiha clan, Madara observed, his Sharingan locking onto Danzo's right eye, which contained the power of the Sharingan, eliciting a cold smile. You are Uchiha Madara. You are indeed alive. Danzo was taken aback, realizing that the excuse he previously used to confront the Uchiha clan had now materialized into reality. He wished fervently that he was merely dreaming, for he understood all too well the terror that this man embodied, having witnessed the battle between Madara and the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Danzo, you must find Mito-sama immediately. I will buy us time here, Sarutobi Hiruzen said through gritted teeth, addressing Danzo with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing the Hokage's command, Danzo who had just emerged from his shock, was suddenly engulfed by rage. Hiruzen, this time I will not retreat. I fear him not. And I will not hide behind you again. Danzo recalled a moment from the past when the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had tasked them with choosing a candidate to remain behind, and his brief moment of fear had cost him the opportunity to seize the title of Hokage. Hiruzen, Danzo. Who dares to invade our village? Just as Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo were embroiled in their argument, Tsunade and Mito arrived, having received the urgent summons from the barrier squad. Mito, Tsunade, hastened to inform Mito-sama to come at once. Uchiha Madara is attacking. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, turning sharply to yell at them. As Tsunade and Mito prepared to jest at Hiruzen's alarm, they caught sight of the aged yet imposing figure advancing toward them, causing them to freeze in fear. The two swiftly turned and ran towards the Senju clan's residence. Meanwhile, Madara observed the actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito with a disdainful smile, waiting with an air of boredom. In Madara's estimation, the only one within Konoha capable of withstanding even a few of his strikes was the Uzumaki Mito, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Though not as powerful as Hashirama Senju, she could potentially hold her own against him due to her clan's sealing techniques. Mito-sama. Mito-sama. This is dire. Uchiha Madara has returned. Tsunade and Mito hurriedly relayed the news as they approached Mito, who was steadily making her way toward the barrier squad. What? Uchiha Madara is alive. Quickly, take me there. Mito commanded, her urgency apparent as she observed Tsunade and Mito's panic-stricken expressions. Yes, this way, Mito-sama. Tsunade and Mito responded, turning to lead Mito towards Madara's location, fully aware that if even Mito could not contain Madara, they stood no chance against him. Chapter 78. Mito takes action under the guidance of Tsunade and Mito. They swiftly reached the area where Uchiha Madara awaited. Ah, Uzumaki Mito, so you were still alive. Upon witnessing the arrival of Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Madara took a slight step forward, smiling as he addressed her. However, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo, upon observing Madara's movement, were instantly filled with panic, retreating hastily in fear that Madara would strike and eliminate them in an instant. Uchiha Madara, were you not supposed to have perished at the hands of Hashirama? How is it that you live? Uzumaki Mito gazed at the aged figure of Madara, her eyes narrowing as she spoke in a grave tone. Ha! Uzumaki Mito, do you truly believe I brought the Nine Tails to battle Hashirama seeking death? Madara laughed heartily, casting a scornful glance at Mito. Enough of this frivolity, Uzumaki Mito. Surrender the Nine Tails within you. As his laughter subsided, Madara fixed a cold gaze upon Mito, his tone turning serious. Absolutely not. The Nine Tails is a treasure of Konohagakure. Hashirama entrusted it to me, and I intend to pass it on to future generations. I will never relinquish the Nine Tails to you. Mito resolutely rejected Madara's demand, her demeanor icy, though she felt she had lived enough and that death held little significance. The Nine Tails was crucial to Hashirama's plan to maintain balance within the ninja world. Should Konoha lose the Nine Tails, it could easily become a target for other villages possessing tailed beasts, potentially shattering the peace Hashirama sought to uphold. Thus, she could never hand over the Nine Tails to a warmonger like Madara. Let's see if you, the princess of the Uzumaki clan, measure up to that little brat of the Uzumaki clan. Madara sneered at Mito's defiance, swiftly charging toward her. Although Madara possessed the Rinnegan, allowing him to directly utilize its powers against Mito, he had been harboring a deep-seated rage since suffering a significant blow from Lin Ye. Mito, being a member of the Uzumaki clan, became the perfect outlet for his fury. As Madara reached Mito, he swung a powerful fist toward her. In response, Mito hastily prepared to defend herself. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, Danzo, and Nara Shikaku, witnessing the clash, were filled with dread and quickly retreated. Diamond Lock. Mito, after exchanging a few blows with Madara, found herself overwhelmed, taking several heavy hits. In a desperate attempt to regain control, she summoned the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, Diamond Lock, aiming it at Madara. While Madara could have summoned the Black Rods of Yin-Yang Release to counter Mito's Diamond Lock, he chose instead to execute a backflip, evading her attack. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful technique. Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song. 3 dragon-shaped flames surged toward Mito. Diamond Lock, Guard. Mito, witnessing Madara's fire release, summoned 4 chains of Diamond Lock from within her, forming a protective net to withstand Madara's fiery assault. Madara, I never expected you to have grown so old, yet retained such formidable strength. It seems we underestimated you. Mito, having successfully defended against Madara's attack, straightened herself, her expression grave as she addressed him. Haha, in the ninja world, aside from Hashirama, no one can rival me. Uzumaki Mito, you should hand over the nine tails. Out of respect for Hashirama, I might spare your life. Madara's laughter echoed as he responded to Mito's words. Though I may not be able to defeat you, I can ensure we both perish together. You should know I am of the Uzumaki clan, masters of the forbidden sealing technique, Reaper Death Seal. I trust you are aware of its implications? Mito coldly gazed at Madara, her demeanor resolute. Haha, Uzumaki Mito. Did you not just say you wish to preserve the nine tails for Konoha? Why then resort to threats of death now? Madara's eyes flickered, and he mocked her. Oh, is that so? Then come and try, Mito replied, her gaze fixed firmly on Madara, her voice icy. Madara scrutinized Mito's eyes, perceiving her unwavering determination, as if she were prepared to meet her end alongside him. Uzumaki Mito, you cannot deceive me so easily, Madara scoffed, preparing to charge at her. Yet, before he could take another step, Mito solemnly summoned numerous shadow clones, initiating the first seal of the Reaper Death Seal. Startled, Madara halted, glaring intensely at Mito. Uzumaki Mito, you are cunning. However, I will not relent. You should know me well enough. I do not believe that after your demise, anyone else will wield the Reaper Death Seal to threaten me. With those words, Madara ascended swiftly, flying away from Konoha. Once Madara departed, Mito remained rooted to the spot, hesitating to move. Her earlier declaration of using the Reaper Death Seal to perish alongside Madara had been a ruse. After all, no one knew that to utilize the Reaper Death Seal, one must either directly use the Death God mask or establish a contract with it. Since witnessing the bounty on Madara's head, Mito had attempted to communicate with the Death God mask she had previously contracted, yet her efforts yielded no response. After driving Madara away, Mito turned with a heavy heart toward the vigilant third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, shaking her head in resignation before swiftly making her way toward the Senju clan's territory. Lady Mito, Hiruzen called out, realizing the weight of disappointment in Mito's distant gaze as she turned away. Alarmed, he shouted after her, Mito. However, Mito did not look back, continuing her determined stride toward her home. Hiruzen, what are you doing? Danzo inquired, noticing Hiruzen's urgency. Oh dear, how foolish you are. Quickly accompany me to Lord Mito's residence. Otherwise, we are doomed, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, said with a heavy heart as he pushed past Shimura Danzo, who had just spoken. Following that, Hiruzen swiftly made his way toward the home of Uzumaki Mito. Observing the third Hokage's hurried departure, Danzo hastily followed suit, trailing alongside him as they both rushed to Mito's abode. Lord Mito, please do not be angry. It is my inadequacy that prevents me from standing against esteemed predecessors like yourselves. Upon reaching Mito's threshold, Hiruzen gently knocked on her door, sincerely apologizing to her from outside. Return, Sarutobi. I am weary and need to rest, came Mito's dull voice from within, as she sat dejectedly in her room. Please, Lord Mito, do take your rest. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, Hiruzen responded with regret upon hearing her words. Afterward, he cast a lingering glance back at Mito's room before exiting her courtyard. Sarutobi, is it truly necessary to be so anxious? Lord Mito merely wishes to rest, Danzo remarked, furrowing his brow at Hiruzen's evident distress. What do you understand? In all of Konohagakure, only Lord Mito can contend with Uchiha Madara. If she loses hope entirely, it will spell disaster for us, Hiruzen retorted, glaring at Danzo with a sense of urgency. What is the significance of such a situation? Did we not sever the ties between Lord Mito and the Uzumaki clan? What could possibly hold her here now, apart from our village? Danzo smirked, pride evident in his tone at Hiruzen's words. Do you truly believe that? Considering our previous actions, do you think Lord Mito still cares for us? Hiruzen shot back, standing resolute and gazing coldly at Danzo. At this moment, our importance to the village pales in comparison to Lord Mito's. Under the threat posed by Uchiha Madara, her presence far outweighs ours. Should she choose to, she could easily oust us from our positions. The villagers will not resist her for our sake. Do you comprehend? Hiruzen's anger intensified as he spoke. What shall we do, Hiruzen? You must devise a plan. We cannot allow Lord Mito to render us powerless. Danzo exclaimed anxiously, his eyes wide with concern. The situation has not yet reached such dire straits. We must attend to the injured citizens from Lord Mito's battle with Madara without further complicating matters, Hiruzen replied calmly as he made his way toward the Hokage's office. Very well, I shall inform Kakashi and Shizen. We cannot afford even the slightest misstep, Danzo said before hastily departing to seek out Uchiha Shursui and Uzumaki Mito. Meanwhile, Shizune and Kakashi initially prepared to oppose Danzo's suggestion, but fell silent after he elucidated the entire predicament. They were filled with dread at the realization that their earlier schemes had left the village vulnerable. Together, Hiruzen, Danzo, Shizune, and Kakashi worked diligently to erase the traces left by the conflict between Mito and Madara, awaiting the moment when Mito would emerge. However, in the ensuing weeks, Mito remained reclusive, refusing to meet with them. Even Tsunade, upon entering, would leave shortly after, unable to extract any further information. Hiruzen, we can no longer afford to wait. In the face of a formidable adversary like Madara, I propose we resort to the forbidden techniques devised by Master Tobirama, Danzo suggested darkly from within a concealed chamber. His expression grave. Lord Mito is enraged due to our previous actions, yet we cannot remain idle against Madara, Danzo pressed, observing Hiruzen's furrowed brow in response to his proposition. Hiruzen, we must act. If we do not, Konohagakure will meet its end at our hands. Let us regard this as a decision made collectively by the four of us. Once Lord Hashirama returns, Shizune added earnestly, casting a significant glance at Hiruzen. Indeed, Hiruzen, we are all in agreement. If Lord Hashirama desires to place blame, we shall shoulder it together, Kakashi chimed in, his tone serious as he turned to Hiruzen. Very well, if the three of you advocate for such a course of action, then so be it. Danzo, send your root members to capture some rogue ninjas. We must covertly attempt the impure world reincarnation, but do not involve any villagers, Hiruzen conceded. Feigning reluctance as he agreed to utilize the forbidden technique. Understood. I will ensure that Root handles it, Danzo replied, rolling his eyes at Hiruzen's theatrics. With the four of them gathered, they each took their respective roles, determined to keep Lord Mito unaware of their plans. Hiruzen, as the Hokage, grappled with the notion of wielding such a malevolent technique as impure world reincarnation, aware of the potential impact on his esteemed image as leader of Konohagakure. Only after everyone present had reached a consensus did he awkwardly express his agreement. Despite lacking formidable strength, he remained a pivotal figure in securing the position of Hokage. The roots of Shimura Danzo were, as expected, devoid of humanity. Although the Edo Tensei technique, created by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, was notoriously challenging to master, it became a straightforward endeavor for some, given the unlimited supply of sacrifices provided by Danzo's roots. Well done, he remarked. Now, let us attempt to summon the first Hokage. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo observed as a ninja proficient in the Edo Tensei, effortlessly summoned a deceased individual. Nodding in satisfaction, he carefully addressed the root member. Yes, Hokage-sama. An apology will certainly be forthcoming. The root member, upon hearing the third Hokage's praise, bowed slightly and calmly responded, of course. Hokage-sama. Seeing this root ninja, who remained thoroughly convinced of his words despite Danzo's lengthy indoctrination, a faint smile crept onto Hiruzen's face. Why was it necessary to maintain a virtuous image? Once such a noble persona was established, any subsequent misdeeds could be rationalized by the ninjas under him, drawing upon his previously esteemed reputation. Soon, the root ninja successfully extracted the cellular tissue of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and summoned another elite ninja from a rival village, commencing the execution of the Edo Tensei. Under the coordination of the technique and hand seals, countless runes swiftly engulfed the unconscious elite ninja. Ouch! The summoned elite let out a piercing scream, racked with pain. Hey, monkey! Danzo, why are you two the ones summoning me? As the endless earth covered him, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama appeared in the basement of the roots, observing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo with a furrowed brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. My apologies, first Hokage. We had compelling reasons to summon you. Uchiha Madara is not dead. He is still alive, Hiruzen said, stepping forward to address Hashirama in a low voice. What? You mean Madara is alive? Really? Ah, then I no longer need to feel guilty. Hashirama exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Hiruzen's words. First Hokage. This is... Hiruzen and Danzo were momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond to Hashirama's reaction. Oh right, monkey. Did you summon me for a reason? Speak quickly. I must find Madara to clarify that my actions were unintentional. Oblivious to the awkwardness of the situation, Hashirama smiled and inquired with enthusiasm. First Hokage. Uchiha Madara intends to collect the tailed beasts and extract the beast from Lady Mito. Are you not going to stop him? Hiruzen said, his expression turning serious as he regarded Hashirama. What? You say Madara wants to seize the Nine Tails? Could you bring him here? Just have him wait a moment. If you would, Hashirama replied, shaking his head in unease. First Hokage, perhaps you should wait a bit. We will notify you once we locate Uchiha Madara, Hiruzen suggested, casting a discreet glance at a nearby root ninja, signaling him to quietly restrain Hashirama and place him in a coffin. What should we do? How can the first Hokage be so unreliable? Danzo remarked, observing Hashirama being confined. This is untenable. We must devise a plan. Perhaps we should summon the second Hokage? Only he could effectively confront both the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, Danzo proposed. Hiruzen rubbed his forehead, visibly troubled. Is that feasible? If the second Hokage learns of our actions, he will surely reprimand us and might even strip us of our titles and authority. Danzo shook his head. If the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, discovers our schemes against the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, and Konoha, his unyielding character would lead him to execute us without hesitation. What then? If we perish at the hands of our teacher, at least our clans may endure. If we do not summon the second Hokage, should Lord Mito falter, Madara could seize the opportunity to capture the Nine Tails from her, potentially dooming Konoha. Hiruzen gazed at Danzo, his expression grave. Very well, let us summon the second Hokage. However, you must clarify matters with Mito and the others, ensuring they remain discreet until we have more time. Danzo clenched his teeth and solemnly replied, rest assured. I will inform them not to speak carelessly. All right, then. I need the root members to capture an elite rogue ninja to serve as a sacrifice for Tobirama-sensei, Hiruzen instructed. Danzo wearily waved his hand, signaling Hiruzen to depart. Understood. I await your good news. Danzo, Hiruzen expressed warmly before turning to leave. Deep beneath the land of water, Uchiha Madara seethed, damn it, if the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, the dead demon conscription, falls into the hands of Uzumaki Mito, that wretch could indeed bind me and seize my soul. Lord Madara, if I recall correctly, has Mito not already fallen out with the Uzumaki clan? How could she possibly wield their powerful dead demon conscription? White Zetsu cautiously remarked. Humph, what do you know? Uzumaki Mito is the clan leader of the Uzumaki clan, the younger sister of Uzumaki Hashirama. Even if the members of the Uzumaki clan harbor deep-seated animosity towards Uzumaki Mito, it is utterly inconceivable for them to sever her ability to wield the impure world reincarnation technique. Uchiha Madara cast a cold glance at White Zetsu and spoke in a low voice. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had taken over White Zetsu's consciousness, could only curse silently in her heart. How presumptuous you are. I have already investigated Uzumaki Mito and know she cannot utilize the impure world reincarnation. If it weren't for the necessity of deceiving you two into uniting against the Uzumaki clan, I would have long since dealt with you myself. With no other option, Otsutsuki Kagaya manipulated White Zetsu to feign fear and retreat behind a rock, all the while harboring her disdain. My Lord Madara, to my knowledge, Takigakure possesses one of the nine-tailed beasts, the Seven Tails. Since we cannot seize the Nine Tails, we surely cannot let go of even the diminutive Seven Tails, Otsutsuki Kagaya suggested cautiously. Sensing that Uchiha Madara's strength had been restored, her spirits lifted significantly. White Zetsu, your suggestion is commendable. Let us proceed to capture the Seven Tails and simultaneously raise Takigakure to the ground, Uchiha Madara responded. Realizing that the outer path golem could no longer provide him with formidable restorative effects, and decisively severed his connection to it. Understood, my Lord Madara. I shall lead the way, White Zetsu exclaimed with newfound excitement upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words. Although uncertain of the true extent of the dragon power acquired by the Uzumaki clan, Otsutsuki Kagaya was well aware of her mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya's indomitable essence. By aiding Uchiha Madara in gathering the nine-tailed beasts, she aimed to resurrect her mother and direct her against the members of the Uzumaki clan. With her mother's powerful ocular technique, the Yellow Spring of Purgatory, she intended to infiltrate the hidden realm of the dragon gods and obliterate it entirely. At that moment, she would reveal herself and bestow the power of release upon the reincarnated Senju Hashirama, thus enabling her to seize her mother's powers and attain an eternal existence akin to her mother's. With Otsutsuki Kagaya, who could sense all chakra, guiding him, Uchiha Madara swiftly arrived at Takigakure. Despite being a small ninja village, Takigakure, bolstered by the hero's water and the Seven Tails, was formidable among its peers. The ninja of Takigakure soon detected the unmasked presence of Uchiha Madara. Attempting to intimidate him with bravado, they were met with the fury of Uchiha Madara, who, Having previously faced Uzumaki Mito's impure world reincarnation, charged into the crowd and swiftly incapacitated a multitude of Takigakure's ninjas using only his physical prowess. White Zetsu, where is the seven tails? Let me there at once. Uchiha Madara commanded, seeking to disengage from the insignificant pests. Lord Madara. The seal on the tailed beast in Takigakure is quite rudimentary, so the Jinchuriki resides in the cave at the back. White Zetsu replied promptly, eager to assist Uchiha Madara. Though unaware of the source of his knowledge regarding the seven tails, White Zetsu dutifully guided Uchiha Madara. Within the cave, the Jinchuriki was locked in a struggle with the seven tails, attempting to break free from the Jinchuriki's confines. Just as the seven tails glimpsed a glimmer of hope, the sealing ninjas outside forced it back, inciting its anger. Just as the seven tails was on the verge of surrendering, suddenly, the intensity of the seal diminished. Chakra began to flow freely from the Jinchuriki's body. Human, I am most grateful to you, Uchiha Madara. The seven tails, Shomei, initially intended to express his gratitude to the one who had vanquished the sealing ninjas, allowing him a chance to escape. However, he was taken aback to discover that this individual was none other than the notorious member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, whom he had heard the Nine Tails speak of with disdain. Humph, beast, submit to my control. Uchiha Madara sneered as he witnessed the seven tails emerging from the Jinchuriki. Swiftly activating his Sharingan, he ensnared the seven tails. The unfortunate creature had not yet realized the danger before being pulled back into the Jinchuriki, deprived of its autonomy under Uchiha Madara's influence. Summoning Jutsu, Outer Path Golem, Uchiha Madara declared, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the now subjugated seven tails. With a slight smear of blood on his hand, he struck the ground forcefully. In an instant, the colossal ten tails manifested behind him, under Uchiha Madara's command. The ten tails unleashed a chain of magical energy that ensnared the seven tails, swiftly extracting it from the Jinchuriki and absorbing it into its own being. Let us depart, White Zetsu, Uchiha Madara instructed, nodding in satisfaction as the ten tails absorbed the seven tails. He gestured for White Zetsu to ascend onto the ten tails form, using it to return to the cave they had previously occupied. Now, let me witness the outcome of absorbing this relatively simple-tailed beast. Can it fortify my body further? Uchiha Madara mused, observing the ten tails as it opened one eye, a satisfied smile adorning his face. He connected himself to the ten tails and began to restore his physical capabilities, for he was aware that numerous battles lay ahead. Chapter 82. The Fury of Senju Tobarama. While Uchiha Madara successfully captured the first-tailed beast, Shimura Danzo found a wandering ninja who had achieved the rank of Jounin through sheer physical training and a couple of basic water jutsu. Under the adept handling of the root ninjas, this Jounin was swiftly enveloped in the impure world reincarnation technique, and Senju Tobarama gradually opened his eyes. Monkey, Danzo, Koharu, Hamura. What transpired in the village? Have you resorted to the impure world reincarnation? The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, inquired sternly, regarding his four disciples with serious eyes. Master Tobarama, a grave situation has unfolded in the village. Uchiha Madara has returned to life. Shimura Danzo exclaimed urgently, rushing to Senju Tobarama's side to relay the alarming news. What? Impossible. Let us go and inspect Uchiha Madara's remains to ascertain the truth of the matter, Senju Tobarama said incredulously, his eyes widening as he processed Danzo's words. With that, he hastily sought to leave the root headquarters to check on the body of Uchiha Madara that he had previously secured. It is indeed true. Lord Mito has confirmed it. That is Uchiha Madara. Even if we might be mistaken, Lord Mito cannot err, Hamura added anxiously, following closely behind Senju Tobarama. Impure world reincarnation, activate, Senju Tobarama declared, halting suddenly as he listened to his four disciples recount the events surrounding Uchiha Madara's return. He swiftly formed hand seals and instantaneously dispelled the root ninja's control over the impure world reincarnation technique. Do not speak further here. I will investigate the matter myself, he commanded, his resolve unwavering. You four need only to manage the village. Senju Tobarama slowly straightened his body, and though his face bore two new cracks, his gaze remained sharp as he fixated on his four disciples. After uttering these words, Tobarama immediately employed the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly racing towards the Senju clan's ancestral grounds. Although Shimura Danzo and his companions were eager to explain the events that had transpired, they were filled with deep apprehension towards their teacher, as if fearing that he might learn a version of the truth that differed from their own. This instinctive wariness heightened Tobarama's vigilance, as he was well aware of the nature of his disciples. Tobarama mused. Ah, it seems that after resurrecting Hashirama, they did not persuade him to confront Uchiha Madara. Within the room, Uzumaki Mito suddenly sensed an unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar chakra emanating from the Senju clan's territory. Unable to recall its origin, Mito opened the door and observed Tobarama approaching with fervor. She smiled wryly and addressed him, sister-in-law. I have completely freed myself from the manipulator's control. Can you tell me what transpired after my death? What did Sarutobi and the others do? The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, regarded Uzumaki Mito, and the self-deprecating smile that had previously adorned his face faded as he lowered his head slightly and softly replied, Tobarama, do you wish to know the reason behind these events? Very well, come inside, and I shall explain. Mito smiled serenely and calmly said, Thank you, sister-in-law. Upon hearing that Mito was still willing to converse with him, Tobarama felt a twinge of guilt and invited her in. Before long, Tobarama learned from Mito about the events that transpired in Konohagakure following his demise. Damn it, I shall go and deal with them immediately. Tobarama exclaimed upon hearing that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with his 3 disciples, had forced the good-natured Akimichi Choza to retreat, had killed Uchiha Kagami, and had driven a wedge between the Uzumaki clan and Konohagakure. The members of the Senju clan were conducting experiments involving the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. The conditions had crossed the threshold of Tobarama's vigilance. Enough, Tobarama. You are now a deceased individual. Do not involve yourself in the affairs of the living. Otherwise, should you depart one day, great calamities may befall the village, Mito said calmly, casting a gentle smile towards Tobarama. But, sister-in-law, the Uzumaki clan, Tobarama replied, bowing his head in sincere apology. It is of no concern, Tobarama. The Uzumaki clan has already severed all ties with Konohagakure, and they have completely abandoned me, their foreign bride. Henceforth, there shall be no connection between Konohagakure and the Uzumaki clan, Mito stated with composure. Yet, an ever-present aura of despair radiated from her, as if she had lost all hope in this world. Sister-in-law, please do not despair. Gather your strength. I will summon my elder brother back. I refuse to believe that together, our powers cannot vanquish Uchiha Madara. Rest assured, we shall make amends with the Uzumaki clan, and they will once again embrace you. Tobarama declared earnestly, standing resolutely before the despondent Mito. After speaking, Tobarama could not bear to remain and listen to Mito's next intentions. He swiftly departed. Tobarama's plan was to confront the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his 3 disciples to settle accounts. In the Dragon Cave, he was taken aback to discover that this seemingly insignificant jade plate was, in fact, the divine artifact of the Earth God. It was no wonder it could gather such an abundance of natural energy. It appeared that both the Wetbone Forest and Mayaboko Mountain possessed similar relics, though it remained a mystery as to which deity had left them behind after their passing. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes, receiving information relayed from the core of the Dragon God realm. With a smile, she spoke, Xiao Yi, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? Have you gained anything? Do share with your sister. Xian Wuchime leaned closer to Lin Ye, beaming as she addressed her. Haha, dear sister. The spoils of my journey this time are truly substantial. Once I return and gather some materials, the natural energy within this dragon cave will undoubtedly flourish even more. Lin Ye, upon hearing his sister Uzumaki Chime's words, smiled and replied, Really? Little brother? What is this thing? I just heard you mention that it is a divine artifact. Uzumaki Chime gazed curiously at the jade plate reappearing in Lin Ye's hand and inquired further. Oh, sister, this jade plate is known as the Earth Spirit Plate. It does not possess an abundance of extraordinary functions. It has only 2. One is to enrich the soil, and the other is to gather the natural energy from the Earth's veins, thus creating a space abundant in spiritual essence. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, and explained to her. Chapter 83. Return to the Dragon God Realm. What? Xiaoya, is that true? Does this mean that with the Earth Spirit Disc, our Dragon God Realm can accommodate more inhabitants? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, his sister Uzumaki Kimi looked at him with astonishment and excitement. Indeed, sister, that is precisely the case. With this Earth Spirit Disc, the expanse of the Dragon God Realm will significantly increase, enhancing the growth rate of our crops and the yield of each harvest. Lin Ye listened attentively to his sister's words, nodding earnestly as he smiled at his sister. Vortex Chime. Lin Ye and sister Chime, given the paramount significance of the Earth Spirit Plate, We should hasten our return to the Dragon God realm to convey this crucial news to Grandpa Qing Lu and the others, urging them to disseminate it swiftly. Beside them, the vortex of Qi Mei, despite her demeanor remaining rather cold due to the recent passing of Vortex Qing Feng, expressed a hint of excitement upon hearing Lin Ye's words. All right, let us depart, let us depart. Upon hearing Qi Mei's words, she took Lin Ye by the hand, eager to lead him back to the Dragon God realm. Sister, wait a moment, there is no need to rush. We still have matters that require our attention. Lin Ye observed his sister, Uzumaki Kimiai, in a state of considerable agitation. He promptly took her hand and, with a gentle smile, addressed her, "Is there something else on your mind? Haven't we resolved everything already?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Kimiai gazed at him in confusion and replied, "What are you thinking, dear brother? The white snake has agreed to join us. We cannot simply disregard her presence. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch her." Lin Ye, hearing his sister's words, shook his head helplessly and smiled as he said to her, "Come in, white snake." Lin Ye directly utilized the power of Kagura's heart to discern the location of the white snake sage, subsequently transmitting a message to him. Upon receiving Lin Ye's words, the white snake sage swiftly coiled his body and appeared before Lin Ye. "Master, may I inquire what matters you wish to discuss?" The white snake sage inquired respectfully, his tone laced with flattery. "Come, accompany me to the new ancestral land of our Whirlpool clan, the Dragon God's realm. There, I shall impart to you the methods of dragon transformation. However, once we arrive in the Dragon God's realm, it is imperative that you do not harm any members of our Whirlpool clan." Lin Ye gazed solemnly at the white snake immortal, speaking in a low voice. Yes, my lord. Rest assured, I shall comply with your commands." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the white snake immortal was instantly filled with joy, responding to Lin Ye with great excitement. Lin Ye disregarded the flattery of the white snake immortal, enveloping him with his formidable power. He then returned to the Dragon God realm with his sister, Uzumaki Chime, and his cousin, Uzumaki Jime. Upon entering the Dragon God realm, the white snake immortal inhaled deeply. Overwhelmed by the potent essence of true dragon power, he joyfully remarked, "Ah, such rich dragon energy. No wonder my master was able to devise a method for cultivating into a dragon." Lin Ye responded, "Come, white snake. Let us pay a visit to my grandfather. After which I shall assist you in devising a cultivation method for the dragon power suited to your beast kin." Lin Ye calmly glanced at the white serpent immortal. Walchen San addressed the white serpent immortal, saying, "All right, master. I shall proceed at once. Let us depart swiftly." The white serpent immortal hastily approached Lin Ye, excitedly inquiring, "Xiao Yi, you have returned. How did it go? Were your objectives accomplished?" Lin Ye arrived at the place where his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, was attending to family affairs. Vortex Qinglu set down his teacup and, with a gentle smile, inquired of Lin Ye, "Grandson, this esteemed figure beside me is none other than the white snake immortal from the Dragon Earth Cave. Did you not recognize her?" Lin Ye listened to his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and with a smile, pointed to the white snake immortal standing beside him. He spoke to his grandfather, saying, "Oh, white snake immortal, I never expected your human form to resemble you so closely. It is truly remarkable." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Grandfather Vortex Qinglu quickly rose to his feet and, with a smile, addressed the white snake immortal, saying, "There is no need for you to refer to me as immortal. Simply call me old servant by she." The white snake immortal, upon hearing grandfather's words, humbly replied to him, "All right, grandfather. The reason I brought the white snake back this time is that I discovered a divine artifact within the dragon's cave. This artifact is known as the Earth Spirit Disc. It is a sacred object possessed by the Earth God, capable of enriching the soil and gathering natural energy. I hope grandfather can assist me in collecting some spirit jades. I have thoroughly analyzed the Earth Spirit Disc and can create more of them. However, to unleash their full potential, we must perform rituals akin to those used in the crafting of the Death God masks." Lin Ye directly retrieved the already recognized Earth Spirit Disc from within himself, smiling as he addressed his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu. "What divine artifact? And you can refine it? Excellent, excellent. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will send someone to gather the spirit jade. Such treasures are immensely precious for a nation and a race." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Grandpa Vortex Qinglu looked at the Earth Spirit Disc in Lin Ye's hand with great excitement and exclaimed, "Ha, splendid. There is no need for such enthusiasm, Grandpa. Once you have gathered the spirit jade, I shall personally refine one for you." Hearing his grandfather Vortex Qinglu's words, Lin Ye smiled and replied, "All right, you may rest now. I shall leave the matter of collecting the spirit jade to you, grandfather." Upon hearing Lin Ye's response, Vortex Qinglu felt immense joy and said with a smile, "Very well, grandson. I shall take the white serpent and descend first. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Lin Ye, upon hearing the words of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu smiled and nodded, turning to depart with the white snake Immortal from his grandfather's office. "White snake, for the time being, you may reside in my home. The cultivation method I previously devised is based on the physique of the human race and may not be suitable for your serpent lineage. Henceforth, I shall revise the cultivation technique, and once I have completed the modifications, I shall impart it directly to you." Lin Ye returned home and, after settling into his seat, gazed at the white snake Immortal standing before him. He spoke in a solemn tone, "Yes, my lord. Rest assured, I will wait patiently." The white snake Immortal respectfully bowed to Lin Ye and smiled as he replied, "As a serpent that had lived for many years, Lin Ye possessed a formidable dragon power distinct from that of the other members of the Vortex clan. The white snake Immortal could clearly perceive that the source of the entire Vortex clan's dragon power resided within this man before him. Chapter 84. The Earth Dragon Cultivation Technique. However, worry not. Although I cannot deduce a method that is 100% flawless, I assure you that I can certainly guide you to become dragons. Rest easy." Lin Ye observed the white snake Immortal's earnest demeanor and nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he spoke to the Immortal. After finishing his words, Lin Ye rose and swiftly made his way to his chamber. The 10,000 Transformation Dragon Sutra was indeed unsuitable for impartation to the white snake Immortal, not solely because it was derived from Lin Ye's human form. More significantly, this cultivation method possessed the potential to transcend the future constraints that Lin Ye would face. Lin Ye felt uneasy about casually imparting such formidable power to serpents, creatures that are inherently cold-blooded. Should Otsutsuki Yui discover the white snake sage, it is highly plausible that they would attempt to incite rebellion. Although Lin Ye possessed unwavering confidence in the strength of the dragon's power, believing that even if Otsutsuki Yui were to acquire it, she could never surpass him. The heir of the dragon. Nevertheless, as a precaution, Lin Ye resolved to subtly embed a trace of his own influence within the dragon's power he bestowed upon the white snake sage and the others, ensuring they would remain under his control and unable to transcend his mastery. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Ye swiftly began to harness the principles of the earth path and the soil path derived from the circular disc, in conjunction with the myriad transformations of the dragon's art he previously possessed. Gradually, he commenced the intricate process of establishing limitations on the serpentine cultivation of dragon power. After continuous revisions, a nascent technique enabling serpents to cultivate into dragons soon took form. However, upon scrutinizing the extensive content of the cultivation method, Lin Ye furrowed his brow, hastily excising the attributes of wind, fire, water, thunder, light, and darkness, leaving behind only the earth and rock attributes. With a satisfied nod at this refined technique, he acknowledged that this was the result he truly desired. If too many attributes were granted, how would he reward the contributions of the white serpent in the future? Lin Ye directly named this martial art the Earth Dragon Cultivation Technique. The serpents that practice this technique can not only transform into dragons, but also continuously gather the power of the Earth's veins, much like the Earth's spirit disk, enriching the spiritual energy of their surroundings. After mastering this cultivation method, Lin Ye did not rush to venture outside. Instead, he merged his consciousness with the core of the Dragon God realm, initiating an upgrade of the previously created myriad transformation dragon technique. The unexpected acquisition of the Earth Spirit Disk indeed brought Lin Ye immense joy. With the runes within the Earth Spirit Disk, the expansion of his Dragon God realm accelerated significantly, allowing for a far more rapid absorption of heavenly energy from the void than before. He now needed to diligently gather more energy to enhance his cultivation methods, preparing to confront Otsutsuki Kagaya and prevent her from becoming desperate. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Second Hokage Senju Tobarama arrived at the Hokage Tower, coldly calling out to the trembling third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Nara Shikaku inside the Hokage's office. "Oh, Lord Second Hokage, how have you returned?" The elite Jonin of the Hidden Leaf, who had hurried upon hearing Tobarama's voice, was taken aback and exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing him. "Oh, Koya, I am here to discipline these wayward disciples." "Step aside," Tobarama commanded, gesturing for the Jonin named Koya to move aside. Obediently complying, Koya stepped back and quietly observed how Tobarama would proceed. Suddenly, A commotion erupted outside. Stop! What is causing such alarm? Lin Ye coldly interjected as he blocked the approaching Leaf Village Umbu ninja. Koya-senpai, we just received an urgent message from Takigakure. They reported that the Seven-Tails Beast, along with a wielder of the Sharingan, has been captured. Additionally, a massive statue summoned by them devoured the Nine Tails. The Umbu ninja urgently relayed to Lin Ye. What? Uchiha Madara is acting with such swiftness? Tobirama exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the Umbu's report. Lord Second, your resurrection is truly wonderful. The Umbu ninja exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Koya, please inform all clans and Jonin in the Hidden Leaf to convene an emergency meeting at once. Tell them I, Senju Tobirama, request their presence. Tobirama, lost in thought, did not acknowledge the Umbu's enthusiasm but instead focused on Koya, who stood before him. Yes, Lord Tobirama. I will notify all the Jonin immediately. Koya responded before hastily departing to summon the others. Once Koya left, Tobirama swiftly performed hand signs, creating a shadow clone that vanished in a flash using the Flying Thunder God technique, while his original self walked steadily toward the Hokage Tower's interior. Before long, the Jonin of the Hidden Leaf began to gather in the Hokage Tower, awaiting Tobirama's arrival. Once Koya conveyed that all Jonin had assembled, Tobirama entered the meeting room. Taking his seat at the head of the table, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Narashikaku, and others shuffled in behind him, heads bowed and moving cautiously, their faces marred with bruises and signs of distress. The malevolent Uchiha Madara has captured the Seven Tails. However, there is no need for alarm. I have returned through the power of my techniques. I will also resurrect my elder brother, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Trust in me. We shall thwart Uchiha Madara's schemes and safeguard our Hidden Leaf Village, our children, and the future of all clans. Tobirama addressed the gathered Jonin with conviction. Lord Tobirama, we wish to believe in you, but Uchiha Madara's power is formidable. Even the god of shinobi, Hashirama, suffered grave injuries in battle against him. The head of the Hyuga clan stood, calmly voicing his concerns. Rest assured, Hyuga clan, I am aware of my limits against Uchiha Madara. Yet I possess the ability to resurrect my brother. What do you all think? Tobirama replied, a confident smile gracing his face. Is it true? You can indeed resurrect Lord Hashirama? That is splendid news. We believe in you, Lord Tobirama. Please, expedite his revival. The Hyuga clan leader exclaimed, visibly excited. Seeing the fervor in the Hyuga leader's eyes, Tobirama couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. He perceived the unwavering respect for his brother, Hashirama, from both allies and adversaries, feeling that no matter how hard he tried, he could not surpass his elder brother's legacy. Nevertheless, Tobirama maintained a positive demeanor. Fear not. After this meeting, I shall proceed to resurrect my brother, Hashirama. In the meantime, I entrust the affairs of the village to all of you. Ensure that nothing goes awry. He stood, solemnly addressing the assembly before bowing slightly and exiting the Hokage meeting room. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Narashikaku, and others hastily followed in Tobirama's wake. Back in the Hokage office, Tobirama fixed his stern gaze upon the four individuals before him. Enough of this. I do not wish to settle scores with you four at this moment. Immediately hand over my brother, Senju Hashirama. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Tobirama stated coldly to Danzo. Yes, master, I will do so at once, Danzo replied obediently. Upon hearing the words of Senju Tobirama, Shimura Danzo immediately turned and rushed towards his roots. Shortly thereafter, Danzo returned to the Hokage's office accompanied by a root ninja who had performed the Edo Tensei technique. You, summon Lord Hashirama at once, Tobirama calmly instructed the root ninja as he entered. Upon hearing Tobirama's command, the root ninja quickly clasped his hands together, summoning a wooden coffin that encased Senju Hashirama. As the coffin opened, Hashirama hurriedly emerged. Hey, why did you little brats lock me up? I still need to apologize to Madara. Hashirama lamented, displaying his dissatisfaction. Big brother, Tobirama, observing Hashirama's foolish demeanor, rubbed his forehead in exasperation and shouted, Hashirama, oh Tobirama, you two have died? How did you manage to summon me from the Pure Land? Hashirama exclaimed in surprise, grinning at his younger brother. Big brother, stop pretending to be clueless. Surely you know why I resurrected you, Tobirama replied coldly. Tobirama, your prejudice against Madara is too severe. He is a good person. You shouldn't continue to discriminate against him, Hashirama insisted, inching closer to his brother. What are you saying? Don't you know that big sister has already fought against Uchiha Madara and even took the tailed beast from Takigakure? Tobirama retorted angrily. Well, all right. I'll try to talk to him, but you mustn't intervene. You cannot defeat him, Tobirama, Hashirama said, blinking his eyes and smiling. You, Sai, fine, just come with me. Tobirama began, intending to reprimand his elder brother, but upon seeing Hashirama's expression, he sighed in resignation and firmly pulled Hashirama along as they exited. Just as Hashirama attempted to resist, Tobirama employed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly transporting them to a dimly lit underground laboratory. Tobirama, why are you conducting these sinister human experiments again? I told you to dispose of all this. Hashirama exclaimed, glaring at the large biological experiment tanks in the lab. This is not human experimentation. It is biological experimentation. Every body here is cultivated from your cells and mine, without involving any human life. I assure you, Tobirama replied, his eyes wide as he looked at his brother with a cold demeanor. Oh, biological experimentation, then that's acceptable, as long as it doesn't involve other lives. Hashirama conceded, nodding in agreement with Tobirama's assurance. Big brother, come here and help me inject some of your sage-wood-released chakra into this, Tobirama instructed, guiding Hashirama to a large cultivation tank. Oh, understood. I'll inject the chakra right away, Hashirama replied, obediently approaching the tank, observing the clone of a young Tobirama inside. As he extended his hand to infuse his chakra into the clone, it visibly grew larger. When the body reached around 18 years of age, Tobirama nodded in satisfaction. All right. Big brother, you can stop now, he said, interrupting Hashirama just as he was about to inject more chakra. Tobirama, what is this? It's absorbing so much of my chakra, Hashirama exclaimed, withdrawing his hand and looking at the younger Tobirama, puzzled. Ignoring Hashirama's question, Tobirama quickly formed hand seals. In the next moment, Tobirama's soul flew out of his body and directly entered the 18-year-old clone within the tank. Finally back to normal. Still in my physical form? It feels much more tangible, Tobirama remarked as he emerged from the tank, disregarding the astonished Hashirama and the fallen Edo Tensei sacrifice. Chapter 86. The unwilling resurrection of Senja Hashirama. Tobirama, you have resurrected, Hashirama exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld the youthful Tobirama. What do you think? Big brother? The technology one developed is quite impressive, isn't it? Tobirama replied with a proud smile directed at Hashirama. Forbidden techniques must be sealed within the scrolls. You are absolutely not to use them again, Tobirama, Hashirama insisted, shocked as he pointed at his brother. Hearing Hashirama's words, Tobirama sighed in exasperation, rolling his eyes at Hashirama before pulling him to another cultivation tank. Big brother, continue to inject your chakra into this tank. No way, I won't agree to that. You cannot expect me to prepare another body for resurrection, Hashirama firmly declared, crossing his arms defiantly. You fool, this body is meant for you. Your current non-reincarnated body is far too fragile. If you encounter Uchiha Madara, you will undoubtedly be defeated. I refuse to witness you being bested by him, Tobirama exclaimed angrily, striking Hashirama on the head. Humph, that is not happening. I want to use such techniques. If I lose, I can always apologize to Madara. He might not even kill me, Hashirama retorted dismissively, unaffected by Tobirama's anger. You imbecile. Your actions will threaten our sister-in-law. Don't you realize that Madara seeks the nine tails within her? Tobirama shouted, angered by Hashirama's indifference, and struck him again. No, I refuse, Hashirama replied coldly, turning his head away as if ignoring Tobirama's words. Yes, I know. You have a close relationship with Madara. But remember this, Mito not only bore your children, but also severed ties with the entire Uzumaki clan to protect Konoha. She can never return to their lineage. Do you wish to see her perish at Madara's hands, knowing he would never harm you? However, can you bear to watch as Uchiha Madara extracts the nine tails from the body of your elder sister-in-law, leading to her tragic demise? Senja Tobirama coldly regarded Senja Hashirama, speaking somberly to him. Following Tobirama's earnest words, Hashirama remained silent, sitting quietly without uttering a sound. After a prolonged silence, Hashirama finally approached the cultivation tank with heavy steps, gradually infusing his sage art would release chakra into it. Tobirama, please hand over the ninjutsu you just employed to me, Hashirama said, turning calmly to his younger brother, Senju Tsunade, after ensuring that his clone had matured to 18 years of age. Very well, brother, I shall transfer it to you now. Upon hearing his elder brother's request, Tobirama felt a pang of sorrow but feigned indifference as he spoke to Hashirama. Let us go together to visit Mito. It has been quite some time since I last saw her. with his brother's agreement. A hint of a smile grazed Hashirama's face as he quickly made his way outside. In the land of waterfalls, Uchiha Madara sat beneath the outer path golem, absorbing the life force it provided after successfully acquiring the seven tails. Satisfied, he opened his eyes and called out to Black Zetsu. Yes, Lord Madara. I will promptly gather the locations of the remaining tailed beasts, Black Zetsu replied, beaming with joy upon receiving Madara's command. He swiftly melded into the earth, setting out to search for the beasts. After the outer path golem absorbed all the chakra from the seven tails, it released numerous Zetsu clones. Although these clones were of limited strength, they remained undetectable to ordinary people. With these Zetsu, surveillance on any individual from the other four great ninja villages, excluding Konoha, could be conducted without fear of detection. Consequently, the pace of gathering the tailed beasts would significantly accelerate. Sighing, Madara reflected on the foolishness of the Zetsu and resolved to devise a means of creating a more intelligent entity to manage them, lest he be overwhelmed by their incompetence. Observing one Zetsu lingering nearby, he commanded, "Come here." The Zetsu slowly approached Madara, who placed his right hand on its shoulder, channeling his understanding of yin-yang release into it. As Madara continued to release this power, a dark layer began to envelop the Zetsu, quickly consuming half of its form. Ah, splendid. From now on, you shall be known as Black Zetsu, taking charge of the entire Zetsu army. Madara gazed at the newly formed being, which bore an awareness unlike the other Zetsu, and nodded approvingly, smiling at Black Zetsu. Yes, Lord Madara, I will manage all the Zetsu and assist you in fulfilling your ambitions. Black Zetsu responded confidently, a smirk gracing his lips. Excellent. Now, lead all the Zetsu to gather information on every tailed beast, Madara replied, satisfied with Black Zetsu's determination. Chapter 87. The captured tailed beast. Again, after assuming control over the Zetsu from Madara, Black Zetsu's face radiated a gleeful smile. Though merely a manifestation born from Kagaya Otsutsuki's seal, he lacked formidable power. However, being tied to Kagaya endowed him with an inexhaustible life force, far surpassing that of Kagaya's physical form. Over the millennia, aside from guiding the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, Black Zetsu's most significant achievement was his observation of the nine-tailed beasts. Soon, Black Zetsu concentrated his efforts and pinpointed the location of the one-tail, Gaara, within Sunagakure. Despite his youth, Gaara had reached a certain understanding of Buddhism, remaining unfazed by the opinions of others and accepting his identity as a Jinchuriki. Lord Madara, I have gathered all the Zetsu and located the one-tail. Should we set out immediately? Black Zetsu eagerly informed Madara as they stood in the cavern. Oh, you have found it already? Well done, Black Zetsu, Madara said, his eyes closed in meditation to conserve his energy and prolong his life. Although the outer path golem aided in restoring his vitality, the depletion of his life force was relentless. Thank you for your praise, Lord Madara. Shall we depart? Black Zetsu inquired respectfully, his demeanor obsequious. It is merely the one tail. Let us proceed, Madara replied, nodding slightly. Black Zetsu swiftly merged with the Zetsu, forming a black and white entity, and began leading Madara onward. As the notorious Uchiha, Madara exhibited no pretense, following Black Zetsu directly into Sunagakure. Halt! Who are you? The ninja of Sunagakure demanded, stepping forward without hesitation to block their path. Madara merely cast a sidelong glance at the ninja, who recoiled in fear. Quickly, informed the Kazekage, the surrounding ninjas, witnessing Madara's overwhelming aura, retreated yet rallied one another, stubbornly attempting to obstruct him while dispatching a younger ninja to notify the second Kazekage. Indeed, though you are but ants, your courage is commendable. I shall spare you this time. Uchiha Madara gazed at the shinobi of Sunagakure. Although they trembled in fear at his imposing presence, they resolutely clenched their teeth and braced themselves in front of him, unwilling to show the slightest hint of weakness, which elicited a trace of admiration from Madara. However, he did not feel the need to rush. He had no intention of engaging these weaklings in battle. As a noble Uchiha, it was beneath him to attack those too frightened to strike back. Is that you, Uchiha Madara? I never expected you to be alive. The second Kazekage remarked as he hurried over, astonished to witness Madara confronting the shinobi of Sunagakure. Oh, it's you. It seems Sunagakure has acquired a competent Kazekage. Madara replied nonchalantly, recalling the information he had gathered about the second Kazekage, nodding with a smile. The second Kazekage was of a similar caliber as the second Hokage, though his power could not rival Senju Tobarama's. As the second of the village, his significance far surpassed that of the future strongest Kazekage, the third. Everyone retreat. You are not permitted to engage him. If I fall, do not pursue, the second Kazekage commanded, his eyes firmly fixed on Madara. Lord Kazekage, withdraw. The shinobi of Sunagakure protested, but they were swiftly silenced by his stern reprimand. White secret technique, Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. The second Kazekage summoned the most formidable form of his puppet technique, launching an onslaught towards Madara. Madara merely glanced at the childish display with interest. Such juvenile antics need not be flaunted before me, he said with a faint smile, conjuring forth a single arm of Susanoo, wielding a longsword, and with a sweeping motion, shattered all of the Kazekage's puppets. Seeing his attack utterly ineffective, the second Kazekage quickly formed hand seals. Sand control technique, sand bullets. Under his command, countless grains of sand coalesced into small projectiles, hurtling towards Madara with fervor. Yet, protected by Susanoo, not a single sand bullet found its mark. You are still too weak. It would be wise to surrender, Madara remarked, shaking his head in disinterest as he directed Susanoo to swiftly advance on the second Kazekage. Faced with Madara's assault, the Kazekage was powerless to resist, ultimately collapsing to the ground, bloodied and despairing as he watched Madara approach the location where the Jinchuriki of Shikaku resided. During this time, the shinobi of Sunagakure attempted to retaliate against Madara, but even elite Jonin were no match for his overwhelming strength. Under his casual physical attacks, many perished. Lord Kazekage, are you all right? Please, speak to me. Chiyo, a disciple of the second Kazekage, rushed to his side, gently lifting him and anxiously inquiring after his condition. Chiyo, inherit the white secret technique. Yama shall become the third, and send a plea for assistance to Konohagakure. The Kazekage coughed weakly, blood staining his lips as he spoke hoarsely to his disciple. Yes, Lord Kazekage, I shall obey your command, Chiyo replied. Her head bowed in sorrow as she wept for her fallen leader. After the second Kazekage's demise, Chiyo and the third Kazekage united to thwart the Sunagakure shinobi who sought to attack Madara, allowing him to capture Shikaku and depart unimpeded. Despite the loss of some shinobi, Sunagakure's strength remained intact. The third Kazekage swiftly restored order in the village and promptly dispatched shinobi to Konohagakure. Chapter 88. Tobirama initiates the 5 Kage summit in Konohagakure. Senju Hashirama returned to the Senju clan's estate with his brother, Senju Tobirama, where they were greeted by his wife, Uzumaki Mito. Observing from a distance, the shinobi of Konohagakure felt a wave of relief wash over them upon the appearance of their first Hokage. The once anxious shinobi could finally relax and resume their various duties. Tobirama, when shall we seek out Madara? Did you not say you wanted me to stop him? But how can we do so without knowing his whereabouts? Hashirama lamented, bored as he watched Tobirama attend to various matters in the Hokage's office. Brother, do not fret. Since Madara has already targeted the 9 tails and 7 tails, he will inevitably pursue the remaining 7-tailed beasts. Once he captures another 1 or 2, we shall convene the 5 Kage summit. Each village's Kage will bring their respective tailed beasts, and you shall protect them personally. At that point, Uchiha Madara will undoubtedly come for them, Tobirama replied, raising his head slowly to meet his brother's gaze, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, I see. Very well. I shall take your advice. You continue with your paperwork, and I shall take a stroll outside, Hashirama said, his spirits lifted as he stood to leave. Brother, stay right there. You shall not venture out to gamble. Are you not aware of your own luck? Tobirama warned, his expression darkening as he halted Hashirama's advance. But it is truly dull here. Perhaps you could spare a shadow clone to keep me company? Hashirama replied, dejectedly returning to his seat, casting a pitiful glance at Tobirama. Humph, do not even think about it. Just sit quietly, Tobirama retorted, rolling his eyes at his brother as he resumed his paperwork, his tone icy. Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobirama. The third Kazekage of Sunagakure has dispatched shinobi, claiming that their second Kazekage was slain by Uchiha Madara, and that one of their tailed beasts has also been taken. Just as Hashirama's mood soured, an Umbu member burst into the Hokage's office, breathlessly informing them of the news. What? Very well. I understand. You must immediately bring that shinobi from Sunagakure here. Tobirama exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he stood swiftly. Yes, Lord Tobirama, I will do so at once. Upon hearing the words of Senju Tobirama, the Umbu swiftly rose and hurriedly made their way outside. Before long, a ninja from Sunagakure, under the guidance of the Konoha Umbu, entered the Hokage's office. Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobirama, the Sand Ninja exclaimed excitedly as he approached the 2 Senju brothers. You must return immediately and deliver this invitation to your third Kazekage. Urge him to come to Konoha without delay for the upcoming 5 Kage summit. Do you understand? Senju Tobirama retrieved a pre-prepared invitation for the summit from his drawer, handed the copy designated for the Kazekage to the Sand Ninja, and spoke sternly. Yes, Lord Tobirama. I will ensure this letter reaches the Kazekage promptly. Please rest assured, and may Lord Hashirama assist us in reclaiming Shikaku. The Sand Ninja replied respectfully, accepting the invitation. You can trust me. I will retrieve Shikaku from Madara's grasp, Hashirama assured the Sand Ninja, who was visibly moved by the sincerity of the god of shinobi. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Hashirama, the Sand Ninja said, deeply bowing before the elder Senju before turning to follow the Umbu out of the Hokage's office. Brother, I never expected your simple words would so deeply touch the Sand Ninja. I spoke at length, yet he remained so stoic, Tobirama remarked with a sigh of resignation. Heh, Tobirama, such is my talent. It is beyond your reach, Hashirama replied with a confident smile, pride evident in his voice. Enough, come here. Tobirama interrupted his brother's self-congratulatory moment, calling out to the Umbu stationed outside. Lord Tobirama, what is your command? An Umbu entered the room, kneeling respectfully before him. Here are the invitations for the 5 Kage summit from Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure. You shall divide into 3 teams and promptly deliver these invitations to the respective Kages. Ensure they bring their Jinchuriki to the summit as specified. As for the inviter, it shall be my brother, Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. Do you comprehend? Tobirama placed the remaining 3 invitations on the desk and spoke with gravity to the 3 elite Umbu members. Rest assured, Lord Tobirama, we will deliver the invitations safely and on time. They vowed in unison, exchanging glances before taking their respective invitations from the desk. Very well, you may depart. Be cautious. And do not allow Uchiha Madara to intercept you along the way, Tobirama advised with a slight nod of approval. And should you find yourselves unable to complete the task, remember to escape. Do not recklessly endanger your lives, Hashirama added earnestly. The Umbu, filled with gratitude, bowed deeply to Hashirama before hastening to deliver the invitations to the other 3 great ninja villages. With the elite ninja's utmost dedication, the invitations reached the 4 Kages almost simultaneously. After verifying the information regarding Tobirama's revival, the Umbu, accompanied by the remaining 6 Jinchuriki, successfully arrived in Konoha. The second Tsuchikage Mu and the second Mizukage Kageyama were initially reluctant to believe the news of Hashirama and Tobirama's revival. However, upon witnessing the 2 Senju brothers alive before them, they exchanged incredulous glances. But you were both dead. How could you suddenly return? They questioned, bewildered by the implications of their resurrection. If this is the case, how can we seize the territory of the Land of Fire? Fortunately, it was not only Tobirama who had returned, but also Hashirama. Otherwise, they might have suspected that Tobirama's death was a deceitful ploy orchestrated by the cunning Senju. Lord Madara, something's gone awry. Kurizetsu, controlling the Black Zetsu, appeared before Uchiha Madara, urgency in his tone. What has happened? Why the alarm? Madara inquired, slowly opening his eyes as he continued to harness the power of the outer path. Senju Tobirama has revived your old rival, Senju Hashirama, and they have convened the 5 Kage summit, gathering all remaining tailed beasts to Konoha, Kurizetsu explained cautiously, sensing the icy demeanor of Madara. What? You say he has been revived? Splendid, splendid. Come, I shall show Hashirama the true might of my Rinnegan, Madara exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Lord Madara, your life force has yet to fully recover from the strain of using the Rinnegan. Engaging in battle with Hashirama now may not yield a favorable outcome, Kurizetsu warned. Recalling the magnitude of Hashirama's would release. Silence. I possess the Rinnegan of the Sage of 6 Paths. Though Hashirama has returned, I do not believe he can regain his full strength in such a short time, Madara retorted with irritation, chastising Kurizetsu. Only Hashirama can rival me in this world. However, with my Rinnegan activated and the acquisition of Hashirama's wood release, the only gap remaining is the Sage mode. How could I possibly be defeated by him? Madara quickly stood, concealing the outer path before rushing towards Konoha with Kurizetsu in tow. Lord Hashirama, may I inquire if you believe you can defeat Uchiha Madara in battle? The second Tsuchikage asked cautiously, eyeing Hashirama. Ha, I cannot say for certain that I will triumph. However, rest assured, I shall protect you all, Hashirama replied, scratching his head with a hearty laugh, exuding confidence. That is truly reassuring. We place our trust in you, Lord Hashirama, you must defeat Uchiha Madara. The second Tsuchikage, donning his attire, approached his disciple, the two-faced Noki, and with great enthusiasm, bowed before Senju Hashirama, smiling as he addressed him. Hashirama, I am aware of your resurrection. Come forth. Just as Hashirama and Tobirama were entertaining the other four Kage, Uchiha Madara descended from the heavens. Sensing Hashirama's chakra, he called out loudly, "Ha ha ha, Madara. I never anticipated you deceiving me. You're still alive." Upon hearing Madara's voice, Hashirama swiftly leaped into the air to confront him, expressing his excitement. Hashirama, let's engage in a battle. Madara, spotting Hashirama, discarded Kagaya's manifestation and charged at him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Hashirama reeling. Madara, you rogue, resorting to sneak attacks. Take this. Hashirama rose from the ground, dusting off his soiled garments, casting an irritated glance at Madara as he shouted. Ha ha ha, Hashirama, it seems your body is rather uncoordinated. Even your recovery abilities have diminished. Observing Hashirama's struggle to control his new form, Madara's Sharingan keenly noted the delay in Hashirama's healing from minor wounds, prompting him to exclaim with excitement, "Oh, you refer to my current body? It is a clone created by Tobirama. It pales in comparison to my former self and has a notably short lifespan." Hashirama nodded at Madara's words, smiling as he replied, "Haha, Madara. My current strength surpasses that of our previous encounters. Behold, I have awakened the Rinnegan." Madara, upon hearing this, burst into laughter and transformed his Sharingan into the Rinnegan, eagerly showcasing it to Hashirama. "What Rinnegan? Madara, how did you awaken it? Can the Uchiha clan's Sharingan evolve directly into the Rinnegan?" Hashirama inquired, leaning in with curiosity. And upon confirming the authenticity of Madara's Rinnegan, he excitedly questioned him. "Ha ha ha, Hashirama, do you remember what I once told you? A deity divided yin and yang into two polarities, and for the sake of stability, when these polarities reunite, one can attain the myriad of things. These two formidable forces are the sage body of your Senju clan and the Sharingan of my Uchiha clan. When these powers merge, the Rinnegan is awakened." Madara spoke passionately to Hashirama. "Oh, and what of it? Why do you seek to seize the one tail from Sunagakure and the seven tails from Takigakure?" Hashirama questioned Madara, blinking in curiosity. "Hashirama, do you know? Beyond the existing tailed beasts from 1 to 9, there exists a far more powerful beast, the 10 tails. I aim to fuse all tailed beasts into a formidable entity, thereby awakening the Rinne's Sharingan. With infinite Tsukuyomi, I shall plunge the entire world into a dreamscape, eradicating war from existence." Madara declared passionately, gazing intently at Hashirama. "What do you mean? You intend to ensnare everyone in an illusion? I cannot permit this, Madara." Hashirama retorted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he confronted Madara. "Oh, is that so? Hashirama, you shall find yourself no match for me." Shinra Tensei, realizing Hashirama's firm refusal, Madara understood he would not gain Hashirama's support. He raised his hand, channeling chakra into his Rinnegan and launched an attack at Hashirama. Shinra Tensei, observing Madara's movement, Hashirama swiftly clapped his hands together, erecting a massive wooden barrier before him. However, facing the might of Madara's Rinnegan, Hashirama's defensive jutsu crumbled, forcing him to stagger backward. "Haha. Hashirama, do you see? This is the power I now possess. You cannot hope to defeat me. I have surpassed you," Madara exclaimed, elated at Hashirama's plight. "Madara, no matter the cost, even if I must perish once more," Hashirama declared, his gaze resolute as he activated Sage Mode, fixing his determined stare upon Madara. "Hashirama, you remain as obstinate as ever," Madara remarked, tilting his head at Hashirama's unwavering expression. Without delay, Madara charged towards him, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Knowing Hashirama's fighting style well as his old rival, Madara was aware that despite his current superiority, a protracted battle could allow Hashirama, with his sage body and would release, to drain him of energy. If your power is so great, why the haste? Come, let us battle outside the village, lest we damage the Konoha we have toiled to build," Hashirama slyly suggested, running toward the outskirts of the village, evading Madara's charge. Fire style, Dragon Flame Song. Madara, observing Hashirama's retreat, formed hand seals and unleashed a barrage of crimson dragons towards him. Hashirama evaded continually, and when he could no longer dodge, he resorted to striking back with sheer force. Yet, his current sage body was significantly weaker than his former self. Before long, Hashirama's chakra, depleted from healing his wounds, began to falter, but they managed to escape from Konoha's confines. "Hashirama, You must accept your fate. I will not let you go," Madara asserted confidently as he witnessed Hashirama come to a halt. "Ha ha ha, Madara. I have long been a dead man. To live again is already a stroke of divine fortune." "Spare me your lectures," Hashirama replied with a confident smile, genuinely pleased. "Oh, is that so? Then do not blame me for what comes next." Uchiha Madara gazed confidently at Senju Hashirama and declared, "Super Shinra Tensei." Aimed at Hashirama, he unleashed the mightiest Shinra Tensei in an aggressive assault. Without hesitation, Hashirama swiftly employed wood release, summoning countless towering trees that relentlessly countered Madara's divine force. However, despite the enhancement of sage techniques, Hashirama's wood techniques faltered under the overwhelming power of Madara's Shinra Tensei, forcing him to retreat step by step. In the Pure Land, Otsutsuki Kagaya observed the unfolding battle between Hashirama and Madara from afar, nodding in approval. Previously, during Senju Tobarama's resurrection, he had subtly implanted the method to revive Hashirama within Tobarama's consciousness. To his surprise, not only did Tobarama successfully resurrect his elder brother Hashirama, but he also prepared a vessel for himself, which indeed delighted Kagaya with its unexpected outcome. Watching as Hashirama struggled against Madara's relentless assaults, Kagaya furrowed her brow. While he hoped that Madara would resurrect the Ten-Tails, he wished for Hashirama's survival, for he awaited Madara to serve as a vessel for reviving his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and to seize her immortal abilities. Thus, Kagaya subtly infused some chakra from the deceased sage of the Six Paths into Hashirama's body, who was currently engaged in combat with Madara. "Hashirama, your endurance remains astounding. I did not anticipate that even with the awakening of the Rinnegan, I could not outlast you," Madara remarked, after 5 grueling hours of battle, during which he had thoroughly tested the capabilities of his Rinnegan on Hashirama. Each time Hashirama was sent flying, he would rise again, resolutely obstructing Madara's advance. "This is futile, Madara. I will not allow you to ensnare the entire ninja world in your illusions. You must relinquish this ambition," Hashirama declared steadfastly. "Hashirama, I possess one final technique. I hope you can withstand it," Madara replied with a slight smile. Feeling he had thoroughly enjoyed the encounter, he observed the Jinchuriki in the distance, smiling at Hashirama as he executed his Rinnegan technique, Rinne Tensei, Boundary Prison, for shadows emerged. One confronting Hashirama while the remaining 3 swiftly incapacitated the Jinchuriki of the other major ninja villages, bringing them to the ground. "Hashirama, it has been a pleasure battling you. Take care of your wife, Uzumaki Mido." "I shall return," Madara proclaimed before swiftly departing towards the land of water, carrying the 6 subdued Jinchuriki with him. "Hashirama, you scoundrel. Return." Hashirama arose from the ground, watching Madara's form recede into the distance, and hurriedly attempted to pursue him. However, Madara, utilizing the power of the Rinnegan, accelerated away, leaving Hashirama, despite his powerful leaps, unable to catch up. "Lord Hashirama, what about our village's Jinchuriki?" The third Raikage, A, swiftly arrived beside Hashirama, utilizing lightning release chakra mode, urgently inquiring about the situation. "I regret to inform you that I could not stop Madara. He has escaped with the 6 Jinchuriki," Hashirama replied, lowering his head in guilt. "What? That is impossible. Lord First Hokage, you cannot be serious," O exclaimed, wide-eyed, staring incredulously at Hashirama. "I assure you, I speak the truth. All 6 Jinchuriki have been taken by Uchiha Madara," Hashirama responded earnestly. "No, that cannot be. You are the god of ninjas. How could you fall to Uchiha Madara?" A expressed disbelief, gazing at Hashirama with astonishment. "I am not lying. It is indeed true." "I am deeply sorry," Hashirama replied solemnly, bowing his head. The other Kage, including the wind, water, and earth shadows, arrived shortly after, questioning Hashirama, astonished by the third Raikage's incredulous demeanor. After several days of seclusion, Lin Ye not only upgraded the 10,000 transformation dragon art, but also unexpectedly deduced something that took him by surprise, a new formation known as the Earth Element Gathering Array. This array serves as the core of the Dragon God realm, assimilating the boundary techniques and sealing arts of the Vortex clan, as well as the ability of the Earth Spirit Disk to harness natural energy. Remarkably, this formation does not require Lin Ye to cultivate the faith power of his kin. Unlike the Earth Spirit Disk, once the Earth Element Gathering Array is established, it can naturally absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Most importantly, if the array is configured with the power of the dragon as its nucleus, it can astonishingly convert a portion of the absorbed natural energy directly into dragon power, which filled Lin Ye with immense delight. "Master, You have emerged from your retreat. Lin Ye had just emerged from his seclusion in his chamber when the white snake Immortal, upon seeing him, approached with great excitement and respectfully greeted him. White Snake, have you been waiting outside all this time? As Lin Ye gazed upon the dimming sky, he contemplated the intricate connection between the dragon god realm he had created and the passage of time in the outside world, signifying that darkness enveloped the realm beyond the ninja world. Curious about the white serpent that had been waiting patiently, he inquired, Master, this little serpent has been here, eagerly anticipating your emergence, without a hint of negligence. Upon hearing Lin Ye's question, the white serpent immediately bowed, flattering Lin Ye by responding, very well, very well. Since you exhibit such unwavering loyalty, I have just devised a technique that allows serpents to cultivate the dragon transformation method. I shall now impart it to you. Lin Ye, upon hearing the words of the white serpent, nodded in satisfaction. With a swift gesture, he transmitted the meticulously crafted cultivation technique he had developed into the white serpent's consciousness, enabling it to embark upon the path of the earth dragon cultivation method. The white serpent, upon perusing the knowledge of the technique within its mind, was instantly overcome with excitement and bowed thrice in gratitude to Lin Ye. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. The fervent display of respect brought a smile to Lin Ye's face. Enough with the formalities. Focus on your cultivation without delay. I look forward to the day when you transform into a true earth vein divine dragon, ready to confront that treacherous scoundrel, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Lin Ye waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he addressed the white snake Immortal. Yes, Master. The little snake shall commence its cultivation. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the white snake nodded swiftly and hurriedly slipped into the room assigned to her by her sister, the vortex of Chime, to practice the earth dragon cultivation technique. Oh, never mind, he sighed. I haven't slept in several days. It appears that my sister is either cultivating or resting at the moment, so I shall not disturb her. I will wait until dawn to seek her out. Lin Ye arrived at the doorstep of his sister, Uzumaki Kimiai's room, sensing that she had seemingly entered a state of slumber within. Uncertain whether she was in the midst of training or merely sleeping, Lin Ye could only shake his head in resignation and turn back to his own room. Good morning, sister. The following morning, Lin Ye rose from his slumber and, upon seeing his sister Uzumaki Kimiai preparing breakfast, approached her with a smile and greeted her warmly. Ah, little Ye, have you finished your training? I truly cannot fathom why you always retreat into seclusion during your practice. Upon noticing Lin Ye awake, Uzumaki Kimiai swiftly retrieved 2 eggs, cooked them into fried eggs, and placed them on the table, addressing Lin Ye. Sister, you will witness this habit many more times in the future. After all, our method of cultivating dragon's power is fundamentally distinct from that of ninjas. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Kimi, taking a bite of the fried egg while smiling at her. Do tell, what remarkable ability have you deduced during your recent seclusion? Perhaps you would consider imparting it to your elder sister first? Uzumaki Kimi, seated across from Lin Ye, inquired with a smile as she enjoyed her breakfast. Hearing the words of his sister, Uzumaki Kimiai, Lin Ye refrained from saying much. Instead, he concentrated the newly devised Hualong Ju into a stream of divine intent and gently directed it towards Kimiai's forehead. Xiao Yi, this new cultivation method you have pioneered appears to be significantly more powerful than before, Kimiai remarked, unperturbed by the transmission of the technique. After meticulously absorbing the new Hualong Ju that Lin Ye had imparted to her, she smiled and addressed him. Brother, next, you and Sister Ji should gather all the upper ninjas within our clan. Once the white snake sage emerges, you must swiftly proceed to the dragon's lair. There, you will be able to fully immerse yourselves in the cultivation of the Hualong Ju. After Lin Ye devoured all the fried eggs with great satisfaction, he stood up and smiled at his sister, Uzumaki Kirin. All right, I understand. I shall seek out Kimiai and inform all the clan's elite shinobi. At that moment, Sister Uzumaki Kirin had also finished her breakfast and smiled back at Lin Ye. Chapter 92. The Great Upgrade of the Dragon's Lair. Very well, sister. I shall take my leave now. Lin Ye gazed upon his sister, Uzumaki Chime, smiling as he nodded in her direction. With a swift turn, he departed from the dragon god realm, making his way towards one of the 3 sacred lands, the Dragon's Abyss. Tian Xian Shinji, Shichibi Island Ji, Suji Heim. Hasten to seek me. As Lin Ye entered the dragon body cave, he swiftly utilized his divine eye to locate the 3 divine maidens, Tianxin, Ichikishimaheim, and Tatsuji. He promptly issued commands to them. The 3 maidens, who had been resting within the cave, shuddered upon hearing Lin Ye's voice and hastened towards the room where he was situated. "My lord, may I inquire what business you have with me?" Kenshin asked cautiously, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye. "Gather all the official members within the Dragon Body Cave. I intend to transform the entire cave to make it suitable for all those who cultivate the power of the dragon. Do you understand?" Lin Ye gazed calmly at the three deities, addressing her in a solemn tone. "Understood, my lord. We shall proceed as you instructed." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the three deities became instantly exhilarated, eagerly responding to him. It is worth noting that what Lin Ye had just mentioned was the transformation into a dragon, a matter of great significance. The straightforwardness with which he divulged such crucial information stirred profound excitement within her. Without delay, the three deities summoned all members of the Dragon Cave as per Lin Ye's command. Following his orders, they cleared the entire interior of the Dragon Cave, leaving behind an expansive, empty underground space. Lin Ye surveyed the entire underground expanse with a sense of satisfaction, nodding his head. Earth manipulation. Lin Ye deftly manipulated his dragon pearl, causing 72 robust stone pillars to rise instantaneously throughout the dragon cavern. Each of these pillars was intricately adorned with exquisite patterns, extending from the rocky ceiling down to the ground. What on earth is the Vortex clan's Tion Xi and Shinji doing? Although the myriad serpents were intimidated by the formidable presence of the three divine maidens and had expanded the entire dragon cavern as per their request, they still gazed in bewilderment at Lin Ye's actions and inquired of Tion Xi and Shinji. "Silence, myriad serpents. The power cultivated by this esteemed individual is known as dragon power. He intends to transform the entire dragon cavern, rendering the environment conducive for all who train in the dragon power. Do you comprehend?" Tion Xi and Shinji cast a cold glance at the myriad serpents and spoke sternly. "What? Does cultivating dragon power necessitate one to transform into a dragon?" Upon hearing Tion Xi and Shinji's words, the myriad serpents widened their eyes in astonishment, eagerly questioning her. "Indeed, it is the transformation into a dragon. The white serpent sage has already confirmed it. There shall be no issues." The City Stick Island maiden quietly reassured the excited myriad serpents. "Ha! Once I master the dragon transformation, I shall capture all three of you." The myriad serpents, buoyed by the City Stick Island maiden's earnest words, proclaimed with pride to Tion Xi and Shinji, the City Stick Island maiden, and the Turbulent Tide maiden. "Dream on. Do you think we won't have our own methods for cultivating dragon transformation?" The Turbulent Tide maiden scoffed derisively in response to the myriad serpents' boast. "Do not underestimate me. I, the myriad serpents, am closer to the dragon form than any of you. Behold the angular features upon my head." The myriad serpents proudly shook the angular protrusions atop their head, gleefully flaunting to the City Stick Island maiden. "Indeed, quite impressive. We can now proceed to the next phase." After Lin Ye had meticulously arranged all the spiritual gathering formations, he attempted to channel the power of the dragon within him along the intricate traces of the array. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. "My lord, have you completed it?" inquired the main orchestrator, Ichikishimaheim, as she cautiously approached Lin Ye. "Not yet," he replied, "but we are merely one step away from completion."